Chapter 1. The Celestial Demon Sect, Peak of the Saintess. Today marks the day when our sect leader, Leng Ningshuang, emerges from her seclusion. A new celestial emperor shall soon be born within the Celestial Demon Sect. From this moment forth, our sect shall undoubtedly secure a place among the four great sects. Elder Wei Wuyang's countenance was ablaze with excitement, her still alluring face brimming with enthusiasm. Beneath the high platform, 100,000 disciples stood in neat rows before the grand hall of the Celestial Demon Sect. They craned their necks, eagerly awaiting the moment when their sect leader would break through and reveal herself to the world. Yet, at the forefront of the crowd, closest to the high platform, stood a strikingly handsome youth, who yawned repeatedly, perpetually appearing as though he had just awakened from slumber. His name was Lin Chuan, the holy son of the Celestial Demon Sect. His languid demeanor starkly contrasted with the fervor of the other disciples. Waking up at the crack of dawn just to await the emergence of that ancient hag? How utterly tedious. Desperately competing for a spot among the four great sects, though, they not realize the risks of attracting unwanted attention? Constantly embroiled in conflict and bloodshed, there is no semblance of peace. No wonder that old hag, despite her age, remains unmarried. She deserves it. Lin Chuan muttered to himself. Ever since he had inexplicably transmigrated to the Celestial Demon Sect, he had become its holy son. While this title sounded prestigious, it also came with peril. The Celestial Demon Sect, by its very name, was not a place of virtue. As the name implies, it was a den of demons. Within the sect, one could find all manner of fiends and malevolent beings. Especially the sect leader, Leng Ningshuang, a ruthless killer who showed no mercy. It was said that she broke through to the heavenly sage stage at the age of 20, all because a disciple from the Xiansword sect had spoken a disrespectful word to her. In a fit of rage, she single-handedly stormed the Xiansword sect, slaughtering over 100 individuals. Among them, 5 of the 7 elders perished, and the remaining 2 were severely injured. Had it not been for the intervention of the Xiansword sect's leader, the consequences would have been far graver. From that day forth, Leng Ningshuang's infamous reputation was solidified. One person's ascent led to the elevation of the entire Celestial Demon Sect. Despite its sinister nature, even orthodox sects dared not to bully it openly, fearing they might invoke the wrath of Leng Ningshuang and suffer the same fate as the Xiansword sect. Karma is a relentless force. Those who take lives will inevitably face retribution. If that old hag continues her bloodthirsty rampage, she will eventually bring ruin upon the Celestial Demon Sect. Since the sect is bound to meet its demise, why should I toil away in rigorous training? I might as well embrace a carefree existence and seek a peaceful life elsewhere. Lin Chuan grumbled once more, continuing his leisurely existence as the Holy Son. In truth, he was not inherently pessimistic. However, as a transmigrator, he was endowed with a system. Yet, his system was rather unconventional, known as the salted fish system. Indeed, it was aptly named. As long as Lin Chuan chose to do nothing, he would receive generous rewards. For instance, while others attended classes, he would sleep while elders lectured. He would slack off while others practiced. He would skip class. The system would naturally bestow upon him substantial rewards. Since being a salted fish could yield the coveted resources others dreamed of, why should he exhaust himself? Ding! Elder Wei Wuyang is delivering a lecture. The host is slacking off. Reward received: 10 years of cultivation. And just like that, the system granted him another reward, instantly bestowing upon him a decade's worth of cultivation. Lin Chuan's realm was nearly beyond his control. Whoosh! Suddenly, a turbulent wind swept through the area, a phenomenon far from ordinary. Wei Wuyang and the numerous disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect turned their gazes toward Lin Chuan, astonished expressions of surprise, delight, and disbelief illuminating their faces. The Holy Son has broken through again. A female disciple, enamored with Lin Chuan, clasped her cheeks and exclaimed, "Why the again?" Because over the years, Lin Chuan had consistently experienced breakthroughs in the most peculiar of circumstances during classes, while sleeping, and even while wandering aimlessly. After all, the system's reward for cultivation were never less than 5 years. Lin Chuan found it impossible to suppress his progress. Yet, to everyone else's eyes, Lin Chuan was undeniably a prodigy, his talent surpassing even that of Leng Ningshuang by leaps and bounds. It was precisely for this reason that she had promoted him to the position of Holy Son. Coupled with his strikingly handsome visage and carefree demeanor, he had garnered the adoration of numerous young female disciples, earning him the title of the Celestial Demon Sect's #1 idol. With this breakthrough, the Holy Son must have entered the heavenly sage realm, I presume. Who would have thought that within just 5 short years, the Holy Son could reach such heights? Truly astounding. Even in comparison to the sect leader, he is not lacking in any regard. Elder Wei Wuyang exclaimed, her face brimming with joy. Within the sect, a heavenly emperor and a heavenly sage were both emerging on the same day. What reason would there be to doubt the prosperity of the Celestial Demon Sect? I truly wish for the sect leader to witness this with her own eyes. Surely, she would be immensely pleased to see it. She added with a confident smile. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, a graceful figure sat cross-legged upon a meditation mat. Beneath her flowing black gown, a glimpse of her fair, long legs peeked through, revealing an alluring silhouette that could not be concealed. Yet, the rising and falling of her chest indicated that her current predicament was far from favorable. Especially her stunningly beautiful face, which could make any woman question her own existence, wore an expression of deep gloom. Leng Ningshuang was furious. Just moments ago, at the most critical juncture of her breakthrough, a man's voice had suddenly reached her ears, as if someone was whispering right beside her, sounding alarmingly clear. Waking us all up early just to await that old hag's emergence? Always resorting to violence. It's no wonder she remains unmarried. Who is it? Who dared to speak? Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes widened in fury as she scanned the grand hall, but found no trace of anyone. Yet, she was certain she had heard someone speaking. How infuriating! Who possesses such audacity to call me an old hag? I am merely 26 years old. Am I old? Moreover, for cultivators, age holds little value. At 26, one is still in the prime of youth. Wait a moment. I am a celestial emperor who dares to speak under my very nose without revealing their presence? Could it be that I am merely hallucinating? Leng Ningshuang mused, her confidence in her own strength unwavering. Even in a world teeming with powerful beings, those who could surpass the celestial emperor level were few and far between. Moreover, the one who called her an old hag was clearly a youthful individual. Is it possible that I can hear the thoughts of some disciple? Indeed, that must be it. How vexing! You better pray I don't uncover your identity. Otherwise, you shall experience the bitter trials of life. With gritted teeth, Leng Ningshuang's killing intent surged forth. This is disastrous. I had intended to keep a low profile and conceal my cultivation level. But now, I have publicly broken through to the heavenly sage level. Alas, I cannot rid myself of the identity of the Holy Son. If calamity befalls the Celestial Demon Sect in the future, how shall I escape? Here it comes again. Just as Leng Ningshuang managed to regain her composure, her beautiful eyes widened in shock once more. That voice resonated clearly in her ears again. Lin Chuan, so it was you. Leng Ningshuang was furious, and the consequences would be dire. With a heart steeped in bloodshed, she had never regarded any man as worthy of her attention. This was precisely why, years ago, she had slain over 100 lives simply due to 2 disrespectful remarks from a disciple of the Shinsword sect. In Lin Chuan's world, one might call this a severe case of misandry. What does it matter that he is the Holy Son? How dare he insult me, the sect leader, seeking death? With her murderous intent ignited, and having just broken through to the Celestial Emperor stage, she felt an overwhelming sense of superiority, believing herself above all others. Furthermore, the one who had dared to insult her was a disciple of her own sect. This offense was magnified tenfold. How splendid! The Holy Son has broken through once more. He is the successor of the sect leader, another heavenly sage among us. How can we not celebrate the rise of the Celestial Demon Sect? Elder Wei Wuyang's ecstatic shout echoed across the peak of the Saintess, reaching even the ears of Leng Ningshuang within the Grand Hall. Heavenly Sage, The Holy Sun has actually attained the heavenly sage level. The temperature in the grand hall plummeted before suddenly warming again. Though Leng Ningshuang's breathtakingly beautiful face remained icy, her enchanting eyes now held a glimmer of surprise. Below the Celestial Emperor lies the heavenly sage. Before her seclusion, Leng Ningshuang had just transcended to this realm. In the azure world, the heavenly emperor was already a pinnacle powerhouse, and the heavenly saint was a being who stood above countless others. Yet below that one, Lin Chuan had spent 5 years cultivating in the realm of immortality, making astonishing progress. His rate of advancement was even more prodigious than that of Leng Ningshuang. Such extraordinary talent warranted his title as the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The reason Leng Ningshuang had promoted Lin Chuan against the norm was precisely this. Yet, she never anticipated that Lin Chuan's aptitude would far surpass her own. How could she not be astounded? To kill or not to kill? That is the question. With a furrowed brow, Leng Ningshuang fell into deep contemplation. According to her nature, any disciple of the sect who dared to insult her would face death without mercy. However, considering Lin Chuan's defiant talent, to slay him would mean a tremendous loss for the Heavenly Demon Sect, and the consequences would be unfathomable. Though it pained her to admit it, Lin Chuan's visage was indeed breathtakingly handsome, to the extent that numerous female disciples were fervent admirers of him. This had become a source of great vexation for Leng Ningshuang, yet she found herself helpless against it. Given your commendable talent, I shall spare your wretched life this time. However, while your death sentence may be averted, you shall not escape unscathed. Do not presume that I will easily let you off the hook. With a haughty snort, Leng Ningshuang slowly rose to her feet. Having been in seclusion for so long, it was high time she emerged to catch a breath of fresh air. Outside the grand hall, 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect awaited her emergence in celebration. Creak! The doors of the grand hall swung wide open abruptly. The disciples waiting outside ceased their clamoring. Pairs of eyes immediately turned to gaze upon her. Welcome back, Sect Master. Elder Wei Wuyang led the congregation of disciples in congratulating the Sect Master on her emergence. Lin Chuan, who had just broken through to the Heavenly Saint level, followed suit, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, appearing quite fitting. At long last, she had emerged. Quickly now, let this come to an end. I wish to return and indulge in a long slumber. Lin Chuan lowered his head, murmuring incessantly. The previously calmed Leng Ningshuang suddenly glanced over. That voice again. It was as if Lin Chuan were directly expressing his candid thoughts in her ear. Yet, such blasphemous words elicited no reaction from those around. Had the world gone mad? No. It was that Leng Ningshuang was able to hear Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts. Very well. After breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor, I can now perceive the hearts of others. But why can I only hear the Holy Sun's thoughts? With a slight furrow of her brow, Leng Ningshuang found herself utterly perplexed. Regardless, she could now discern Lin Chuan's true feelings. Thus, she could uncover the discrepancies between his words and intentions. That scoundrel! How dare he show such disrespect towards me, the Sect Master? I shall surely punish you accordingly. Esteemed disciples, I have been in seclusion for over 6 months, and have finally attained a rank of Heavenly Emperor. From this moment forth, it is only fitting that I, beyond the court, claim the title of Empress. And within the rankings of the 4 great sects, the Heavenly Demon Sect shall also secure its place. From now on, while my sect may subdue others, none shall dare to trample upon the Heavenly Demon Sect. Anyone who dares to insult my sect shall face death without mercy. With a vigorous arm gesture, Leng Ningshuang proclaimed a declaration of unparalleled might, igniting fervor among the 100,000 disciples. In an instant, shouts of Sect Master is mighty, and long live the Sect Master filled the air. It was universally acknowledged that Leng Ningshuang's ascension to the Heavenly Emperor had ushered the Heavenly Demon Sect into an unprecedented era of prosperity. TSK, still the same, endowed with ample bosom yet lacking intellect. only knowing how to engage in bloodshed and exert force upon others. Unaware that to suppress through obstruction is inferior to guiding through openness, the heavenly demon sect would inevitably fall to this old witch's hands. A sigh echoed once more in Leng Ningshuang's ears. Like a bucket of cold water, her lofty ambitions were almost extinguished on the spot. You, cold Ningshuang's beautiful eyes widened, and a fierce light instantly erupted uncontrollably, accompanied by the overwhelming pressure of a heavenly emperor's might. A powerful surge of internal energy spread out. Hiss! Wei Wuyang and the 10,000 disciples distinctly felt cold Ningshuang's chilling killing intent, involuntarily gasping in surprise. Just a moment ago, everything seemed perfectly fine. Yet suddenly, the sect leader erupted in such fury. What on earth is happening? Is the old witch angry again? No wonder they say she has a temper, easily provoked. However, despite her age, the old witch is quite attractive. It's a pity she is too fierce. Otherwise, she would certainly be popular among the male disciples. This was also his inner voice. This time, cold Ningshuang had been paying close attention to Lin Chuan. Firmly convinced that he had not uttered a word, it was evident that what she heard was indeed Lin Chuan's thoughts. Dare to say this sect leader is fierce. Am I fierce? Cold Ningshuang silently gritted her silver teeth. Feeling indignant, it does seem quite fierce, but that is not the point. This young brat, still wet behind the ears, actually dared to be frivolous with her. The last disciple who was so audacious towards her is now buried beneath 3 feet of grass. Does this kid not know? Very well. It seems she has been too lenient with Lin Chuan, allowing him to be so brazen. It appears some extraordinary measures are needed to let the Holy Sun understand the might of the Tianma sect's leader. During her seclusion, she sensed the surge of spiritual energy outside the main hall. It must be that the Holy Sun has broken through to the heavenly saint realm, right? Cold Ningshuang's exquisite features betrayed no hint of disturbance. It is in the face of adversity that a true hero reveals his stature. Upon seeing this, the Grand Elder Wei Wuyang felt immense relief and quickly responded, "What the sect leader says is correct. Just moments ago, the Holy Sun broke through to the heavenly saint. Our Tianma sect has stepped up another level. In a single day, the Tianma sect produced both a heavenly emperor and a heavenly saint. Enough to astonish myriad sections consequently. The disciples were all exceedingly excited. However, it is merely a heavenly saint. Nothing to make a fuss over. The Holy Sun has just recently broken through to the heavenly saint and must not have mastered it yet. The sect leader has decided to personally instruct him, allowing him to become proficient in the heavenly saint realm more swiftly. Holy Sun, what do you think?" Cold Ningshuang's lips curled slightly, a mischievous smile reflecting in Lin Chuan's eyes. Instruction in front of such a large audience. The old witch has such peculiar preferences. Lin Chuan, what on earth is this rascal thinking? What instruction, what excitement? As the holy son of the Tianma sect, how dare he entertain such lascivious thoughts? Cold Ningshuang was almost infuriated, since she stormed into the Xinjian sect and slaughtered 100 of their masters. The infamous reputation of the demonic sect's enchantress had spread far and wide. Yet, no one had ever dared to blatantly tease her like this. Lin Chuan was the first. He deserved to die. In an instant, internal energy surged, and a tempest arose. The chilling killing intent swept across the Saintess Peak. The faces of the 10,000 Tianma sect disciples changed dramatically. They looked at their sect leader in terror, completely unaware of the reason for her wrath. Even Wei Wuyang was baffled, unable to comprehend what was troubling cold Ningshuang today. Why was her mood so unpredictable? Could it be that she had fallen into madness? It is said that once cultivators lose control, they cannot manage their emotions, and their moods can swing wildly. Though their sect leader's temperament had always been difficult to predict, today was particularly strange. Sect leader, please calm down. We are in the Tianma sect. If you accidentally harm your own people, what shall we do? Wei Wuyang urged loudly. She genuinely believed cold Ningshuang was losing control and had even prepared to forcibly suppress her. Despite this leader being a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse, for the sake of the Tianma sect's longevity, she was willing to risk everything. Perhaps she could enlist the Holy Sun's help. Now that he had attained the heavenly saint realm, even though he was one rank lower than cold Ningshuang, he was the strongest beneath the heavenly emperor and the only one in the Tianma sect who could match cold Ningshuang. That if he were to assist, the likelihood of success would be greater. With this thought in mind, Wei Wuyang turned to Lin Chuan. Just as she was about to speak to him, However, she saw Lin Chuan covering his mouth, yawning lazily, his entire demeanor exuding indolence. The sect leader is in such a furious rage. And you still have the leisure to slack off? I truly do not know what to say about you. Wei Wuiyang rolled her eyes, casting a fierce glare at Lin Chuan. However, this was not the time to reprimand him. She had to unite with the Holy Sun to suppress the sect leader who appeared to be losing control. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Lin Chuan's previously lazy expression suddenly turned serious. Then, Lin Chuan turned his gaze towards the heavens beyond. At the same moment, Leng Ningshuang did the same. The two of them coldly stared into the sky, as if they had sensed something. Out of curiosity, Wei Wuiyang couldn't help but look as well. Soon, 100 black dots appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching the Tianma sect. Moments later, those black dots transformed into figures, their faces becoming clearly visible. However, their robes varied greatly, yet their auras were fiercely robust. Xianjian sect, Qingyang sect, Shaliexia sect. By Gui Min, Wei Wuiyang scanned the powerful cultivators and identified their sects one by one. That over 100 familiar yet strange faces appeared on Saintis Peak. Clearly, they were not here for a friendly visit. The faces were familiar because they were all leaders of their respective sects, yet strange because they rarely showed themselves. Even someone as esteemed as Wei Wuiyang had seldom seen their true appearances. Just from their powerful auras, she could deduce their identities: heavenly emperors and heavenly saints. Indeed, as the rulers of their sects, the lowest among them was a heavenly saint. It seems that the sect leader's breakthrough to the heavenly emperor has posed a threat to them, prompting them to reveal themselves and come to investigate on Saintis Peak. Wei Wuiyang furrowed her brow tightly, calculating the situation in her mind. At this moment, over 100 sect leaders had gathered at the Tianma sect, causing immense pressure on the 10,000 disciples. The convergence of such powerful figures alone was enough to instill fear. Moreover, these sect leaders and heads had come with hostility. Stay. What did I say? A tall tree catches the wind. Now it seems, there's no chance of escaping. Old witch, keep it up. Sooner or later, you will bring about the downfall of the Tianma sect. Lin Chuan sighed inwardly. He had merely wished to be idle. Yet his sect leader's competitive spirit had drawn unwanted attention, making the Tianma sect the target of all the cultivation sections were it not for his identity as the Holy Sun binding him so tightly. He would have long sought an opportunity to slip away. After all, it is better to live than to die. He could find a secluded spot to relax while enjoying the benefits brought by the system. Isn't that far more appealing? Lin Chuan. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the awkward atmosphere, astonishing those sect leaders who had rushed over from 1,000 miles away. They had not even begun to shout when chaos erupted within the Tianma sect. Sect leader, what is the meaning of this? Wei Wuiyang was equally perplexed. What on earth had the Holy Sun done to provoke Leng Ningshuang? He had been standing here lazily the whole time. Hoo-hoo. Leng Ningshuang took a few deep breaths, forcefully suppressing her anger. At present, there were hundreds of rival sects seeking trouble. She had to discern the gravity of the situation clearly. Firstly, internal strife was utterly unacceptable. It could only be said that Lin Chuan was fortunate this time. She would deal with him later. In truth, Lin Chuan was equally perplexed. Since Leng Ningshuang emerged from her seclusion, her emotions had been unstable. He even suspected she might have fallen into madness, or perhaps she was simply experiencing a midlife crisis. Otherwise, why would she fly into a rage without cause? Alas, women are indeed troublesome. Cough cough. Leng Ningshuang feigned calmness, mainly due to her irritation with Lin Chuan. After clearing her throat a couple of times, she regained her icy demeanor, casting a cold gaze over the 100 sect leaders. Esteemed guests, have you come to congratulate the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect on her breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor? Leng Ningshuang spoke with an air of authority. Having served as sect leader for over a decade, her decisive actions exuded the high stature of one in power. Congratulate, Leng Ningshuang. You are mistaken. The mocking laughter was exceedingly grating to the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A middle-aged man with a mustache naturally drew everyone's attention. It was Hong Tiana, the sect leader of the Xianjian sect. Wei Wuiyang spoke in a low voice. So, this is the leader of the Xianjian sect? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the man. He was at the Heavenly Saint realm, yet considerably older. If someone with such talent could lead a sect, then so could he. Hong Tianhe remained oblivious to Lin Chuan's contemptuous gaze. To be precise, he had not regarded the other disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect at all. Today, his goal was singular, Leng Ningshuang. It was evident that he sought revenge, taking advantage of her recent breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor, while there was still a chance to suppress her. Otherwise, once she fully mastered this realm, the Xinjian sect would have no opportunity for retribution. Everyone, this cold-blooded female demon, Leng Ningshuang, must be eradicated. I implore you all to lend your strength to this leader and eliminate her, restoring peace to the world of cultivation. Hong Tianhe raised the banner of righteousness. Targeting the Heavenly Demon Sect, this was the bitter fruit sown by Leng Ningshuang. Yet it was the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect who were to bear the burden. Lin Chuan had anticipated this outcome. Unfortunately, he had arrived too late and found himself embroiled in the situation. Looking up at the sky, filled with over 100 heavenly emperors and heavenly saints, Lin Chuan felt embarrassed. How could Hong Tianhe muster the audacity to shout such juvenile and clumsy slogans? Did he not feel any embarrassment? Although Lin Chuan felt a wave of discomfort, it seemed that none of these sect leaders felt the slightest bit awkward. Some individuals, evidently swayed by Hong Tianhe, even echoed his words multiple times, further amplifying the absurdity of the scene. Yet, unlike Lin Chuan's nonchalance and uncontrollable mockery, the atmosphere within the Heavenly Demon Sect was fraught with anxiety. The joy of Leng Ningshuang's ascension to the Heavenly Emperor did not last long before she faced suppression from a group of sect leaders no less formidable than herself. How could such a scenario not evoke fear? Even Wei Wuyang had never felt such pressure before. The Heavenly Demon Sect was on the brink of annihilation, facing the potential of total destruction. Leader, Wei Wuyang looked at Leng Ningshuang in confusion. In this moment of life and death, only the leader represented a glimmer of hope for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Humph! Leng Ningshuang paid no heed to Wei Wuyang. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as steel, and when she cast her gaze towards Hong Tianhe, his complexion turned an ashen green. Hong sect leader, it seems you have forgotten your injuries in the past. When I was merely a heavenly saint, I could slay 100 of your Xinjian sect's strong warriors. Now that I have ascended to the rank of Heavenly Emperor, even you, Hong Tianhe, are but an insect in my eyes. Do you think you can apply pressure on me by gathering these worthless minions? Should the Heavenly Demon Sect be destroyed, I shall be unbound and face the Heavenly Emperors as enemies. Do you truly believe you can withstand my wrath? Leng Ningshuang's icy voice echoed for 1,000 miles. Each word struck like an ice pick into the hearts of these cultivators. Indeed, had they offended a Heavenly Emperor, could they truly endure the consequences? Even if the Heavenly Demon Sect were annihilated, slaying a Heavenly Emperor was not a simple task. Once Leng Ningshuang was allowed to escape, it would spell endless calamity. One could only imagine. In the dead of night, a Heavenly Emperor infiltrating various sections with Leng Ningshuang's ruthless and decisive methods, she would undoubtedly become a nightmare for each sect. Hiss! The sound of people inhaling sharply filled the air. Those who had intended to support Hong Tianhe now wore hesitant expressions. They were not like the Xinjian sect, who had long-standing grievances with the Heavenly Demon Sect. In fact, they had no justification for opposing the Heavenly Demon Sect. Their presence today was merely due to Hong Tianhe's promises of rewards after victory. But could such rewards truly offset Leng Ningshuang's potential wrath? Leader Cold, you have misunderstood. Upon hearing of your ascension to the Heavenly Emperor, we have come to convey our congratulations. The grievances between the Xinjian sect and your esteemed sect are only hearsay. We never intended to interfere. We hope you do not involve us. Someone eagerly sought to dissociate themselves. And naturally, others echoed their sentiment. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Very few dared to openly support Hong Tianhe. The situation took a dramatic turn. Hong Tianhe's face was flushed with anger. He was furious, yet helpless. After all, Leng Ningshuang's cultivation was formidable and her ruthlessness unmatched. He could not compete. How infuriating! You demoness, resorting to intimidation. You fickle supporters, have you truly been cowed by this demoness' mere words? Very well, very well. When the Heavenly Demon Sect rises again, you shall all regret your choices. Hong Tianhe's face was red with rage at this point, even though everyone had clearly expressed their unwillingness to oppose Leng Ningshuang. He remained unyielding. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted drastically. The aura of the Heavenly Saints surged wildly. Hong Tianhe was utterly enraged. Even though Leng Ningshuang was now a Heavenly Emperor, he was determined to confront her head-on. Otherwise, Even if he survived, it would affect his state of mind and potentially become his inner demon. So, he intended to resort to violence. Do you even qualify? Cold Ningshuang laughed coldly, seemingly mocking him. Had it been 3 months prior, she might have still considered Hong Tianhe a threat. However, now she was no longer the same. There was no need to regard him with any seriousness. Yet, Hong Tianhe's public provocation could not be ignored. If she did not retaliate, it would be tantamount to allowing this jumping clown to flaunt his bravado. However, she was disinclined to take action. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Sect was not solely reliant on her prowess. Lin Chuan, that rascal, it was about time for him to play a role. Saint's son, go confront the leader of the Xinjian sect, Cold Ningshuang commanded in a low voice. Her tone was as chilling as the depths of an abyss. Imbued with a trace of resentment, due to the provocation from Hong Tianhe, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect did not attribute the resentment to Lin Chuan. Instead, they anticipated his intervention. Wow, it's finally the Saint's son's turn to act. They exclaimed that it had been 5 years since the Saint's son joined the Heavenly Demon Sect, yet none had witnessed him take action. Among peers of the Heavenly Saints, who was stronger? They were all eager to find out. Of course, the dashing and handsome Saint's son was undoubtedly the more formidable one. With the Saint's son's intervention, Hong Tianhe would surely lose face. Go, Saint's son! The female disciples of the Tianma sect instantly transformed into a fervent fan club. Their cheers and shouts echoing incessantly. Had it not been for the sight of numerous cultivators clad in martial robes surrounding him, Lin Chuan might have believed he was in the modern world. You old hag, you have hands and feet. Why not do the fighting yourself? I truly wish to avoid the spotlight. Haven't you heard the saying about the bird that sticks its head out getting shot? What if I get killed by Hong Tianhe? He pondered. Perhaps surrendering would be the wisest choice. Saving my life is not shameful. Lin Chuan pursed his lips, his mind racing with thoughts that in merely 2 or 3 breaths. He had spoken to himself at length, yet he remained oblivious to the increasingly terrifying expression on Leng Ningshuang's face. This rascal. He dares to contemplate surrender? Has he no sense of honor for the sect? This makes me furious as the sect master. Lin Chuan. The icy voice rang out once more. Reluctantly, Lin Chuan lifted his gaze, only to meet Leng Ningshuang's frigid eyes. You must remember, you are the holy son of the Tianma sect. Second only to one, above countless disciples. Your honor is intertwined with that of the Tianma sect that if you triumph, no one will dare to insult our sect again. But if you fail, we shall become a laughingstock. Do your utmost to defeat Hong Tianhe. If you succeed, I, the sect master, promise to grant you one wish, and no matter what it is, I shall not go back on my word. Leng Ningshuang felt a deep sense of frustration. To prevent Lin Chuan, this indolent fellow, from surrendering, and to preserve both her dignity and that of the Tianma sect, she had to offer something enticing. This was entirely contrary to her original intention of punishing him. Anything at all? That's splendid. If I defeat Hong Tianhe, I can finally leave the Tianma sect, yay? Leng Ningshuang stared blankly at Lin Chuan, her ears ringing with his excited exclamation. She was utterly stunned. She had bound the sect's honor to Lin Chuan, delivering numerous inspiring declarations and even offering rewards to motivate him. Yet, in the end, this fellow was still contemplating fleeing the Tianma sect. How infuriating! Leng Ningshuang gritted her silver teeth in anger, trembling all over, forcing herself not to explode. Otherwise, she would become the laughingstock among the various sections, yet she could hardly contain herself, wishing to tear Lin Chuan's handsome face to shreds and stomp on it repeatedly. Even that would not quench the fury in her heart. How infuriating. Even Hong Tianhe had not provoked such rage in her. Instead, it was her own disciple who had ignited her ire. Where could she seek justice? The sect master's orders must be followed. Just wait a moment. I shall go and give Hong Tianhe a good beating. Lin Chuan wore a brilliant smile. With that smile, he radiated warmth like sunlight breaking through after a rainstorm. His charm once again incited a tidal wave of admiration from the female disciples of the Tianma sect. It must be said, his popularity within the sect was such that even Leng Ningshuang dared not acknowledge it. But who could have imagined that such a highly favored holy son was preoccupied with thoughts of escaping the Tianma sect? One must not judge a book by its cover, holy son. Go for it. Wei Wuing also made a fist and mimicked a dramatic downward motion. Had she too been captivated by Lin Chuan? At that moment, Lin Chuan elegantly pointed his sword towards the heavens. As his aura flowed, a sound of slicing through the air resonated. The sword light shot upwards before swiftly descending, ultimately lifting Lin Chuan like a gentle breeze. Boom, merging of man and sword, he vanished into the sky. Heading straight for Hongtian's "Oh handsome," the screams erupted anew. The female disciples were beside themselves with excitement. After 5 long years, they had eagerly awaited Lin Chuan's display of prowess. Even the sight of him flying on his sword had been a distant dream. Now, their wishes were finally fulfilled. Indeed, he was as stunning as they had imagined. How infuriating! This group of fools. Were they here to cultivate or to flirt? After all this time, the sect master had been completely oblivious. What a failure! Leng Ningshuang glared furiously at the female disciples, her head throbbing. However, to be fair, although Lin Chuan's thoughts vexed her greatly, his skills and appearance were truly exceptional, that it was understandable that such a talent could captivate the masses. Yet, if such a genius were to leave the Tianma sect and ally with another sect, it would pose a significant threat. A genius, either friend or foe, if not acquired, must be destroyed. That is the simplest solution. Oomph. Whether you live or die depends on the choices you make. A hint of coldness flickered in Leng Ningshuang's phoenix eyes. Meanwhile, a beam of sword light shot into the heavens, then hovered before the many sect masters and leaders. With a tall stature and a strikingly handsome face, every movement exuded grace. Most importantly, this individual was young yet possessed the cultivation of a heavenly saint, truly astonishing. We only heard of Leng Ningshuang's breakthrough to the heavenly emperor, and thus came to observe the Tianma sect. Who would have thought another heavenly saint would emerge from within? Is he the Holy Son? Such youth combined with such cultivation is enviable. The various sect masters and leaders buzzed with discussions. Their jealousy and admiration for Lin Chuan laid bare. Simultaneously, many felt relieved that he was not foolishly following Hong Tianma. After all, provoking both a heavenly emperor and a heavenly saint was a grave danger for any sect. Curiosity piqued, they turned to Hong Tianma. His aged face was now flushed crimson. Lin Chuan's appearance was something he had never anticipated. Although each sect was not entirely ignorant of the Tianma sect, they were aware of the existence of a holy son. However, for reasons unknown, this holy son was not well known. In fact, in the records of various sects, he appeared as if he were invisible. Everything concerning his cultivation, talent, techniques, and weapons was merely noted as unknown. The only known fact was his age, and that he was quite handsome. Handsome, in the realm of cultivation, can good looks fill one's stomach? There were no stars or idols here. The only currency was strength. Only with sufficient power could one survive, not by relying on a handsome face. Yet, who could have imagined that this holy son, renowned for his looks, also possessed such unparalleled talent? Heavens, what are you blind to? Ahem. So, when shall we commence our battle? My sect master is eagerly waiting to reward me, Lin Chuan said lazily. Fighting was something he detested most. If possible, he would rather surrender outright. What was losing a bit of face? It wouldn't fill his stomach. Besides, being constantly hounded by a group of beautiful junior sisters was quite bothersome. You little brat. How dare you underestimate me? The sect master. Hong Tianma roared with fury. After all, he was the leader of a sect, a heavenly saint. He had become a heavenly saint a decade ago. Lin Chuan was merely a youth of less than 20. Even if he had decent talent, he could not possibly have been a heavenly saint for as long as Hong Tianma. Among equals, he had no reason to lose to a mere child. Leng Ningshuang sent you to your doom, and I shall fulfill her wish. Boy, regret it only after descending to hell. Hong Tianma let out a cold laugh, his wicked smile nearly stretching to the back of his head. It seemed he had already secured victory over Lin Chuan. Perhaps it was time to utter a threatening remark to intimidate the young man. However, when he lifted his gaze to look at Lin Chuan again, he was astonished to find that the youth was now surrounded by over a dozen treasures. The Linhua sword, the falling star hammer, the frost condensing sword, the meteor fire forging spear, these were all renowned. Exquisite spiritual treasures, and how could such a young boy possess them? Hong Tianma stared in disbelief at the numerous top-tier spiritual artifacts, momentarily forgetting that he was still amidst a battle. Even the various sect leaders and heads, along with the 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, were rendered speechless. It turned out that their holy son had been concealing such depth all along. How had he acquired these rare and extraordinary treasures? The descent of the demons, the gathering of 1,000 swords. Go! With a thunderous shout, the air itself seemed to tremble violently with spiritual energy. The over a dozen exquisite spiritual treasures became restless, all under Lin Chuan's command, turning to directly target Hong Tianhe. Wait, wait, the sect master hasn't called for the start yet. Hong Tianhe shouted in a panicked, in his flustered state. He forgot to defend himself. Merely waving his hands in desperation, attempting to halt Lin Chuan and the spiritual treasures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of piercing air resonated continuously, showing no signs of abating. Flickering lights burst forth, and a thunderous roar echoed. The flames filling the sky were even more blinding than the sunlight, accompanied by cries of agony. Hong Tianhe's figure was completely engulfed by the flames. Time passed, and as the battle neared its conclusion, Lin Chuan recalled the treasures, a calm expression on his face as he muttered, "Strange, did someone just say something? I must have misheard." Finally, he could escape the clutches of the old witch. Oh yeah. Lin Chuan's heart swelled with excitement, and his youthful, handsome face broke into a relaxed smile. Such an expression could easily captivate anyone, enough to make the female disciples of the heavenly demon sect scream and cheer. Yet, the closest to him, Leng Ningshuang, wore a stern expression. Crack, crack. It sounded as if something was being crushed. Lin Chuan was puzzled, unaware that it was the sound of Leng Ningshuang grinding her molars. Little did he know that at this moment, she wished she could give him a punch at this point. This rascal still dared to think of betraying the sect. What an utterly despicable thought. Master, your disciple has fulfilled the entrusted mission successfully. Lin Chuan slightly bowed, clasping his fists in respect. Although he was on the verge of leaving his sufferings behind to live carefreely, he still had to observe the proper etiquette towards his master. Otherwise, given Leng Ningshuang's volatile temperament, he might very well receive a fierce reprimand on the spot. Old witch, what are you staring at? Can't you pick up on such an obvious hint? Hurry up and announce it. I can't wait any longer. This identity of the Holy Sun, whoever wants it can have it. I will not serve it. The contradictory Lin Chuan raged internally. This was in stark contrast to his charming, gentlemanly demeanor. On one side, Wei Wuyang was utterly captivated by him, while Leng Ningshuang remained icy and slightly darkened in expression. Very well. You may take your leave. Leng Ningshuang gritted her teeth, fearing she might lose her composure. If words could materialize, every word she uttered would drop a chunk of ice. However, considering Leng Ningshuang's usual demeanor, Wei Wuyang found it unsurprising. Lin Chuan, however, was not pleased. What happened to the promised reward? The assurance that anything could be agreed upon. Gone. Lin Chuan felt indignant. He had waited 5 years, yearning to escape the heavenly demon sect and live a peaceful life. He could not let the reward slip away unnoticed. Master, you seem to have forgotten something important. Is it possible you overlooked a minor detail? Lin Chuan reminded earnestly. Such a fierce female demon, he dared not speak too harshly. Moreover, there were still many outsiders present, as the current holy son of the heavenly demon sect. He could not tarnish his sect's reputation. Please, recall quickly, my hidden strength, which has been concealed for 5 years, has not only been exposed today, but has also led to the demise of the head of the Xinjian sect. The disciples of the Xinjian sect must be furious. It's possible they might come to the Holy Maiden Peak in a few days to demand blood for blood, with the old witch's methods. She would surely leave the Xinjian sect in chaos, resulting in a bloodbath in the cultivation world. Other sects, fearing this, might unite to combat the heavenly demon sect. The heavenly demon sect would be left isolated, unable to withstand the storm, and in the end, to quell the anger, the old witch and the sect would undoubtedly make me the scapegoat. Hiss, I've already concocted the entire script. If I choose to remain in the heavenly demon sect, I would simply be a fool. In just a short span of 3 breaths, Lin Chuan had constructed a complete narrative in his mind. Unfortunately, no one else could hear it. Only Leng Ningshuang could perceive his inner thoughts. Yet, even she was taken aback by Lin Chuan's wild imagination. Goodness, what kind of bizarre thoughts filled this rascal's head? To describe him as overly anxious would be an understatement. His imagination was far too vivid. However, on the flip side, did the sect master's image in this rascal's mind truly have to be so dreadful? He actually presumed that the sect master would abandon him for the sake of the sect? Leng Ningshuang muttered indignantly. Though she said this, Lin Chuan's concerns were not entirely unfounded. The Xinjian sect was merely a mid-tier sect in the cultivation world. The death of 1 or 2 individuals was not a matter of great concern to the world. However, this time was different from 5 years ago. The individual who had perished was none other than the head of the Xinjiang sect. Moreover, the dignified head of the Xinjiang sect had met his end at the hands of the holy son of the heavenly demon sect. Even though Lin Chuan's status as the holy son in the heavenly demon sect was not low, as Leng Ningshuang stated, he was beneath the sect master and above the 100,000 disciples. His position was indeed extraordinary. However, he was not the sect master of the heavenly demon sect, nor was he a fearsome figure like Leng Ningshuang, known for her ruthlessness. Provoking him was not out of the question. Thus, the Xinjiang sect, seeking revenge for Hong Tianhe, would undoubtedly come to settle the score. In that case, could Leng Ningshuang, with her cold disposition, possibly allow this? It was conceivable that if things escalated too far, she might indeed launch another massacre against the Xinjiang sect. It must be noted that the intimidating presence of a heavenly emperor was enough to instill fear in countless sections. The heavenly demon sect, being a demonic sect, could easily provoke a collective self-defense response from other sects if the Xinjiang sect faced a tragic fate. In such a scenario, even if Lin Chuan was the holy son of the heavenly demon sect, when faced with the sect's survival, sacrificing one for the peace of the sect might be a decision even Leng Ningshuang would hesitate to make. This rascal had always wanted to escape the heavenly demon sect. Did he foresee that calamity would befall it? Given his seemingly dim-witted appearance, his thoughts were surprisingly astute. Though the sect master was reluctant to shoulder such burdens, she found it impossible to ignore them. After secretly weighing her options, Leng Ningshuang's gaze towards Lin Chuan softened considerably. The heavenly demon sect was indeed fortunate to have a prodigious talent who could break through to the heavenly saint realm within 5 years. A true gift from the heavens. Moreover, this genius possessed an extraordinary level of meticulous thought. Such a talent could never be allowed to leave the heavenly demon sect. However, this rascal was intent on escaping. How could the sect master allow his wishes to prevail? Your concerns regarding the potential retaliation from the Xinjiang sect are noted. Yet what does it matter if the leader of our sect eradicates the Xinjiang sect? Regardless of the circumstances, I, the leader of this sect, shall never permit you to depart from the heavenly demon sect. Leng Ningshuang let out a quiet, cold laugh, her beautiful eyes growing ever more resolute. At this very moment, atop the Saintess Peak, there remained 23 other sect leaders and masters. The elder of the Xinjiang sect hovered helplessly in the clouds. The demise of Hong Tianhe cannot simply be dismissed as an accident. However, they had never anticipated that he would meet his end at the hands of Lin Chuan. This holy son.it is utterly disgraceful for the esteemed leader of a sect to perish without a trace. Even if the other sects remain silent, the Xinjiang sect will undoubtedly not acquiesce. To quell this matter will not be an easy task. Today's events are a matter of enmity between my heavenly demon sect and the Xinjiang sect. All esteemed leaders and masters present have witnessed that it was Hong Tianhe who initiated the provocation, resulting in his untimely demise at the hands of our sect's holy son. Whether the Xinjiang sect seeks to pursue this vendetta against my heavenly demon sect is of no concern to others. Esteemed leaders and masters, if you wish to align yourselves with the Xinjiang sect, or prefer to maintain neutrality, feel free to declare your positions that I shall provide the necessary explanations. Explanations? When Leng Ningshuang uttered these words, her countenance was as frigid as ice. Her enchanting eyes radiated an aura of chill. Her image of coldness and ferocity had long since etched itself into the hearts of many. Align oneself with the Xinjiang sect? What difference does that make than openly severing ties with Leng Ningshuang? Even though the 23 sect leaders and masters present possessed formidable powers, either heavenly emperors or heavenly saints, they could not compare to the murderous intent exuded by Leng Ningshuang. Who would dare to provoke such a female demon? Ba, the words of the cold sect leader are harsh. The sound of Buddhist chanting resonated as a monk clad in a kasaya, hands clasped in prayer, descended gracefully upon a lotus platform. This lotus platform was his treasure. With white eyebrows and hair, his visage exuded benevolence. He was clearly a monk of great enlightenment. Within the realm of cultivation, the monks of the Brahma Sound Temple are renowned. This individual was none other than Master Faming, the abbot of the Brahma Sound Temple. While Hong Tianhe indeed bore some culpability, the deceased should be respected. His ties with the heavenly demon sect have already dissolved. When will grievances cease to be repaid? The old monk, with audacity, implored Leng Ningshuang to relinquish her hatred and seek reconciliation with the Xinjiang sect. Master Faming spoke earnestly. embodying the role of the benevolent mediator. The Brahma Sound Temple has always prided itself on its amicable disposition toward the world, and this occasion was no exception. Though Leng Ningshuang often labeled the Brahma Sound Temple as hypocrites, in the eyes of the majority, these monks represented the light of the righteous path, at least 1,000 times more honorable than the infamy of the heavenly demon sect. Master, the deceased was none other than the leader of our Xianjian sect. How can this matter be so easily dismissed? The speaker was an elder of the Xianjian sect. He had remained silent at the time of Hong Tianha's death. But now, emboldened by the presence of a prominent figure, he found his voice. With such cowardice, how dare he step forward to raise his voice? 5 years ago, I single-handedly invaded the Xianjian sect. Today, what is it to my heavenly demon sect if our holy son vanquishes your leader? Should the Xianjian sect refuse to comply, let them come forth. However, I must remind you, the enmity between the heavenly demon sect and the Xianjian sect is a matter solely between us. Anyone daring to intervene shall be deemed an enemy by the heavenly demon sect. To our foes, we shall pursue a relentless vendetta. Leng Ningshuang's frigid voice echoed ominously, penetrating the ears of all present like ice shards piercing the heart, leaving them tremulous with fear. Hiss. Master Faming inhaled sharply, his brow instinctively furrowing that he grasped the gravity of the situation. Leng Ningshuang's warning was not merely aimed at the Xianjian sect, but was directed at all present. This time, Leng Ningshuang's breakthrough had drawn countless powerful observers, many of whom had come under the influence of the Xianjian sect, specifically to target her and the heavenly demon sect. Alas, Hong Tianha had proven to be a disappointment, falling at the hands of an inconspicuous youth. This had led to the scattering of the once loyal supporters of the Xianjian sect. Ultimately, only these 23 sect leaders and masters remained out of course. Their presence was not motivated by a desire to confront Leng Ningshuang, but rather by curiosity regarding the rising star, Lin Chuan. Unfortunately, in the battle against Hong Tianha, Lin Chuan acted with such swiftness and flamboyance that before they could comprehend the situation, the conflict had concluded. Originally, these leaders and masters had hoped for Lin Chuan to engage in further combat. But Leng Ningshuang had seized the limelight. Do not misunderstand. Esteemed leader, we previously stated that our purpose here is solely to offer our congratulations. There are no ulterior motives. If the heavenly demon sect does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. Farewell. These leaders and masters, each astute in their own right, were naturally unwilling to provoke trouble, especially in light of Leng Ningshuang's recent ascension to heavenly emperor and the sudden emergence of a deeply enigmatic holy son from the heavenly demon sect. Only a fool would choose to contend with such a formidable sect. Moreover, what was the Xianjian sect but a pitiful faction? A sect whose leader had been utterly overwhelmed. Did they truly believe it worth their while to curry favor with such a broken sect? In an instant, the 23 sect leaders and masters dispersed, leaving only the elder of the Xianjian sect to face the overwhelming might of 100,000 disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Along with a heavenly emperor and a heavenly saint. You all wait. The elder of the Xianjian sect, his face a mask of fear, uttered a feeble threat before hastily fleeing. The once boisterous Saintess Peak fell into an eerie silence, evoking a sense of desolation. However, Leng Ningshuang felt no void, for she had many matters yet to attend to. In light of the recent external threat, with the Holy Son safeguarding the sect, I shall reward him with the opportunity to enter the heavenly demon pool. Our sect disciples should regard the Holy Son as a model, engaging in daily self-reflection and diligent cultivation, lest they become complacent. Leng Ningshuang proclaimed publicly, offering Lin Chuan no chance to refuse. I shall remember this. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect responded in unison, their eager eyes fixed upon Lin Chuan. Even the male disciples looked upon Lin Chuan with envy. After all, it was the heavenly demon pool. It was said that only the leader and those who had rendered significant contributions to the sect were eligible for entry. Those refined through the heavenly demon pool could grasp the profound truths of the heavenly demon transformation and even glean opportunities to ascend to the status of heavenly emperor. To call it the treasure of the heavenly demon sect would not be an exaggeration. Indeed, Lin Chuan's singular achievement in slaying Hong Tianha was a monumental feat. Despite the disciples' admiration, none dared to harbor jealousy. For this honor was rightfully Lin Chuan's. No, I absolutely do not wish to enter the heavenly demon pool. I only desire to leave the heavenly demon sect. How infuriating. Is that old witch truly doing this on purpose? She promised me a choice, yet she has not even mentioned it. I must find an opportunity to escape the heavenly demon sect. I refuse to become a scapegoat. Lin Chuan felt a heavy burden in his heart. Despite Leng Ningshuang's threats driving away numerous powerful figures and scaring off the elder of the Xianjian sect, the roots of vengeance remain, and the Xianjian sect will undoubtedly seek a way to return. If the moment arrives when the righteous sects besiege Saintess Peak, it will be too late for Lin Chuan to consider fleeing. The chorus of complaints inevitably reached Leng Ningshuang's ears. At this juncture, this troublesome brat still harbored thoughts of escape. How outrageous! If the heavenly demon pool cannot retain him, it seems Lin Chuan is resolutely determined to leave. This cannot be allowed. However, let us heed the heart's whispers of Lin Chuan. He is firmly convinced that the Xianjian sect will retaliate. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang will undoubtedly cast Lin Chuan aside as a scapegoat, with such prejudice prevailing, even if Lin Chuan were to be physically retained. His heart would remain elusive. It appears that extraordinary measures must be employed. The Holy Sun has rendered significant service to our heavenly demon sect today. The cleansing of the heavenly demon pool merely serves to consolidate your heavenly saint cultivation. When you clashed with Hong Tianhe, this sect master discerned that your cultivation is unstable. You may not have realized it yet. How about this? Come to my chamber tonight. I shall personally instruct you. As night deepens and silence envelopes the surroundings, the sound of insects fills the air. On the peak of the Holy Maiden, a refreshing breeze wafts, offering great comfort. Yet for one individual, this night brims with peril. At the entrance of the Grand Hall, Lin Chuan stands alone on the steps, his gaze fixed intently on the large door that he hesitates, contemplating whether to venture inside, recalling the urgency that flickered in Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes during the day. Though fleeting, it was unmistakably captured by Lin Chuan. Panic overtook him then. Since Lin Chuan traversed into this realm and became a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, he has never heard of Leng Ningshuang being involved with any man. In the entire cultivation world, all rumors about her revolve around her fierce and cold-blooded nature, killing without a second thought, especially the accounts from other sects, which portray her as a remorseless female fiend. Her malevolence even eclipses her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the cultivation realm at times. Lin Chuan feels a sense of injustice for her. Yet, is it normal for a 25-year-old woman to have never experienced love? Lin Chuan is uncertain. However, one thing he is clear about is that he is genuinely popular among women. Otherwise, the 60,000 female disciples of the heavenly demon sect would not have become his ardent admirers. His overconfidence in his own charm leads him to worry whether Leng Ningshuang harbors inappropriate thoughts toward him. Nevertheless, speaking of which, although the elder hag is somewhat aged, her beauty is indeed beyond reproach. Her figure is commendable too. But her temperament is notoriously foul. If she insists on having me submit to her, what should I do? Wait, I am someone who has resolved to escape the heavenly demon sect. How can I entertain such thoughts? No, survival must take precedence. Should she insist on such matters, I must remain steadfast in my convictions and refuse to acquiesce. Lin Chuan mutters to himself, concocting an array of fictitious scenarios. Yet he remains unwavering in his beliefs. Fortunately, no one is nearby. Otherwise, they would surely consider him a lunatic. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind erupts. Bang! The grand hall's doors swing open with force. Instantly, the wind transforms into a tempest. Sweeping towards Lin Chuan, reacting instinctively, he braces himself. Yet, the gale feels akin to a powerful hand, binding him firmly. The oppressive aura of a celestial emperor. How formidable! Lin Chuan is filled with trepidation, facing the might of a celestial emperor for the first time. He finds himself utterly unable to resist. This only reinforces his resolve to escape the heavenly demon sect, for if the sect encounters peril, it will not be merely one celestial emperor they must contend with, but many. How could Leng Ningshuang alone possibly withstand such odds? As the one who killed Hong Tianhe, he would undoubtedly become the scapegoat. Sigh. Lin Chuan's imagination runs wild once more, yet in the midst of his panic, he is drawn into the grand hall by the swirling wind. Scenes flash by, the hall in trance, the conference room, the inner sanctum. This must be the sect master's private chamber. It is only when a faint fragrance wafts into Lin Chuan's nostrils that he realizes he stands before a bedroom adorned in hues of blue. At an antiquated tea table sits the incomparable Leng Ningshuang, her gaze locked onto him. Sect master, please no. Lin Chuan is flustered. As a dignified young man, he truly detests being passive. If this formidable elder hag truly intends to impose her will upon him, should he resist, or should he submit? Thud. A sudden surge of force sends Lin Chuan sprawling that he lands in a disoriented heap, yet feels no pain. Rather, a certain softness. Is this a bed? Could it be? Lin Chuan's eyes widen in disbelief. Indeed, he has been unceremoniously deposited upon the bed by Leng Ningshuang. Moreover, he finds his body still bound by the Celestial Emperor's oppressive force, unable to move. Alas, my untainted body may be doomed to ruin at the hands of this elder hag. Suddenly, Lin Chuan feels a significant alleviation. The Celestial Emperor's pressure has vanished. Could it be that he misjudged Leng Ningshuang? Excitedly, he sits up, preparing to express his gratitude, but finds her looking at him with an impassive expression. Her red lips part slightly, and in a chilling tone, she commands, "Undress." Those two simple words strike Lin Chuan like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly stunned. My goodness, this elder hag is even more forward than I imagined. Today, I have truly witnessed the might of a celestial emperor. Resistance seems futile, as the saying goes. If one cannot resist, then one must embrace the experience. Whatever comes next can be dealt with later. Lin Chuan adopts a pragmatic approach. With matters having reached this point, he resolves to adhere to the principle of being a passive observer, no longer inclined to resist. Thus, he begins to loosen his garments with surprising adeptness. Causing astonishment, however, before him, Leng Ningshuang is momentarily taken aback. She has heard every thought of Lin Chuan. Even a fool could comprehend what he is contemplating. This scoundrel dares to regard her in such a light. Unforgivable. Stop. Quickly stop. Leng Ningshuang hastily admonishes, realizing she cannot allow this impudent boy to proceed any further. If he continues at this pace, he will truly be left in a state of undress. Oh, does the sect master favor this kind of play? Very well. Since it is our first time, such direct words might just make me shy. A smile graces Lin Chuan's lips as he revels in having found a sliver of agency amidst the dire circumstances. Yet, his next action provokes Leng Ningshuang's fury. He flops onto the bed, spreading out in a shape like a salted fish, and boldly exclaims, "Come on." In this moment, any notion of shyness becomes utterly irrelevant. Before a celestial emperor, he, as a heavenly saint, possesses no means of resistance. Rather than torment himself, he chooses to embrace the reality of the situation. Scoundrel, rogue, Lin Chuan, I shall have your head, following a piercing scream. Leng Ningshuang becomes incensed. This should not be happening. Is it because I was too forward? Alas, this elder hag is indeed difficult to please. Lin Chuan, resigned, sits up once more, and to his surprise, he witnesses Leng Ningshuang covering her face with her hands. Her cheeks flushed crimson, the color extending to her fair neck. Yet, between her index and middle fingers, there remains a gap. She is peeking. The observations of the wise teacher ring true. When a woman says no, it often means yes. My dear, brother has come to find you. Lin Chuan springs into action. If Leng Ningshuang dislikes being proactive, then he shall be even more so. Perhaps this will incite her ire, leading her to expel him from the sect. Thus, he could realize his wish. Though this approach may seem somewhat lewd, it is preferable to losing his life. As this idea emerged, Lin Chuan's courage swelled. Not only did he dare to approach Leng Ningshuang, he even took the initiative to reach out and touch her, just as his fingers were about to graze Leng Ningshuang's rosy cheek. A forceful and overwhelming strength suddenly struck, accompanied by a furious roar. Get lost. Following that, Lin Chuan's anguished cries echoed throughout the back hall. In the master's chamber, Leng Ningshuang sat on a stool, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her delicate hands tightly cupped her cheeks, lost in a daze. How infuriating. He actually referred to her as baby. How annoying. Leng Ningshuang shook her head vigorously. Her chest rose and fell erratically, struggling to calm down. Having never been in such close proximity to a man, she was utterly bewildered by the nature of romance. Could this possibly be the legendary confession? No way could it be that the Holy Sun holds affections for this mistress. Yet, he was undeniably quite lewd. Nevertheless, despite his lewdness, he remained incredibly handsome that it's no wonder that the female disciples were so enamored with him. Leng Ningshuang alternated between frowning and grinning foolishly. Even she, typically so temperamental, appeared utterly deranged at this moment. Oh dear, how utterly mortifying. I am the sect master. How could I possibly entertain romantic notions with the Holy Sun? It is absolutely out of the question. Yet, he is truly so handsome. In her flustered state, she suddenly flung herself onto the bed, rolling about in excitement, completely abandoning her usual poised demeanor as the icy sect master. At this very moment, outside the grand hall, a scruffy man clad in shorts stood alone in the cold. clutching a bundle of clothes. With his other hand, he covered his face, which throbbed with pain. That wicked old hag certainly hit hard that I hope my handsome visage hasn't been marred. Well, at least, if the old hag despises me, perhaps I'll be expelled from the sect tomorrow. Then I would be free. Oh yeah, Lin Chuan muttered to himself, the gloom on his face clearing as excitement took its place, finally escaping this torment. He was, of course, elated in his exuberance. He even forgot to dress properly and soared into the AIRDAT this moment. On the Holy Maiden Peak, 2 female disciples were admiring the moon. Suddenly, a figure streaked across the moonlit sky, leaving a shadow that flowed like a ribbon. From a distance, it appeared as if a celestial being was dancing. Look, the moon's spirit has manifested. One exclaimed that I heard that if you make a wish during this time, it will surely come true. The other replied, brimming with excitement, that is that true? Then let us quickly make our wishes. I hope to gain the Holy Sun's favor, even if it means serving him while he changes. Of course, it would be best if I could help him warm his bed. The following day, the tale of the moon's spirit's manifestation spread like wildfire throughout the Tianma sect. It wasn't just those 2 female disciples who witnessed the moon spirit. Numerous male disciples also caught sight of it, but their accounts differed entirely from the legend. What moon spirit? One protested, I clearly saw a lewd man flying through the sky in his birthday suit. The male disciples raged with indignation, vowing to make the lewd man pay dearly if they discovered his identity. Little did they know, their words reached Lin Chuan's ears, causing him to hesitate for a long time before daring to step outside. Indeed, that exposed, perverted figure was none other than him. That he never imagined that while soaring through the sky, so many of his fellow disciples were admiring the moon. How utterly embarrassing. However, Lin Chuan's reluctance to emerge was not solely due to the moon spirit incident. His handsome face had also been swollen by Leng Ningshuang's slap the previous night and had yet to return to normal, although the imprint of her palm had faded after a night of cold compresses. The swelling remained. If anyone caught sight of him, misunderstandings would surely ensue. Dong dong dong. The sound of bells resonated through the valley, signaling a gathering of disciples. There must be significant matters at hand, and all disciples were required to attend. This is troublesome, Lin Chuan lamented, yet he had no choice but to go. Reluctantly, he covered his face and steeled himself for the journey to the Grand Hall. Oh, Holy Sun, your face, one female disciple gasped upon seeing Lin Chuan's visage, instantly drawing the attention of many others. It's nothing at all. I accidentally got slapped by a bear while training on the back mountain last night. Lin Chuan hastily explained. A bear? They exclaimed. What kind of bear is so fierce as to harm the Holy Sun? Rest assured, I will avenge you. The female disciple seethed with fury, vowing to eradicate the bear from the back mountain in retribution for Lin Chuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan could only grin and silently chant, Umitba. His words, however, would bring misfortune to the bears on the back mountain. May they not be bears in their next lives. Creak. As the grand hall doors creaked open, Leng Ningshuang emerged, adorned in a flowing black dress, still as stunning and unapproachable as ever. However, when her beautiful eyes caught sight of Lin Chuan, she quickly averted her gaze. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment. Unnoticed by the others, Leng Ningshuang cleared her throat, adopting a serious demeanor as she spoke. Yesterday, I, the sect master, announced the reward for the Holy Sun to enter the Tianma pool for refinement. Holy Sun, please accompany me immediately. However, today, I am in a good mood and permit all disciples to accompany us for observation. How much you all comprehend from this experience will be your own fortune. Each shall follow their destiny. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept over the Holy Maiden Peak. The Tianma pool. Since the establishment of the Tianma sect, only 50 individuals have had the fortune to enter the Tianma pool for refinement over the course of a millennium. The last person to gain such eligibility was none other than Leng Ningshuang. After that, she ascended to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. 3 years later, she reached a bottleneck and subsequently entered seclusion. Upon her emergence, she shocked the cultivation world with her Heavenly Emperor prowess. With such a precedent, even those unaware of the Tianma pool's significance recognized its rarity. The Holy Sun. Lin Chuan had single-handedly slain the sect master of the Xinjiang sect, Hong Tianna, thus establishing great merit for the Tianma sect. Naturally, he was qualified to enter the Tianma pool for refinement. Yet, what right did the 100,000 disciples have to observe? It was a clear act of grace from the sect master. Long live the sect master. The sect master is the best. The disciples continuously cheered, their voices resonating in the heavens for a good while, showcasing their excitement. In response, Leng Ningshuang displayed no surprise. She merely cast a casual glance at Wei Wuyang, instructing, have the Grand Elder lead the disciples into the Tianma pool. Ensure they do not act recklessly, or they shall face severe consequences. After delivering her commands, she turned her gaze toward Lin Chuan. However, upon locking eyes with him, her gaze abruptly shifted to a 45-degree angle, her small hands behind her back beginning to fidget with her sleeves. The Holy Sun shall immediately accompany me to the Tianma pool. As her words fell, before Lin Chuan could clasp his hands in gratitude, an overwhelming surge of gentle energy suddenly enveloped him, forcefully dragging him away. Lin Chuan's cries pierced the air, fading into the distance. The 100,000 disciples of the Tianma sect and Wei Wuyang stood in stunned silence, their faces painted with confusion. What in the world? The sovereign has become increasingly violent. I hope the Holy Sun is safe. The disciples fervently pray for Lin Chuan. Even the female disciples who admire him can only shake their heads and sigh, beseeching their sovereign to exercise caution. They implore that he must not mishandle the Holy Sun. At the peak of the Holy Maiden, ethereal mist envelopes the area, rich in spiritual energy. This energy and mist surge forth daily like a tide from a particular source. Yet, whenever one attempts to trace its origin, it appears to be obstructed by an invisible wall, rendering it utterly inaccessible. However, upon contact, one can perceive glimmering reflections akin to delicate gauze. Yet, even a formidable being of the heavenly sage cannot shatter this veil. In the realm of cultivation, such techniques are typically referred to as prohibitions, akin to formations, yet they are established with natural elements as their focal points, allowing them to persist without human intervention. Without special means, it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to approach, let alone enter this very moment. Lin Chuan confronts such a prohibition. Beyond this barrier lies the source of the mist and spiritual energy atop the Holy Maiden Peak. Visible to the naked eye, beside him, Leng Ningshuang is deftly manipulating over 100 intricate incantations, imbuing them into the prohibition. Subsequently, the barrier trembles, and soon, a tier resembling gossamer opens before them, revealing an entrance. Step inside. Leng Ningshuang coolly admonishes, yet she does not cast a glance at Lin Chuan. Something feels amiss. Wasn't she supposed to expel me from the heavenly demon sect? Has she ceased to be angry with me? Perhaps this is a form of twisted revenge. Indeed, it must be. Given the old crone's ruthless nature, she would never let me off easily. Is it still possible to refuse now? Lin Chuan stands at the threshold, trembling uncontrollably. In just a few breaths, a myriad of tragic scenarios floods his mind. Drowning, struck by heavenly lightning, pierced through the heart by the intent of spiritual swords, perishing from a backlash during refinement. Various gruesome deaths flash before him, causing a cold sweat to break out. His foot, poised to step forward, trembles uncontrollably, and he hastily retracts it. You, Leng Ningshuang, hesitating momentarily, turns and glares fiercely at Lin Chuan. Good heavens, here we go again. Has this neurotic imagination of Lin Chuan started working its magic? Is she truly that terrifying? Yet, recalling last night's events, her strikes had indeed been severe, even after a night. His face remained swollen, and no wonder he misinterpreted her actions. However, coaxing her into softening her tone is utterly impossible. The illustrious leader of the heavenly demon sect, a notorious female tyrant in the cultivation world. How could she ever yield to a man? Since you dare not enter, do not blame me for employing extraordinary measures. Leng Ningshuang huffs disdainfully, slowly raising her arm and extending her delicate fingers toward Lin Chuan with a sudden grab. Here we go again. Lin Chuan exclaims in alarm as his body is uncontrollably hurled into the heavenly demon pool. Plop. Water splashes everywhere. Lin Chuan plunges into the pool like a discarded stone. Panic grips him as he feels he might drown at any moment. The female tyrant is indeed devious. Am I truly going to perish? Wait, I'm fine. After thrashing about for a moment, Lin Chuan rises from the heavenly demon pool. Drenched but otherwise unscathed, he breathes a sigh of relief and looks up at Leng Ningshuang, their eyes locking once more. Her icy countenance, impervious as ever, feels like a blow to Lin Chuan's spirit. Hiss! Lin Chuan inhales sharply. Clearly, it is not as simple as he had imagined. This female tyrant must be intent on torturing him slowly. Help? I merely wish to be a carefree drifter. Why must life constantly conspire against me? Wait, the Grand Elder will arrive shortly with 100,000 disciples. That old crone specifically summoned them all. Surely, she does not intend to publicly execute me. Heaven help me. This woman is truly ruthless. No wonder she is labeled a female tyrant. She possesses such a cruel penchant. Oh no, not only will I die, but I will also be publicly slaughtered by Leng Ningshuang in front of 100,000 fellow disciples. Such a humiliating fate. I cannot bear it. Lin Chuan's thoughts race like a barrage of cannon fire in Leng Ningshuang's ears. Leng Ningshuang is nearly amused to the point of laughter. Ha. So this is how you perceive me. You little scoundrel. I am merely indifferent, not a sadist. Furthermore, I have benevolently granted you the opportunity to refine within the heavenly demon pool, yet you dare to slander me? Very well. If you enjoy suffering, then I shall oblige. With a clenched jaw, she directs her sword to gather spiritual energy, her beautiful eyes suddenly radiating a chilling light. Instantly, the temperature in the air plummets. Even the waters of the heavenly demon pool begin to freeze. Crack, crack, crack. The frost spreads rapidly towards Lin Chuan, and in the next moment, he is encased in ice. Boom! Thunderous roars erupt. The once clear sky is now shrouded in dark clouds. 9 bolts of heavenly thunder coalesce, terrifying lightning dragons swirling above Lin Chuan's head. Oh my! I was indeed correct. Lin Chuan laments. Even though he had preordained numerous methods of demise for himself, when faced with imminent danger, he finds it hard to accept that he last. I can witness the Holy Sun's bath. Such a beautiful scene will be etched in my memory forever. Stand aside. Let me in. I must see the Holy Sun emerge. Wait a moment. Something feels off. The Holy Sun is frozen. The Sovereign is summoning the 9 heavens thunder prison. Heaven help me. The Sovereign cannot possibly harbor murderous intent toward the Holy Sun. Can she? The disciples who had just entered the heavenly demon pool happen upon this astonishing sight that 100,000 disciples stand agape, staring at the unbelievable scene. None can fathom the reason behind Lin Chuan's offense against Leng Ningshuang, which has led to her murderous intent. Yet they all know that, given her disposition, no one can persuade her otherwise. Lin Chuan is doomed. Sigh, since resistance is futile, I might as well embrace my fate as a drifter. It aligns with my principles. Lin Chuan shrugs, an expression of resignation on his face. Though he values his life, he is also sufficiently lethargic that if forced to struggle for survival, it would be far more in line with his character to simply wait for death as a drifter. Moreover, he knows full well that he is no match for Leng Ningshuang, and has personally experienced the might of a heavenly emperor. Rather than struggle in vain, it is far simpler to adopt the demeanor of a drifter. Splish! Encased in ice, Lin Chuan lies motionless in the waters of the heavenly demon pool, resembling a frozen coffin, allowing himself to drift. In the face of life and death, he chooses to be a drifter. This is the ultimate essence of the drifter. Ding! Death approaches. The host chooses to drift, comprehending the true meaning of drifting. Reward: Thunder Law. Immunity to thunder, 100% thunder affinity. The system's reward notification echoes in Lin Chuan's ears. Thunder Law. Immunity to thunder. This reward is rather timely. As for the so-called true meaning of drifting, do not heed the system's nonsensical claims. It is merely Lin Chuan's reluctance to resist. Lazy people enjoy lazy blessings. The ancients surely did not deceive me. Heavenly demon transformation. 9 heavens thunder prison. Fall. Boom. The 9 heavens thunder descends in torrents. The oppressive force of the heavens converges upon the heavenly demon pool, which spans scarcely 5 zhang. Beneath the dark clouds, 9 colossal thunder dragons roar as they plunge toward Lin Chuan in the pool. Heaven help me. The Sovereign is serious. Oh no, please don't. The Holy Sun is so handsome. If he perishes, it would be a terrible loss. How can the Sovereign bear to kill the Holy Sun? Grand Elder, please think of a way quickly. The disciples cried out in despair, yet none could quell the wrath of Leng Ningshuang. Wei Wuyang was left utterly astonished. Having just arrived, she was completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding. How could Leng Ningshuang unleash such fury upon Lin Chuan? Yet she understood Leng Ningshuang's temperament well. Once she set her mind on something, no amount of persuasion would sway her. Boom! The thunder rumbled on in the blink of an eye. the nine-headed thunder dragon still descended upon the heavenly demon pool. Humph! In this nine heavens thunder prison, the sect master had only exerted a third of her power. Though the display was formidable, the damage was not fatal. It was merely a lesson for this insolent brat. This was the consequence of daring to insult the sect master. With a cold smile, Leng Ningshuang pressed her finger down like a jade stalk, sending the nine-headed thunder dragon crashing into the heavenly demon pool. Splash, crackle, the sound of rushing water mingled with the sharp crackle of electricity, causing the heavenly demon pool to erupt violently. One could only imagine the dire fate awaiting anyone caught within, despite Lin Chuan's handsome visage. Bearing the face of a youthful killer, he would instantly become a charred corpse under the onslaught of the nine heavens thunder prison. That if he survived, he would certainly be left disfigured. But wait. What was that? Just as the female disciples prepared for despair, they fell silent, rubbing their eyes and craning their necks. At that moment, within the 5-zhang radius of the heavenly demon pool, the thunder still raged. Yet amidst the water and lightning, a figure was inexplicably swimming in the heavenly demon pool. He alternated between butterfly stroke, backstroke, and dog paddle, seemingly at ease. Who in the entire heavenly demon sect could enter the heavenly demon pool? That arrogant, troublesome fellow, aside from Lin Chuan. Could it be anyone else? This insufferable brat. Leng Ningshuang's expression darkened. Her finger that had pointed at the heavenly demon pool slowly retracted, forming a fist if she could. She would dearly love to give Lin Chuan a thrashing. However, returning to the matter at hand, how was it possible that he remained unscathed? That was the nine heavens thunder prison, even with only a third of her power. It was not something an ordinary person could endure. Even if Lin Chuan was a heavenly saint, he should not escape without a scratch. Moreover, he not only remained unscathed but appeared to be enjoying himself. Swimming in the heavenly demon pool. It was utterly outrageous and inconceivable. Although this brat was indeed insufferable, one could not deny that he was full of surprises. The sect master had never seen anyone immune to lightning. How many secrets did the Holy Sun possess that remained unknown to her? Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of brilliance shining through the narrow slit as she fixated on Lin Chuan, as if attempting to see through him with her bare eyes. Alas, she could not decipher his secrets. Yet driven by curiosity, she decided to augment her power a little. She intended to test whether Lin Chuan truly possessed the ability to be immune to lightning, as she suspected. Boom, boom. Above the nine heavens, the thunder grew even louder. The already formidable thunder dragon suddenly thickened tenfold. In an instant, the thunder crashing down upon the heavenly demon pool became as wide as a vat. The moment it struck the pool, it evaporated a third of the water. Master, please cease at once. If this continues, the heavenly demon pool will be ruined. How shall we explain this to our ancestors? Wei Wuyang turned pale with fright. The heavenly demon pool was the treasure of the heavenly demon sect, a vessel for the ascension of generations of heavenly emperors. Every disciple regarded it as a priceless gem, not to be trifled with. Yet here was Leng Ningshuang, oblivious to her feud with Lin Chuan, unleashing the nine heavens thunder prison in the most sacred ground of the heavenly demon sect, instantly evaporating a third of the pool's watered at this rate. If she did not promptly stop Leng Ningshuang, the heavenly demon pool would soon be reduced to nothing. 50% of my power. Lin Chuan, if you can withstand this, I shall regard you with newfound respect. Leng Ningshuang paid no heed to Wei Wuyang's cries. She was lost in the thrill of testing Lin Chuan, completely forgetting the significance of the heavenly demon pool. With 50% of her power infused into the nine heavens thunder prison, the nine thunder dragons descended with a resounding roar, and the heavenly demon pool cracked open. Boom! The instant the nine thunder dragons struck the water, it erupted in a shower of spray, flames soaring into the sky, debris scattering, and dust swirling. In that vast space, apart from the tumultuous nine heavens thunder prison, all the disciples of the heavenly demon sect stood petrified. They gaped in astonishment at the ruins of the heavenly demon pool, their minds blank. Spit, spit, spit. Amidst the dust, a disheveled figure emerged, coughing up mud and sand as he lay among the debris. Lin Chuan had been swimming in the heavenly demon pool, thoroughly enjoying himself, when the nine heavens thunder prison suddenly intensified, resulting in the pool's destruction. The water was gone, yet he maintained his swimming posture, which was quite awkward. Wasn't it said that the heavenly demon pool was the sect's ultimate treasure? And now that treasure had been obliterated, Who could be held accountable? Surely it could not be attributed to me. Lin Chuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with insight. His clever mind began to race with thoughts. The destruction of the heavenly demon pool would undoubtedly incite the ire of the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, especially the elders like Wei Wuyang. These rigid old women placed immense value on the legacy passed down by their ancestors. The heavenly demon pool was a treasured artifact of the sect. Damaging it was a grave offense. If he could deflect the blame, he would surely be expelled from the sect. What a splendid opportunity this was. Lin Chuan's grin nearly reached his ears. The destruction of the heavenly demon pool was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for him. Even Leng Ningshuang would be unable to protect him. However, Lin Chuan could never have imagined that his thoughts had already reached Leng Ningshuang's ears. Not far away, the delicate figure in the black dress trembled involuntarily, causing the nine heavens thunder prison to dissipate in an instant. Did I just make a grave mistake? A flicker of panic crossed Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes. Did she truly know fear? What an astonishing revelation. The destruction of the heavenly demon pool would have dire consequences. The Holy Sun was willing to shoulder the repercussions for the sect master. Could this be love? Leng Ningshuang's fair cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion as she gazed at Lin Chuan, her gaze softening. Fortunately, amidst the rising dust, this rare scene went unnoticed. Otherwise, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire cultivation world. The heavenly demon pool was destroyed. How could this be resolved? If the ancestors were to rise, Wei Wuyang would be deeply ashamed before the heavenly demon sect. Leng Ningshuang had destroyed the sect's ultimate treasure. The sin was monumental. Wei Wuyang would surely have to provide an account to the ancestors, and then commit suicide in the ancestral hall to atone for her sins. The esteemed elder Wei Wuyang, filled with righteous indignation, spoke fervently at that moment. Her complexion was ashen. The demon pool was the sacred treasure of the demon sect, and it had been utterly destroyed by the hands of the sect leader, Leng Ningshuang. Even if it were a mere misunderstanding, it was an unfathomable calamity for the demon sect, one that was utterly unforgivable. As the Grand Elder, Wei Wuyang felt compelled to provide an explanation to the sect. She was prepared to expel Leng Ningshuang from the sect, if necessary. Moreover, she had already steeled herself for the possibility of self-immolation as an act of atonement. Meanwhile, the 100,000 disciples of the demon sect were at a loss. The destruction of the demon pool was a monumental event, far beyond the capacity of ordinary disciples to discuss. Yet, they understood the profound significance of the demon pool to the sect. As Leng Ningshuang faced the consequences, she would undoubtedly incur severe punishment. After all, the leader of a sect was not someone who could be easily challenged. Within the demon sect, the 9 grand elders possessed the authority to impeach the leader. And each of these elders was a senior to Leng Ningshuang. If they united to confront her, the spectacle would be nothing short of extraordinary. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed chaotically. Wei Wuyang and the multitude of disciples advanced towards Leng Ningshuang. Today, regardless of the circumstances, there had to be an explanation for the destruction of the demon pool. There was no escaping this responsibility. Wei Wuyang's mind was in turmoil, and she had no inclination to consider suppressing the matter. Furthermore, the destruction of the demon pool had been witnessed by 100,000 disciples. There was no possibility of covering it up. They could only bear witness to this calamity of the demon sect. Leader, Wei Wuyang furrowed her brow, hastily cupping her fists in greeting. She opened her mouth, intending to articulate a myriad of grievances, but in the end, found herself at a loss for words. In that moment, Wei Wuyang and Leng Ningshuang locked eyes in a silent standoff. A gust of cold wind swept through the gathering, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. The entire space of the demon pool fell into an eerie silence, where even breathing was scarcely audible. Suddenly, a lazy voice shattered the stillness. 100,000 pairs of eyes turned in unison. Lin Chuan had pulled out a palm-sized orb from beneath him. The orb was translucent and exquisite, emanating a misty aura that suggested it was far from ordinary. Holding it in his hand, Lin Chuan felt an immediate and profound connection. Although the system had gifted him with numerous exceptional spiritual treasures over the past 5 years, none could compare to the orb he held. Taking a deep breath, the mist from the orb flowed into his nostrils, imparting a refreshing sensation akin to enlightenment. Such a rich infusion of spiritual energy. What a treasure! Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Despite possessing over 10 exquisite spiritual treasures, in comparison to this orb, They seemed like mere refuse that it was no wonder that the demon pool had nurtured so many heavenly emperors. This orb was likely its true essence. Unfortunately, the leaders of the demon sect had been overly cautious, safeguarding what they believed was a rare sanctuary, unaware that the real treasure lay at the bottom of the pool. Had it not been for Leng Ningshuang's impulsive actions that led to its destruction, this orb might have remained hidden for ages. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are classified into 4 grades. Spiritual treasures. Exceptional spiritual treasures, sacred treasures, and exceptional sacred treasures. If my conjecture is correct, this orb must at least be of sacred treasure caliber. No, it is undoubtedly an exceptional sacred treasure. Lin Chuan mused internally, contemplating whether to seize this opportunity and abscond with the treasure while the disciples remained oblivious. Little did he know, his thoughts had been overheard by Leng Ningshuang. Exceptional sacred treasure? Indeed. Leng Ningshuang recalled her master had previously mentioned that the demon pool was one of the rarest heavenly materials in existence. If graded, it would undoubtedly be classified as at least an exceptional sacred treasure. The fortune of this sect leader was quite favorable. By happenstance, she had unearthed the exceptional sacred treasure hidden within the demon pool. Thus, perhaps her culpability could be mitigated. With a quiet sigh of relief, Leng Ningshuang acknowledged her grave transgression. Had Lin Chuan not discovered the exceptional sacred treasure within the demon pool, Wei Wuyan, with her rigid disposition, would assuredly have summoned the 9 Grand Elders to impeach her as the sect leader. As the Grand Elder approached with formidable intent, could it be that she sought retribution? Leng Ningshuang maintained her composure, her beautiful eyes disinterestedly avoiding Wei Wuyan, and instead focusing on Lin Chuan, who was now attempting to conceal the exceptional sacred treasure in his pocket. How audacious! Before Wei Wuyan could utter a word, Leng Ningshuang swiftly extended her fingers, grasping at the an overwhelming force surged forth, directly targeting the exceptional sacred treasure, forcibly wresting it from Lin Chuan's grasp. Oh no, I've been discovered, Lin Chuan exclaimed, startled, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing by a parent. He quickly lowered his head, feigning ignorance of the incident. This scene, of course, did not escape Wei Wuyan's notice. Yet, she remained oblivious to the connection between the exceptional sacred treasure and the demon pool. At that moment, she was still consumed by her fury over the pool's destruction. The sect leader ought to recognize that the demon pool is the sacred treasure of our demon sect. Each successive leader has treated it with utmost caution, fearful of the slightest error. And yet, Leng Ningshuang, you have destroyed it. This grievous sin. How am I to report it to our ancestors? Wei Wuyan clutched her chest, appearing utterly distraught. On one side stood the Grand Elder, the most revered figure within the sect. On the other, the icy and enigmatic sect leader. The disciples, caught in a predicament, dared not offend either party, leaving them in a state of silence, not a word escaping their lips. Suddenly, a raucous laughter erupted around them. Wei Wuyan looked incredulously at Leng Ningshuang, her eyes alight with unmistakable ire. Yet, before she could voice her reprimand, Leng Ningshuang languidly spoke. The mere demon pool is hardly worthy of being considered our sect's sacred treasure. Grand Elder, do you truly believe our demon sect is a backwater place, so pathetically insignificant? Upon hearing this, Wei Wuyan could not contain her urge to retort, but Leng Ningshuang silenced her with a wave of her hand. This juncture, allow this sect leader to enlighten you. In truth, I have long been aware of the concealed item within the demon pool. It is the very essence of the pool, an exceptional sacred treasure, only a prodigious talent, in conjunction with the methods of this sect leader, could elicit the emergence of such a treasure. Today marks a momentous occasion for our demon sect. Grand Elder and the 100,000 disciples should not hesitate to congratulate this sect leader and the Holy Son. While Leng Ningshuang's elaborate rationalization had a semblance of coherence, it failed to convince everyone present. At the very least, Wei Wuyan remained skeptical. The notion that a treasure existed within the demon pool, and that it had been coaxed forth alongside the Holy Son, was a claim too far-fetched to accept without evidence. In my view, we must convene the 9 Grand Elders for a joint discussion. The demon pool, being a sacred treasure of our sect, cannot be carelessly destroyed. Even the sect leader must bear the consequences. Wei Wuyan wore a stern expression, embodying integrity and righteousness. The esteemed Grand Elder. She had always upheld justice. Although age had rendered her somewhat pedantic, her character remained trustworthy. Even Leng Ningshuang dared not casually refute the Grand Elder, opting instead to adhere to her suggestions. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. She had narrowly escaped a crisis. This time, transforming danger into safety was no small feat, thanks to the saint's son. However, it appeared that the Council of the 9 Grand Elders would still require his assistance. Leng Ningshuang quietly exhaled, relieved yet aware that the peril had not been entirely averted. Wei Wuyong insisted on convening the 9 Elders to thoroughly investigate the consequences of the heavenly devil pool's destruction. Unless, of course, the treasures discovered within proved far more valuable than the pool itself. Grand Elder, please proceed as you see fit. This sect leader and the saint's son have urgent matters to attend to. The arrangement of the disciples present can be left to your discretion. With that, Leng Ningshuang's beautiful gaze shifted towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, 10 paces away, wore a faint smile, despite Leng Ningshuang's attempts to tarnish his reputation. He felt no anger. Rather, he was filled with excitement. It seemed that escape from the heavenly devil sect was just around the corner. However, to Wei Wuyong and the 100,000 disciples, his expression appeared deranged. The destruction of the heavenly devil pool was a grave matter, yet he dared to smile? Was he out of his mind? Leave. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, an irresistible force enveloped Lin Chuan, and moments later, Leng Ningshuang flung her robe, forcibly extracting him from the forbidden area. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the grand hall of the Saintess Peak. Leng Ningshuang, still holding Lin Chuan, gently released the force that restrained him, allowing him to touch the ground. This tender handling left Lin Chuan feeling quite disoriented. Had the old witch changed her temperament? Saint's son, the sect leader inquired, is this treasure found within the heavenly devil pool? Leng Ningshuang's countenance was as frosty as her name, her beautiful eyes emanating a chilling aura. Yes, Lin Chuan answered, somewhat bewildered. He was entirely unaware of the significance of a single pearl to Leng Ningshuang. At that moment, his mind was preoccupied with the impending gathering of the 9 Grand Elders, anticipating his expulsion from the sect. And no one else could possibly bear the brunt of blame with such eagerness. Very well, Leng Ningshuang exhaled softly, her previously tense demeanor relaxing. She then retrieved the pearl, examining it closely in her hand. It felt icy to the touch, with spiritual energy pulsating from it. Merely holding it seemed to invigorate the spirit, suggesting that this mysterious pearl was indeed extraordinary. However, whether it was connected to the heavenly devil pool's comprehension of the heavenly emperor's way remained uncertain. Unfortunately, she had already attained the realm of the heavenly emperor. Thus, even if the pearl possessed such powers, it would be of no use to her. Suddenly, a pair of malevolent eyes fixated on Lin Chuan. What was the old witch plotting? Had the saint's son gained any insights within the heavenly devil pool? Leng Ningshuang paid no mind to Lin Chuan's slightly anxious demeanor. All her thoughts were consumed by the pearl. None. Lin Chuan replied truthfully. Of course, in such a short span of time, with threats looming, he had nearly lost his life. What could he possibly comprehend? Here, without hesitation, Leng Ningshuang tossed the pearl towards him. Lin Chuan swiftly reached out to catch it. His astonishment, the exquisite treasure had returned to his possession. If the sect leader's deduction was correct, this pearl was known as the Heavenly Devil Pearl, one of the 10 supreme treasures, containing the essence of the heavenly emperor's way, exceedingly rare. However, the sect leader had only heard of it and had never seen it in person. Regrettably, since she had already attained the heavenly emperor's realm, she could not verify it herself, hence the need for him to test it. Leng Ningshuang's expression softened. The distance between the heavenly saint and the heavenly emperor seemed but a step apart. Yet the disparity was vast, like the chasm between heaven and earth. Without the proper comprehension, one might spend a lifetime without ever grasping the heavenly emperor's way, even with the heavenly devil sect's possession of the heavenly devil pool. It required a fated individual to comprehend the heavenly emperor's teachings. The gap between individuals could often be so immense. Nevertheless, Leng Ningshuang believed that with Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent, he could certainly grasp the heavenly emperor's way. And it must be done before the 9 Grand Elders arrived to resolve her predicament. Time was of the essence. They should commence immediately. However, she was aware of her own temperament. If too much time elapsed, she would become irate. It would be best for him to achieve comprehension within half an hour, or at least within the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Otherwise, Leng Ningshuang narrowed her eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. Gulp. Lin Chuan swallowed hard. The old witch was terrifying. He never doubted that when she was truly enraged, she would sever ties without hesitation. Although he had never witnessed nor heard of her killing a fellow sect member, he could not guarantee he would be the exception. This only reinforced how correct his decision to leave the Heavenly Devil Sect was. He hoped the 9 Grand Elders would arrive swiftly, allowing him to escape this torment. Damn it, how was he supposed to comprehend the Heavenly Emperor's way from a single pearl, and only given a cup of tea's time? Was such a feat achievable? Perhaps he could just pretend to have gained insight after enduring the time it took to brew a cup of tea. After all, the Heavenly Emperor's way was shrouded in mystery, the old witch might not discern the truth. Lin Chuan pondered inwardly. Thinking was exhausting, he might as well slack off. He was quite adept at that. Regrettably, his innermost thoughts were all clearly heard by Leng Ningshuang, incensing her to the point where her expression resembled an impenetrable iceberg. You little rascal, your cunning schemes are plentiful. If it weren't for this sect leader being able to hear your thoughts, you might have led me to ruin. Do you wish to be lazy? This sect leader shall not grant you your wish, she scoffed coldly. In an instant, her figure shifted, vanishing from sight. The next moment, she reappeared directly behind Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan gasped in surprise before he could react. He felt himself bound once more by an overwhelming force. Wu, as a dignified man of stature, being restrained by a woman was utterly humiliating. The Tao of the universe is 50, and the heavenly cycle is 49. One must escape from one to discover the mysteries of the universe. What cultivators seek is precisely this elusive truth. Yet, among countless cultivators, very few can uncover these mysteries, even if a fated individual finds them. It does not guarantee mastery. Thus, no matter how precious the Heavenly Devil Pearl, only those with extraordinary insight are worthy of utilizing it. Now, Lin Chuan held the Heavenly Devil Pearl, yet after a mere glance, he lacked the motivation to delve deeper. He was squandering a tremendous opportunity. Leng Ningshuang felt speechless and simultaneously infuriated. Such an unambitious disciple. Should she simply strike him down? However, the 9 Grand Elders would arrive shortly. She had no time to waste on trivial banter. Watch closely. If I detect even the slightest hint of laziness, I shall deal with you on the spot. Do not doubt my resolve. Even you, I shall slay without hesitation. There is no room for pity. The frigid tone of Leng Ningshuang fell like an icicle upon Lin Chuan's head. The old hag was furious. How terrifying. Lin Chuan's lips twitched slightly. He was equally perplexed. How did the old witch know he wished to slack off? Could it be that she could hear his innermost thoughts? What nonsense! Such mind-reading abilities only existed in films. Did they not? It must be a fortunate coincidence. Lin Chuan muttered a few complaints, merely expressing his frustration, utterly unconvinced that Leng Ningshuang genuinely possessed the ability to hear his thoughts. However, Leng Ningshuang was taken aback. It seemed Lin Chuan's mind was constructed differently from that of a normal person, often spouting peculiar words she could not comprehend. What was a movie? What was an extraordinary ability? It appeared this impudent lad had some knowledge of mind reading. Clearly, he harbored many secrets unknown to her, which she would need to uncover gradually. Guard your spirit platform, she commanded. Observe the Celestial Demon Pearl closely. You have but the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to gain insight. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The magnitude of her threat loomed over Lin Chuan, leaving him no choice but to carefully examine the Celestial Demon Pearl. That, of course, he did not harbor much hope for himself. After all, those who uncover heavenly secrets are like a needle in a haystack. He was merely an ordinary person with a penchant for laziness. What right did he have to be the recipient of good fortune? Never mind, he thought. I'll just go through the motions. Lin Chuan mused, then began to toy with the Celestial Demon Pearl, attempting to unravel its mysteries. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. 50 breaths passed. Lin Chuan was nearly asleep. Yet there was no change in him as expected. He was just an ordinary person, still devoid of any connection to heavenly secrets. Aside from his lazy tendencies, he possessed nothing. It was better to leave the Celestial Demon Sect and find a quiet place to continue his slacking. Impossible. Leng Ningshuang's urgent voice emerged from behind Lin Chuan. While he had given up, she was unwilling to accept it. Was it so difficult to acknowledge that he was merely an ordinary person with a penchant for laziness? The sect leader need not grieve for her disciple. It is fate. Lin Chuan reassured her, hoping to placate her anger, fearing she might resort to something dreadful out of rage. Grieve for you? No, I am grieving for myself. Disaster. If she could not prove that this pearl was indeed the celestial demon pearl, the sect leader would be in dire straits. Leng Ningshuang's face betrayed her anxiety as she paced back and forth, hands clasped behind her. This distracted demeanor completely shattered Lin Chuan's perception of her. Could this truly be the old hag he knew? The ruthless female demon of the cultivation world also experienced unease? Remarkable. Lin Chuan marveled at this rare sight as if he had stumbled upon a new continent at that moment. Leng Ningshuang shot him a glare, her expression revealing that rather than fuming at Lin Chuan, she needed to devise a cunning plan to outwit the situation. Once the 9 elders arrived, it would be catastrophic. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Leng Ningshuang's entire body stiffened, akin to stone, as she froze in place. Sect leader, Wei Wuyang announced, accompanied by the 8 elders. The deep voice of the elder Wei Wuyang penetrated the door, drifting into the hall. Lin Chuan noted the tension etched on Leng Ningshuang's face. Why would someone as cold and decisive as her fear facing the 9 elders? Was it due to the destruction of the celestial demon pool? Yet, had she not intended to pin the blame on Lin Chuan, making him the scapegoat? Sect leader, Wei Wuyang pressed, a hint of urgency creeping into her tone. Cough, cough. Leng Ningshuang cleared her throat twice, forcing herself to regain her composure and appear somewhat normal. She turned to face the door. Come in. With her invitation, 9 figures entered the hall, led by none other than Elder Wei Wuyang, while the other 8 elders wore stern expressions, immediately adopting an accusatory demeanor, intensifying the already awkward atmosphere. Upon entering, their gazes fixated intently on Leng Ningshuang, evidently there to confront her. However, as they settled, they noticed Lin Chuan's presence. Saint Child? Why is that pearl in your possession? Wei Wuyang exclaimed in astonishment, her old eyes fixed on the celestial demon pearl in Lin Chuan's hand. Leng Ningshuang had mentioned that this pearl was a supreme treasure, the essence of the celestial demon pool. Such a treasure could not be casually entrusted to another. Even the Saint Child had no right to touch it. Although this question was posed to Lin Chuan, it was, in truth, directed at Leng Ningshuang. The destruction of the celestial demon pool was orchestrated by her, yet she had yet to concoct a plausible excuse. Now, in front of the 9 elders, she had committed a grave error, making it even more difficult to defend herself. Oh dear, why make such a fuss over a mere celestial demon pearl? It was simply one of the 10 supreme treasures. Our celestial demon sect is vast and resource-rich. Do we truly lack for a single supreme treasure? The elder's reaction seemed excessively petty. Lin Chuan chuckled, completely unfazed. To him, a supreme treasure was hardly noteworthy. After 5 years of laziness, his system rewards had all been supreme spiritual treasures at the very least. He was simply extravagantly wealthy, hence his nonchalance. However, such remarks were perceived as outright provocation by Wei Wuyang and even Leng Ningshuang. Saint Child, what are you babbling about? That pearl is a treasure of the Celestial Demon Sect. Quickly return it. Wei Wuyang extended her hand, demanding its return. Such a treasure could only be deemed secure in her possession, and it would also allow the 8 elders to scrutinize it closely, facilitating their decision on how to punish Leng Ningshuang. With everyone present, the Saint Child decided to drop the pretense and lay his cards on the table. It was he who had detonated the celestial demon pool. There was no need to return the pearl to the elder. Moreover, he intended to smash it. If the 9 elders sought to punish someone, let it be Lin Chuan. Ideally, they would expel him from the sect. After all, this matter had nothing to do with the sect leader. Bring it on. This was a golden opportunity to sever ties with the Celestial Demon Sect. Lin Chuan could not let it slip away. What was it to bear the blame? He would gladly bear it. What was it to be expelled? That suited Lin Chuan perfectly. He had already contemplated this while in the Celestial Demon Pool. He could not allow Leng Ningshuang to claim the glory of blowing up the pool. He had to take the responsibility upon himself. This way, he would have a chance to escape the sect. Saint Child, what on earth are you saying? Do you realize that such a significant crime cannot be shouldered by you alone? Expulsion from the sect is a minor consequence. Having your cultivation abolished and being cast into the abyss is a light punishment. If you wish to shield the sect leader, you must also recognize your limits. Wei Wuyang's expression turned grave as she earnestly advised him. Even a fool could discern that Lin Chuan was willingly taking the blame. Yet this child seemed to possess some sort of mental deficiency, believing that the repercussions were as simple as mere expulsion from the sect, abolishing his cultivation and casting him into the abyss. How terrifying! Isn't it just the destruction of a bathhouse? It shouldn't be such a big deal. Moreover, we still have the heavenly demon pearl. As the sect leader has stated, it is far more significant than the heavenly demon pool. Lin Chuan idly toyed with the heavenly demon pearl, even spinning it on his fingertip like a basketball. This spectacle utterly shocked the 9 elders. Leng Ningshuang's expression also shifted rapidly, fearing that Lin Chuan might accidentally break the heavenly demon pearl. Of course, being a supreme treasure, the heavenly demon pearl should not be so fragile. Yet, who has ever dropped it to know its resilience? However, as Leng Ningshuang gazed at Lin Chuan at that moment, she couldn't help but find him exceptionally handsome. The saint had voluntarily taken the blame for her. Could this not be considered love? The saint need not say more. Each person should bear their own consequences. The destruction of the heavenly demon pool was the sect leader's decision. If the 9 elders sought punishment, they should punish the sect leader instead. With a determined heart, Leng Ningshuang decided to take the blame herself. This! Lin Chuan was dumbfounded in this day and age. Who would willingly take the blame? He was so close to escaping the heavenly demon sect, yet the old witch thwarted his plans. No, he must shoulder the blame himself. No one could take that from him. Lin Chuan resolved that even the heavenly king could not prevent his departure from the heavenly demon sect. Swish! Lin Chuan raised the heavenly demon pearl high. 10 pairs of astonished eyes turned to him, and he struck a defiant pose, as if to say he would shatter it without a care. Sect Master, Lin Chuan, what are you doing? Put down the heavenly demon pearl. Wei Wuyang and Leng Ningshuang shouted in unison. The heavenly demon pool had already been destroyed. If the heavenly demon pearl met the same fate, the consequences would be far graver. It would likely not end with Wei Wuyang's self-immolation in atonement. The 9 elders and the sect leader might even have to pay with their lives. The saint had declared that the responsibility lay with him. Why would you not heed my words? I do not care. This matter is my fault. Elders and sect leader, you must expel me from the sect, or I shall perish alongside the heavenly demon pearl. Lin Chuan exclaimed angrily. He merely wished to leave the heavenly demon sect. Why was it so difficult? It seemed that unless he acted decisively, he would never escape. Boom! A deep sound suddenly resonated. The heavenly demon pearl crashed heavily to the ground. Crack! Cracks rapidly spread across its surface, soon covering the entire orb. Then it exploded into pieces, releasing a vast cloud of white mist that quickly filled half the grand hall. The 9 elders and Leng Ningshuang were left dumbfounded. No one had expected Lin Chuan to truly dare to smash it, and the heavenly demon pearl proved to be so fragile. Impossible. This was one of the 10 supreme treasures, the heavenly demon pearl. Was it really so easily destroyed, or had I misjudged? Leng Ningshuang was in disarray. Regardless of whether the heavenly demon pearl was genuine or not, it was not a favorable outcome for her. However, one thing was certain. Lin Chuan's transgression outweighed hers by far. It was likely far beyond mere expulsion from the sect. Given the nature of the 9 elders, they would likely not be satisfied unless Lin Chuan was torn to pieces. Lin Chuan! Wei Wuyang's roar pierced through the mist, causing Lin Chuan's ears to ring with pain. Yet, a satisfied smile lingered on his face. Wei Wuyang's fury was a testament to the gravity of his offense. Now he could finally achieve his desires. Boom! Suddenly, the entire grand hall trembled and a terrifying aura surged forth like a storm, scattering debris from the ceiling. Under this overwhelming might, it felt as though the entire Saintess Peak had experienced an earthquake. This is bad. The 9 elders were furious. Leng Ningshuang's complexion changed drastically. She activated her inner strength, intending to protect Lin Chuan. Yet, the 9 elders moved with an alacrity that clearly exceeded hers before Leng Ningshuang could react. Lin Chuan was already surrounded by the 9 elders, their faces filled with fury. The 9 heavenly saints struck simultaneously. Even the heavenly emperor would find it difficult to contend with them. What chance did Lin Chuan stand? Have I gone too far? Lin Chuan grimaced awkwardly in response. Leng Ningshuang shot him an exasperated glance. He had not merely gone too far. He had committed an egregious offense. The heavenly demon pearl was the sect's treasure, one of the 10 supreme artifacts, and a priceless asset in the entire cultivation world. How dare he shatter it? Even as the saint, he could not escape unscathed. The 9 elders were seething with rage. Under severe circumstances, they might execute Lin Chuan on the spot. At the very least, they would strip him of his cultivation and imprison him for life. In any case, his life as he knew it was over. Seize the saint. After questioning him, we shall determine the next course of action. Wei Wuyong's mind remained clear amidst her rage. However, once Lin Chuan was apprehended, he would lose his freedom. The authority of the 9 elders surpassed even that of the sect leader. Unless Leng Ningshuang was willing to betray the sect, she would not dare oppose the 9 elders. Lin Chuan did this for me. Can I truly stand by idly? Leng Ningshuang furrowed her brow, feeling at a loss. The usually decisive her was now at a standstill. The 9 elders approached Lin Chuan with heavy steps, while Lin Chuan, who should have been the most nervous, stood rooted in place. As steady as a mountain, it seemed the saint was aware of his grave sins and did not wish to resist. This was for the best, as it would prevent further conflict. Wei Wuyong sighed. Her eyes filled with reluctant sympathy as she gazed at Lin Chuan. Although he possessed extraordinary talent, rare in a millennium, it could not excuse his transgression against the sect. Alas, Wei Wuyong shook her head and slowly reached out for Lin Chuan. Just as she was about to make contact, a heavy force unexpectedly rebounded, sending Wei Wuyong flying. Impudence! The saint dared to attack an elder. He shall not be spared. The 8 elders immediately sprang into action. However, as the 8 heavenly saints simultaneously struck at Lin Chuan, they were met with an invisible force upon contact that sent them sprawling. The 8 elders scattered like flowers in the wind. Not far away, Leng Ningshuang, who had initially been worried about Lin Chuan, was now astonished. Was this the path of the heavenly emperor? No, to be precise, it was the foundation of one who bore the title of heavenly emperor. Within the grand hall, mists swirled, but amidst the fog, a mysterious opportunity intertwined with Lin Chuan. This was the doing of the heavenly demon pearl, which had chosen Lin Chuan as its destined one. His fortune was remarkable. Among 11 individuals, he had been selected by the heavenly demon pearl. The foundation of the heavenly emperor's title merged with Lin Chuan, manifesting as an invisible chance. The result was that even the 9 elders, upon attacking, were flung away by this intangible power. These were 9 heavenly saints, yet they could not even approach Lin Chuan. The mere foundation of the heavenly emperor's title was so formidable. One could only imagine the extent of Lin Chuan's power should he ever achieve the title of heavenly emperor. Cease this at once. The voice of Leng Ningshuang, cold and indifferent, drifted softly through the air, momentarily quieting the previously defiant 9 elders. Yet, their anger remained unquenched. Lin Chuan had dared to destroy the heavenly demon pearl and to attack the 9 elders, a transgression unprecedented within the heavenly demon sect. Such an act was bound to incur severe punishment. However, they were unaware of the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Lin Chuan at that moment. Nevertheless, it did not escape their notice that he was indeed anomalous. What is happening with the Holy Sun? Wei Wuyong, enduring excruciating pain, turned to Leng Ningshuang and inquired. The foundation of the titled Heavenly Emperor lay within the profound mysteries contained in the Heavenly Demon Pearl, which had seemingly merged with the Holy Sun. Yet, even the sect master could not fathom how such a peerless treasure could be so easily destroyed. Nevertheless, the existence of the titled Heavenly Emperor's foundation was indisputable. If all went as anticipated, the Holy Sun would undoubtedly ascend to become a titled Heavenly Emperor. Leng Ningshuang asserted with unwavering conviction that it was not an exaggeration. The truth stood as such. This also served to validate her calculations. Concealed beneath the heavenly demon pool lay the heavenly demon pearl, an enigma that had eluded the detection of all past sect masters, only to be inadvertently unearthed by Leng Ningshuang. It was lamentable that Lin Chuan, in a fit of madness, had shattered such a magnificent treasure. The thought of the heavenly demon sect losing such a prized artifact filled her with sorrow. She could only strive to protect Lin Chuan. Otherwise, given the gravity of his transgressions, the lightest punishment would be eternal imprisonment in the abyss. Titled Heavenly Emperor? Is the sect master speaking in earnest? Exclaimed Wei Wuyong in disbelief. The other 8 elders mirrored her incredulity. They had harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the heavenly demon pearl. Otherwise, they would not have jointly sought accountability from Leng Ningshuang. However, they never imagined that Lin Chuan would go so far as to destroy the heavenly demon pearl and, in the process, be chosen by fortuitous fate to merge with the foundation of the titled Heavenly Emperor. Such astonishing fortune had befallen a sinner, leaving the 9 elders in a quandary. Should they punish Lin Chuan? They found themselves at an impasse. The Holy Sun's talent was evident for all to see. Within 5 years, he had consecutively broken through realms, becoming a heavenly saint. Such a rate of ascension was even unmatched by the sect master. Now, with the fortuitous opportunity of acquiring the foundation of a titled heavenly emperor, could the 9 elders truly bear to impose harsh penalties on such a remarkable talent? Leng Ningshuang snorted coldly, her demeanor aggressive. Her implication was clear. The blame rested squarely on the shoulders of the 9 elders. Had they not acted, the heavenly demon pearl would not have been damaged, and now, Lin Chuan stood as the greatest beneficiary, destined to become a titled heavenly emperor and an unparalleled powerhouse in this world. Should such a prodigy, whose talents defied the heavens, not be courted, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the heavenly demon sect in the future. The dilemma of whether to eliminate or to embrace him now lay in the hands of the 9 elders. Wei Wuyang's face turned a shade of deep embarrassment. After hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, she immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, the 9 elders had already offended Lin Chuan, even attempting to end his life. That if Lin Chuan were to ascend to the status of a titled heavenly emperor, retribution against them would be inevitable. For safety's sake, they should eliminate Lin Chuan now to prevent future repercussions. Yet, on the other hand, with the destruction of the heavenly demon pool and the loss of the heavenly demon pearl, the likelihood of the heavenly demon sect producing another emperor in the future was severely diminished. Moreover, Lin Chuan's innate talents were extraordinarily formidable. Now, with the merging of the titled heavenly emperor as foundation, his prospects were terrifying if Lin Chuan were to pledge his unwavering loyalty to the heavenly demon sect. A titled heavenly emperor would soon emerge, propelling the sect to unprecedented heights. In such a scenario, the 9 loyal elders of the heavenly demon sect could secure their names in history, to kill or to retain. Such choices were indeed perplexing. Previously, the Holy Sun had shattered the heavenly demon pearl to uphold the sect master's honor, demonstrating his loyalty. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that even if the Holy Sun were to become a titled heavenly emperor, his heart would remain with the heavenly demon sect. If such a gifted individual were to assist the sect master, how could the heavenly demon sect not flourish? I propose we retain the Holy Sun. Moreover, we should treat him with utmost respect. After much contemplation, Wei Wuyang finally reached a decision as the Grand Elder. She held the most sway among the 9 elders. Upon her resolution, the other 8 elders swiftly aligned their opinions. The Grand Elder speaks wisely. The heavenly demon pool and the heavenly demon pearl are merely 2 possessions of our sect. In essence, their ultimate purpose is to aid disciples in ascending their realms. If we can cultivate a titled heavenly emperor, it would be a worthy use of resources. The 8 elders chimed in, attempting to support Wei Wuyang's stance, effectively seeking a way out of their previous predicament. After all, only moments ago, they had been intent on punishing Leng Ningshuang and imprisoning Lin Chuan. It would not be easy to gloss over their prior intentions without some flattering words. Hee. A rare smile graced Leng Ningshuang's lips, albeit laced with a hint of disdain. The 9 elders' ability to shift with the wind was truly enlightening. However, this was not her first encounter with their adeptness in such matters. At the very least, the crisis surrounding the destruction of the heavenly demon pool had been resolved. Leng Ningshuang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This had perhaps been the most arduous day of her life. A heavy sigh echoed through the once tranquil hall. Following that, Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings in a state of confusion. What just transpired? Lin Chuan wondered aloud, feeling as though he had lost his memory. Even failing to recall the significant confrontation with the 9 elders, upon awakening, he sensed something amiss within his body, though he could not articulate what it was. The heavenly demon pearl has been destroyed. You may punish me now. With a steady gaze fixed upon the 9 elders, Lin Chuan displayed a wary expression. He feigned submission verbally, yet his body betrayed his sincerity. Should the 9 elders choose to act harshly, he would certainly not remain passive. Among the 10 individuals present, only Leng Ningshuang, a formidable heavenly emperor, possessed the capacity to restrain him. Beneath her level, Lin Chuan had never feared anyone. Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. The Holy Sun is the pillar of our heavenly demon sect. He possesses great fortune. The selection of the Holy Sun by the heavenly demon pearl ought to be seen as a blessing for our sect. I shall announce to the sect that our 2 great fortunes are in harmony with the Holy Sun. Anyone daring to speak otherwise shall face severe consequences. In the lecture hall of the heavenly demon sect, thousands of cushions were filled with disciples. mostly female. They were filled with excitement, their beautiful eyes shimmering as though stars were twinkling within them. All gazes converged upon a single high platform, and the reason was simple. Seated cross-legged upon the solitary cushion atop the platform was Lin Chuan. Since the destruction of the demon pool, the 9 esteemed elders of the sect have jointly issued an edict forbidding disciples from discussing the matter. Ever since then, Lin Chuan has behaved as if nothing has happened, leisurely going about his days as usual. This Leng Ningshuang has shown no concern. It is well known that their sect leader has never favored indolent disciples, and Lin Chuan is the epitome of laziness. He has never been seen partaking in morning exercises or evening studies, nor has he been spotted during routine cultivation or tasks. Each day, he remains within his residence until well past noon. And even when he does venture out, it is only to seek a secluded and comfortable spot to sleep. Many male disciples have affectionately dubbed him the god of sleep. Yet, despite this, Leng Ningshuang not only refrains from reprimanding him, but also sends numerous cultivation resources to his abode. How enviable this has made many male disciples feel. Today, at the behest of Grand Elder Wei Wuyang, Lin Chuan is to conduct a lecture for the disciples. This marks the first time in 5 years that he has taken on such a role. The disciples harbor no grievances, as he has attained the status of Celestial Sage and is, in fact, the youngest Celestial Sage in the history of the Demon Sect. Ahem. Today, this holy son shall be lecturing. I kindly request that everyone maintain silence, Lin Chuan remarked, furrowing his brow in apparent reluctance. The thought of lecturing was most bothersome, especially with a throng of infatuated female disciples in attendance. How tiresome. Initially, he had refused Wei Wuyang's request, believing that he should not be compelled to comply merely because she was a grand elder. However, upon their first meeting, she leveraged the destruction of the demon pearl to coerce him, asserting that it was a treasured artifact of the demon sect. Although Lin Chuan ought to have faced severe punishment, the elders decided to show leniency, considering his earnestness in protecting the sect leader. Wait a moment, when did I ever protect the sect leader? Breaking the demon pearl was simply an act to compel you to expel me from the sect. These old hags truly have vivid imaginations. Lin Chuan muttered to himself, contemplating voicing his thoughts directly. However, Wei Wuyang's next words made him abandon that idea. It is a long-standing tradition of the demon sect that the Holy Son bears the responsibility of serving the sect. If the Holy Son refuses, the 9 elders will have no choice but to convene and cast him into the abyss, subjecting him to eternal suffering. Wei Wuyang threatened ferociously, being cast into the abyss and enduring eternal torment. How terrifying! Without a second thought, Lin Chuan yielded immediately. What a joke! Ever since he traversed into this world, his fundamental principle has been to preserve his life. The ever-cautious Lin Chuan would never willingly embrace a lifetime in the abyss. As for pride, what is that worth? Is there a market for it? Consequently, Lin Chuan found himself in the lecture hall before the eager gazes of tens of thousands of disciples that he maintained an air of calmness. The Holy Son is truly handsome. Having broken through to Celestial Sage in just 5 years, he must possess profound insights into the great Tao. We are indeed fortunate. Who could argue otherwise, with such striking looks and formidable cultivation? He is undoubtedly a dragon among MENTOB of the same sect as the Holy Son is a blessing that we have accrued over several lifetimes. The female disciples could hardly contain their excitement. Were it not for the presence of the 9 elders and Leng Ningshuang, it is likely that thousands would have surged onto the platform. Ahem, everyone, quiet down, Wei Wuyang commanded sternly, her expression darkening. The frenzy of her disciples was truly embarrassing. If this continued, the demon sect, a cultivation faction, would soon be reduced to a mere shadow of the harmony sect under Lin Chuan's influence. The recent breakthrough of the Holy Son to Celestial Sage was a result of his own enlightenment of the heavenly Tao. Thus, it is only fitting that the Holy Son share his insights with the many disciples. Please, Holy Son, do begin. Wei Wuyang cast a sharp glance at Lin Chuan, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Lin Chuan forced a smile, feeling a wave of helplessness. The heavenly Tao, you say? This Holy Son is uncertain whether I have truly comprehended it. I merely took a nap and experienced a breakthrough. If we were to discuss diligent cultivation, that would be even further from the mark. If one were to stretch the definition of understanding the heavenly Tao, would sleeping, idling, and enjoying nature count? Lin Chuan replied innocently. His heartfelt words were met with a sudden silence in the hall. Everyone wore dark expressions, glaring at him in fury. Even those female disciples who admired him sat in a daze on their cushions. At this moment, Wei Wuyong gritted her teeth, fists clenched. She felt an overwhelming urge to punch Lin Chuan. This brat is infuriating. Can he not refrain from showing off? She even regretted allowing Lin Chuan to lecture. Initially, she had hoped he would share his insights on the heavenly Tao and his foundation for the title of emperor. Who would have thought it would devolve into a showcase of his arrogance? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she glanced at Leng Ningshuang beside her. Since the lecture began, Leng Ningshuang had sat cross-legged with her eyes tightly shut, seemingly in meditation. Only when Lin Chuan began speaking those irksome words did she slowly open her beautiful eyes. The slight displeasure on her brow indicated her discontent with Lin Chuan. It seems that in order to discipline this troublesome brat, her consent is necessary. Leader, such disrespect during the lecture warrants punishment. Wei Wuyong spoke in a grave tone. Indeed, punishment is warranted. Leng Ningshuang replied decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Her promptness took Wei Wuyong by surprise. However, it must be acknowledged that the Holy Son's words hold some truth. The Grand Elder had to concede that the Holy Son's conduct has always been thus. Yet, despite his lack of effort, his cultivation continues to soar. With such a prodigious talent, the Grand Elder should be celebrating on behalf of the Demon Sect. Leng Ningshuang maintained a calm demeanor. The sudden reversal caught Wei Wuyong off guard. Yet, Leng Ningshuang was correct. Lin Chuan is indeed a rare genius in the history of the Demon Sect. Perhaps there are others of his age who have become celestial sages, but those powerful figures have all consumed vast amounts of resources and devoted themselves to relentless cultivation. As for Lin Chuan, to describe him as idle would be an understatement. Sleeping, slacking, tending to flowers and grass, and wandering through the mountains. Yet even such a mundane existence cannot suppress his overwhelming talent. Just imagine, if he were to exert even a modicum of effort, would he not soar to great heights and astonish the world? The sect leader is right. The Holy Son is indeed an unparalleled genius. However, can our demon sect truly contain such a talent? Once the Holy Son attains the title of emperor, can the sect leader ensure that he remains within the demon sect? It is evident that this matter is far from simple. I hope the sect leader will make a timely decision. Wei Wuyong's assertions were indeed valid. Given Lin Chuan's aptitude, it is inevitable that he will surpass Leng Ningshuang one day and become an emperor. Traversing the realms, such a defiant individual would hardly be tethered by the sect. However, Lin Chuan's foundation for the title of emperor was a consequence of the loss of the demon sect's treasured artifact, the Demon Pearl. Having incurred such a loss yet allowing Lin Chuan to depart freely is understandably disconcerting for Wei Wuyong. However, this matter requires Leng Ningshuang's approval, and given Lin Chuan's influence among the sect's disciples, mishandling it could lead to considerable trouble. Thus, it requires careful consideration. The Grand Elder is correct. The Holy Son's heart should belong to the demon sect. Nonetheless, the Grand Elder seems to be overly concerned. This sect leader believes that the Holy Son's loyalty is evident, and he harbors no thoughts of betraying the sect. Cold Ningshuang maintained her usual demeanor, betraying not a trace of emotional fluctuation. Yet, internally, she was in a state of turmoil. Lin Chuan loyal? This scoundrel was constantly contemplating defection from the sect, yearning for a life of leisure. Could this be deemed loyalty? His mind was consumed with thoughts of the sect's inevitable demise, and he sought to escape while he could, to say the least. He was, in essence, cursing the sect. If Wei Wuyong were to discover this, it would certainly lead to charges that could imprison him. In her past demeanor, even a holy son would meet a tragically grim fate for harboring any treacherous thoughts. However, the current her exhibited a significant shift in attitude, not to mention Lin Chuan's exceptional aptitude. He had also integrated the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor sealed within the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Such an opportunity was the dream of countless cultivators, a rarity even among the million who possessed great fortune. To kill Lin Chuan would be an immense loss. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true focus was that Lin Chuan was willing to take the blame to protect her. This stirred feelings within the usually frigid and unflinching female demon leader, transcending mere camaraderie among sect members. She was oblivious to the concept of love, yet she had heard of the nuances between men and women. Perhaps this was what love entailed. In any case, Ningshuang's mindset had undergone a transformation, prompting her to make judgments entirely different from her past. She was attempting to shield Lin Chuan, to exonerate him. The sect leader had such unwavering faith in the Holy Sun. Indeed, the matters of the Heavenly Demon Pool and the Heavenly Demon Pearl had already allowed this elder to witness the Holy Sun's loyalty to the sect leader. Yet, what surprised me was the profound bond between the sect leader and the Holy Sun. Forged in just a few encounters, I had initially thought the sect leader was merely ruthless and decisive in her actions. Unaware of her adeptness in the art of manipulation. How gratifying this is. Wei Wuyong felt a surge of relief. She had evidently misinterpreted Lin Chuan's intentions. But was this not precisely what Ningshuang hoped Wei Wuyong would believe? Indeed, it was so. The Grand Elder could rest assured. Ningshuang feigned calmness, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. She then turned her gaze towards Lin Chuan, her brows slightly furrowing, her thoughts suddenly weighing heavily upon her. Although Lin Chuan seemed to harbor unique feelings for her, she was, after all, the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and essentially half of Lin Chuan's mentor. If she were to truly shatter that barrier, would she not become a laughingstock in the world of cultivation? Alas, what to do? A few anxious glances mingled among the tens of thousands of female disciples, nearly undetectable. Lin Chuan, of course, remained oblivious to the thoughts harbored by Wei Wuyong and Ningshuang regarding him. However, his casual yet grandiloquent lecture had sparked considerable animosity among many male disciples. What of the Holy Sun? How can he be so ostentatious without fearing retribution? Shoo, keep your voice down. Although the Holy Sun may be laid back, he is, after all, a heavenly sage. Be cautious not to let him hear you. Not only a heavenly sage, but after the baptism of the Heavenly Demon Pool, the Holy Sun had already attained Heavenly Emperor aptitude, likely destined to become the next sect leader. Alas, how unfortunate for the Heavenly Demon Sect's thousands of female disciples, who might soon fall victim to the Holy Sun's charms. The male disciples were indignant. Why must the disparity among men be so great? Unlike the male disciples' prejudice against Lin Chuan, the female disciples eagerly anticipated that he would impart more cultivation knowledge, feeling the fervent gazes directed at him. Lin Chuan thought that if he did not share more, it would seem exceedingly ungracious. However, he truly had no insights to offer on cultivation. Ahem, the way of nature, the heavens, and I coexist. All things unite with me. The path of cultivation is a means to the great way. Follow your heart's desires, abandon wisdom, meld with nature, and all things become one. The great way encompasses 50, while celestial transformations account for 49. To evade one is to grasp the heavenly secrets. Yet, the heavenly secrets are uncertain, and the relentless pursuit may yield no results. That it is better to be at ease, as perhaps fortune will come knocking. Similar to an item that is occasionally lost, the more one desperately seeks it, the less likely it is to be found. When you cease searching, it will unexpectedly reappear. In light of this, why not become a salted fish and enjoy life? Far removed from the entanglements of the world, the intrigues and bloodshed, how delightful that would be. Lin Chuan spoke eloquently as a transmigrator. He understood profound truths better than anyone. Yet, he was also well versed in fallacies. Few could articulate the notion of being a salted fish with such finesse and philosophical depth in the entire realm of cultivation. When he fell silent, the entire lecture hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Even Ningshuang and Wei Wuyong were left dumbfounded. What is this great way of nature? What does it mean to follow one's heart, abandon wisdom? What is this notion of being a salted fish and enjoying life? Not a single person comprehended, yet they all felt that Lin Chuan's words bore profound reason. There was simply no way to refute it. Wait, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. This scoundrel has articulated laziness so refreshingly that he truly believes this sect leader cannot discern it. Ningshuang's beautiful eyes widened abruptly, her lips twitching slightly. She had nearly been deceived by this rascal. Fortunately, she had read her fair share of online novels back in the day and had learned many obscure phrases. Perhaps, just perhaps, she could bamboozle these cultivators. Later, I will let them comprehend it on their own. And then I can lazily indulge without any qualms. Oh, joy! Lin Chuan's excitement was fully exposed within his heart, yet he maintained an air of solemnity and profundity on the surface. Had it not been for Ningshuang's ability to hear his innermost thoughts, she might have genuinely been deceived by his seemingly harmless facade. Humph, such exceptional talent, yet constantly seeking to be indolent. Is this not a waste of potential? No, I must ensure rigorous discipline for the Holy Son in the future. Otherwise, I shall impart the most profound techniques of the heavenly demon sect to him. Perhaps this will motivate the Holy Son to be more diligent in his cultivation. Ningshuang glared coldly at Lin Chuan, secretly resolving to take action. Within the heavenly demon sect, there existed countless profound techniques, mainly centered around demonic arts. Practitioners of the demonic sect, of course, focused on cultivating demonic techniques. However, the more advanced the demonic arts, the greater the difficulty in cultivation. A slight misstep could lead to madness, and in severe cases, a reversal of one's inner energy could result in explosive death. Thus, those lacking sufficient mastery were strictly forbidden from approaching advanced techniques. Moreover, the most obscure and intricate techniques were personally safeguarded by the sect leader, rarely shown to others. This was not only to conceal the sect's treasured arts, but also to prevent disciples from secretly practicing and veering off course. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan's cultivation and comprehension had already reached the requisite standards that it was only logical to arrange for him to cultivate advanced demonic arts. If he could be retained through the cultivation of profound demonic techniques and inspire his enthusiasm, it would not be in vain for Ningshuang's efforts. The sect leader's words ring true. The Holy Son is exceptional in every regard, yet his innate laziness is a concern. If he could be spurred into greater effort, his achievements would undoubtedly surpass expectations. Wei Wuyang could hardly contain her agreement. Even she felt that Lin Chuan, possessing such extraordinary aptitude, remained apathetic. It was indeed a waste of talent. Yet, she and Ningshuang remained unaware that Lin Chuan's prominence among the 100,000 disciples stemmed precisely from his laziness. Hard work was simply not in his nature. He would never be industrious, unless the system were to suddenly disappear. Otherwise, relying on the system to lead such a simple life as being a salted fish. Only a fool would choose to exert effort. Since the Grand Elder also concurred, the forthcoming lessons would be entrusted to the Grand Elder. The sect leader would take the Holy Son away first. The frost-laden figure of Leng Ningshuang slowly rose. She then extended her delicate, onion-like fingers towards Lin Chuan and gently grasped. A torrent of formidable inner force surged forth, instantly binding Lin Chuan firmly in place. "Here we go again," Lin Chuan exclaimed in horror as his body uncontrollably hurtled toward Leng Ningshuang. Moments later, the other disciples heard a chilling scream. Two figures swiftly darted above their heads. By the time they regained their senses, both Leng Ningshuang and Lin Chuan had vanished from the lecture hall. Ahem. The subsequent lesson was taken over by the esteemed elder. Disciples, pay close attention. At the Holy Maiden Peak, within the Grand Hall of the sect. Thud, Lin Chuan crashed heavily to the ground, landing squarely on his backside. Wincing in pain at his level of cultivation, even a fall from 100 zhang would not harm a single hair. Yet, Leng Ningshuang's cultivation surpassed his, and she had him ensnared with her overwhelming inner power. That he wished to summon his own energy, but alas, he found himself utterly incapable. Curse that old hag. With such ferocity, she is destined to remain unmarried for life. Alas, I once thought I might perish amidst the righteous sect's crusade, but I now realize my ultimate demise might be at the hands of this old witch. Lin Chuan grumbled that it was hardly surprising he harbored such thoughts. From his perspective, Leng Ningshuang indeed appeared ruthless. Whether it was compelling him to challenge Hong Tianhe, subjecting him to the 9 heavens thunder prison in the Devil's Pool, or senselessly casting him from a great height, her actions seemed deliberately targeted at him, with a cruel intent. Lin Chuan simply could not fathom what grievance he had caused Leng Ningshuang, or perhaps, as he suspected, she was merely experiencing the tribulations of menopause. Women in such phases are often more capricious and irritable. Moreover, he had heard rumors of her disdain for men, while Lin Chuan had earned a notorious reputation as a girl killer within the sect. With over 60,000 female disciples constantly vying for his favor, some even clamoring to bear his children, such matters had likely reached the ears of Leng Ningshuang, a woman afflicted by misandry. How could she possibly be lenient towards Lin Chuan? If this were the case, it would be prudent for him to hasten his departure from the Devil's Sect. How terrifying! Lin Chuan could not help but shudder, as if his demise loomed ever closer. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that all his thoughts had been relayed to Leng Ningshuang's ears. He also failed to notice her expression growing increasingly frigid and her demeanor more displeased. Misandry. Someone dared to spread such preposterous rumors. How vile! Woe betide the one who defames the sect leader. Otherwise, they shall face a fate worse than death. Leng Ningshuang was nearly incensed to the point of explosion. She had single-handedly assaulted the Xianyuan sword sect at the tender age of 20, merely in response to their disciples' insolence. The graves of those she had slain years ago were now overgrown with grass 3 zhang high. It seemed her prolonged seclusion had caused the world to forget her fearsome reputation. Of course, the slanderers deserved severe punishment. But at this critical juncture, the paramount concern was to prevent Lin Chuan from escaping the sect. How could the Holy Son still entertain thoughts of defection? Was it truly, as he claimed, that the sect leader had been too harsh with him? Leng Ningshuang furrowed her brow, a flicker of unease glimmering in her exquisite eyes. Ever since she had perceived Lin Chuan's feelings towards her, their relationship had transformed from that of mere fellow disciples into something far more complex. She had initially intended to treat him with greater kindness. But her inherently cold nature left her entirely ignorant of the concept of care, resulting in her actions appearing as cruelty from Lin Chuan's and others' perspectives. Was her image truly so deplorable in the eyes of the world? Very well, perhaps her previous methods had been overly aggressive. This time, she would adopt a gentler approach. She would bestow upon Lin Chuan the opportunity to cultivate profound techniques, an opportunity coveted by many practitioners of the demonic arts. Surely, no one would refuse such a gift, and that certainly included Lin Chuan. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Leng Ningshuang's lips as she spoke. Holy Son, you have been part of our devil's sect for nearly a decade now, and have held the title of Holy Son for 5 years, correct? 10 years ago, Lin Chuan was merely an inconspicuous 8-year-old child in our sect. 5 years prior, when you traversed here, your talents began to reveal themselves. It was at that time that both I and Wei Wuyang recognized your potential and conferred upon you the title of Holy Son. Since then, you have risen to prominence, transforming from an unremarkable disciple to a formidable heavenly saint in just 5 years. Such meteoric progress has astonished even me. Yet, Lin Chuan had no inkling that Leng Ningshuang had been observing him all along throughout those years. He pondered whether it was truly good or ill fortune to be under the gaze of such a fearsome female demon. Yes, Lin Chuan swallowed nervously, responding with utmost caution. Now that the Holy Son had achieved the status of a heavenly saint, according to sect regulations, any heavenly saint may cultivate the sect's profound techniques. Given the Holy Son's remarkable talents, I have decided to make an exception. I shall impart to you 10 volumes of divine demonic arts, and 3 days hence, I shall personally assess your understanding of the techniques. Divine demonic arts, and 10 volumes at once. Was this not tantamount to seeking Lin Chuan's life? Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Lin Chuan's expression instantly morphed into one of despair. As a lazy individual who preferred to recline. How could he possibly wish to study such obscure and complex divine techniques? He was the sort who would doze off during lectures. If he were to earnestly engage in learning, would it not obliterate his carefully crafted persona? Thus, he felt an overwhelming urge to refuse. However, upon catching sight of Leng Ningshuang's icy visage, he faltered. What a jest! The woman before him was none other than the sect leader of the devil's sect. A ruthless demoness who had single-handedly stormed the Xianyuan sword sect, slaying hundreds. To dare reject her goodwill would surely be akin to courting death. Nevertheless, one must possess self-awareness. Lin Chuan was acutely aware that he was no prodigy. He was merely a cheat. In 10 days' time, he would be hard-pressed to even peruse 10 volumes of divine demonic arts, let alone master them. In light of this, what was the point of studying at all? He might as well remain in the grand hall and indulge in slumber. With the system's nature, it would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Moreover, given how much Leng Ningshuang valued his talent, enough to invest in 10 volumes of divine demonic arts to nurture him, should the outcome turn out contrary to her expectations, it would undoubtedly incite her wrath. In such a case, he might even receive expulsion from the sect reward. Indeed, with her fiery temperament, the old hag would surely impose consequences upon him. Thus, 10 days hence, he would humbly request to be absolved of his role as the Holy Son of the devil's sect. Let this transgression be deemed worthy of expulsion from the sect. Lin Chuan's lips involuntarily curled upward as he reveled in his cleverness. It must be said, his plan was quite flawless. Moreover, given Leng Ningshuang's temperament, she would indeed punish him in a fit of rage. However, this was contingent upon her remaining unaware of Lin Chuan's true thoughts. Seeking absolution? You rascal are hoping to use the guise of laziness to escape the sect, are you? The sect leader found herself puzzled. The divine demonic arts were treasures coveted by countless individuals. Why on earth was this lad not moved by such a proposition? The cold condensation frost caused an unbearable headache. Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts were in stark contrast to her intentions. She had originally planned to seize this opportunity to win Lin Chuan over, compelling him to wholeheartedly remain within the heavenly demon sect. Yet, to her astonishment, this young man remained unmoved in the face of the divine-level demonic arts laid before him, fixated solely on escaping the sect. Could it be that he foresaw impending calamity for the heavenly demon sect and, in a bid for self-preservation, sought every possible means to flee? It must be so, surely, if the Holy Sun were not privy to certain truths. He would not exhibit such unwavering resolve. It seemed he harbored numerous secrets that eluded the knowledge of this sect master. Humph! With that in mind, this sect master resolved to pry open his lips and uncover the truth. Cold condensation frost cast a frigid glance at Lin Chuan, her mind already made up. Nonetheless, she would honor her promise to him. Moreover, she had discerned his thoughts, rendering haste unnecessary. After all, it was merely 10 volumes of divine-level cultivation techniques. Even if she bestowed them upon Lin Chuan, he would undoubtedly refuse to study them. At most, they would merely waste 10 days. Once the deadline arrived, Lin Chuan's illusions would inevitably shatter out of course as the sect master. Cold condensation frost had personally issued the task. How could her disciples fail to strive earnestly to fulfill it? Lin Chuan not only clung to the divine arts without studying them, but also intended to shirk responsibility. Such behavior warranted a degree of punishment, however mild, that would surely cause a stir within the sect. She intended to make the entire sect aware of it. By then, even if Lin Chuan harbored intentions of defection, he would undoubtedly refrain from fleeing independently. Otherwise, should the heavenly demon sect issue a bounty in the cultivation world, Lin Chuan would find himself without a place to stand, and his dreams of living a carefree life would be dashed. To contend against this sect master, the lad was still too inexperienced. Cold condensation frost chuckled inwardly. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a volume of cultivation technique before Lin Chuan. These 10 volumes of divine-level demonic arts were merely copies. Yet they meticulously recorded the essence of the techniques. Cold condensation frost had never anticipated that before she could finish speaking, Lin Chuan would already harbor thoughts of surrender. In light of this, why waste breath? She would simply align with Lin Chuan's desires. After all, this young man could not escape her grasp. 10 days. Once the deadline had passed, this sect master would personally conduct an inspection. Since the 9 elders had shown the Holy Sun special consideration, she would invite them to witness the Holy Sun's prowess alongside her disciples. The Holy Sun must not disappoint his fellow sect members. Cold condensation frost smiled mischievously and departed, leaving Lin Chuan alone, staring vacantly at the demonic arts. What a wicked old hag. She's clearly setting me up for public humiliation. How will my female disciples, who hold me in such high regard, view me now? Sighing, he dismissed the matter, for he was soon to leave the heavenly demon sect, and there was no need to concern himself with others' opinions. Lin Chuan chuckled nonchalantly, shrugging it off. He was simply that kind of person, carefree and comfortable, albeit overly cautious about his life. There was nothing inherently wrong with this. But in a world of cultivation rife with deceit and where life and death were preordained, it felt out of place. Furthermore, his remarkable talent drew more attention than he might wished. If he did not strive, others would force him to do so. This contradicted his laid-back lifestyle. The woes. Lin Chuan's mind was as clear as a mirror. Yet, alas, one is often constrained by the world around them. Had he not been outmatched, would he have to live under someone else's roof, awaiting the moment the heavenly demon sect met its demise? Must he actively cultivate? The mere thought of it filled him with resolve. Why toil when he could recline and reap rewards effortlessly? Divine-level demonic arts seemed alluring, yet they could not compare to the system. Moreover, cultivating these arts was exceedingly troublesome. It was said that cold condensation frost, a prodigy of unmatched talent, required a full decade to master a single volume of the heavenly demon arts before ascending to the status of heavenly emperor. In contrast, Lin Chuan, having done nothing for 5 years, had already reached the rank of heavenly sage. The comparison was starkly illuminating. Forget it. It had been years since he last read. He would likely fall asleep after a short while. Rather than tormenting himself, he would do well to lie down and enjoy a deep slumber. The floor of the grand hall was cool and refreshing, perfect for sleeping. Lin Chuan chuckled to himself. Lying down on the spot, before he could even close his eyes, the system's notification chimed in his ear. Ding! While cultivating the divine-level demonic arts, the host has chosen to be idled divine-level demonic arts granted directly by the system. Bypassing the trials of cultivation, such a delightful occurrence could only befit Lin Chuan. Since he could easily acquire divine-level demonic arts without effort, why would he need to exhaust himself with active cultivation? Huh. Lin Chuan disdainfully glanced at the 10 volumes of divine-level demonic arts beneath him. Casually stacking them, he used them as a pillow and settled down to a tea this moment. He lay in the grand hall, crossing his legs and whistling, utterly carefree and content. This image of a roguish youth could only be seen by cold condensation Frost, who nearly choked on her indignation. Brat, you truly intend to be lazy for 10 days? Do you realize how coveted these 10 volumes of divine-level demonic arts are, treasures that countless individuals yearn for? How could he treat them as mere pillows? Such a heartless attitude was genuinely exasperating. Cold condensation Frost gritted her teeth. She had never felt so helpless regarding anyone else. That it was precisely because she valued Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent that she had resolved to use the divine-level demonic arts to secure his loyalty. Yet, to her shock, the coveted arts were in Lin Chuan's eyes merely a means for slumber. Even cold condensation Frost found herself at a loss. Very well. Today passed, leaving 9 days remaining. Although he was momentarily lost in his own world, it did not mean he could suppress his desires indefinitely. After 10 days, I shall personally verify. With a countenance as frigid as frost, she uttered a cold huff, her figure gradually fading from the shadows of the grand hall. At the same time, Lin Chuan, lying within the grand hall, was not as leisurely as he appeared. Although he seemed to be idling, the system granted Hunyuan heavenly demon arts gradually activated within his body. While Lin Chuan did not consciously wield the demonic arts, the divine-level techniques were far from ordinary. The Hunyuan heavenly demon arts formed a unique entity, perfectly blending with Lin Chuan's physique, Hunyuan Qi. The essence of the limitless transcended the distinctions of meridians and acupoints, disregarding the dualities of yin and yang, the 4 symbols, and the 8 trigrams. Instead, it represented the most primal, untainted state of existence in the universe. Compared to the heavenly demon arts cultivated by cold condensation Frost, the Hunyuan heavenly demon arts were far superior, even surpassing the 10 volumes of divine-level demonic arts she had bestowed upon him. Even if Lin Chuan refrained from active cultivation, the Hunyuan heavenly demon arts would continue to progress autonomously, day and night. It sought the path of the heavens, its fruition imminent. Undoubtedly, this technique was tailor-made for Lin Chuan. Designed for his relaxed lifestyle, consider this: whether Lin Chuan was sleeping, dining, or enjoying scenic excursions, all counted as cultivation. Consequently, his progress would not stagnate. Who would dare claim he was being idle? Excellent technique. However, it was not yet prudent to reveal it. Otherwise, given my astonishing talent, it would likely become even more challenging to leave the heavenly demon sect. Thus, I shall keep it hidden and await the conclusion of the 10 days. Lin Chuan let out a faint sigh. Speaking to himself with an expression of helplessness, Saint Maiden Peak, above the heavens, a graceful figure soared down on a flying sword eye in the mountains. Disciples of the Tianma sect gazed at that enchanting silhouette, their faces alight with joy. Even the 9 grand elders had come upon hearing the news that Wu Nanming has returned. Surely, there must be some clarity regarding the great marsh illusion. Everyone, swiftly follow this elder to the main hall to meet the sect master. Wei Wuyang's face displayed excitement as she reluctantly tore her gaze away from that figure in the sky. The Wu Nanming she spoke of was the senior sister of the Tianma sect, a peer of Lin Chuan. Although her status within the sect was not as elevated as that of Lin Chuan, the Holy Sun, her strength was remarkable, and her cultivation was substantial. Moreover, her amiable nature made her exceedingly well-liked among her peers. Upon hearing of Wu Nanming's return, many disciples rushed to Saint Maiden Peak to welcome her. From a distance, one could hear the enthusiastic calls of numerous disciples, their fervor rivaling that of Lin Chuan's fervent admirers. Clatter! The flying sword fell. Wu Nanming landed gracefully, soon enveloped by a throng of male and female disciples. The female disciples admired Wu Nanming's approachability, while the male disciples were captivated by her stunning beauty. If one were to rank the beauty of women within the Tianma sect, the first place would undoubtedly belong to the sect master, Leng Ningshuang. The second, without question, would be Wu Nanming. Alas, Leng Ningshuang was known as the female demon lord. Her cold and ruthless image firmly entrenched in people's minds, no disciple dared to harbor romantic feelings for her, let alone the entire realm of cultivation. In contrast, Wu Nanming was different, with her exquisite appearance and friendly demeanor. She was the object of admiration for many male disciples. Thus, it was entirely natural for a large group of male disciples to gather around her upon her return. Why, dear junior brothers and sisters, it has been a long time since we last met. Upon my return, I have matters of utmost importance to report to the sect master. Once I have attended to the urgent matters, I shall reminisce with all of you. Wu Nanming slightly bowed, clasping her hands, and prepared to depart. Having just returned, she was unaware of the happenings within the main hall. However, the sect disciples were well aware. You cannot enter. The doors of the main hall have not been opened for 9 days. Ever since the sect master took the Holy Sun away, no one has seen them again. That a kind-hearted female disciple gently reminded her. They too were eager to learn what the sect master and Lin Chuan had been doing in the main hall for so long. The sect master was somewhat understandable. After all, Leng Ningshuang had never been one for socializing. A year without seeing her would not be surprising. But Lin Chuan was different. He had never been seen in seclusion, nor had anyone witnessed him diligently practicing. He was known for his carefree, leisurely nature. The thought that he had shut himself away was utterly inconceivable. However, if Leng Ningshuang had indeed compelled Lin Chuan to enter seclusion, that would change matters. The only unfortunate ones were the female disciples who missed Lin Chuan. They had not laid eyes on that handsome face for 9 long days, which had left them quite distressed. Is that truly the case? It is rare for the Holy Sun to enter seclusion. This is indeed a good thing. Wu Nanming smiled with satisfaction. The senior sister. She had kept a watchful eye over Lin Chuan. Long before Lin Chuan ascended to the rank of Holy Sun, Wu Nanming frequently urged him to practice. Yet, each time, Lin Chuan would agree verbally, but continue to slack off. The most exasperating part was that, despite observing no signs of his hard work, in just 5 short years, his cultivation had surged ahead. By the time Wu Nanming descended the mountain, Lin Chuan had already become a Tianzun-level expert, far surpassing her. How infuriating! After a year of training, it seemed that her own cultivation had made some progress. Could it be that the senior sister had also reached the Tianzun level? A keen-eyed female disciple inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, many disciples cast envious glances. For them, reaching the Tianzun level was already a rarity among the pinnacle of experts in the realm of cultivation. Aside from super sects like the Tianma sect, even the leaders of some mid-tier sects were merely Tianzun level. This meant that if Wu Nanming wished, she could completely sever ties with the Tianma sect and establish her own faction. Indeed, throughout this year of training, I fortuitously encountered an opportunity, which allowed me to break through my bottleneck and attain the Tianzun level. However, just a few days ago, I heard that someone in our sect has recently advanced to the Tiansheng level, causing quite a stir among the sections. I wonder who this person could be. Wu Nanming's brows furrowed slightly, showing no signs of reveling in her achievement of becoming a Tianzun. Regarding the senior sister's words, that person is the Holy Sun. What? Wu Nanming's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Chuan has broken through yet again. How could this be possible? It is true. Not long ago, the sect master was about to emerge from seclusion. The Holy Sun publicly advanced to the Tiansheng level, and all 100,000 disciples of our sect were present at the scene. That we all witnessed it clearly. There is no mistaking it. Moreover, the Holy Sun personally slew the leader of the Xinjian sect, Hong Tianhe, and the entire realm of cultivation is aware of it. Surely, the senior sister must have heard of this. The female disciple blinked her bright eyes, seemingly reminding Wu Nanming. She must not embarrass herself in front of so many disciples. I am indeed aware of this matter. That Wu Nanming suddenly realized, nodding in agreement. Thankfully, the female disciple had reminded her in time. Otherwise, she would have been humiliated in front of the disciples. The news of Lin Chuan's slaying of Hong Tianhe had already spread throughout the realm of cultivation. The rumors were rampant if she were completely ignorant. How would that reflect on her status as senior sister? In truth, as she rushed back to the sect, she had hardly any time to inquire about the details. She had only gathered from a few snippets that there had been a conflict between the Xinjian sect and the Tianma sect, resulting in Hong Tianhe's demise. Yet, she did not know who was responsible for his death. However, she never expected that the one who killed Hong Tianhe and achieved the Tiansheng level was none other than Lin Chuan. Oh heavens, how exceedingly biased you are! Nanming, The voice of Grand Elder Wei Wuyang cut through the crowd, reaching Wu Nanming's ears. Numerous disciples turned in unison, bowing in respect alongside Wu Nanming. Grand Elder, Wu Nanming's brows relaxed. As if all her previous worries had been swept away at this moment, Wei Wuyang arrived, accompanied by the 8 Grand Elders. They had come to welcome Wu Nanming and also sought an audience with Leng Ningshuang in person. 9 days prior, Leng Ningshuang had confined Lin Chuan within the main hall, and there had been no news since. Wei Wuyang was concerned that, given Leng Ningshuang's temperament, trouble could easily arise. Furthermore, Lin Chuan had always been rather carefree. If Leng Ningshuang were to personally impart techniques to him, while he remained unwilling to put in the effort, it was possible that this irritable sect master might inadvertently end Lin Chuan's life. After all, Lin Chuan was a once-in-a-millennium genius. To lose him like this would indeed be a great pity. Nanming, you have arrived just in time. The sect master and the Holy Sun have been in seclusion together for 9 days. It is said that the sect master intends to personally teach the Holy Sun a divine-level magic technique, that we cannot help but wonder how the Holy Sun has progressed today. Shall we go and pay them a visit together? Wei Wuyang chuckled amiably. Previously, she had no pretext to enter the Grand Hall. However, with the return of Wu Nanming, this reason fell into her lap like a pie from the heavens, perfectly aligning with her intentions. Wu Nanming, oblivious to Wei Wuyang's thoughts, readily agreed. Yet, beneath her calm exterior, her heart was anything but tranquil. The sect leader intended to impart divine magic to Lin Chuan. Our sect's divine magic can only be cultivated by those of the heavenly saint realm. It seems Lin Chuan's achievement of that realm is a foregone conclusion. How infuriating! Why am I always a step behind him? Wu Nanming felt a strong sense of injustice. Clearly, Lin Chuan had entered the sect later than she had, and his inherently lazy disposition meant she had rarely witnessed him actively cultivate. Yet, in a mere 5 years, he had made astonishing progress, far surpassing her after becoming the Holy Sun, even as Wu Nanming sought the path of the heavenly sovereign. Descending the mountain to train, upon her return, she discovered Lin Chuan had already attained the heavenly saint realm. This sensation was akin to a diligent student studying day and night only to come in second place. Lin Chuan, who appeared to be playing around, never seemed to study, yet he aced every exam that if Wu Nanming was the model student, then Lin Chuan was the genius, the kind who could become number 1 without effort. Isn't that infuriating? Humph, it was more than just vexing. The elders and the sect leader were all captivated by Lin Chuan, that I will surpass him one day, Wu Nanming muttered to herself, clenching her fists. It was one thing for her junior to surpass her in cultivation, but her discontent stemmed from the fact that Lin Chuan was lazy, while she was the epitome of hard work. A diligent individual being surpassed by a slacker was simply unacceptable. Elder, she addressed, our sect's divine magic is exceedingly prone to deviation. Even under the direct tutelage of the sect leader, one must possess exceptional talent to qualify for its cultivation. Since the Holy Sun has only recently broken through to the heavenly saint realm, why the urgency to teach him divine magic? Wu Nanming inquired with an even demeanor, what she truly anticipated. Even she could not discern. Perhaps, she secretly hoped for Lin Chuan's failure in cultivation, even to the point of falling into madness. Yet, the moment this thought surfaced, she was taken aback. As a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, how could she harbor such malevolent intentions? Fortunately, Wei Wuyang remained oblivious to her inner turmoil and continued to explain, the Holy Sun's innate talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. On the day the sect leader emerged from seclusion, hundreds of sect leaders visited to showcase their prowess, including many heavenly emperors and heavenly saints. Yet, they were all left astounded by the Holy Sun's victory over Hong Tianhe. With such talent, cultivating divine magic should be a trivial matter. Moreover, Wei Wuyang hesitated, contemplating whether to share her plan to win Lin Chuan over with Wu Nanming. Few were privy to this matter. Only the 9 elders and Leng Ningshuang were aware. Even though Wu Nanming was the senior sister of the Heavenly Demon Sect, she might not share the same intentions as them. Thus, it was perhaps best to remain silent. Is that so? This young man dares to slay Hong Tianhe in front of hundreds of sect leaders. Wu Nanming clenched her fists tighter. Previously, she merely viewed Lin Chuan's laziness as a reckless indulgence of his high talent. However, upon hearing the details of Lin Chuan's confrontation with Hong Tianhe, she was profoundly shaken. Could she, if placed in such a scenario, ever compare to Lin Chuan? Thanks to the 9 elders' reception, I have returned with significant news for the sect leader. There is news concerning the Great Marsh illusion. Wu Nanming hastily shifted the topic, fearing that further discussion of Lin Chuan might arouse suspicion. They asked the senior sister. To harbor resentment against the Holy Sun would not be a trivial matter if discovered. Indeed, Nanming, you have accomplished a great feat this time. Come, let us hasten to meet the sect leader, Wei Wuyang exclaimed joyfully, taking Nanming's delicate hand and leading her toward the grand hall. The 9 elders and Wu Nanming approached the sect leader. Their calls echoed in the hall, yet there was no immediate response. Behind them, thousands of disciples eagerly awaited, curious to see how the Holy Sun fared after 9 days of silent cultivation in divine magic. Creak! The grand doors slowly swung open, revealing a handsome visage. However, before Wei Wuyang and Wu Nanming could utter a word, the youth nonchalantly stretched, still half asleep, and declared, "Did we not agree on 10 days? I distinctly recall sleeping for only 9. The hall was in disarray, with several tattered books piled haphazardly, as if someone had used them as a makeshift pillow. Coupled with Lin Chuan's just-awakened demeanor, it was evident that he had indeed been slacking off. Witnessing this, Wu Nanming's jealousy surged once more. The sect leader personally imparts divine magic to Lin Chuan, yet he dares to be lazy and sleep. How can this be tolerated? Lin Chuan, you may be lazy on normal days, but the sect leader's bestowal of divine magic signifies her regard for you. How can you be so reckless and indulgent? Wu Nanming was incensed. That detestable Lin Chuan. What kind of luck does he possess to receive such favor from so many? Not only does the sect leader favor Lin Chuan, but it seems the heavens have also bestowed their finest gifts upon him, yet he fails to appreciate them. In truth, this is of little consequence. After all, the path one chooses in life is ultimately their own. Yet, Wu Nanming regarded Lin Chuan as a rival. Consequently, her diligent efforts in cultivation only served to make her appear more foolish. Ah, senior sister, you have become even more beautiful in these few months, Lin Chuan jested, intending to brush it off. However, it seemed Wu Nanming had long harbored a grudge against him and did not engage. Ahem, Wei Wuyang sensed the atmosphere was awkward and quickly intervened with a cough. Then, turning to Lin Chuan, she said seriously, although some of Nanming's words may have been a bit harsh, they are ultimately for your benefit. In these 9 days of cultivation with the sect leader, have you made any progress? She initially posed this as a casual inquiry, expecting Lin Chuan to provide a simple explanation to move past it. After all, 9 days was too short a time for cultivating divine magic. Even memorizing the heart method would be an achievement. Are you referring to those 10 volumes of divine magic? Lin Chuan replied casually. Sorry, too much text, too lazy to read. He spread his hands, wearing an expression of indifference. He had been anticipating this moment. What cultivation method? He had no intention of engaging in that, when the entire sect learned that the 10 volumes of divine magic were laid before him. Yet he failed to cherish them. Leng Ningshuang and the 9 elders would surely be disappointed in him, potentially leading to punishment. Perhaps they would even expel him as a warning. Then his wish would come true. What 10 volumes of divine magic? The sect leader would never permit that. Wu Nanming was taken aback. Although she had yet to achieve the heavenly saint realm, she had heard that divine magic was exceedingly difficult to cultivate. A slight misstep could lead to deviation. Why would Leng Ningshuang believe that Lin Chuan could handle it? Not only was Wu Nanming skeptical, but the faces of the 9 elders also reflected a hint of astonishment. However, they had yet to inquire further. If the senior sister doubted, she could simply see for herself. The 10 martial arts manuals scattered on the ground were all bestowed upon me by the sect leader. Although these techniques are notoriously difficult to master, they serve perfectly as pillows. The icy floor of the grand hall is quite comfortable for sleeping. Lin Chuan yawned and stretched lazily, thoroughly enjoying himself. Which only infuriated Wu Nanming and the 9 elders that a child who cannot be taught. Indeed, Wei Wuyang shook her head in dismay, and the other 8 elders sighed heavily, their disappointment in Lin Chuan palpable. Yes, that was precisely the sentiment. It seemed that the situation still required more intensity. Lin Chuan secretly rejoiced that at this rate, being expelled from the sect was merely a matter of time. However, his unique status within the Tianma sect made such an expulsion no simple task, as it required the sect leader's personal decision. With the senior sister returning to the mountain, it was likely that there was news regarding the Great Zhe illusion. I shall seek the sect leader immediately. Lin Chuan was brimming with excitement. Everything was in place, save for the presence of the esteemed guest, Leng Ningshuang, that he certainly needed to invite this heavyweight figure forth as soon as possible. Humph, Wu Nanming, in a fit of anger, could hardly be bothered to respond. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan was exuberantly dashing towards the rear hall. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the back hall stood a tall figure, her piercingly cold eyes fixed intently upon the approaching silhouette. This rascal truly intends to drive this sect leader to madness. 10 volumes of divine magic, and within 9 days, not a single one has been perused. I have never endeavored to please anyone in my life. Yet you do not appreciate it. I could just as easily end you. Leng Ningshuang silently seethed, her teeth clenched. Good intentions from Lin Chuan had been treated as churlishly as donkey liver and lung. This brat still harbored thoughts of escaping the sect. Were it not for his extraordinary talent and the assistance he had offered, his relentless desire to betray the sect would have warranted a death sentence. Of course, had Leng Ningshuang not been able to hear Lin Chuan's true thoughts, she would have remained oblivious to his genuine intentions. That it could only be said that this lad was exceedingly adept at concealing his feelings. The human heart is a labyrinth. The sect leader? Lin Chuan encountered Leng Ningshuang midway and immediately greeted her with a beaming smile and a respectful bow. His face was etched with excitement, giving the impression that he had achieved mastery in divine magic and was merely waiting to flaunt it. Only Leng Ningshuang understood that Lin Chuan was genuinely elated at the prospect of being expelled from the sect that very day. You infuriate me. Leng Ningshuang trembled uncontrollably, her sharp gaze shifting away from Lin Chuan. She feared that she might lose control and truly strike him down. Sect leader, the senior sister has returned, and she mentioned. Lin Chuan rambled on, but not a single word registered with Leng Ningshuang. How is your training in magic progressing? Her icy tone interrupted his prattle as she strode towards the grand hall. At the same time, the 9 elders and Wu Nanming approached, but halted abruptly at the very spot where Lin Chuan had previously dozed off. The group stared at the scattered divine magic manuals on the ground, their expressions darkening. These were the treasures of the Tianma sect. Lin Chuan actually used them as pillows? How utterly detestable. In response to the sect leader, your disciple is indeed foolish and unable to master this divine magic. I implore the sect leader to administer punishment, Lin Chuan declared with unyielding confidence. He especially emphasized the word punishment, as if he were eagerly inviting Leng Ningshuang to chastise him at this moment. Her gaze fell upon the scattered 10 volumes of divine magic. Using treasures as pillows, she felt a pang of hurt and a desire to eliminate Lin Chuan. However, Leng Ningshuang exhaled a deep breath, her expression returning to normal as she said, no matter. Divine magic is inherently difficult to cultivate. I only expected you to remember the heart mantra and did not harbor hopes of your successful cultivation. You need not bear guilt. She waved her hand, effectively quelling Lin Chuan's aspirations. Seeking punishment is so difficult. How can one continue living like this? I beseech you, just punish me a little. Lin Chuan, now flustered, once again clasped his fists and declared, your disciple does not dare to conceal anything from the sect leader. I have not even memorized the heart mantra. Not only that, but I have not looked at the manuals at all during these past 9 days. I earnestly request the sect leader to punish me. His tone was so urgent that it seemed he was almost anticipating the punishment. The 9 elders and Wu Nanming were rendered speechless. Could it be that the Holy Sun has a penchant for masochism? Leng Ningshuang had already declared that no punishment would be forthcoming, yet he was still eagerly seeking it. Leng Ningshuang felt a headache coming on. She knew exactly what Lin Chuan was thinking. Any punishment would merely provide him a reason to escape the Tianma sect. Originally, the cultivation of divine magic was meant to win him over. But now it had morphed into an unyielding demand. Yet, as the sect leader, she could not humiliate herself by pleading in front of the disciples for Lin Chuan not to leave. That would be utterly disgraceful. Moreover, the Tianma sect had not yet fallen to such depths. This rascal truly believes that this sect leader is oblivious to your thoughts. You desire punishment? Very well. This sect leader shall grant your wish. Leng Ningshuang was seething with anger. With a cold snort, she declared, the 9 elders have heard. The Holy Sun seeks punishment. Thus, this sect leader shall oblige Wu Nanming, at once, cast the Holy Sun into the abyss for reflection. Without my command, do not allow him to emerge. Upon these words, Wu Nanming's face lit up with joy, while the 9 elders remained silent. Lin Chuan was left utterly dumbfounded. Cast into the abyss for reflection? This punishment was not at all what he had envisioned. Wasn't the plan to be expelled from the sect? Sect leader, your disciple meant to say that I have not even glanced at a single manual. Not only do I lack the motivation to cultivate the divine magic bestowed upon me, but I also used them as pillows for my slumber. The sect leader should heavily punish me, perhaps by expelling me from the sect. Otherwise, it will be difficult to maintain authority, Lin Chuan hastily pleaded, but his words began to sound increasingly awkward. Not only did it lack the tone of seeking forgiveness, but it also seemed more like a provocation. This lad possesses an audacity that is astonishing, knowingly committing an offense yet daring to challenge the sect leader. Lin Chuan, you are quite bold. Wu Nanming was furious and immediately restrained Lin Chuan. Fearing he might flee, Lin Chuan had no intention of running away. Instead, he hoped that Leng Ningshuang would become enraged with him, and in her fury, order his expulsion from the sect at this moment. Wei Wuyang and the other 8 elders were terribly anxious, yet they were equally perplexed. Lin Chuan was clearly courting disaster, but none could comprehend the reason behind his actions. Why would he provoke Leng Ningshuang? The ruthless female demon, did he not fear that she might dispatch him in her wrath? As for Lin Chuan, he was a once-in-a-millennium genius, possessing the foundation of a titled emperor, a status purchased at the cost of the Tianma pool. If he were to perish just like that, the ancestors of the Tianma sect would surely never forgive them. Sect leader, while Lin Chuan certainly has his faults, I believe he must have his reasons that are difficult to articulate. Please, esteemed leader, Wei Wuyang anxiously attempted to mediate the situation, yet, before she could utter a word, she discerned the serene countenance of Leng Ningshuang, who displayed no signs of agitation. Instead, her lips curled into a faint smile, as if she possessed complete confidence. Could it be that this leader was actually smiling? Is she still the formidable woman we all know? No, I harbor no unspeakable secrets. There is no need for the Grand Elder to absolve Lin Chuan. I implore the leader to impose all manner of punishments. Lin Chuan once again clasped his fists, showing no regard for Wei Wuyang's feelings. Lin Chuan, wish you death. Wei Wuyang was incensed, her face flushed with rage. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, she would have relished the opportunity to slap Lin Chuan across the face. They say Lin Chuan possesses extraordinary talent, yet his emotional intelligence leaves much to be desired. Haha, Lin Chuan, at least you possess some self-awareness. Acknowledging your mistakes entails accepting punishment. Wu Nanming scoffed with a hint of satisfaction. She too believed that merely punishing Lin Chuan with solitary reflection was far too lenient. To waste a divine-level magical skill, to be utterly inept, to deceive the leader and the elders, such transgressions deserved a harsher reckoning. This was not born from jealousy. As the senior disciple, Wu Nanming had always been revered for her integrity. Those who err should be penalized. This principle was deeply ingrained in her. Moreover, Lin Chuan had always been lacking in knowledge. If he was not taught a lesson, how could the leader maintain authority among the disciples? The senior disciple's words rang true. Regardless of the severity of the punishment, the disciple willingly accepted it without complaint. Lin Chuan emphasized this point, his proactive acceptance of punishment leaving the 9 elders and Wu Nanming momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, Wu Nanming had thought Lin Chuan's admission of guilt commendable, but now her judgment wavered. Something was amiss. Lin Chuan was behaving too unusually. Humph! A cold snort interrupted the brief awkwardness. Suddenly, a bone-chilling aura swept through the room. The 9 elders and Wu Nanming were abruptly roused from their reverie and instinctively turned to look. There stood Leng Ningshuang, exuding an overwhelming presence, her garments billowing majestically. The oppressive force of a heavenly emperor filled the hall in an instant, rendering the atmosphere palpably heavy. In the next moment, a blur darted before their eyes as Leng Ningshuang transformed into an ethereal shadow, hurtling towards Lin Chuan. The murderous intent emanating from her left no room for doubt. Leng Ningshuang harbored lethal intentions towards Lin Chuan. Leader, Wei Wuyang exclaimed in alarm, instinctively attempting to intervene. However, the gap in their strengths was insurmountable. Despite her swift reaction, she was unable to halt the impending doom. As for the 8 elders and Wu Nanming, they stood frozen, utterly at a loss. Yet, the phantom moved with alarming speed, its lethal intent singularly focused on Lin Chuan. The distance between a heavenly emperor and a heavenly saint may be a mere step. Yet it was a chasm of insurmountable disparity. Lin Chuan had indeed provoked this formidable woman. His fate was sealed. Holy heavens! Lin Chuan could only gasp internally, his body instinctively summoning his inner strength. Danger loomed. His instincts compelled him to exert every ounce of his being. After all, he was facing a heavenly emperor, and he could not afford to be complacent. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, numerous exquisite spiritual treasures unfurled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surge of inner strength stirred a tempest that swept in all directions. Boom, boom. The collision of powers caused a cacophony that tormented the ears of those present. Yet, the 9 elders and Wu Nanming gritted their teeth against the discomfort. Their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at Lin Chuan that a heavenly saint confronting a heavenly emperor should have been a path to certain death. Yet, Lin Chuan appeared to be more than capable of standing his ground, particularly with his pure, primal inner strength. Though it paled in quantity compared to Leng Ningshuang's, its quality sufficed to barely withstand the threat posed by the heavenly emperor, the Hunyuan Tiangong. Wei Wuyang murmured, uttering those 5 words that instantly brought an eerie calm to the once tumultuous air. Upon glancing at Leng Ningshuang again, one could see the shock flickering within her beautiful eyes. This rascal. How dare he claim he has not practiced a divine-level magical skill? In her moment of agitation, she spoke without thinking, not fully comprehending the implications. Reflecting back, Lin Chuan had managed to master a divine-level magical skill in just 9 days. A genius, unparalleled in the world. How could such a talent not be utilized by the Tiangong sect? It was infuriating. Leng Ningshuang's piercing gaze remained fixed on Lin Chuan, yet internally, she wavered. Should such an extraordinary talent be eliminated? Meanwhile, the 9 elders and Wu Nanming were equally astonished, resembling 10 statues gazing blankly at Lin Chuan, the Hunyuan Tiangong. This art was the supreme technique of our Tiangong sect, over 36 generations of leaders. Only one ancestor achieved mastery. That the Holy Sun could accomplish such a feat was utterly inconceivable. Wei Wuyang stammered in excitement, unwittingly revealing the arduous nature of mastering the Hunyuan Tiangong. That it was no wonder everyone was so astounded. However, one individual stood in perplexity. Wu Nanming, the Hunyuan Tiangong, a divine-level magical skill known only to the leaders of the Tiangong sect, was something she was not well versed in. Yet, even as a closely guarded treasure, it was still a divine art. For Lin Chuan to master a divine-level skill within 9 days, such talent could hardly be described as human. One might even liken him to a monster. Haha, I have been comparing myself to this kind of monster all along. Surely, there must be something wrong with my mind. Geniuses and ordinary individuals are indeed worlds apart. Henceforth, I should refrain from comparing myself to him, lest my self-esteem suffer further blows. Wu Nanming felt disheartened that in contrast to the others, she was not as surprised. Deep down, she had always believed Lin Chuan possessed superior potential. Rather than shock, she felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. However, Leng Ningshuang and the 9 elders were entirely different. They were not like Wu Nanming, who had only a superficial understanding of divine-level magical skills, especially Leng Ningshuang. As a heavenly emperor, she had genuinely cultivated the Tiangong's divine-level skill to mastery, thus comprehending the true difficulty of such endeavors. The notion of mastering a divine-level skill in 9 days was something she had never dared to imagine until today. Had anyone told her this was a reality, she would have dismissed them as a madman. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before her. Lin Chuan had achieved it, and he had mastered a skill even more challenging than the Tiangong's, the Hunyuan Tiangong. An extraordinary feat accomplished only by their ancestors. A miracle. Nothing but a miracle could encapsulate the magnitude of his achievement. In summary, Lin Chuan's potential far surpassed what she and the 9 elders had previously perceived. Such an extraordinary talent could not be allowed to defect from the sect. Furthermore, she had to ensure Lin Chuan remained firmly tethered to the Tiangong sect. Congratulations, leader. Congratulations, Holy Sun. The emergence of the Hunyuan Tiangong would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the myriad sects of the world. With the Holy Sun's innate talent, achieving the title of Heavenly Emperor would be but a matter of time. Wei Wuyang's face flushed crimson, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. Observing this, even Wu Nanming, who was unaware of the underlying truth, could discern the significance of Lin Chuan's recent mastery of the demonic arts. Otherwise, the usually composed Grand Elder would not have displayed such a loss of decorum. Leng Ningshuang forcibly suppressed her bubbling excitement, her expression remaining devoid of any overt change. Unlike Wei Wuyang, she understood that Lin Chuan's thoughts were far from simple. This rascal was perpetually contemplating defection from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should he be given even a hint of leniency, he would dare to rebel. Wei Wuyang's elation was sufficient to send Lin Chuan into a state of euphoria. If Leng Ningshuang the sect leader, were to remain inactive, Lin Chuan would undoubtedly seek various excuses to escape. The Grand Elder's exuberance suggested that the Hunyuan heavenly demon technique was indeed formidable, should she seize the opportunity to claim credit from the old hag. Perhaps using the guise of descending the mountain for training to make a hasty exit? Given the current excitement, the old hag might just acquiesce. Lin Chuan was certainly getting carried away, even contemplating taking advantage of the situation. How audacious, at that moment, hearing Lin Chuan's inner thoughts. Leng Ningshuang clenched her fists in silence. Were it not for his exceptional talent and the past favors he had shown her, a single punch from her could very well spell his doom. Fortunately, she managed to suppress her impulse. With an impassive expression, she turned to Lin Chuan and softly stated, "The Holy Sun has achieved mastery of the Hunyuan heavenly demon technique in merely 9 days, showcasing extraordinary talent. However, the duration is still brief, and stability is lacking. It is imperative to enter seclusion for a period to solidify one's cultivation. During this time, the Holy Sun shall remain within the heavenly demon sect and go nowhere." Leng Ningshuang offered no opportunity for Lin Chuan to interject, decisively quashing his intentions before they could take root. Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. The old hag must possess mind-reading abilities. He was utterly astonished. Yet, regrettably, he had no evidence to support his claim. The sect leader is wise. Wei Wuyong nodded earnestly in agreement. The last glimmer of hope was extinguished by the Grand Elder's words, causing Lin Chuan to feel despondent. Humph! Seeing Lin Chuan's dejected demeanor, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Leng Ningshuang's mouth. Her mood buoyed considerably. This troublesome brat had constantly irked her, and today she had finally managed to exact some well-deserved retribution. The satisfaction was unparalleled that it turned out that one need not take a life to exact revenge. A blow to the heart was far more gratifying. Nonetheless, as the leader of the sect, she would not allow herself to be overly immersed in childish sentiments. With Wu Nanming's return from her training, she had fulfilled the task assigned to her by the sect, investigating the Great Marsh Mirage. It was said that within the marsh lay a paradise-like mirage, brimming with countless rare flowers and herbs. Occasionally, those who entered the Great Marsh Mirage brought back prized botanical treasures that were highly sought after. Gradually, this legendary site became known among the various sections. A year prior, Leng Ningshuang had dispatched Wu Nanming down the mountain, both for training and to gather intelligence on the Great Marsh Mirage. Once information was obtained, the Heavenly Demon Sect could seize the opportunity to enter and extract resources for cultivation. Now that Wu Nanming had returned, even without prompting from Leng Ningshuang, it was certain she had news to share. Nanming. Leng Ningshuang's tone was neutral, signaling Wu Nanming to speak. Upon hearing this, Wu Nanming immediately redirected her gaze from Lin Chuan and adopted a serious expression. "Sect leader, I have acquired information regarding the Great Marsh Mirage. However, I am not the only one privy to its location. It is likely that within a few days, the whereabouts of the Great Marsh Mirage will spread throughout the cultivation world. Within half a month, hundreds of sects will dispatch their disciples to enter. I implore the sect leader to mobilize our members to set forth immediately." The location of the Great Marsh Mirage had been exposed. Various sects were already dispatching disciples to the marsh. Within half a month, a fierce competition for the resources within the Great Marsh Mirage was inevitable. This was all the news Wu Nanming brought back upon her return. Resource contention had long been a traditional practice in the cultivation world. Pills, spiritual treasures, medicinal herbs, inner elixirs. These consumables were all coveted targets for various sections. Arriving late could mean returning empty-handed. Furthermore, it was crucial that the disciples sent to the Great Marsh Mirage possessed adequate strength. Otherwise, they would only be able to scavenge the leftovers that others discarded. Sect leader, the Great Marsh Mirage is a renowned treasure trove. Our sect, having seen the sect leader ascend to the status of Celestial Emperor and the Holy Sun rise to Heavenly Saint, has already established a formidable reputation. This presents a perfect opportunity to demonstrate our might to the other sects, making them aware of the strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Thus, I propose that the Holy Sun's transgressions be temporarily set aside, and that he accompany Wu Nanming to the Great Marsh Mirage to redeem himself. Wei Wuyong earnestly offered her counsel that as soon as this proposal was made, the 8 Grand Elders promptly voiced their agreements, all of them in favor of Wei Wuyong's plan. Their interest in Lin Chuan was understandable. Given his extraordinary talents, he was unparalleled among the younger generation. Moreover, with Lin Chuan having successfully cultivated the Hunyuan heavenly demon technique, He was bound to stand out among his peers that in fact, it was highly unlikely that another cultivator of Lin Chuan's age would emerge in the foreseeable future. Once he appeared in the Great Marsh Mirage, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc, his renown spreading far and wide, showcasing the astonishing talent of the Heavenly Demon Sect's young disciples. However, Wei Wuyang underestimated Lin Chuan. Despite his extraordinary talent, he was eager to descend the mountain. Once he did, he would surely concoct a reason to flee to that point. It would be akin to a dragon entering the sea. Never to return. Sect leader, I too support the Grand Elder's arrangement. Since the Holy Son joined our Heavenly Demon Sect, he has been slacking in his cultivation and has been inattentive in classes. Although he is exceptionally gifted, such brilliance is rare in this world. He is gravely lacking in practical experience. The upcoming Great Marsh Mirage will undoubtedly be the site of a grand battle. This serves as an excellent opportunity for the Holy Son to gain more experience, Wu Nanming added, further complicating Leng Ningshuang's predicament. However, while some were troubled, others were elated at that moment. Lin Chuan wore a calm expression. Yet the gleam in his eyes betrayed his excitement. This was splendid. Once he descended the mountain, he would seize the first opportunity to slip away. Heavenly Demon Sect, the Old Hag, and the 9 Grand Elders. This would be their last farewell. Lin Chuan's inner monologue was far too rich, to the extent that all his thoughts were crystal clear to Leng Ningshuang. Just as she had suspected, the Holy Son's journey would undoubtedly be a one-way trip. Allowing him to descend the mountain would be contrary to Leng Ningshuang's original intent. Yet, Wei Wuyang and Wu Nanming were not wrong. The Great Marsh Mirage was indeed a focal point for many sects vying for resources, as well as a platform to showcase the strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect's younger generation. In the realm of cultivation, a heavenly saint of Lin Chuan's age was virtually unheard of. Moreover, with Lin Chuan having mastered the Hunyuan Heavenly Demon technique, once he entered the Great Marsh Mirage, he would surely dominate the scene, instilling fear throughout the cultivation world. If all went well, the Heavenly Demon Sect would undoubtedly rise to prominence, with no one daring to provoke them. Previously, Lin Chuan remarked that the grievances between the Xinjian sect and the Tianma sect, coupled with the demise of Hong Tianhe, would inevitably incite animosity from the righteous factions. In the future confrontations between good and evil, the Tianma sect would be the primary target point one day. The Sheng Peak would transform into a hell on earth. This was the very reason Lin Chuan resolutely chose to betray the sect. Initially, Leng Ningshuang scoffed at this notion. However, upon deeper reflection, she realized that such a possibility was not entirely unfounded. The adage, the stronger the tree, the more it attracts the wind, rings true. Leng Ningshuang herself was already quite conspicuous. Yet, with Hong Tianhe's death at the hands of the Tianma sect, the accumulation of new grudges and old grievances could easily lead the righteous sects to harbor suspicions. Consequently, they might launch an assault on the Sheng Peak Collective. While it is prudent to guard against potential threats, Leng Ningshuang was reluctant to make unfounded claims. Would she truly request assistance from other sects based on a non-existent pretext? With her disposition, she would rather face death than submit. Thus, the only path forward for the Tianma sect was to exert overwhelming strength, instilling fear in the righteous factions to deter them from making a move. This was far from something the current formidable powers could achieve. Unless Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes slowly turned towards Lin Chuan, her icy gaze concealing intricate schemes as the sect leader, she had to consider the sect's grand strategy. If the Tianma sect were to face genuine peril in the future, there was only one person who could uphold the sect, and that person could only be Lin Chuan. However, it was not the Lin Chuan of the present, but the one who would eventually attain the title of Heavenly Emperor. Leng Ningshuang was acutely aware that individuals of Lin Chuan's exceptional caliber could not be confined by ordinary means. Rather than imprisoning him under various pretenses, it would be far more advantageous to allow him to venture into the world. Only then would there be an opportunity for him to achieve the title of Heavenly Emperor. Naturally, once Lin Chuan departed the Tianma sect, he would undoubtedly seek ways to escape. Relying on Wu Nanming would not suffice to impede him. In the entirety of the Tianma sect, only one person could restrain Lin Chuan, and that person was none other than Leng Ningshuang herself. Very well, the Holy Son had been within the sect for 5 years, having become a Tian Shang. It was time for him to descend the mountain and undergo some training. This time, the expedition to the Day's Illusion was arranged by the Grand Elder. This sect leader only requests one thing from you all, to demonstrate the might of the Tianma sect. Time is of the essence, so depart promptly. After giving her instructions, Leng Ningshuang dismissed everyone. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lin Chuan's face revealing an expression of excitement, albeit fleeting. Nevertheless, it did not escape her keen perception. As the crowd departed, Leng Ningshuang retained Wei Wuyang. Sect leader, do you have further instructions? Wei Wuyang inquired respectfully, observing that Leng Ningshuang's demeanor remained as indifferent as ever, betraying no hint of emotion. Merely 25 years of age. She had already matured into a formidable sect leader. Grand Elder, she began, the sect has been rather quiet lately, and I plan to embark on a distant journey. There are matters that must be addressed. And I request that the Grand Elder and the 8 other elders oversee the sect in my absence. Leng Ningshuang stated nonchalantly. Embarking on a distant journey? Could it be to address the grievances with the Xinjiang sect? Wei Wuyang furrowed her brow. She did not oppose Leng Ningshuang's targeting of the Xinjiang sect. Lin Chuan's slaying of Hong Tianhe had already plunged the Tianma sect into a state of enmity with the Xinjiang sect. If left unresolved, it was likely to lead to further complications. However, given Leng Ningshuang's capabilities, annihilating the Xinjiang sect would be a foregone conclusion. Her only concern was whether such absolute measures were truly advisable. The sect leader need not worry. The entire Tianma sect stands united with you. Regardless of what the future holds, we shall share in both honor and disgrace. Wei Wuyang's bold declaration reflected her unwavering loyalty to Leng Ningshuang. Even though she was uncertain of the consequences of obliterating the Xinjiang sect, she still supported Leng Ningshuang's course of action. Thank you, Grand Elder. Leng Ningshuang replied with an impassive face. She felt no stirrings within. Nor was it due to her being cold-hearted. Rather, she believed that Wei Wuyang's unconditional support for her as the sect leader was only natural. The Xinjiang sect must be eradicated. However, her objectives in descending the mountain extended beyond merely dealing with the Xinjiang sect. Monitoring Lin Chuan was of greater importance, a rising star with the potential to attain the title of Heavenly Emperor, yet constantly yearning for escape, necessitated that Leng Ningshuang remain vigilant. Regrettably, the matter of tailing her disciples could not be disclosed. It would be quite embarrassing. Even if she were to reveal her ability to perceive Lin Chuan's thoughts to Wei Wuyang, there was no guarantee that Wei Wuyang would believe her, but in the realm of cultivation. The ability to constantly perceive others' thoughts was unheard of. It would be absurd to expect her to be trusted. Rather than squander words, it would be better to take matters into her own hands. Once Lin Chuan was settled, she could conveniently eliminate the Xinjiang sect. You may leave. Leng Ningshuang gently waved her hand, instructing the Grand Elder to withdraw. She then vanished from the main hall, leaving no trace. Half a day later, atop Sheng Peak, Wu Nanming and 10 disciples of the Tianma sect, including Lin Chuan, stood in neat formation. The 9 Grand Elders had just finished their speech and had assigned the training tasks for the day's illusion. Except for Wu Nanming and Lin Chuan, the remaining 8 disciples were brimming with excitement. They were aware that the day's illusion was not exclusive to the Tianma sect, according to the news brought back by Nanming. At least 100 sects were heading to the days, with estimates suggesting the participation of no fewer than 1,000 individuals, all of whom were outstanding members of the younger generation. Yet, these 10 individuals were not inferior to them. The sect leader has commanded that, by any means necessary, we must showcase our sect's prestige and not bring shame to the Tianma sect. Wei Wuyang's impassioned words further stirred the disciples' enthusiasm. Although the 8 Tianma disciples were the backbone of the sect, in the broader context of the cultivation world, they could only be considered above average when facing the disciples of 100 sects. They might not stand out. However, they felt no fear. With a powerful figure like Wu Nanming and a formidable talent like Lin Chuan by their side, what did they have to fear? Rest assured. Grand Elder, with our senior sister and the Holy Son leading, not to mention facing 100 sects, even 1,000 would be no challenge. Perhaps we wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The disciples of other sects would be frightened into submission at the mere mention of the Holy Son's name. Upon hearing this, the group erupted into laughter in terms of confidence. They were even more assured than Lin Chuan. This sentiment was one that even Wu Nanming could not refute. After all, a Tian Sheng was indeed formidable. Ahem, let us maintain a low profile. Lin Chuan interjected awkwardly. His fellow disciples held him in such high regard. While he was preoccupied with thoughts of escape, this left him feeling quite guilty. However, in order to preserve his life, he had to ease his conscience. It would be best to distance himself from his fellow disciples as much as possible. Let us set off, Wu Nanming commanded. leading Lin Chuan and the others down the mountain. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Shengf Peak, a shadow traversed the air silently, heading straight down the mountain, moving in the same direction as Lin Chuan and the others. Yet, this figure moved without a sound, making it exceedingly difficult to detect even in broad daylight. In the depths of the night, within the forest, 10 individuals sat around a campfire, having nearly reached the days after half a day's journey. The methods of travel for cultivators were entirely distinct from those of ordinary mortals. They could traverse the skies, moving at astonishing speeds. Covering 1,000 miles in a day was considered a modest feat. For someone of Lin Chuan's caliber as a Tiansheng, traversing 10,000 miles in a day would be more than sufficient to accommodate the remaining 8 Tianma disciples. Wu Nanming had to slow her pace. Otherwise, they would have already entered the days by nightfall. Crackle. The crackling of the firewood added a touch of vitality to the desolate night that a group of disciples from the Tianma sect had barely settled down when Lin Chuan rose and walked towards a large tree. In front of everyone, he sat beneath the tree and fell into a deep slumber. Goodness, the Holy Sun is no celestial being. He is clearly the god of slumber. I have heard that the Holy Sun can sleep soundly at any time and in any place. Regardless of the occasion, such an ability, if possessed by us, would be deemed laziness, but for the Holy Sun, it is merely a matter of his free-spirited nature. A talent that cannot be emulated. It is no wonder. Having never seen the Holy Sun practice, yet achieving the status of a celestial saint within 5 years, it is as if heaven itself has been feeding him. The 8 disciples were filled with envy. Though it was confined to that sentiment alone, the realms of Tianzong, Tianzuan, and Tiansheng, while only 2 steps apart, represent a chasm that countless cultivators may spend their entire lives striving to bridge. Although it is frustrating, reality is often harsh. Diligence is certainly important, yet innate talent holds even greater significance. Even someone like Wu Nanming, who relies on hard work to attain the rank of Tianzuan, possesses outstanding qualifications. However, compared to Lin Chuan, she falls slightly short. Yet, when juxtaposed with ordinary cultivators, she is undoubtedly a rare genius. Alas, the Holy Sun remains rather solitary. Despite his striking appearance, he has yet to find a girlfriend. What a pity, sighed one male disciple. In truth, many male disciples of the Tianma sect have fantasized about possessing Lin Chuan's handsome visage. How could he still be a single man? Moreover, the Tianma sect does not prohibit romantic relationships among its disciples, making his single status even more regrettable. What nonsense! As cultivators, we should uphold unity and guard against distracting thoughts. Engaging in dual cultivation will only hinder our progress, and no wonder you lot are still merely at the Tianzong level. It seems the teachings in the lecture hall are not rigorous enough. Wu Nanming suddenly admonished the senior sister. She did not always maintain a lenient demeanor, particularly regarding cultivation. She was even stricter than Wei Wuyang. It was evident that the casual chatter of the 8 disciples had crossed her threshold of tolerance. It is no surprise, as she has always set her sights on catching up to Lin Chuan. In contrast, these Tianzong practitioners envied Lin Chuan's looks, even fantasizing about becoming him in hopes of finding companionship. Absurd. With the approach of the Great Marsh, disciples from various sects would soon converge. A great battle was imminent. Best to rest early while the night remains relatively calm. Wu Nanming, feeling irritated, scolded them and sent them off. Due to her reprimand, the others dared not chatter further and obediently sought rest. Meanwhile, beneath the large tree, Lin Chuan was anything but at ease. Having descended the mountain only half a day prior, he had been seeking an opportunity to leave at last. The moment had arrived. Departing? Now is the time. Lin Chuan sprang to his feet, gazing into the night as he took a step towards hope. Holy Sun, where do you intend to go? A cold voice pierced the darkness, reaching Lin Chuan's ears. It felt as if a shard of ice had been thrust into his chest on a frigid winter-esque night. He shivered slightly, instantly petrified. Lin Chuan's foot, poised to move forward, froze in midair. The rustling sound of the wind sweeping through fallen leaves filled his ears. The cool breeze of the night was not only damp, but also infused with an eerie chill. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the trees, startling Lin Chuan into retracting his foot. It's over. I've been discovered by the old hag. No, wait. Why am I panicking? I haven't done anything too conspicuous. Even if the old hag arrives, I need not be alarmed. I could simply say I was merely stepping into the woods to relieve myself. What could she possibly do to me? Lin Chuan quickly regained his composure, his mind racing. Even concocting a plausible excuse, he was just waiting for Leng Ningshuang to appear. However, after 3 breaths, there was still no sign of her. Lin Chuan began to doubt whether he had merely imagined it. Yet, just moments ago, he had distinctly heard a woman's voice, one strikingly similar to Leng Ningshuang's. Moreover, he had indeed seen a figure flitting through the woods. With his keen eyesight, he could not have mistaken it. Disciple Lin Chuan, respectfully welcoming the sect leader. If the sect leader is present, please reveal yourself. Lin Chuan boldly called out that if he had been merely hearing things or had misinterpreted the situation after this test, he could confidently depart. If not, should Leng Ningshuang reveal herself, he would have a ready excuse to deflect. All would remain well. Of course, there was a third possibility. The old hag truly possessed the ability to read minds. If she were aware of his thoughts of defection, it would be entirely reasonable for her to follow him here. However, given her character, if she truly knew of his intentions, she would not have allowed him to live this long. Unless, perhaps, the old hag truly had her sights set on him. Lin Chuan muttered to himself, his brow furrowing in contemplation, that he found himself filled with resentment. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the woods, alerting Lin Chuan to danger. "Is that you, sect leader?" he tentatively inquired once more. No sooner had he spoken than a rabbit leaped from the underbrush, casting a glance at Lin Chuan before darting away like the wind. So it was merely a rabbit? What a shame, he mused. Although the old hag could be quite fierce and ill-tempered, she was not without her allure. If she were to be my girlfriend, I could perhaps come to terms with it. Lin Chuan's thoughts wandered that it was not that he was narcissistic. Given his own looks, he was quite popular among the female disciples of the Tianma sect. Not only would finding a girlfriend be easy, but he could easily have a harem of 3,000 beauties. Moreover, the ambiguous moments he shared with Leng Ningshuang had made him realize that she was not entirely unattainable. However, dealing with a woman of such a difficult disposition could prove perilous. One would need to be prepared to risk their life, armed with a determination to go all in. Regrettably, Lin Chuan cherished his life above all else. When it came to love, he would rather live a few more years. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from afar, as if a great tree had fallen. The sound was so thunderous that it reverberated for miles. "What is happening?" Wu Nanming's voice rang out immediately, shortly thereafter. She and the 8 disciples of the Tianma sect hurried over. The 10 of them quickly assembled, their expressions grave as they gazed into the dark woods. "Holy Sun, do you know what has transpired?" Wu Nanming shot a wary glance at Lin Chuan. Upon their arrival, he was the only one present, so naturally, they would inquire of him. Yet Lin Chuan appeared utterly bewildered, or rather, terrified. The recent noise was no mere coincidence. Although he had not ventured to investigate, he could deduce that the collapse of the great tree was certainly the result of human action. A single tree could easily be felled even by a Tianshi. However, considering that Leng Ningshuang was nearby, Lin Chuan found it impossible to remain calm. Could it be? The old hag has truly come. She must have overheard my words and is now furious that it's over. I am doomed. Should I just run away? Otherwise, I'll surely be killed by her. Lin Chuan's mind was in a frenzy. Leng Ningshuang's ferocity was well known. The last person who dared to provoke her now lay in the graveyard of the Xinjiang sect. Likely reduced to dust, he had no desire to follow in that unfortunate soul's footsteps. Yet, upon further reflection, he found something amiss. If the figure lurking in the shadows was indeed Leng Ningshuang, why had she yet to reveal herself? Could it be that she was watching him, ensuring he did not flee? Reflecting on this, Lin Chuan felt an even deeper sense of dread. He had never divulged his plan to defect from the sect to anyone. How could Leng Ningshuang possibly know? Unless she possessed the ability to read minds, or perhaps this cold and ruthless woman had an extraordinary power of observation. This is even more impressive than Conan. Senior sister, I just sensed an extremely powerful surge of internal energy nearby. This individual surpasses me. Yet, for some reason, he remains reluctant to reveal himself. This has indeed provided us with an opportunity to escape. I advise we depart swiftly. We must not provoke this person unless absolutely necessary. Lin Chuan fabricated a casual lie. Yet, within that lie, half of it was grounded in truth. The person he referred to was indeed stronger than him. But that person was none other than Leng Ningshuang. Even if targeted, it would be solely directed at him, and Wu Nanming and the others would be safe. However, Lin Chuan's words had quite alarmed everyone. Could someone even more formidable than him be a heavenly emperor? Is there truly a heavenly emperor lurking in this vicinity? Is that so? Wu Nanming furrowed her brow, cautiously probing further. Lin Chuan nodded. adopting a demeanor of constant vigilance. This only heightened the concerns of the others. Senior sister, the saint's son's perception cannot be mistaken. We should hasten our retreat. The disciples immediately echoed Lin Chuan's sentiments. Among fellow sect members, they naturally placed their trust in him. Moreover, given Lin Chuan's already formidable prowess, how could he possibly err? Very well. We shall heed the saint's son's advice and vacate this place. Making haste towards the days, Wu Nanming, without a trace of doubt, promptly led the disciples to pack their belongings and depart swiftly to the very moment when Lin Chuan and the 10 of them left. A figure in a black dress silently emerged from the woods. The woman's exquisite face bore a complex expression. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the vanishing figures, a hint of resentment flickering within. What an insufferable brat! Does the sect leader truly appear so terrifying in your eyes? Fierce temperament, poor character? Is this truly your perception of me? Yet, even so, does that mean I cannot be your girlfriend? The esteemed saint's son of the heavenly demon sect possesses such a timid disposition. Perhaps I ought to give him a subtle hint. No, I am the leader of a sect. How can I act in such a manner? Leng Ningshuang muttered to herself, visibly conflicted. What am I even saying? That brat just attempted to defect from the sect. This is the crux of the matter. Days. For many days, numerous sects had been busily searching for the day's illusion. This unclaimed treasure trove naturally attracted an influx of cultivators. Whether they were sect disciples or rogue cultivators, they all flocked here. Wu Nanming's back-and-forth journey to the heavenly demon sect had already resulted in a throng of people at days. However, the actual location of the illusion remained a mystery. Within the Linhai, numerous ferocious beasts roamed. To venture alone into their midst would inevitably result in danger. Thus, those seeking the day's illusion mostly traveled in groups. Either sect disciples or rogue cultivators would band together. When the contingent of the heavenly demon sect arrived at days, the location of the illusion remained shrouded in secrecy. The vast Linhai stretched for thousands of miles. And even with thousands of seekers, it would take considerable time to uncover its secrets. Yet, it would not exceed half a month. Furthermore, news of the illusion's emergence had already spread. It would not be long before tens of thousands would converge here. Wu Nanming gazed at the bustling figures, calmly explaining. She was among the first to genuinely seek the day's illusion. However, the news from other sects was no slower than that of the heavenly demon sect. Long before Linhai's exploration, she had already clashed with disciples from other sections. Unfortunately, their strengths were comparable, and the heavenly demon sect had no reinforcements. In the end, Wu Nanming had no choice but to temporarily retreat. In truth, her intention for this expedition to the day's illusion was to send more disciples to compete for resources. Yet, Leng Ningshuang had dispatched Lin Chuan along with 8 other disciples of the heavenly sect. It seemed that the purpose of their expedition was not so much about resource competition, but rather to utilize Lin Chuan's prowess to intimidate the myriad sects, while conveniently allowing the 8 disciples to hone their skills. Indeed, Lin Chuan had achieved the rank of Tiansheng at such a young age. In the entire realm of cultivation, this level of talent was undeniably remarkable. However, an old adage rings true: tall trees catch the wind. With Lin Chuan standing out so prominently, did Leng Ningshuang not fear that such a prodigy might meet an untimely end? Throughout the journey, Wu Nanming remained anxious about this matter, especially following the events of last night. That hidden expert had even instilled fear in Lin Chuan, and coupled with the death of Hong Tianhe, Lin Chuan's reputation had soared. It was possible that someone had already set their sights on him. Though heavenly emperors are scarce in this world, they certainly exist. Beyond Leng Ningshuang of the heavenly demon sect, there are Elder Fa Ming from the Fanyin Temple, Jian Shinjinren from the Qingyang sect, Dao Huang from the Blood Slaughter sect, and Bai Ku Lao Ren from the 100 Ghosts sect. All of these individuals are heavenly emperors. During that battle, so many heavenly emperors were present, witnessing Lin Chuan slay Hong Tianhe with their own eyes. It is likely that they have already harbored murderous intentions towards him. The day's illusion would provide the perfect opportunity to eliminate him and stifle the development of the heavenly demon sect. How could this chance be wasted so easily? With this thought, Wu Nanming felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders grow heavier. Although Lin Chuan's cultivation was superior to hers, she was the senior sister. Moreover, the sect leader had entrusted her with leading the expedition to the day's illusion, clearly placing the safety of the disciples in her hands. If anything were to go awry, how could she explain it to the sect leader and the sect itself? My friends, this expedition to the day's illusion will undoubtedly lead to a fierce conflict. However, The scale of this conflict is entirely unpredictable that I only hope that the 10 of us can arrive together and return together. Especially you, Lin Chuan. You are the saint's son and the most valued talent of the sect leader. You must not encounter any mishap. Do you understand? Wu Nanming's gaze was intense as she fixed her eyes on Lin Chuan. Fearful of losing sight of him. In truth, were it not for the events of last night, Lin Chuan would have already slipped away. He now suspected that Leng Ningshuang was trailing him, keeping a watchful eye on his every move. Otherwise, how could he remain so compliant? Senior sister, forgive my candor. The day's illusion is rife with dangers, and one could easily lose their life at any moment. Rather than risk it, we might as well return home now. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there are no worries about a lack of cultivation resources. Furthermore, the competition is rather unrefined. Our Heavenly Demon Sect is not short on funds. Why not simply purchase what we need? Even thieves have their code. The demonic sect must at least maintain some semblance of propriety, Lin Chuan declared with righteous indignation. Originally, he had agreed to descend the mountain at Leng Ningshuang's behest. However, his intention was not to participate in any absurd competition for resources within the illusion. Instead, he sought the opportunity to defect from the sect. Who would have thought that the plan would falter before it even began? Now, he was forced to accompany Wu Nanming into the days. But who stipulated that entering the days meant one had to engage in competition? Swords and blades are ruthless. What if he were to be mortally wounded? Even if he escaped without death, a mere scratch would still hurt for quite some time. Moreover, while others desperately seek cultivation resources, he is not in need of a little laziness, and the system generously gifts him a plethora of treasures. More than he could ever use. Yet the resources obtained through life-threatening struggles must be dutifully handed over to the sect. What folly is this? Thus, Lin Chuan attempted to persuade Wu Nanming to refrain from entering the Great Marsh illusion, suggesting instead that they enjoy the blossoms and the moonlight at the periphery, reveling for a few days before returning home. What a splendid idea! The 8 disciples of the heavenly sect gazed at Lin Chuan in disbelief. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew peculiar. Lin Chuan braced himself for an imminent beating. Yet, in the next moment, the 8 disciples were overtaken by emotions. Is the Holy Sun truly concerned for us? They murmured, tears welling in their eyes. How fortunate I am that the Holy Sun cares for me. Upon returning, I shall boast to my sisters. They will be utterly envious, for female disciples promptly transformed into infatuated admirers, weeping uncontrollably. Even the 4 male disciples wore expressions of self-satisfaction, leading one to suspect they harbored peculiar inclinations. Observing this, Lin Chuan could only grasp his forehead, muttering, what a miscalculation, an utter miscalculation. A high charm isn't always a blessing. My head aches. Wu Nanming stared at her rather abnormal peers, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Has Lin Chuan's popularity skyrocketed during my absence from the sect? No, something was off about Lin Chuan's earlier remarks. This rascal was actually having second thoughts. How could he, a being of celestial strength, exhibit such caution, or rather, cowardice? Though undeniably handsome, his character is dreadfully lacking. She simply could not fathom how such a slothful and timid individual could earn the favor of the heavens. Oh heavens, you must be blind. In a fit of exasperation, Wu Nanming cast aside her caution. Regardless of whether it was a chaotic battle or a life-and-death struggle, retreat was not an option. If Lin Chuan wished to avoid conflict, she would plunge headfirst into the fray. She was determined to uncover just how much substance this so-called celestial being possessed. No time to waste. Everyone, follow me into the Great Marsh and seize the resources. Anyone who dares to shrink back will face the consequences upon our return to the sect, and I shall report them to the sect leader for expulsion. In the Great Marsh, Wu Nanming led Lin Chuan and the other 9 disciples deeper into the expanse. Along the journey, the disciples were filled with fervor, eager for anyone to challenge them so they could test their skills. Only Lin Chuan lagged behind, appearing lethargic, occasionally betraying an odd smile that suggested a lapse in sanity. Expelled from the sect, ha. He chuckled to himself, oblivious to the fact that he was actually delighted at the prospect of escaping the Heavenly Demon Sect once more. Fortunately, Wu Nanming remained unaware of Lin Chuan's thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely have been driven to rage. Master Sister, what is wrong with the Holy Sun? Has he been provoked? The disciples, perplexed, could only inquire of Wu Nanming. Humph. Wu Nanming's response was succinct. These disciples were merely Lin Chuan's little admirers, blissfully ignorant of his true desire for idleness. However, she would never grant him the opportunity to slack off. There, that one. Wu Nanming's piercing gaze fixed upon a group. Within the Great Marsh, countless cultivators traversed the terrain, some harboring grievances against the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, the targets of Wu Nanming's focus were not merely adversaries of the sect. They were her own foes, Blood Fiend Sect. Belonging to the demonic sect as well, the Blood Fiend Sect was known for its discord. Especially in the face of profit, treachery was commonplace. During Wu Nanming's last foray into the Great Marsh, she had been assaulted by disciples of the Blood Fiend Sect, and among them was one who now led his comrades in search of the entrance to the Great Marsh illusion. Li Tangfeng. He was one of the direct disciples of the Blood Fiend Sect's leader, the Blade Emperor, having broken through to the Celestial Venerable Realm 3 years prior, earning renown among the 100 sections. To her astonishment, he was the one leading the expedition into the Great Marsh this time. A voice of concern arose behind Wu Nanming. Li Tangfeng's reputation was notorious, and the Blood Fiend Sect was already ill-famed. So it was no wonder they were anxious at that moment. Li Tangfeng seemed to sense the gaze of the crowd and turned to meet their eyes. In that instant, a clash of stares ignited the air. Sparks flying between them. Master Sister, they are approaching. A disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect whispered urgently. As soon as the words fell, Li Tangfeng decisively led his disciples forward with measured strides. A contingent of no fewer than 30, each of them more than capable, their cultivation levels surpassing that of the Heavenly Sect. In terms of numbers, they held a clear advantage, and in terms of strength, they were evenly matched. Should a skirmish ensue, the Heavenly Demon Sect would undoubtedly suffer. However, Wu Nanming and her disciples remained unperturbed. The disciples dispatched by the Blood Fiend Sect were right before them. And even a celestial venerable like Li Tangfeng had revealed himself. This indicated there would be no unexpected developments from the Blood Fiend Sect, while the Heavenly Demon Sect boasted Lin Chuan as a secret weapon. Sister Nanming, it has been a few days since we last met. I had yet to clarify the misunderstanding from our previous encounter. Li Tangfeng grinned broadly. He was a robust figure, imposing and as unwieldy as a boulder. In contrast, while Wu Nanming was not diminutive, she appeared rather delicate beside him, her aura significantly diminished. Although both were celestial venerables, Li Tangfeng had broken through 2 years earlier, establishing a clear gap in their cultivation. This disparity only served to bolster Li Tangfeng's arrogance. Misunderstanding. Wu Nanming's expression darkened, her tone icy. Are you implying that your proposition for me to become your wife was merely a misunderstanding? Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with indignation. Even Lin Chuan, not far off, was drawn into the spectacle, craning his neck as if eavesdropping on gossip. This fellow dares to pursue another's woman. His audacity is remarkable, Lin Chuan mused, astonished in his eyes. Wu Nanming was even more formidable than Leng Ningshuang 5 years ago, when he was not yet the Holy Son. It was she who had urged the disciples to practice diligently, and he was among them. Back then, he had not merely indulged in idleness. He was often dragged from his slumber by Wu Nanming, who would repeat, "It's already noon. How dare you linger in bed?" Of course, Lin Chuan's belief that Wu Nanming was fearsome was not solely based on this. He had endured 3 years of her relentless discipline, being rapped on the head for dozing off in class, and dragged back by his ear for attempting to escape training. He had finally managed to escape her clutches, but the impression she left was that of a stern matron. Despite her immense popularity among the male disciples and her notable beauty, Lin Chuan would never consider pursuing Wu Nanming. Sister Nanming, you are truly candid. Indeed, what I stated was not a misunderstanding, but a heartfelt confession. If you agree, I, Li Tangfeng, have no interest in the so-called Great Marsh illusion. Let us return to the Blood Fiend Sect and marry at once, Li Tangfeng exclaimed. Overflowing with enthusiasm as if Wu Nanming had already acquiesced, I spit. How could our master sister possibly be interested in a man like you? You presumptuous fool! Begone! For disciples of the Tianma sect erupted in indignation. What nonsense is this? The senior sister is not only stunningly beautiful, but also gentle and kind to her disciples. Such a perfect beauty, even her own disciples dare not entertain wild thoughts. What is Li Tangfeng? A mere nobody. Even if Wu Nanming were to marry, it should at least be someone of Lin Chuan's caliber, a true dragon among men, not some foolish brute. When did it become your turn to speak? Get lost! With a sharp reprimand from Li Tangfeng, disciples of the Shueisha sect surged forth, ready to confront the Tianma sect disciples. So you intend to fight? Do you? Who fears whom? Do not think that your numbers intimidate us. With the Holy Sun among us, you are all but refuse. The Tianma sect disciples immediately assumed a defensive stance. Despite facing nearly 4 times their number, they displayed not a hint of fear. Rather, they were exhilarated at the prospect of witnessing Lin Chuan in action, showcasing the Holy Sun's prowess to the cultivators of days. The Holy Sun. Lin Chuan. He is the one who recently vanquished the leader of the Xianjian sect. A heavenly saint. The Shueisha sect disciples were thrown into a panic. Li Tongfeng's expression fell. He had not anticipated that Lin Chuan would come to days. That was a heavenly saint, a formidable opponent second only to the heavenly emperor. Among the younger generation, he was a terrifying rival far surpassing the heavenly venerates. If the rumors were true, then he and the multitude of cultivators who entered days would indeed be mere refuse. Indeed, the Holy Son of the Tianma sect has personally arrived. Li would very much like to lay eyes upon the holy countenance. Might I request the Holy Sun to reveal himself? Li Tengfeng was undeterred. The beauty was right before him. If he backed down now, he would have nowhere to hide his face. Furthermore, rumors could be both true and false. Without witnessing it firsthand, how could he be satisfied? Want to see the Holy Sun? He is right over there. As the words left his lips, everyone followed the direction of the finger. There, 10 feet away behind the disciples of the Tianma sect, a young man was squatting on the ground, yawning. Upon sensing the multitude of gazes upon him, he appeared momentarily bewildered. I agree. Lin Chuan and Li Tengfeng were clearly not on the same wavelength. He thought everyone was seeking his opinion. Little did he know of the enmity between Wu Nanming and Li Tengfeng, that it was no mere trivial matter. Even a fight would be a mild outcome. However, Lin Chuan's nonsensical remarks unexpectedly diffused the previously tense atmosphere. Li Tengfeng had anticipated that this Holy Sun would stand up for Wu Nanming, and as a heavenly saint, he should possess some semblance of dignified demeanor. Yet, upon a closer look, this young man, aside from being handsome, appeared to be an absolute novice in the ways of the world. The Holy Sun is straightforward. If I, Li, were to wed your esteemed senior sister, then the Holy Sun would indeed be my little brother-in-law, that we would be one family. I would certainly present the Holy Sun with a grand gift. Li Tengfeng beamed with delight. He was merely concerned that Lin Chuan might intervene. In a contest between a heavenly venerate and a heavenly saint, he had no chance whatsoever. Who would have thought that this Holy Sun would be so unexpectedly unassuming? Today, it seemed heaven truly had opened its eyes. Lin Chuan nodded perfunctorily, but suddenly sensed a bone-chilling killing intent emanating from Wu Nanming. What was happening? Lin Chuan was startled. Why would Wu Nanming harbor murderous intent towards him? Had he said something wrong? Lin Chuan, I will slay you. Wu Nanming erupted in fury, her delicate face flushed with rage, her beautiful eyes radiating cold light. An overwhelming killing intent bore down upon Lin Chuan, as if he were her sworn enemy. As Wu Nanming appeared poised to explode, the disciples of the Tianma sect grew anxious. Senior sister, please remain calm. Holy Sun, do you not understand? The senior sister and that Li have enmity. He is humiliating her. The disciples hurriedly explained that it was evident that Lin Chuan was an outsider in this matter. His habitual state of confusion was not new, even on the grand occasion of the sect leader's emergence. He dared to slack off. What else could he possibly overlook? Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he had not caught Li Tongfeng's provocation. Lin Chuan blinked, still looking perplexed. Indeed, his memories were still stuck at the moment when Li Tengfeng confessed to Wu Nanming. He had completely tuned out the subsequent dialogue. So this was where the misunderstanding lay. No wonder Wu Nanming wore such a fierce expression as if she wished to kill him. It was all a misunderstanding. Since the senior sister was unwilling to engage with Li Tengfeng, she could simply refuse. As for Li Tengfeng, what was his problem? My senior sister does not fancy you. Why persist in being a sycophant? Let me give you a word of advice. Sycophants do not meet a good end. Especially considering my senior sister is a madwoman, it would be wise to keep your distance and cut your losses early. Lin Chuan spoke earnestly. He intended to warn Li Tengfeng kindly. The sooner one distances oneself from a terrifying madwoman like Wu Nanming, the better. Moreover, the enmity between Wu Nanming and Li Tengfeng had nothing to do with him. He merely mentioned it casually, and whether Li Tengfeng chose to heed it was entirely his own decision. As long as he was not disturbed from his rest, that was sufficient. Li Tengfeng was left utterly perplexed. The disciples of the Tianma sect had already made the situation clear. He had expected Lin Chuan to stand up for his fellow sect member, which had made him quite tense. Yet here Lin Chuan was. seemingly oblivious, offering him unsolicited advice. How strange. Was this fellow genuinely foolish, or merely pretending to be so? If he were indeed a heavenly saint, should he choose to strike, we would stand no chance of retaliating. This fellow did not seem like a fool. Rather, he appeared to be buying time. Could he be merely a paper tiger, and the death of Hong Tianhe possibly the doing of Leng Ningshuang? Should we test him a little? The disciples of the Celestial sect began to whisper among themselves. Lin Chuan's demeanor and conduct were too peculiar. He displayed no semblance of a formidable expert. Even if he was inherently easygoing, he should not be considering the enemy's perspective. He did not even seem like a disciple of the Tianma sect. With so many odd behaviors, it was no wonder the disciples of the Celestial sect were growing suspicious of him. There was a degree of validity to their concerns. The news of the battle between the holy son of the Tianma sect and Hong Tianhe had only circulated in the martial world. On that day, the sect leader had also been present. However, after returning to the mountain, the sect leader had never mentioned it again. At that time, I found it rather strange. Perhaps the rumors of the holy son achieving the status of heavenly saint were merely inflated claims by the Tianma sect itself. Nevertheless, one must not be careless. We should avoid jeopardizing the friendship between the two sections. A mere probe would suffice. Do not injure him, Li Tangfeng decisively commanded, who said that a big brute must be devoid of intelligence. Li Tangfeng's thoughts were indeed quite meticulous. Tap, tap, tap. 3 disciples of the blood slaughter sect strode out of the crowd, each handpicked by the Blade Emperor himself, following Li Tangfeng to explore the mysterious Great Marsh. All 3 possessed the cultivation of the heavenly sect, placing them firmly as a significant force within the realm of cultivation. However, compared to the heavenly saints, they were still considerably lacking. Although the 3 disciples were self-assured, they were not arrogant. They could not definitively conclude whether Lin Chuan was merely a paper tiger. Yet, should their assumptions prove correct, it would be tantamount to securing a leverage over the heavenly demon sect. If they could seize the opportunity to coerce Wu Niaming, Li Tangfeng's dream of winning her affection would become a reality. With a little more manipulation, they could even suppress the heavenly demon sect, marking a significant achievement for the blood slaughter sect. With this thought, the excitement among the 3 disciples grew, and their steps became noticeably lighter. The trio glided past Wu Niaming, whose gaze was closely followed by the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. The sudden approach of the blood slaughter sect disciples towards Lin Chuan raised questions. Could it be that they were indeed fulfilling Li Tangfeng's promise to present Lin Chuan with a gift? However, Wu Niaming was not inclined to think so. If Li Tangfeng genuinely intended to bestow a gift upon Lin Chuan, he ought to have gone himself, rather than sending irrelevant individuals. Furthermore, while these 3 disciples moved with agility, their eyes bore an unmistakable sharpness, subtly hinting at a sense of battle readiness. This did not resemble the demeanor of those delivering gifts. It was more akin to preparations for combat. Humph! Wu Nanming's lips curled slightly as she let out a cold snort. Just moments ago, she had been quite furious, but her mood suddenly brightened. Li Tangfeng actually doubted Lin Chuan's strength, prompting him to send disciples to test the waters. This was tantamount to courting death. Lin Chuan was notoriously laid back. He would hardly even bother to open his eyes if a blade were at his throat. He had once confided in her that his motto was, "If it can be talked out, there is no need to resort to violence." It could be said that Lin Chuan had reached a level of lethargy. For him to take action, it would require a dire situation threatening his life. When forced to act, Lin Chuan would undoubtedly prefer a swift resolution. The quickest way to eliminate an enemy was to kill them. Lin Chuan, you claim to be too lazy to offend Li Tangfeng? Allow me to provide you with a reason to do just that. When Niaming misunderstood, Lin Chuan was not merely lazy to offend Li Tangfeng. He was, in fact, timid. Indeed, Lin Chuan was timid, having lived 2 lives. He was acutely aware of the dangers posed by attracting undue attention. He would rather choose the path of a recluse, quietly cultivating his strength, than be embroiled in enmity, constantly pursued by foes. Moreover, in his past life, he had become adept at navigating the complexities of the cultivation world. In this realm, one would encounter younger opponents only to face their elders, and then even older foes. There would always be unending vendettas if one could not eliminate the roots of their enemies. It was wiser to avoid conflict altogether. Unless his life was in jeopardy, he would have no choice but to act swiftly, eliminating anyone who might leak information to avert future troubles. Wu Nanming believed she understood Lin Chuan, yet she was profoundly mistaken. Nevertheless, her attempts to provoke Lin Chuan into action had indeed touched his bottom line. For one who had chosen the path of a recluse, the sole boundary was not idleness, but survival. Thus, The three disciples of the blood slaughter sect daring to provoke Lin Chuan were destined for a grim fate. The name of the Holy Sun resounds like thunder. Today, we are fortunate to behold you, and we three are feeling a bit restless. Might we request your esteemed guidance? The three disciples took turns provoking Lin Chuan, attempting to elicit a response. Their words, however, were rather diplomatic, sounding merely like a request for sparring. But once the fight commenced, controlling the intensity of their strikes would prove challenging. After speaking, the three fixated their eager gazes upon Lin Chuan, having lavished him with flattery. Surely, he could not refuse them, could he? Guidance. Your restlessness is of no concern to me. If you're itching for a fight, why not just rub it against the ground? Constantly resorting to brawls is hardly dignified. With that energy, you might as well take a few more steps and expedite the search for the illusion. Besides, your Li Tangfeng is currently confessing to my senior sister. What business do you three fools have in stealing the spotlight? With your limited prowess, you wouldn't last half a chapter in a novel. Lin Chuan unleashed a torrent of words, rolling his eyes in disdain. After this outburst, not only did the three disciples of the blood slaughter sect stand dumbfounded, but so too did Wu Nanming, Li Tangfeng, and a host of disciples from both the Heavenly Demon Sect and Blood Slaughter Sect. Particularly, Li Tangfeng was utterly convinced that Lin Chuan had lost any semblance of an expert's demeanor. After all, this fellow was, at the very least, a heavenly saint, even if his bravado was exaggerated. He ought to maintain a semblance of composure. This incessant chatter was reminiscent of a gossipy old woman at the village entrance. The most exasperating part was that there was a modicum of truth in his words. Infuriating, indeed, at the same time. Wu Nanming was equally incensed. Lin Chuan still harbored thoughts of Li Tangfeng's confession to her. This scoundrel was genuinely willing to hand her over to Li Tangfeng. Did he truly believe she was well matched with him? Unforgivable, Lin Chuan. Should you continue with your nonsense, I shall tear your mouth to shreds. Unable to contain herself any longer, Wu Nanming decided to intervene. After reprimanding Lin Chuan, she barely spared him a glance before turning her ire towards Li Tangfeng. Li Tangfeng, if you truly wish to marry me, you must defeat Lin Chuan. The Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect is akin to a half-sovereign. Only by defeating him will you earn the right to wed me. However, my Holy Son never engages with the incompetent. Whether you can defeat him depends on your own capabilities. With her provocative words, Li Tangfeng was stirred. He was not oblivious to the reality that, with his heavenly sovereign cultivation, he was no match for Lin Chuan. Yet, he was concerned about his pride. Having spoken such bold claims, how could he retract them so easily? Moreover, he had long suspected that Lin Chuan's prowess was exaggerated. Lin Chuan's demeanor and behavior bore little resemblance to that of a heavenly saint, which further fueled his reckless optimism. However, caution is the mother of safety. He could not afford to entirely alienate Lin Chuan. So he resolved to engage under the guise of sparring. With determined steps, Li Tangfeng advanced towards Lin Chuan, accepting the challenge for the sake of his pride and the pursuit of winning his beloved. At that moment, Lin Chuan observed Li Tangfeng's approach with a look of helplessness. What did it matter to him? He had no desire to play the role of a third wheel. Why was he being forced into this? It is said that a gentleman should facilitate the happiness of others. Perhaps he could feign a few exchanges with Li Tangfeng and then, in the process, take the opportunity to slack off. The system would reward him, and he could facilitate a budding romance at a win-win situation. Yes, that's the plan. With this thought, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile. Yet, his smile caused an uproar among Li Tangfeng and the Blood Slaughter Sect disciples. Oh no, the Holy Sun is about to strike. The disciples of the Blood Slaughter Sect were alarmed. The three closest disciples to Lin Chuan hastily retreated to preserve their lives. Even Li Tangfeng's advancing foot froze in place, paralyzed by trepidation. Holy Sun, please do not be angered. Li Tangfeng quickly extended a hand to halt Lin Chuan. Yet his words left Lin Chuan perplexed. Was he truly angry? He was so affable. How could he possibly fly into a rage? But Li Tangfeng was undeterred, convinced that Lin Chuan was indeed incensed. He hurriedly explained, I, Li, am acutely aware that I am no match for the Holy Sun. However, your esteemed senior sister has made it clear that I must defeat you. Thus, I can only brace myself for the challenge. May the Holy Sun show mercy. Li Tangfeng clasped his fists and spoke. Indeed, this was his genuine thought. He did not aspire to truly defeat Lin Chuan. Of course, if Lin Chuan were but a coward, he would not be in his current predicament. He might even have slain Lin Chuan outright, tarnishing the reputation of the Blood Fiend sect. while simultaneously elevating his own name. At that juncture, Wu Nanming would become his plaything. Please. Lin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, a smirk gracing his lips. To everyone's astonishment, he readily agreed. This left Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect momentarily stunned. Had their holy son truly changed his temperament? Lin Chuan had suddenly become so enthusiastic. How peculiar. However, since he had accepted the challenge, it marked a commendable beginning. There was no reason to intervene at this stage. Wu Nanming could only suppress her displeasure and allow Lin Chuan to continue his performance. Such generosity from the holy son is admirable. Please, Li Tangfeng exclaimed joyfully. Opportunities to prove oneself were few and far between. Moreover, he could conveniently gauge Lin Chuan's prowess. He would not let this chance slip away. Swish, swish. A blood-red greatsword was summoned forth. In an instant, Li Tangfeng's aura shifted dramatically that he remained the disciple of the Blood Fiend sect, the direct protege of the Blade Sovereign. Yet, the mere presence of this bloody blade intensified his malevolence manifold. This sword was a supreme spiritual treasure. Who among them lacked such a treasure? Holy Son, show this little brat a thing or two. Let him tremble in fear. Holy Son, show us your might. The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect cheered. Their confidence in Lin Chuan was unwavering. The memory of Lin Chuan's overwhelming defeat of Hong Tianhe was still fresh in their minds. How could a mere heavenly sovereign stand against Lin Chuan? As the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect clamored, both Li Tangfeng and the disciples grew increasingly tense. They fixed their gazes on Lin Chuan, awaiting the moment he would unveil his magical treasures. Lin Chuan possessed a sword capable of moving mountains, overturning seas, subduing demons, restraining fiends, commanding deities, plucking stars, severing rivers, raising cities, and parting the heavens. This sword is named the Heavenly Sword. Lin Chuan raised his sword, brimming with bravado. His declaration was indeed imposing. Yet, no matter how grandiose his claims, they could not disguise the undeniable truth that he wielded merely 2 fingers. Lacking spiritual treasures was simply lacking. What was there to boast about? Heavenly sword, indeed. Do you fancy yourself a sword god? Li Tangfeng shot Lin Chuan a disdainful glance. Watching him flaunt himself irked him greatly. After all, he was the direct disciple of the Blade Sovereign, a well-known genius within the Blood Fiend sect. Never had he encountered someone daring enough to show off in his presence. What was even more infuriating was that Lin Chuan was doing so in front of Wu Nanming. How was he to maintain his reputation? Had it not been for Lin Chuan's status as a heavenly sage, Li Tangfeng would have long since sent his fist to greet Lin Chuan's nose. Such words, Lin Chuan scoffed, rolling his eyes dramatically in response to Li Tangfeng. If he didn't embellish his prowess a bit, how could he avoid being mundane? Those disciples of the Blood Fiend sect had witnessed his spiritual treasures before, but if he were to summon those treasures, how could he continue his act? Did he think them fools, incapable of discerning his feigned humility? Lin Chuan felt quite wrong. He had merely intended to assist in cultivating a bond between Li Tangfeng and Wu Nanming while simultaneously avoiding exertion. Yet, the audacity of Li Tangfeng in failing to appreciate his intentions wounded his heart. In truth, Lin Chuan was keen to foster a connection between Li Tangfeng and Wu Nanming, not because he regarded Li Tangfeng as a good person, but rather because he believed Wu Nanming had not treated him well and had consistently targeted him. Such a senior sister would be better off marrying early. Lin Chuan, I warn you, should you deliberately lose to Li Tangfeng, I shall take my own life. Wu Nanming seemed to see through Lin Chuan's intentions. This rascal had a penchant for shirking responsibility at critical moments. Despite possessing numerous supreme spiritual treasures, he obstinately refrained from utilizing them, instead choosing to flaunt his 2 fingers. Was he belittling Li Tangfeng? Certainly not. This fellow was merely seeking an excuse to intentionally concede to Li Tangfeng that Wu Nanming was furious. Did Lin Chuan truly consider the honor and disgrace of their sect so inconsequential? What on earth was this rascal thinking? Hiss, he had been seen through. Lin Chuan inhaled sharply, then shot a furious glare at Li Tangfeng. All this was the fault of that guy. Had he kept his mouth shut, Lin Chuan could have easily played his part. Why should he be involved? Li Tangfeng was startled, his face filled with anxiety. Yet, he quickly chuckled. Lin Chuan's anger was hardly a bad omen for him. This meant he could engage in earnest sparring with Lin Chuan. Should he emerge victorious, it would be splendid. If he were to lose, with Lin Chuan's foolish mentality, he likely would not pursue the matter too deeply. It was a win-win scenario. Holy Son, should we delay any further, This grand illusion of the day shall no longer concern us. Moreover, I am a man who values face. Your claims of the heavenly sword are utterly unconvincing. Why not summon your spiritual treasures and let us have a proper duel, shall we? Li Tangfeng urged. He had no time to waste engaging in idle chatter with Lin Chuan. Furthermore, he yearned to witness what kind of spiritual treasures this holy son of the Blood Fiend sect possessed. Even if he were to lose, he would at least gather some intelligence to report back to the Blade Sovereign. Apologies, but I must decline. Suddenly, Lin Chuan reversed his stance that he reverted to his previous languid demeanor. Plopping down upon the grass and yawning, my senior sister has said that should I lose, she shall take her own life. This burden is one I cannot bear. Please, do as you wish, young masterly. Initially, he had intended to assist in forging a connection. However, Wu Nanming's single statement had awakened Lin Chuan to the reality that she had no desire to marry Li Tangfeng. Why should he meddle in matters that were none of his concern? Yet, his remark had effectively mocked Li Tangfeng and the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. How could this not infuriate them? Lin Chuan, do you truly believe my Blood Fiend sect is so easily bullied that you can dictate what we do? How shall my Blood Fiend sect maintain its standing in the world of cultivation henceforth? Regardless of the circumstances, you must duel with me. Otherwise, do not even think of leaving. Li Tangfeng seethed with rage, his sword pointed directly at Lin Chuan. An overwhelming aura of malice surged forth. The unique demonic energy of the Blood Fiend sect only grew stronger with the intensity of their malevolence, enhancing their might. As such, the temperaments of the sect's disciples were notoriously volatile, quick to resort to violence. Their methods were particularly ruthless. Even someone as fiery as Leng Ningshuang seemed gentle in comparison to those of the Blood Fiend sect. Had Li Tangfeng not recognized Lin Chuan as a heavenly sage from the outset, he would have been disinclined to waste even a single word. Yet, knowing his status changed little. At this critical juncture, to allow Lin Chuan to escape would be tantamount to tarnishing the reputation of the sect. Even if he were to be defeated, would the Blood Fiend sect truly dare to confront the Blood Fiend sect? Let us not forget, this was days. Disciples from all sects were watching. Should he perish, the Blood Fiend sect would suffer consequences. Senior sister, it seemed the situation had escalated dramatically. The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect realized something was amiss. Li Tangfeng appeared to be in a frenzy, clearly enraged. If Lin Chuan were to inadvertently kill Li Tangfeng, it would incite a blood feud between the two sections. Yet, Li Tangfeng had explicitly named Lin Chuan in his challenge. Should they allow Lin Chuan to back down? No matter. This matter is an enmity between myself and Li Tangfeng, and it concerns no one else. Soon, you should swiftly escort the Holy Sun away. I shall confront Li Tangfeng. Wu Nanming furrowed her brow. Already regretting her decision, Tio put it plainly. This affair was instigated by her. Even the insistence on forcing Lin Chuan to engage with Li Tangfeng was a result of her actions. Should anything go awry, she would undoubtedly bear the blame. As the senior sister, it is her duty to step forward and ensure the safety of her fellow disciples. Sigh. Just as Wu Nanming raised her foot, a deep sigh resonated through the air. Hearing the sound, Wu Nanming turned to see Lin Chuan gazing at Li Tangfeng with a troubled expression. Why is it that there are always fools who court death? However, if you seek death, do not drag me into your reckoning. Within this vast expanse, there are 100 sections with at least 8,000 disciples. Capturing them is no simple task, let alone exterminating them all. Lin Chuan muttered incessantly. Though his demeanor appeared calm, his words were consistently laced with thoughts of murder. What could he possibly mean? Did he intend to annihilate everyone present? He has lost his mind. Suddenly, Lin Chuan soared into the air, his eyes glinting with cold determination as he fixed his gaze on Wu Nanming and declared, Senior sister, I may have to distance myself from the Tianma sect for a time. To avoid implicating the sect, should you encounter the sect leader, please provide a thorough explanation. Otherwise, I may very well be killed by the sect leader, as his words hung in the air, before anyone could react. Lin Chuan's icy gaze locked onto Li Tangfeng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of explosions erupted around Lin Chuan as exquisite spiritual treasures materialized one after another. To the unknowing observer, it might seem he was intentionally showing off to the crowd. Yet, immediately following, a palpable intent to kill surged towards Li Tangfeng. It was then that everyone comprehended. Lin Chuan was genuinely intent on murder, and he had resolved to strike with lethal force. My grievances with the Bloodslaughter sect have nothing to do with the Tianma sect. From this moment forth, I, Lin Chuan, am no longer a disciple of the Tianma sect. If revenge is sought, come find me, Lin Chuan. I am no longer a disciple of the Tianma sect. His resounding voice echoed throughout the vast expanse, proclaiming his intent to the world that he had finally severed ties with the Tianma sect. Yet, Wu Niaming and the other disciples of the Tianma sect remained lost in their sentiments, genuinely believing Lin Chuan was sacrificing himself for their benefit. In truth, that was far from the case. He merely sought to leverage this opportunity to extricate himself from the Tianma sect at long last. He had found his chance. Unbeknownst to even Li Tangfeng, he had unwittingly become a mere pawn in this unfolding drama, destined to be the one to face the consequences, for without him, the performance would be incomplete. Hunyuan Tianma Gong. Eternal damnation. Lin Chuan raised his arms to the heavens, unleashing a torrent of inner energy. Dozens of exquisite spiritual treasures swirled around him. Their dazzling brilliance under the blazing sun was utterly breathtaking. Yet, in comparison to the might of Hunyuan Tianma Gong, they appeared insignificant. This was a divine-level demonic technique, notoriously difficult to master, even for the mightiest of heavenly emperors. Yet here was Lin Chuan, merely a heavenly saint, wielding such a formidable divine art. In that moment, the numerous disciples from various sects in the vast expanse stood in stunned silence. Had it not been for the howling winds, they might have believed time itself had come to a standstill. Li Tangfeng trembled in fear, his face paling dramatically. The overwhelming power he sensed rivaled that of a heavenly emperor. Even the wrath of the Blade Emperor would pale in comparison. He could not help but regret. What manner of being had he provoked? This was not a mere sparring match. This was a threat to his very life. Yet, under such tremendous pressure, he stammered incoherently, his mind a blank slate, forgetting even to plead for mercy. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of spiritual treasures clashing resonated incessantly. Each exquisite treasure shifted direction, aimed directly at Li Tangfeng. The winds howled, and a chill pervaded the air. Lin Chuan's intent to kill had ignited, and there was no possibility of retreat. He was not timid. He simply cherished his life, especially in the realm of cultivation. Even the slightest oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. When will vengeance cease? Only by eradicating the root can one hope for enduring peace. Li Tangfeng was doomed. However, the disciples from various sects present in the vast expanse bore witness. These individuals could not be spared either. Kill. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's eyes widened, and a roar erupted from his lips. Simultaneously, the numerous exquisite spiritual treasures, imbued with overwhelming killing intent, surged towards Li Tangfeng. The 8,000 disciples of the sect gazed upon this battle, fully aware of the impending outcome. Li Tangfeng was as good as dead. Help! Li Tangfeng's cries for help were mercilessly swept away by the raging winds. At this juncture, he had no recourse but to cry out for assistance. For he had no better means of salvation, unless a miracle occurred. Humph! At the critical moment, a cold snort pierced through the wind, reaching the ears of all present. The once menacing array of exquisite spiritual treasures seemed to meet their nemesis. Abruptly halting in midair. One by one, the treasures struggled desperately, yet it was as though they were ensnared in an invisible cage, unable to move an inch. After a considerable time, the onlookers finally sensed the emergence of a more formidable force in the vast expanse, one that had subdued the heavenly saint Lin Chuan. The sect leader? Wu Nanming exclaimed in shock. She recognized that aura all too well. There could be no mistake. Whoosh! The wind swirled around her garments as a graceful figure descended, floating down with ethereal poise. Clad in black, with cold eyes and a visage as frigid as ice, it was indeed Leng Ningshuang who had arrived. Hiss! Lin Chuan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Memories of the previous night in the forest flooded his mind. Was it truly she? Last night, he had intended to betray the sect when he had heard Leng Ningshuang's voice. Yet after calling out for a long time, she had not appeared, leading him to believe he had been mistaken. Now, with Leng Ningshuang present, it was evident that the voice he had heard was indeed hers. She had been shadowing him all along, only revealing herself now. Had she been monitoring his every move? Gulp! Lin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. That he had the unsettling sensation of being seen through by Leng Ningshuang. But if that were the case, why had she endured until now? Thus, Lin Chuan found himself torn, questioning whether he should flee at once. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang was equally exasperated. Indeed, she had been trailing Lin Chuan and his companions all this while. The events of the previous night had made her even more vigilant. Lin Chuan was resolute in his intention to abandon the Tianma sect. Any lapse in her attention could allow him to slip away. Even upon reaching the vast expanse, encountering Li Tangfeng, he had found justification to betray the sect. It was utterly infuriating. Yet, Wu Niaming and her group remained foolishly grateful to Lin Chuan, which only fueled her ire further. In truth, her intervention to save Li Tangfeng was a last resort. Li Tangfeng was no virtuous character. She held a deep disdain for the Bloodslaughter sect as well. In any other circumstance, she would have killed him without a second thought. However, the critical issue was that Lin Chuan had chosen the assassination of Li Tangfeng as his reason for defection. She could not allow that to happen. There was no choice but for her to reveal herself. In any case, Li Tangfeng must not die, especially not at the hands of Lin Chuan as justification for his defection. Whoosh! The oppressive aura of the heavenly emperor's might unfurled. Lin Chuan's numerous exquisite spiritual treasures were instantly subdued. However, Leng Ningshuang did not impose any difficulties upon Lin Chuan. With a flick of her grand sleeves, she summoned a gust of energy, returning all those spiritual treasures to him. Lin Chuan pursed his lips, silently exhaling a sigh. He then withdrew the treasures back into his body, acutely aware that his plans to defect from the sect had once again met with failure. "Begone," Leng Ningshuang uttered in a low voice, aimed solely at the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect. Just moments after narrowly escaping with his life, Li Tangfeng was too overjoyed to linger. He immediately clasped his fists in gratitude towards Leng Ningshuang and hurriedly took his leave with his disciples. Though they departed, a grudge had undoubtedly been forged. Lin Chuan noted the icy glare Li Tangfeng cast before his exit, understanding that the exploration of the Great Marsh would be inextricably entwined with the enmity of the Bloodslaughter sect. Such a cliched narrative could have been avoided if not for that old witch, Leng Ningshuang. Why must she meddle when it was none of her concern? Lord Sect Master, Wu Niaming led a group of disciples to arrive. After they all respectfully clasped their fists, they stood to the side in reverence. They too followed Leng Ningshuang's gaze towards Lin Chuan. Not only them, but the 8,000 disciples of other sects within the Great Marsh were also engaged in discussions about him. Although Lin Chuan had failed to slay Li Tangfeng, the terrifying power he had displayed was sufficient to command the respect of all. Within the Great Marsh, the majority were merely young disciples of various sections. It could be said that Lin Chuan was capable of walking unimpeded through the Great Marsh at that moment. The disciples of other sects began to deliberate, in the future, should they encounter Lin Chuan or any disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It would be prudent to take a detour. The Holy Sun is truly righteous, who permitted you to sacrifice your life for justice and defect from the sect. Remember this, young man, even in death. You shall remain a ghost of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Nanming, ensure that all of you remember this. If the Holy Sun dares to entertain such thoughts again, let it not be taken seriously. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect listened attentively to Leng Ningshuang's admonition. Their hearts stirred with emotion. They even felt fortunate for Lin Chuan, wondering how he had come to have such a commendable sect master. Heh. Lin Chuan's laughter was forced, rendering his handsome visage somewhat unappealing. He was uncertain whether Leng Ningshuang possessed the ability to read minds. Yet, her previous words had effectively sealed off his escape routes. The plan to defect from the sect had again failed. He could even only become a ghost of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Was this a form of soul binding? However, these concerns paled in comparison to his foremost worry at present, that Leng Ningshuang had been monitoring him all along. Should he reveal even a hint of his intentions to flee, he would likely find himself a lifeless corpse. Given Leng Ningshuang's ruthless and cold nature, there was no doubt she would follow through with such a deed. Lin Chuan dared not question this. He chuckled bitterly, lamenting his misfortune in encountering a sect master who relished in tailing him. He feared that one day, as he attempted to escape, she might suddenly appear, and his life could be forfeit. That detestable old witch, she would be better suited as an assassin. Though Lin Chuan seethed within, he could only silently vent his frustrations. He believed his innermost thoughts were concealed from others. But Leng Ningshuang could hear his very heart's voice. Remarkably, she did not respond with anger this time. Instead, a smirk graced her lips, relishing the sight of Lin Chuan's discomfiture. This mischievous boy had repeatedly brought trouble to her, and now she relished the thought of instilling a psychological shadow in him, making him wary of future escapades. Leng Ningshuang was grateful for her vigilance this time. Otherwise, Lin Chuan might have truly slipped away. Although her appearance was indeed a necessity, it seemed to have yielded unexpected results. In the future, if Lin Chuan ever contemplated fleeing again, he would surely remember this day, with the seeds of fear sown deep within him. Very well, she declared. This sect master merely passed through on her way. The exploration of the Great Marsh requires you to rely on your own capabilities to achieve remarkable feats. once the exploration concludes. You shall return to the sect on your own, that I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. Leng Ningshuang's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd, finally lingering on Lin Chuan. Her cunning eyes seemed to speak volumes. Though the messages conveyed were far from tender whispers, they were warnings that I shall keep a watchful eye on you. The most alarming aspect was that Lin Chuan comprehended her intent. Thus, he felt a sense of trepidation. After all, he remained uncertain whether Leng Ningshuang had genuine matters to attend to, or if she was merely feigning the need to depart for his benefit. Should he attempt to flee and she suddenly materialized before him, the situation would be beyond awkward. It might even lead to his demise. Choose your actions wisely, especially you, Lin Chuan. As Leng Ningshuang's somber voice echoed, her black dress billowed like a dark wind as she vanished without a trace. The crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to react as the sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect disappeared entirely. After a prolonged silence, the great marsh gradually regained its liveliness, though Leng Ningshuang had departed. Discussions regarding her continued unabated. Most, however, only began to converse after confirming that she had truly left. After all, the tragic fate of the disciples of the Xianjian sect from years past served as a cautionary tale. Unless one had a death wish, they dared not speak ill of her in her presence. Have you heard? Recently, the Tianji Pavilion released a ranking of beautiful cultivators that I know. Leng Ningshuang secured second place. I had my doubts before, but seeing her today, the title is indeed well-deserved. Keep your voice down. The last person who mocked her appearance is likely 6 feet under by now. Do you wish to tempt fate? I'll pass. What a shame for such a breathtaking beauty to be a devil. I dare not provoke her. With Leng Ningshuang's notorious reputation preceding her, even after witnessing her true appearance, the disciples of other sects dared not entertain any thoughts of desire. In stark contrast, Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect felt a warmth in their hearts, especially Wu Nanming, who regretted her previous scheming against Lin Chuan. He had forsaken his identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect for her sake. An act of loyalty that deeply moved her that moment. Her delicate face flushed, her enchanting eyes shimmering with unshed tears that in all her years, she had never encountered a man so loyal and devoted to her. Let alone one as handsome as Lin Chuan. If she were to choose a boyfriend, Lin Chuan would undoubtedly be the finest option. Thank you, Holy Son. Wu Nanming nodded, her tone imbued with unprecedented gentleness. She genuinely wished to express her gratitude to Lin Chuan, though her feelings were somewhat complicated. Lin Chuan, observing the bashful Wu Nanming, found himself at a loss. Was this truly the fierce woman who had dragged him from his cozy bed? Of course, Wu Nanming's gratitude stemmed from his expulsion of Li Tangfeng. Although the plan had deviated somewhat, it had ultimately not spiraled into a worse outcome that could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Senior sister, you speak too highly of it. We are of the same sect. When senior sister is in distress, how could I, as your junior, remain indifferent? However, in the outside world, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Lin Chuan spoke with utmost seriousness. Originally, he had intended to eliminate Li Tangfeng and then make his escape, even though there were numerous eyewitnesses present. The vastness of the cultivation world would surely provide him with a place to hide. However, the current situation was drastically different. Due to the involvement of Leng Ningshuang, he found himself compelled to remain at the Tianma sect. It was a case of the monk being able to flee, but not the temple. Should any incident occur, it would be easy for others to trace it back to the Tianma sect and drag him out. In order to preserve his own life, he decided it wise to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Of course, if Li Tangfeng insisted on causing trouble due to previous grievances, then he would find a secluded spot to eliminate him, thereby eradicating any future threats. Moreover, the environment within the day's illusion was intricate and perilous. It was entirely possible that ferocious beasts lurked within. If Li Tangfeng were to perish at the jaws of such a beast, it would be a death without witnesses. Should there be any eyewitnesses, they too would have to be dealt with. Eradicating the root of the problem was indeed Lin Chuan's modus operandi. Indeed, that was the plan. Lin Chuan squinted, stroking his chin, occasionally nodding to himself, deep in contemplation. The expressions of Wu Nanming and the group of Tianma sect disciples were filled with bewilderment. They simply could not fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of their esteemed saint son. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the days, a sound that stirred the air like a tempest, causing the trees to sway violently. The disciples from various sects were startled into alertness. 8,000 pairs of eyes turning towards the source of the sound, each face alight with excitement that we found it. At long last, the day's illusion had come into existence. With the unveiling of the day's illusion, 8,000 disciples from various sects were irresistibly drawn towards it, momentarily casting aside their thoughts of Leng Ningshuang and Lin Chuan, eager to enter the illusion and seize resources, gazing across the dense forest. The crowd resembled a dark mass, yet each disciple was poised to sprint, as if aware that lagging even slightly could result in losing out on valuable treasures. Saint Sun, everyone, Wu Naming declared with utmost seriousness. It is time to set forth. Within the day's illusion, resources were abundant. 8,000 individuals were certainly insufficient to claim them all. Yet, where there were people, there would inevitably be conflict. Interests served as the very foundation upon which good and evil were delineated. Once they stepped into the illusion, even the most innocent among them would find themselves embroiled in disputes. As the saying goes, once one enters the world, one is no longer in control of their own fate. Not all matters could be navigated according to one's whims. Even Lin Chuan was acutely aware of this. Thus, as he followed closely behind Wu Naming, the languor that had previously marked his demeanor had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Nevertheless, deep within him, he still harbored reluctance that he truly wished to avoid such troublesome affairs. The disciples of the Tianma sect were on high alert. Throughout their journey, the phrase they heard most frequently was this: "The people from the Tianma sect are coming." Having witnessed the fate of Li Tangfeng, anyone who dared to provoke the Tianma sect was either foolish or exceedingly foolish. Even if Leng Ningshuang were to depart, the presence of Lin Chuan, a figure of heavenly saint caliber, remained. He was indeed a rarity among the younger generation. His prowess was unparalleled, provoking Lin Chuan that was akin to courting death. Furthermore, every individual possessed but one life. No one was inclined to surrender it willingly. Fortunately, the majority of sect disciples instinctively made way, fearful of incurring the wrath of the Tianma sect. This feeling of being revered and having a path cleared for them was truly delightful. Each disciple of the Tianma sect held their head high, exuding an air of superiority. They were aware that their stature was bolstered by Lin Chuan's presence. Yet, what difference did it make? They were all fellow disciples. After all, there was no need for division. Had this been in the past, Wu Nanming would have surely harbored numerous grievances. However, following the disturbances caused by Li Tangfeng, her feelings towards Lin Chuan had grown complex. A man who dared to risk defying the sect for her sake, though somewhat reckless, was undeniably genuine. Coupled with Lin Chuan's strikingly handsome appearance, often dubbed the beauty killer, and his extraordinary talent that transcended the ages, he was truly a dragon among men. If such a man were to pursue her, would she truly turn him away? Alas, how vexing! With the impending battle, why was she lost in such trivial thoughts? She hastily resolved to gather her thoughts, for the day's illusion was fraught with peril. When Naming slapped her cheeks, striving to calm her racing heart, yet, as is often the case with young women, her rationality soon succumbed to the whims of infatuation. Before long, her logical thoughts were drowned beneath the tide of romantic notions. She found herself stealing glances at Lin Chuan, only to turn away with a shy smile. Is the senior sister unwell? The disciples expressed their concerns, noting her peculiar behavior since earlier. This was troubling. If the senior sister were absent at a critical moment, the Tianma sect would lose a significant source of strength. The disciples were filled with worry, but given Wu Naman's strong-willed nature, they hesitated to inquire directly. Instead, they decided to let Lin Chuan take the lead and find a solution. Is the senior sister unwell? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Wu Naming, instantly feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. He had initially planned to find a place to relax once they entered the illusion. Wu Naming's ailment was indeed poorly timed. However, it seemed that her illness might not be entirely unfavorable. This way, he would have a valid reason to hide away with everyone. Resources were of little concern. It was important to remember that they were in the presence of disciples from major sections. Offending even one would be akin to poking a hornet's nest, even if he eradicated all 8,000 of them. Unforeseen complications could still arise. The truth is, one could not keep secrets forever. He had no desire to experience the troubles of provoking the young, only to draw the ire of the old. Thus, the wisest course of action was to avoid conflict as much as possible. Hence, upon entering the day's illusion, he would seek a place to hide until the senior sister's condition improved, at which point they could discuss matters further. Lin Chuan declared with resolute conviction that he was remarkably decisive in this instance, exuding an aura of reliability. The 8 disciples of the Tianma sect were already his ardent admirers, and this only deepened their admiration for him. Tap tap, Lin Chuan strode over to Wu Nanming, then circled around her to block her path. What is the meaning of this? Wu Nanming raised her gaze slightly, meeting Lin Chuan's eyes for a brief moment before her beautiful eyes darted away. A faint blush colored her cheeks, giving her an appearance akin to one who was shy. However, due to Lin Chuan's preconceived notions, he mistakenly believed that her rosy hue was a result of fever. Do cultivators truly suffer from fever and colds? Nonsense. Cultivators are still human, not deities. If one became a deity, what need would there be for cultivation? After days of travel, the senior sister must surely be fatigued. This time, as they ventured into the day's illusion, I shall take the lead. The senior sister may rest for a while, Lin Chuan asserted, exuding an air of determination and authority. He offered Wu Nanming no opportunity to refuse, for he understood her well. She was always strong-willed and unwilling to concede, determined to prove herself. Given that their entry into the day's illusion was a task assigned by the sect, she would not easily relax her grip on responsibility. Lin Chuan had even prepared for a second round of persuasion. Should Wu Nanming decline, he would enlist the aid of the 8 disciples to convince her. At the very least, they would resort to a show of hands for a vote. Ultimately, he was determined to seize control. Saint Sun, you are concerned for me. How could I possibly accept such kindness? Wu Nanming lowered her head, nervously rubbing her thumb. The crimson flush had spread to the nape of her neck. This is not good. Her condition is deteriorating rapidly. The disciples were in a state of utmost concern. However, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. Is Wu Nanming truly ill? It doesn't quite seem that way. Yet, such matters are trivial. The struggle for power is of paramount importance. Senior sister, we are fellow disciples. Throughout this journey, you have labored tirelessly, without a moment's rest. You must be utterly exhausted, since the sect master has dispatched me. And among us, my cultivation level is the highest. It is only natural that I should assume the responsibility of protecting our fellow disciples. You may rest easy, senior sister, without a care. Lin Chuan spoke with utmost seriousness. In the past, whenever his cultivation was mentioned, Wu Nanming would display displeasure. He was aware that she had always aspired to surpass him. This woman is fiercely competitive. Nevertheless, the reality is undeniable. Even if Wu Nanming resents it, she must concede. Yet, she would undoubtedly be incensed. The Holy Sun is so concerned for senior sister. How delightful for her. Then, let it be as my junior brother suggests. Lin Chuan felt an unsettling sense of dissonance. Wu Nanming's words and actions were indeed peculiar. Could it be that she is feverish, her mind clouded? It seems her illness is more severe than the disciples had presumed. Realizing this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel anxious. He was merely lazy and cherished his life, not malicious. They's fellow disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Since his entry into the sect, Wu Nanming had been akin to a mentor to him, although somewhat stern and harsh, and often visiting his residence to disturb his rest. This did not tarnish the bond he shared with Wu Nanming. With her illness so grave, how could he stand idly by? We must swiftly enter the illusion realm and find a secluded place to recuperate. Lin Chuan decisively commanded. He then led the disciples directly towards the great marsh illusion realm. The so-called illusion realm is merely a realm distinct from the mundane world. Here, the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers abound, and the verdant grass carpets the ground. Rare herbs grow in abundance, and ferocious beasts lurk in plenty. Although fraught with danger, opportunities abound as well. Not to mention the plethora of spiritual herbs. The beasts one can slay yield great value in their beast course. Hides and flesh. Each sect must sustain a multitude of disciples, relying not only on techniques and spiritual treasures, but also on substantial wealth and cultivation resources. The larger the sect, the greater the resources consumed daily. Without economic and resource replenishment, the sect would have long since crumbled. Such treasures as the Great Marsh Illusion Realm are rare and sought after. However, the items discovered can only be regarded as unexpected delights, contributing to the prosperity of the sect. Yet, if the quantity and quality of the treasures and herbs brought back were significant, it could very well elevate a sect standing by a tier. However, this time, numerous sects had ventured to the Great Marsh Illusion Realm. Although there were merely 8,000 individuals, they were all the cream of the crop from their respective sections. The number of celestial sects and exalted beings was substantial. Even if conflicts arose, determining a victor would not be easy. For someone like Lin Chuan, a heavenly saint, it felt akin to fishing in a pond, rather unfair. Thus, it was unlikely that any would willingly approach the heavenly demon sect. Even disciples from other sects would maintain a certain distance. Saint Sun, we have entered the illusion realm. Please, direct us on which course to take. The disciples inquired with great curiosity. Yet, surveying the surroundings, they found themselves largely overshadowed by disciples from other sections. To seize territory would likely entail a fierce battle. It was not that they were slow to act. Rather, the entrance to the illusion realm was simply too distant. Some fortunate disciples from other sects had entered the illusion realm ahead of them, naturally claiming advantageous terrain without conflict. Furthermore, the treasures at the entrance might not be the best. Perhaps the resources deeper within were even richer. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chuan arrived at a conclusion. Logically, the deeper one ventured into a treasure realm, the denser the spiritual energy and the better the resources. However, correspondingly, the ferocious beasts would also be more formidable. It was evident that the beasts entangled with disciples from other sects possessed considerable strength. At least at the celestial sect level, conservatively estimated, the beasts dwelling deeper within the illusion realm might very well include those at the exalted or even the heavenly saint level. If that were indeed the case, recklessly delving deeper could pose a threat to one's life. However, Lin Chuan considered that engaging with disciples from other sects would inevitably lead to conflict. Contesting against people breeds enmity, but battling ferocious beasts allows for retreat if one cannot prevail. In this way, entanglements of fate could be avoided. Swish, swish, swish. 10 figures entered the illusion realm and swiftly evaded the throng, heading straight for the depths of the realm. These figures were strikingly conspicuous, arguably the most remarkable individuals within the Great Marsh. Their actions, of course, did not escape the notice of the crowd, especially Lin Chuan, a heavenly saint. He was shrouded in mystery and confidence. His unwavering advance into the depths of the illusion realm immediately instilled a strong sense of purpose among the disciples. The heavenly demon sect is aware of the secrets of the Great Marsh illusion realm. They must be seeking the hidden treasures of the realm. Quickly, follow them. If we delay, we might miss out entirely. With a chorus of fervent conjectures, thousands surged forward, pursuing the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Even those who had initially intended to guard their own territory abandoned their posts, frantically chasing after Lin Chuan. What is happening? The intense commotion behind was impossible to ignore. Lin Chuan turned back, stunned. He truly wished to avoid entanglements of fate. Yet, why were these disciples from other sects relentlessly pursuing him? Had he drawn too much attention? Inciting their ire, Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of danger looming over him. Now, 2 choices lay before him. Point 1 was to eliminate all 8,000 disciples. The other was to evade them as much as possible and find a secluded spot to hide. That was 8,000 people. Even if they were akin to 8,000 pigs, it would take 3 days to catch them. Such an exhausting task was far from desirable unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he could only opt for the latter. Everyone, step back, Lin Chuan barked, coming to an abrupt halt. Then, before everyone's gaze, he summoned the Lin Fire Sword. This sword was a supreme spiritual treasure, possessing formidable fire attributes. Even a gentle swing could unleash a torrent of flames. When paired with the inner strength of a heavenly saint, the effect was magnified. The Hunyuan heavenly demon, with a single sword, could carve open the heavens. The divine demonic art was once more brought to life. A surging force akin to a tempest swept across the land for 10 miles. Blazing flames shot up into the sky. Even disciples from other sects, 100 miles away, were intimidated by this terrifying pillar of fire and dared not advance. Whoosh, whoosh. The conflagration seemed poised to incinerate the heavens. The might of a heavenly saint was sufficient to shake the earth and sky. Thus such a display of power was within the realm of expectation. However, the sudden eruption of such commotion from Lin Chuan raised questions. What was his intent? Did he harbor murderous thoughts towards them? The terror of a heavenly saint was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, the power of a single sword was insufficient to reach 100 miles. Should circumstances change, retreating swiftly would be the wisest course of action. Numerous disciples from various sects have already made preparations to disperse. However, opportunities to witness a heaven saint's might in action are rare. Driven by curiosity, almost no one is willing to leave this moment. Among the crowd, a segment of individuals experiences the most complex emotions. They are the disciples of the blood fiend sect. Li Tang Feng gazes at Lin Chuan amidst the towering pillar of fire, his expression dark and foreboding. The might of this strike is undeniably terrifying. Had Lin Chuan chosen to unleash such power against him half an hour prior, he would have undoubtedly faced certain death. Yet, Lin Chuan has not even revealed 1/10 of his strength. This scoundrel not only underestimates me, but he also dares to insult me. I cannot swallow this grievance without seeking retribution. Li Tangfeng gritted his teeth in fury. Boom! A single swing cleaved the heavens and the earth. The Lin fire sword violently split the ground in two. The raging inferno further isolated Lin Chuan and his companions from the disciples of other sections. Both sides could only gaze at one another from afar, unable to draw near. The chasm engulfed in flames stretched for 300 miles, and even if one were to attempt to circumvent it at full speed, it would require a considerable amount of time. Pursuing Lin Chuan was now futile. The disciples of other sects could only sigh as they watched the departing figures extinguish the flames quickly within the depths of the great marsh illusion. The spiritual energy was abundant, and treasures were bound to emerge. The heavenly demon sect intends to monopolize it. How can we allow them to fulfill their desires? Waves of voices echoed throughout the illusion, revealing the true sentiments of the 8,000 disciples from various sections. Unfortunately, Lin Chuan remained oblivious, merely seeking a safe haven. Ironically, this coincided perfectly with the intentions of the other sect's disciples. In truth, he had no interest in any treasures. Even if he did nothing, the system would still reward him with various rare artifacts, such as the Lin Fire Sword and the Falling Star Hammer, each a supreme spiritual treasure. To others, these treasures were incredibly sought after. If a mere idle existence could yield such rewards, why should he risk his life to compete with a throng of people? However, the winds of fate are ever restless. Saint Sun, how long must we run? I see no one pursuing us from behind. Should we not stop and rest for a while? The disciples of the heavenly demon sect were filled with confusion. Previously, Lin Chuan's strike exuded the might of a world-shattering force, granting the heavenly demon sect considerable prestige and scaring off the 8,000 disciples of other sections. Yet afterward, Lin Chuan continued to lead them in a frantic flight. Did he possess knowledge of the secrets buried within the illusion? An hour passed, yet they remained in a state of frantic escape. The extraordinary flora surrounding them was left unharvested, and the disciples of the heavenly demon sect felt their hearts bleed. Never let your guard down. The dangers of the world are often concealed in the shadows. Countless examples of misfortune abound. That a cautious approach ensures longevity. One only has one life. Do not treat it lightly. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and spoke earnestly. It was not that he was timid or fearful. Life is fraught with peril. Had he not acted decisively earlier, he might have already been surrounded and slain by the 8,000 disciples of various sections. Even as a heaven saint, facing 8,000 formidable opponents from the heavenly sect, he would not dare claim absolute safety. Moreover, he was burdened with a group of liabilities, necessitating even greater caution. Saint Sun is correct. It is always wise to be prudent. We must not slacken our pace. Let us catch up. Wu Nanming found his reasoning sound and promptly aligned herself with Lin Chuan. One was the senior sister, and the other the Saint's son. Who would dare disregard their words? Even in the presence of mountains of treasure, without their consent, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect would not dare to halt their steps, silently weeping as they gazed at the rare and precious herbs around them. Another hour passed. Finally, Lin Chuan, leading the way, slowed his pace. Upon noticing this, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect rejoiced. Surely, they could now gather the extraordinary flora scattered upon the ground. This area, with its towering mountains extending for hundreds of miles, should serve as an excellent hiding place. Everyone, conceal yourselves. No one is permitted to emerge without my command. Lin Chuan issued a stern and unyielding order. Wu Nanming and the disciples of the heavenly demon sect were left dumbfounded. Hide? What of the rare herbs? Were they to abandon every single one? What, then, was the purpose of venturing into the illusion? Were they merely out for a stroll? However, before they could voice their inquiries, they saw Lin Chuan striding purposefully, almost anxiously, into the mountain range, with their leader moving forward. Who would dare lag behind? Wu Nanming and her companions traversed the fields of spiritual herbs, hastily plucking a few before quickly following Lin Chuan into the mountains. Ding. Exploration of the illusion. Host is slacking off. Reward. 9-tailed Chi Dragon Inner Dan. Level 9 Fierce Beast. The system's notification chimed in appropriately, causing Lin Chuan considerable displeasure. What did it mean by slacking off? He was merely trying to preserve his life. Within the illusion, ferocious beasts abound, and with 8,000 disciples from various sects pursuing them, he had taken refuge in the mountains solely to save himself. Yet the system interpreted this as idleness. Absurd. Why does the saint's son appear so discontent? Are you troubled by something? Wu Nanming, noticing Lin Chuan's dissatisfaction, could not help but express her concern. Ever since entering the illusion, her attitude towards Lin Chuan had undergone a complete transformation. In the eyes of other disciples, this was hardly remarkable, as she had always been known for her gentleness. Thus, her popularity among the disciples was exceedingly high, yet she seemed to reserve her sharpness solely for Lin Chuan. Otherwise, how could he have dubbed her the fierce old woman? Nevertheless, the fierce old woman had suddenly turned gentle. Lin Chuan's first instinct was to suspect that Wu Nanming had fallen ill, her brain perhaps overheated. However, out of camaraderie, he refrained from expressing this sentiment directly, especially given that they found themselves in a perilous situation with dangers lurking both ahead and behind. Unity was paramount. Yet, in the entirety of the great marsh illusion, he seemed to be the only one who held this belief that, to be honest, senior sister, I am concerned about our predicament. While the competition for resources is a norm in the world of cultivation, it is often accompanied by bloodshed and turmoil that a person's life is singular. Should one perish, all is lost. Since the sect leader has entrusted your lives to me, I must take responsibility for each of you. In this battle, the preservation of life must be our primary concern. Resources are of no importance. Remember, we have but one objective for this endeavor: survive. Lin Chuan resolutely instilled the philosophy of survival into Wu Nanming and her companions. As his words echoed through the mountains, an eerie silence enveloped the group. The 9 individuals before him stared at him in astonishment, as though he had uttered earth-shattering wisdom. Observing their reactions, Lin Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction. He had finally convinced these practitioners, who knew only violence and conflict. So long as Wu Nanming adhered to his counsel, they would surely emerge from the illusion unscathed. Even if they returned empty-handed, it would not be a significant loss. Regardless of how ruthless Leng Ningshuang might be, it was unlikely she would punish them for failing to secure resources. The saint's son may be overly cautious. Indeed, the illusion teems with ferocious beasts, and there are scheming cultivators. Yet, if one remains so timid, how can one grow powerful in the world of cultivation? After all, cultivation itself is an act of defying fate. To merely survive is unworthy of the path of cultivation. The disciples were filled with discontent, expressing their grievances one after another. Wu Nanming furrowed her brow, her head bowed in contemplation, seemingly weighing the path of cultivation. Yet, it was evident that she harbored considerable dissatisfaction with Lin Chuan's assertions. You are mistaken, utterly mistaken. The great Tao consists of 50, while the celestial transformations account for 49, with one eluding capture. The 49 embody the great Tao, and that one represents a glimmer of hope. This elusive thread of opportunity, if grasped, allows one to leap through the dragon gate, standing proud and unbound by the mundane. Failure, on the other hand, results in death and the obliteration of one's path, leading to an utter loss of all. Nevertheless, all beings yearn for a meteoric rise. Even when the chances are slim, they will flock to it. This is the psychology of a gambler. Yet in your eyes, the 49 great Taos remain unseen. That is the true pursuit of cultivators. The path of cultivation encompasses 49 distinct great Taos, each relatively safe in its own right, yet you choose to disregard them, opting instead for the most arduous path. You find your lives too long? Or do you believe that dancing on the edge of death is exhilarating and entertaining? If you lack intellect, you may as well offer your brain to others, but to intimidate without wisdom is rather unethical. Lin Chuan shifted his tone, suddenly reprimanding the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Upon hearing this lengthy discourse, Wu Nanming and the disciples were taken aback, their eyes reflecting a profound astonishment. They had never encountered such rhetoric before, not even within the hallowed halls of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The 9 elders, all esteemed heavenly saints, consistently emphasized the numerous challenges and perils along the path of cultivation, that a moment's carelessness could lead to death and the collapse of one's path. Thus, seeking the path of the heavens was akin to defying fate, to alter one's destiny. Akin to traversing a narrow bridge amidst countless dangers to seek a glimmer of hope. However, in Lin Chuan's words, the path of cultivation appeared radiant and bright, with a full 49 avenues, each promising a luminous future, all without the peril of risking one's life for the supreme Tao. How could such a fortuitous prospect have never reached their ears? Could it be that the 9 elders were mistaken? Or had so many heavenly saints narrowed the pathways? Wu Nanming, a person of great principles, rarely wavered from her convictions that it was precisely her unyielding spirit that had enabled her to achieve the status of a heavenly sovereign. Yet today, after hearing Lin Chuan's words, she found herself swayed that it was all due to Lin Chuan's extraordinary talents and his cultivation, which rivaled that of the 9 elders. If one could become a heavenly saint merely by taking it easy, who would still wish to spend their days meditating and cultivating? Might as well have all cultivators lie in bed and indulge in slumber. I cannot agree with the Holy Sun's words. Undoubtedly, the Holy Sun possesses remarkable talent, and indeed, one may achieve the status of a heavenly saint through idleness. But how can the Holy Sun be certain that others can emulate your sought-after path and carve out their own realms? Those present are the backbone of the Heavenly Demon Sect, each possessing a certain foundation and cultivation. By what right does the Holy Sun dismiss us all, asserting that our paths are erroneous? Wu Nanming's brow furrowed tightly, her previously amiable demeanor replaced by a challenging stance toward Lin Chuan. How refreshing. This is the fierce senior sister I know. Lin Chuan felt no fear. Rather, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wu Nanming did not take offense. She was wholly devoted to her cultivation and, now discussing her most pressing concern, sought to extract answers even from the icy coldness of frost this moment. The 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect perked up, eagerly awaiting the discourse. For cultivators, the pursuit transcended mere violence. It also necessitated a focus on refining the heart. If one could not even comprehend the path they sought, their future prospects would indeed be bleak. The senior sister wished to know the reasoning behind it. It's simple. Beyond the mountains, the 8,000 disciples of other sects hold the answers you seek. Each one of them is entwined with our fates. Behind these 8,000 disciples lie tens of thousands, even millions of powerful cultivators from various sections. Each causal link created by a single act would connect to countless others. Their sects, families, and friends are all part of this causal To kill one individual is to invite the vengeance of many. Slay a heavenly sovereign, and there will inevitably be heavenly saints, heavenly emperors, and even those with titles of heavenly emperor seeking retribution. What good is your chosen talent then? How much time do you have to grow? How much energy can you muster to face an unending tide of vengeful foes? If one day you were to fall asleep, become injured, or lose consciousness, and your enemies happen to arrive, your fate would be to perish in slumber. Without life, your sought-after path loses all significance. Lin Chuan spoke with calm authority, articulating his thoughts with clarity. As a reincarnator, if he could not grasp such fundamental truths, his 2 lifetimes would have been in vain. Thus, upon arriving in the world of cultivation, he had always valued his life highly. Only by preserving his existence could he hope to attain all that he desired. After all, the old adage rings true. Once life is lost, nothing remains. Causality. Wu Nanming's eyes appeared vacant, her thoughts adrift. Lin Chuan's arguments were unheard of to her. While she could not instantly accept his views, she was undeniably shaken. Most critically, she found herself unable to counter his claims. After all, Lin Chuan had already achieved the status of a heavenly saint, which was sufficient proof that his path was indeed valid. Yet whether it suited all cultivators remained uncertain. Based on the Holy Sun's assertions, should we hide away in a cave during this journey through the illusory Great Marsh? If that were the case, why even enter the illusion? Would it not be safer to remain outside? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect questioned in confusion if Lin Chuan feared this and that. He should not have entered the illusion from the start. Yet he had not hesitated. Clearly, his current rhetoric was inconsistent with his earlier stance. Alas, do you think I wish for this? The journey through the illusion was a direct order from the sect leader. Previously, the sect leader had made an appearance. Who knows if she has truly departed? What if she lingers nearby? Are we to foolishly flee, inviting her wrath upon us? Necessary theatrics cannot be overlooked. Do you understand? Lin Chuan shot them an exasperated glance. This group of cultivators seemed to have lost their wits, utterly incapable of grasping even the most basic of pretenses. It was exhausting to team up with such inept companions. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a dawning comprehension. Perhaps they now understood Lin Chuan's intentions. Yet, to fully endorse his cautious approach would not be an easy feat. After all, returning empty-handed from a treasure-laden land equated to a significant loss. Even if danger truly loomed nearby, it had not yet manifested before them. Had it, a touch of risk was only natural. Holy Sun, the mountains are filled with wondrous flora. We could certainly harvest some with due caution. Moreover, this cave seems vast, as if it holds an entire universe within. The Holy Sun may wish to avoid entanglements of causality. But in dealing with ferocious beasts, such connections do not apply. Do they? The disciples of the heavenly demon sect attempted to persuade him. They too wished to seize some advantage before departing if they truly returned empty-handed. They would feel discontented even without external pressure. Stay put and do not wander. Lin Chuan admonished softly. With a single command, he quelled the eager disciples of the heavenly demon sect, preventing them from venturing forth. Time held little value for cultivators. Even for a laid-back practitioner like Lin Chuan, there were moments when he would enter a meditative state. Yet, it only took a moment's distraction for unexpected events to disrupt his meticulously crafted plans. Ultimately, the 8 disciples of the heavenly demon sect delved deeper into the cave. Roar, the thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains abruptly roused Lin Chuan and Wu Nanming from their slumber. Surveying the desolate expanse before them, Lin Chuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. This is bad. They are in peril. We must hasten to their aid, Wu Nanming urged, her expression fraught with urgency as she gazed at Lin Chuan. Help? Nonsense, Lin Chuan retorted. This is the aura of a level 9 ferocious beast, comparable to a celestial emperor. They are likely beyond salvation. For our own safety, we should make our escape in the vast illusion of the great marsh. The ground trembled violently, and both birds and beasts sensed impending doom. The 1,000-mile-long illusion was thrown into chaos. Even those ferocious creatures engaged in combat with cultivators suddenly became agitated, trembling in terror as they cast their fearful gazes toward the mountains. Fleeing in a panic in the opposite direction, the 8,000 disciples from various sects were paralyzed with confusion, acutely aware of the earth shaking beneath their feet, as though a colossal beast were about to burst forth from the ground. Such an unusual occurrence could only signal something sinister lurking within the mountains. Li Tangfeng, with his keen perception, deduced certain clues from the reactions of the ferocious beasts. However, the disciples present were not foolish. Such blatant signs could not escape their notice. Yet, the magnitude of this sudden upheaval was overwhelming. Almost all ferocious beasts appeared to be facing a dire threat, indicating that whatever was about to emerge from the earth was indeed extraordinary. To advance recklessly would spell disaster. Life or death was uncertain. If one were to lose their life, what value would even the most precious treasure hold? If memory served, Lin Chuan and the disciples of the demon sect were headed directly toward the mountains. A treasure capable of causing such a commotion could not be trivial. Should it fall into the hands of the demon sect, their power would undoubtedly soar to new heights, Li Tangfeng scoffed. Embarking on a self-involved analysis, his voice, though low, effectively reached the ears of all present. He sought vengeance, intending to settle the score with Lin Chuan and Wu Nanming. How dare these two humiliate him? He could not easily forgive them. Brotherly is quite right. If there is indeed a significant treasure within the mountains, the strength of the demon sect's Saint Sun would surely not allow him to return empty-handed. However, the creature emerging is no ordinary being. When formidable forces clash, a swift resolution is unlikely. The saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. We are not entirely without an opportunity ourselves. A pale-faced young man, elegantly wielding a folding fan, cast a knowing glance at Li Tangfeng. Though he appeared charming and amiable, he was surrounded by an aura of isolation. Even those closest to him avoided his gaze, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. This individual was a disciple of the 100 Ghosts sect, known as Gue Rushing. The 100 Ghosts sect was adept in the arts of arcane techniques and ghostly manipulation, effortlessly mastering such lowly crafts as raising minor spirits. Rumors spoke of their proficiency in curses, stealthily bewitching others. Those marked by them were, as if shadowed by the grim reapers, with their fates dictated not by themselves, but by the 100 Ghosts sect. When Li Tangfeng encountered the ambiguous expression in Gue Rushing's eyes, he felt an unsettling chill. Even he was unaware of how grotesque his own smile had become. The disciples of the Blood Slaughter sect behind him instinctively recoiled, fearing they might fall under Gue Rushing's malevolent gaze. As the adage goes, a gentleman helps others to succeed. Brotherly's sincere regard for Wu Nanming of the demon sect deeply moved Gue Rushing. If he could fulfill Brotherly's wish, it would serve as a favor from the 100 Ghosts sect to the Blood Slaughter sect. What say you, Brotherly? Gue Rushing inquired, habitually fanning himself. exuding an air of calm confidence. Despite the widespread disdain for the 100 Ghost sect, no one dared provoke them, for their methods were indeed terrifying. Yet, even with such inscrutable abilities, Gui Rushing was still merely a heavenly sovereign. The demon sect boasted not only Wu Nanming as a heavenly sovereign, but also Lin Chuan, a formidable heavenly saint standing in their way. Did Gui Rushing truly believe he could challenge a heavenly saint with his heavenly sovereign status? Of course, if he succeeded, it would be splendid. Even if he failed, it wouldn't be a significant loss for Li Tangfeng that he could seek retribution against Lin Chuan while ingratiating himself with the 100 Ghost sect. A win-win situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tangfeng responded. Gui Gongzi, your generous intentions are greatly appreciated on behalf of the Bloodslaughter sect. As the treasure is poised to surface, it matters not who claims it, so long as it does not fall into the hands of the demon sect. I am willing to accompany Gui Gongzi to suppress the arrogance of the demon sect and Lin Chuan. If Lin Chuan were present, he would surely exclaim his innocence. He had never acted arrogantly. How was it that in Li Tangfeng's words, he appeared to be the most ostentatious one? He had always desired to remain inconspicuous. Yet, the more he wished to be low-key, the more it eluded him. Especially this time, the entire Great Marsh illusion trembled with a cataclysmic force, drawing all eyes upon it. Meanwhile, he faced imminent peril if he wished to flee. He could have escaped in time. However, Wu Nanming had firmly grasped him, thwarting Lin Chuan's plans once again. Senior sister, dear sister, auntie, if you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Please, sense carefully. What is emerging from below is a level 9 ferocious beast, undoubtedly rivaling a celestial emperor. I am merely a humble disciple of the demon sect, not a warrior. Can't you allow me to escape? Lin Chuan lamented, his expression one of utter despair. Ding! A calamity approaches, and the host is slacking. Reward, agility 1.at. This critical moment, the system chose to mock Lin Chuan. Was this life not meant to be lived? He felt a wave of frustration wash over him, though his agility had increased. Without the means to utilize it, it was as good as meaningless. Wu Nanming blocked his path, leaving him no avenue for escape. Was he to confront the ferocious beast head-on? Warning, a level 9 ferocious beast. The Imperial Wolf Cub is about to emerge. The probability of victory in a direct confrontation is 1. Host, please evacuate the danger zone immediately. The system issued a warning. This was the first time since Lin Chuan's arrival in the cultivation world that such a dire warning had been sounded, highlighting the formidable nature of this level 9 beast. Yet, why was it referred to as a cub? Was this Imperial Wolf merely a baby? But even as a cub, possessing level 9 strength was no trivial matter. If it were to mature, it would surely ascend to unparalleled heights. Help, senior sister, Saint's son, please save us. The long-lost 8 disciples of the demon sect came rushing back, their faces smeared with dirt, wailing in terror. They were not merely in a state of disarray, they were utterly panicked. The most alarming part was that hot on their heels, a young wolf was pursuing them with a ferocious fervor. Even in the pitch-black cave, the icy, bloodthirsty green eyes of the creature were unmistakable. Lin Chuan gasped in shock. This intense killing intent was all too familiar to him. It was eerily reminiscent of Leng Ning's. So the old hag belonged to the wolf clan. In this critical moment, Lin Chuan couldn't help but silently scoff. However, once the mocking was over, he knew he had to fight for his life. I can't believe you all managed to return alive. Since that is the case, I, Lin Chuan, must also fight to the death. If I perish, please inform the sect leader that I died in the attempt to save my fellow disciples. Though I may harbor regrets, I shall consider it a noble death. It is indeed a rare sight to witness Lin Chuan brimming with vigor, yet he utters words that are steeped in despair. However, Wu Nanming and her companions are not the least surprised. The level 9 beast, the offspring of the Emperor Wolf, possesses power that rivals that of a heavenly emperor, even with Lin Chuan's status as a celestial sage. He cannot possibly contend with the Emperor Wolf. This battle is destined to be a perilous one, fraught with the likelihood of death. Swish, swish, swish. Wu Nanming, leading the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, draws her sword and stands resolute. They all understand that life and death hinge on a fleeting moment. Although the 8 disciples of the heavenly demon sect are consumed by regret, now is not the time to dwell on who is right or wrong. Lin Chuan, Wu Nanming gazes at Lin Chuan's back, softly whispering his name. She does not require Lin Chuan to take any specific actions, nor does she need to know how he intends to confront the Emperor Wolf's offspring. She merely mutters his name to alleviate her guilt towards him. Originally, Lin Chuan could have chosen to flee, sparing his life. Yet, because of her, he faces such peril that if Lin Chuan were to perish, she would be at a loss on how to explain it to the sect and to Leng Ningshuang. Awu! The roar of the Emperor Wolf echoes harshly within the cave. Not far away, dust and debris merge into a swirling sandstorm, replete with the malevolent aura of the level 9 beast, charging towards the group. At this moment, Lin Chuan stands motionless, his back turned to Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Despite the promise of fighting to the death, he appears utterly unprepared. This naturally fills the disciples with worry and confusion. Yet at this critical juncture, they have no opportunity to inquire about Lin Chuan's plans. They can only stand guard beside Wu Nanming as she sets up a formation, hoping to withstand the impending threat. Closer, just a little closer, Lin Chuan, oblivious to his companions behind him, mutters incantations under his breath. He indeed has a plan to deal with the Emperor Wolf's offspring. But given the current circumstances, he doubts whether he will even survive the storm that will ensue upon the beast's approach. It is laughable that as a celestial sage, he finds himself outmatched even by a mere beast cub. Clearly, he has not been idle enough. Moreover, the rewards from the system are insufficient if he manages to return alive. He intends to indulge in laziness to expedite his breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor. That, of course, he would never divulge such thoughts to anyone else. If others were to learn that he could grow stronger through idleness, they would surely consider him mad. Saint Sun, why do you not take action? A disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect cried out anxiously. The Emperor Wolf's offspring is now within striking distance, yet Lin Chuan has not even made a move to summon his treasures. Was the promise of fighting to the death merely a fade? Shill. Without waiting for further inquiries, Lin Chuan gestured for silence. Lower your voices, do not startle it. Also, put away your weapons. Lin Chuan's expression was grave. Upon hearing this, the group paused momentarily, questioning whether Lin Chuan had lost his wits. In such a perilous situation, he actually instructs them to disarm. What difference would that make from surrendering? Bang, bang, bang. The tumult within the cave grew ever more chaotic. As the Emperor Wolf drew near, Lin Chuan remained utterly still, leaving everyone feeling increasingly at a loss. Should they really heed Lin Chuan's words and put away their weapons, follow his lead, stow them away? I trust Lin Chuan, Wu Nanming declared with unwavering resolve, being the first to sheath her weapon. Seeing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had no choice but to comply. It's coming. A cry of alarm resounded. The Emperor Wolf's offspring had finally arrived. The sandstorm surged forward, and a wolf's head charged out first, its emerald green eyes radiating a chilling light. The imposing presence of the level 9 beast was akin to a tempest, whipping Lin Chuan's robes into a frenzy. Then, a massive maw lunged toward Lin Chuan's head, its size comparable to that of an adult human. Was this truly a cub? Saint Sun, the disciples instinctively shouted. Their fate now rested entirely upon Lin Chuan's shoulders. If he were to fall, they would have no hope of survival. At this critical moment, it seemed Lin Chuan heard their cries, finally springing into action. He slowly raised his arm, extending his hand toward the Emperor Wolf's cub. The movement was not so much slow as it was excruciatingly deliberate, akin to summoning a beloved pet. However, before anyone could react, the Emperor Wolf's offspring suddenly pounced forward. Wu Nanming and the disciples barely had time to open their mouths, let alone scream in terror, before the cub abruptly crouched at Lin Chuan's feet. Resting its head and emitting a crunching sound as it gnawed, Lin Chuan stood unharmed, while the cub devoured something with great relish. What? The group was left speechless. What on earth was happening? With trepidation, they cautiously approached, finally able to discern the scene before them. The Emperor Wolf's offspring was clutching a round inner core, savoring it with delight. The core was only half intact, and the raging energy within was being voraciously consumed by the cub. The power contained within that core was such that even a celestial sage would feel inferior. It could only belong to a heavenly emperor. However, as the inner core was a unique attribute of ferocious beasts, it was evident that this core belonged to a level 9 beast. The inner core of the nine-tailed Qi dragon. Wu Nanming's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression mirroring that of the other 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. To feed the Emperor Wolf's cub the inner core of a nine-tailed Qi dragon was an extravagant act indeed. Setting aside how Lin Chuan had obtained the core, using it to placate the Emperor Wolf, and save their lives was nothing short of remarkable. How clever of Lin Chuan! Lin Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped death, but at the cost of a treasure worth a fortune. This transaction was hardly worthwhile. He could have avoided this loss entirely if not for those 8 disciples. Humph! Lin Chuan glared fiercely at the 8 of them. Realizing their fault, the disciples lowered their heads, forcing smiles. Lin Chuan, now was not the time for blame. While they had temporarily appeased the Emperor Wolf, it did not guarantee their safety. To be prudent, it would be wise to exit the cave as soon as possible, Wu Nanming suggested. Stepping forward, she aimed to smooth over the situation for her disciples. Genuinely concerned that once the cub finished the inner core, it might turn its fury upon them. Sister speaks wisely. However, in my humble opinion, it would be better to delve deeper into the cave. Did we not agree that entering a treasure mountain should not result in an empty-handed return? Since the Emperor Wolf's offspring guards this cave, it must indeed be a treasure trove. Why not seize a bounty before we depart? Lin Chuan, uncharacteristically, urged his companions to seek treasure. This left Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect utterly astonished. Was this truly the cautious saint's son they had come to know? In truth, Lin Chuan's audacity had not increased. Rather, he had pieced together the events that had transpired and considered the situation beyond the cave. The emergence of the Emperor Wolf had created quite a stir, shaking the very mountains. The other areas of the mirage must have felt the repercussions as well. It was entirely possible that other sect disciples were hastening to the mountains even now. People risk their lives for wealth, and high risks often accompany high rewards. In the realm of cultivation, there is no shortage of those willing to gamble with their lives. Brother Wolf, it seems we have become unlikely allies. Lin had brought you a flock of plump sheep. I implore you, Brother Wolf, to indulge yourself without reservation. Lin Chuan spoke to the young imperial wolf cub as if in conversation with himself, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This sight sent shivers down the spines of Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. What a cunning stratagem to drive wolves to devour the fat sheep. In the vast expanse of the great marsh illusion, beyond the sprawling mountain ranges, thousands of disciples from various sects gathered. Previously, a tremendous commotion had incited chaos among the ferocious beasts, naturally capturing the attention of these cultivators. The tremors from the ground directed them toward the mountains. It is said that strange occurrences often herald ominous signs, and peril frequently accompanies immense opportunity. Indeed, among the cultivators, there were many desperate souls willing to risk their lives in pursuit of treasures. Moreover, Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had earlier made their way toward the mountains. Many speculated that the Heavenly Demon Sect had acquired knowledge of some treasure-esque secret, prompting them to abandon the crowd to hoard the treasure for themselves. Such causal inferences made it unsurprising that thousands had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Strange, just moments ago, the earth had trembled violently. Yet now it had fallen eerily silent. Could it be that it has already concluded? Li Tangfeng furrowed his brow, his mind in turmoil. The quest for treasure was merely one aspect. The primary objective was to avenge and redeem his honor against Lin Chuan and Wu Nanming. He understood well that even if Lin Chuan did nothing, his cultivation at the Celestial Saint level already made him the most striking figure within the great marsh illusion. The saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. For the younger generation of disciples from various sects to maximize their gains within the illusion, eliminating Lin Chuan, or even the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, was the optimal choice. This was a sentiment shared among many, far beyond the selfish desires of Li Tangfeng alone. However, every endeavor has its challenges. Someone must take the initiative, and they must possess the qualifications to lead. Thus, Li Tangfeng volunteered himself as the initiator of the treasure hunt. Of course, the instigation by the Ghost Scholar provided a timely opportunity. The alliance between the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghost sect offered a justification for other sects to join in. Even with Celestial Saints present, if thousands surged forward, they would possess the strength to confront Lin Chuan. Li Tangfeng's thoughts were straightforward. Since he alone could not contend with Lin Chuan, he aimed to rally as many as possible to encircle and eliminate Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect within the cave. Humph! It is likely that the ferocious beasts within have already devoured the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect. We shall take this opportunity to enter and seize whatever spoils await. The Ghost Scholar licked his lips, chuckling softly. This statement was merely a possibility, yet it directly articulated the deep-seated desires of all present. murder and treasure-seeking were among the most commonplace occurrences within the realm of cultivation. If the treasures within the cave were exceedingly rare, it would not be surprising if they killed the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, for among these thousands, they might even turn against one another. The greed for wealth is a fundamental aspect of human nature. With that in mind, why wait any longer? First come, first served. Depending on who possesses the greater fortune, a hearty laugh erupted from someone as they were the first to charge forth from the crowd. Diving into the cave, this action immediately incited discontent among the others. Yet, despite their incessant complaints, no one wished to be left behind in an instant. The throng surged into the cave like wild horses unleashed, including Li Tangfeng and the ghost scholar, unwilling to lag behind. The sound of footsteps echoed chaotically within the cave as thousands surged in, obscuring the sole source of light. Inside the cave, the dimness concealed a mass of white fur curled upon the ground, accompanied by a sus sound. What manner of creature is that? Li Tangfeng raised an eyebrow, craning his neck for a closer look. As the footsteps faded away, the surrounding air grew significantly quieter, rendering the sound of gnawing eerily unsettling. Burp. The mass of white fur seemed to have just finished its meal and let out a burp. The large head swayed a couple of times before slowly opening its pair of emerald green eyes. Two terrifying green beams instantly caused the onlookers to gasp in shock. Although their cultivation levels were not exceedingly high, they could discern the extraordinary strength of the ferocious beast before them. What was most alarming was its extreme danger. Even if all thousands of them combined forces, they would undoubtedly be no match for this beast, the ninth-tier ferocious beast. How could such a dangerous creature exist here? What of Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Had they already been devoured by this beast? Li Tangfeng's face displayed three expressions of doubt. The news of Lin Chuan's demise should have delighted him, even thrilled him. Yet, at this moment, he was faced with a ninth-tier ferocious beast, which posed a lethal threat to his life. He might very well encounter Lin Chuan in the afterlife shortly. How could he possibly find joy in that? Calm yourselves. This creature has just feasted. It should be satiated. We shall slowly retreat from the cave and devise a plan to re-enter. We must not disturb it, or we shall all perish, Li Tangfeng urged, striving to keep his voice low to caution the others. All present were the amis de la armée of the younger generation from various sections, even if they were not particularly astute. They were certainly not fools. With a ninth-tier ferocious beast, comparable to a celestial emperor, standing before them, retreating for survival was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Consequently, none among the thousands contradicted Li Tangfeng. Rather, they cooperatively began to withdraw slowly. To avoid provoking the imperial wolf into a sudden frenzy, they kept a watchful eye on the beast, stealthily exiting the cave like thieves. Before long, the once crowded cave had become eerily vacant, devoid of even a single shadow. Meanwhile, the imperial wolf cub, likely sated, lazily yawned and lay down, drifting into a deep slumber. At that moment, deep within the cave, Lin Chuan held his forehead, rolling his eyes in exasperation repeatedly. What a failure! The ploy of driving wolves to devour sheep had utterly collapsed. Lin Chuan muttered to himself. His frustration stemmed not merely from the conflict between the imperial wolf and the disciples of other sections. The imperial wolf stood guard at the entrance, without moving aside. They could not possibly escape. Furthermore, Li Tangfeng and the thousands of others would not be content to leave. They would undoubtedly lie in wait, determined to exhaust Lin Chuan and his companions. Caught between these dual obstacles, Lin Chuan and his companions found themselves with no feasible escape route. This was the most significant reason he deemed his endeavor a failure. It appeared there was no way to leave for the time being. Perhaps it would be wiser to delve deeper and discover what treasures the imperial wolf cub was guarding. Wu Nanming had also regained her composure. Just moments ago, the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had shared everything they had witnessed. Initially, they had disregarded Lin Chuan's warnings and insisted on entering the cave, inadvertently drawing out the imperial wolf. Fortunately, Lin Chuan had acted wisely, using the inner core of a ninth-tier ferocious beast to temporarily placate the imperial wolf. Otherwise, their lives would have been forfeit. Though these 8 individuals had acted recklessly, their misadventures had not been entirely without merit. At the very least, they had laid eyes upon a precious artifact placed in the original lair of the imperial wolf. Precious artifact? Are you certain? Lin Chuan's expression grew serious once more. The 8 individuals nodded in unison, yet none dared to speak rashly. Previously, they had deemed Lin Chuan overly cautious, believing it unnecessary. However, after the incident with the Emperor Wolf. They genuinely admired him in their eyes. Lin Chuan was not only powerful in his cultivation, but also possessed an uncanny foresight. What appeared to be an inconspicuous cave harbored a formidable ninth-tier beast. Had they heeded Lin Chuan's advice, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Do you suspect there is something amiss with this treasure? Wu Nanming inquired softly, ever since descending the mountain with Lin Chuan. Her attitude towards him had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, she had regarded the lazy individuals with disdain, yet now recognized their bravery. In this complex environment, he was able to make precise judgments that others could not foresee. Upon reflection, Lin Chuan indeed embodied the qualities of a strong individual who remained unperturbed in the face of overwhelming challenges. The strong command respect. Undoubtedly, Wu Nanming had succumbed to Lin Chuan's influence. Losing her ability to think independently and increasingly willing to trust his judgment that it should be fine. You all have not erred. That is indeed the treasure. However, a common man is innocent but bears the burden of possessing it. Whether this treasure brings fortune or calamity remains uncertain, Lin Chuan said, shaking his head slightly, his face serious. Yet this time, no one dared to question him. The reasoning was quite simple. Any treasure would be the target of frenzied competition among various sections. Even within the Tianma sect, it would serve as a treasured possession that if the treasure guarded by the Emperor Wolf were among the top 10 treasures, the commotion it would cause would be magnified 100-fold. Although Lin Chuan and his companions had unique advantages to obtain the treasure first, the exposure of such a high-caliber item would inevitably invite mortal peril. It was possible that the first to attack them would be the Emperor Wolf's cubs. Even if they managed to evade the pursuit of this ferocious beast, they would still have to contend with the frenzied assaults of 8,000 disciples from other sections from the moment they acquired the treasure. Lin Chuan and his group would face an unceasing stream of dangers until they returned to the Tianma sect. According to the Holy Sun, should we still pursue this treasure? The disciples of the Tianma sect felt a headache coming on, ultimately leaving the decision to Lin Chuan. Although Wu Nanming was leading the expedition, the disciples seemed to have nearly forgotten about their senior sister. Even Wu Nanming herself was entirely unaware of this. Gazing intently at Lin Chuan. Well, Lin Chuan stroked his chin in contemplation. His serious demeanor only heightened his charm. Were it not for the perilous situation they were in, the 4 female disciples might have succumbed to infatuation once more. It is possible, but not necessary. This was the conclusion Lin Chuan reached. Yet Wu Nanming and her companions were left bewildered. What did he mean by possible, but not necessary? They were eager to hear Lin Chuan elaborate. But he merely smiled and turned to walk deeper into the cave. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow, curious about what extraordinary maneuver Lin Chuan would devise next, since the 8 disciples of the Tianma sect had previously explored the path. They were relatively familiar with the cave structure. The group did not expend much effort before they located the original position of the Emperor Wolf. At a glance, in a rudimentary stone cave. A solitary 7-foot-long spear stood upright. This spear had been sealed in the cave for countless years yet appeared as pristine as ever. Even in the pitch-black cave, it radiated a dazzling silver glow. The 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, ranked 5th among the top 10 treasures. Surely, it was a hot potato. Wu Nanming furrowed her brows, her expression grave. After being influenced by Lin Chuan, she and the disciples of the Tianma sect had become significantly more cautious than before. Although the treasure lay before them, they did not dare to touch it, let alone seize it. What a tempting bait! Trapping 8,000 fish in this manner would surely sever the ties of causation. Safety was paramount. With such a grand treasure before Lin Chuan, he remained utterly unmoved. Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Tianma sect looked to him for guidance, naturally hesitant to act impulsively. Yet to enter the treasure mountain and return empty-handed felt like a significant loss. However, Lin Chuan appeared to have other plans, compelling everyone to suppress their urges to claim the treasure. At this moment, the Emperor Wolf's cub remained fast asleep in the cave that a 9th-tier beast's inner core would suffice for it to refine for quite some time, as long as they did not disturb it. It showed no interest in the cultivators. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from within the cave. Outside, thousands of disciples from other sects anxiously debated how to enter the cave and seek the treasure. Unfortunately, a 9th-tier beast stood guard. Anyone who intruded would likely face dire consequences. Even the most reckless would prefer not to die in vain. Moreover, these cultivators were the pride of their respective sects. They valued their lives far more than the average person. Is someone coming out? The group's ears were sharp, and upon hearing the footsteps, they immediately turned their attention. Soon after, several figures emerged from the dark cave. Leading the way was none other than the Lin Chuan they had been yearning for. Clang! Clang! The sound of iron clashing accompanied countless figures swiftly surrounding Lin Chuan and his companions. In an instant, they were encircled. Various peculiar weapons emanated a chilling aura. The disciples from other sects did not conceal their murderous intent in the slightest. Within the vast day's illusion, Lin Chuan's cultivation was recognized as the strongest. Even someone as renowned as Li Tangfeng, a revered master, was far outpaced by Lin Chuan, who had nearly killed him if such a formidable opponent was not eliminated soon. Most of the treasures within this illusion would likely fall into the hands of the Tianma sect. Previously, they had refrained from confronting the Tianma sect directly due to their fear of Lin Chuan's celestial cultivation. But now, the situation was drastically different. Their numbers were overwhelming. 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. With sufficient resolve, they could surely slay Lin Chuan on the spot. Lin brother, the treasures within this cave are yours to claim. However, you might not have anticipated that after all your efforts, we would be lying in wait for you, Li Tangfeng said with a smug grin. This predicament was orchestrated by him, forcing Lin Chuan and his companions into a corner, thus restoring some of his lost face. Naturally, he felt triumphant. However, in the face of such encirclement, Lin Chuan seemed unsurprised. Not a hint of panic crossed his face. If it were merely him feigning calmness, it would be one thing. Yet, the key point was that Wu Nanming and the 8 disciples of the Tianma sect also appeared remarkably composed. That was rather unusual, Li Tangfeng. Wu Nanming declared that we anticipated you would be waiting outside the cave. To be frank, we have already found the treasure. However, we have left it inside. Would you like to know why? Wu Nanming scoffed, elaborating smoothly. This rhetorical question caused the eager assailants to hesitate for a moment. The treasure was left inside the cave? Did that not mean they would have to face the Emperor Wolf? If that is indeed the case, then even if they were to kill Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it would merely amount to taking a few lives, leaving them utterly in the dark regarding the whereabouts of the treasured artifact. It seems rather a case of gaining little while losing much. Hee, Sister Nanming, your lengthy discourse only serves to buy time. Even if you wait without taking the treasure, I can simply retrieve it myself. However, Lin Chuan and you represent formidable foes to us who seek to enter the Grand Marsh illusion. If you do not perish, you will undoubtedly become a great menace to us, Li Tangfeng sneered coldly, casting a glance around at the crowd. Then, raising his voice, he declared, "Everyone, hesitate no longer. Let us unite and slay Lin Chuan. And afterwards we can peacefully divide the resources within this illusion." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in agitation. Undoubtedly, Li Tangfeng had articulated the thoughts of the multitude. Lin Chuan's existence posed the greatest threat to them. Eliminating him swiftly would spare them from future troubles. Do you truly believe you can contend with the Emperor Wolf? Or do you possess the capability to seize the Zhou longing spear right before the Emperor Wolf's eyes? A calm voice, laced with mockery, drifted into the ears of the crowd. Just 2 questions, yet they ignited a stir among the masses. The Zhou longing spear. The 5th-ranked treasure on the list of the top 10 treasures. It is actually here. Excited voices filled the AI. No one could resist the allure of such a treasure, especially one ranked 5th among the top 10. This temptation was irresistible even for those of divine emperor strength, let alone a group of celestial sovereigns and cultivators from various sects. Is this true? A voice of doubt emerged from behind Li Tangfeng. The ghostly scholar's pale, ghastly face appeared. Lin Chuan had encountered many from the 100 Ghosts sect, but none as emaciated as the ghostly scholar. It was a pity that in the world of cultivation, all kinds of elixirs existed, save for Lu Wei Dihuang pill. Otherwise, he would have certainly recommended it to the ghostly scholar to remedy his frail condition. Whether true or false, do you not trust me? Why bother asking? Lin Chuan shot a glance at the ghostly scholar, his disdain palpable. He found that face utterly untrustworthy. Li Tangfeng, on the other hand, appeared foolish and easily deceived. He dismissively turned his back on the sulking ghostly scholar and instead addressed Li Tangfeng with a smile. "Brotherly, you must be curious how I managed to navigate past the Emperor Wolf unscathed. Allow me to enlighten you. The reason I did not take the treasure is not due to concern over your encirclement outside the cave, but rather out of fear of disturbing the Emperor Wolf. Consider, the Emperor Wolf exists to guard the treasure. Should there be any disturbance regarding the treasure, it would surely incite the Emperor Wolf's wrath. Thus, I had no choice but to seek your counsel. Counsel? Li Tangfeng regarded him as though he were mad. The assembly he had gathered was here to slay Lin Chuan, yet this fellow still harbored thoughts of seeking their aid. Did he truly believe they were here for merriment? Ah, why must you all regard me with such disdainful gazes? Securing the treasure is no simple feat. I desire it as much as you do. However, we currently face a common enemy, the Emperor Wolf. If we do not resolve this, how can we speak of obtaining the treasure? Just think, the Jiuxiao longing spear is right within the cave, beckoning to you. Lin Chuan's tone resembled that of a child being coaxed. While it may have seemed juvenile, it held a kernel of truth. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Whether it be slaying Lin Chuan or seizing the treasure, it all hinges on where the interests of the crowd lay. At that moment, the hesitance etched on the faces of the several thousand disciples from various sects clearly indicated their greater desire for the treasure. Even Li Tangfeng, who harbored intense hatred for Lin Chuan, shared this sentiment. Tell how you managed to evade the Emperor Wolf. In the end, Li Tangfeng could not resist the allure of the treasure. He was ensnared. At the moment of Li Tangfeng's relaxation, he had already fallen into the trap laid by Lin Chuan, but he had anticipated thousands of people waiting outside the cave and had deduced that this group was here to seize the treasure. In conjunction with the Emperor Wolf, it could be said that Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were confronted with perilous circumstances. If Lin Chuan were a bit more ruthless, it would not be difficult for him to carve a bloody path forward with his strength. However, bringing along Wu Nanming and the others as burdens would prove challenging. Despite his constant claims of wanting to flee and his longing to escape the Heavenly Demon Sect, could he truly abandon the bonds of brotherhood? If Wu Nanming and the others were to perish in the illusion, how could he return to the Heavenly Demon Sect alone? How would his fellow disciples regard him? He was merely lazy, not cold-blooded. If he could never escape the Heavenly Demon Sect in this lifetime, he would have to continue living there. While it might seem to others that in such dire straits, one should bravely fight their way out, for someone as lazy as him, even lifting a finger felt like an exhausting effort. Why make a move when one could simply use words to resolve the matter? Outwitting them was far more satisfying than brute force. Ahem. Lin Chuan placed his fist to his mouth and coughed twice. His feigned profundity only served to irritate the large gathering. Yet, Lin Chuan reveled in it. The sensation of deceiving a crowd of fools was truly delightful. If one wished to appease the Emperor Wolf, a 9th-level beast's inner core would suffice. Unfortunately, Lin Chuan possessed only one, which had already been swallowed by the Emperor Wolf. If any of you still have one, you could easily obtain the treasure and depart with ease. Lin Chuan spoke eloquently. Although the inner core of a ferocious beast was precious, it was merely a consumable item. One could neither bring it into this world nor take it with them upon death. To exchange a single inner core for a treasure such as the Jiuxiu longing spear would undoubtedly be a bargain. Once Li Tangfeng and his group entered the cave, preoccupied with seizing the treasure, he could swagger away with Wu Nanming and the others from this place of turmoil. But if all went smoothly, the Emperor Wolf would be able to hold off the thousands of people, allowing both sides to suffer mutual destruction while he reaped the benefits. What a perfect plan! At this moment, Lin Chuan was still immersed in his self-satisfaction. Oblivious to the dazed expressions on Li Tangfeng and the others, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward in the vast space. Only the sounds of insects chirping and birds singing could be heard, with not a single person uttering a word. What's wrong? Lin Chuan realized that a full minute had passed as he glanced around. His curiosity piqued. The corners of Li Tangfeng's mouth twitched several times, an expression of helplessness threatening to spill over. Brother Lin, are you jesting with us? A 9th-level beast's inner core. If I had that, why would I fear an Emperor Wolf? Even within my Blood Fiend sect or your Heavenly Demon Sect, an inner core from a beast comparable to a divine emperor would be a treasured possession. Yet you wish to feed it to a mere beast? The last sentence he nearly shouted, but it was not out of hatred for Lin Chuan, but rather out of sympathy for him and the Heavenly Demon Sect. That was the inner core of a 9th-level ferocious beast. Regardless of the inner core of any ferocious beast, it is a rare and precious treasure in the world. The Blade Emperor of the Blood Fiend sect has achieved the status of a heavenly emperor for a century. Yet his cultivation has stagnated for at least 40 years. Consequently, he has expended great effort in search of a 9th-tier ferocious beast's inner core, declaring that no amount of resources would be spared. This clearly indicates the extreme rarity of a ninth-tier ferocious beast's inner core. It is common knowledge among cultivators. Yet Lin Chuan, a formidable heavenly sage and the scion of the heavenly demon sect, appears to be oblivious to this fact. Li Tangfeng is left to doubt whether the young man possesses any semblance of intelligence. Is it really that precious? Lin Chuan gazes at Wu Nanming, his expression one of utter confusion. Indeed, Wu Nanming answers him succinctly. In truth, when she witnessed Lin Chuan using the nine-tailed Qi Long Dan to feed the emperor wolf, her heart ached. However, at that moment, her life was at stake, leaving no room for contemplation. She was genuinely moved by Lin Chuan's willingness to sacrifice such a valuable item to save others. Yet now, her doubts have begun to surface. It seems Lin Chuan is entirely unaware of the true worth of treasures, merely having seized the most suitable feed for the emperor wolf. Very well, Lin Chuan shrugs his shoulders, admitting his ignorance. After all, many treasures have been bestowed upon him directly by the system. Over the past 5 years, he has accumulated an uncountable wealth of treasures, elixirs, and various rare artifacts. He has little inclination to delve into their significance. The inner core he received from the system was simply a fortuitous gift. Even now, he merely feels disappointment at the prospect of not having the ninth-tier ferocious beast's inner core to persuade Li Tangfeng and the others to enter the cave. Without the ninth-tier inner core, an eighth tier would suffice. There's no need to be so stingy. If we obtain the ultimate treasure, everyone can contribute some funds to compensate you later, Lin Chuan states earnestly. However, upon uttering these words, at least 10 individuals immediately spat blood, and the expressions of Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushing grew even more grim. Lin Chuan, are you jesting with us? An eighth-tier inner core. Not only are we unable to provide one, but even the full might of the heavenly demon sect could not produce 3. If you are ignorant, it would be better to remain silent. Alternatively, if you do not wish for the ultimate treasure, I could simply slay you now. Li Tangfeng, in a fit of rage, summoned his magical artifact, unleashing a burst of malevolent energy. Upon witnessing this, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect also readied themselves for combat. Awaiting Li Tangfeng's command to strike first, simultaneously, Gui Rushing forcefully snapped shut the folding fan in his hand, his dark eyes narrowing into slits. Given his affiliation with the 100 Ghosts sect, an air of eeriness surrounded him. As tension escalated, thousands of individuals bristled with hostility, weapons that had just been sheathed now encircling Lin Chuan and the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. A violent confrontation could erupt at any moment. Saint's son, let us fight our way out. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect could no longer endure. Though outnumbered, they were still formidable cultivators, with Wu Nanming being a heavenly sovereign, alongside Lin Chuan, the sole heavenly sage of the great marsh illusion. They were not without the capacity to fight. Better to fall valiantly than to live in shame. What is this talk of killing? Always resorting to violence. Just like the old demon and the sect master, Lin Chuan shot a disdainful glance at the speaker before turning to Li Tangfeng, chuckling. Such a trivial matter as an eighth-tier ferocious beast's inner core hardly warrants such a commotion. I, Lin, happen to possess 2 of them. I shall graciously bestow them upon you, brotherly. Before his words had fully landed, Lin Chuan suddenly tossed 2 dark shapes directly towards Li Tangfeng. Smack! Li Tangfeng caught them in his hand, his face a mask of incredulity as he stared at his clenched fist. Even Gui Rushing leaned in with curiosity, while the surrounding thousands of disciples from various sects looked on with wide eyes. As Li Tangfeng slowly opened his palm, every gaze became fixated. Even Wu Nanming and the 8 disciples of the heavenly demon sect were left aghast, murmuring in disbelief. By the heavens, they are truly 8th-tier ferocious beast inner cores. 2 of them, the saint's son is quite wealthy. Is it truly worthy of such astonishment for merely 2 8th-tier ferocious beast inner cores? Lin Chuan cast a scornful glance at the crowd. These simpletons must be unaware that over the past 5 years, he has collected an immense trove of rare treasures. The 8th-tier ferocious beast inner core hardly holds significance. However, considering he possesses over a dozen supreme spirit treasures, casually giving away an 8th-tier ferocious beast inner core is hardly remarkable. Yet, his generosity is not born from a spirit of benevolence. Lin Chuan has never been one to play the fool. Without substantial benefit, he would not engage in a losing deal. Nevertheless, he maintains the facade of a selfless angel, ideally seeking to earn the title of a saint. With that, no one would dare to trouble him further. An 8th-tier ferocious beast inner core. Is it truly a gift for Li? Li Tangfeng regarded Lin Chuan with skepticism, yet his gaze inadvertently flickered towards the two round, enticing inner cores throughout his life. He had never encountered an 8th-tier ferocious beast inner core, let alone two, even within the Blood Fiend sect. A 7th-tier ferocious beast inner core was considered a pinnacle, acquired only through the direct efforts of their sect master, the Blade Emperor. Yet here, the Saint Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect casually presents two. How affluent must the Heavenly Demon Sect be? Brotherly, you are mistaken. The two inner cores are not a gift for you, but rather intended to feed the Emperor Wolf. Only by pacifying the Emperor Wolf can we seize the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear. However, in my humble opinion, the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear is a possession guarded by the Emperor Wolf. Should it be disturbed, an inevitable battle will ensue. I, Lin, do not consider myself capable of facing a 9th-tier ferocious beast. Hence, I propose we join forces. What say you? Lin Chuan's expression remained composed as he spun his tail, his facade unflinching. In his own words, this exemplifies actor-level skill. If there were awards for performance in the realm of cultivation, he would undoubtedly be the recipient. Of course, the two 8th-tier ferocious beast inner cores are enticing enough. If Li Tangfeng were to seize them and flee, Lin Chuan would be powerless to stop him. Yet, when comparing treasures and inner cores, it is clear which holds greater allure. Even a fool could discern that. The question now is whether Li Tangfeng harbors ambition. Brother Lin, your wisdom is commendable, and I am in admiration. However, if you are generous enough to part with two 8th-tier ferocious beast inner cores, do you not fear that after seizing the ultimate treasure, there will be none left for you? Li Tangfeng, being the direct disciple of the Blade Emperor, is not easily deceived. Even Gue Rushing, fanning himself, directed a mocking smile at Lin Chuan. Neither of them fully believed him. The Saint Son's lavish display of generosity seemed intended to use them as shields. Indeed, among cultivators, there are many desperate souls. Yet, even the most reckless would not willingly walk to their demise. It seems the Saint Son's scheme may very well falter. The ghostly scholar chuckled softly. This androgynous individual was not only astute, but remarkably clever. Promptly discerning Lin Chuan's intentions, Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect instantly furrowed their brows, their gazes converging on Lin Chuan, an involuntary tension enveloping the atmosphere surrounding them. Thousands of disciples from various sects engaged in fervent discussions. Among such a multitude, there were undoubtedly both the sagacious and the foolish. Yet, they all awakened to a realization sparked by the ghostly scholar's words. They were living beings, not mere mindless stick figures. Even if the coveted treasure lay within arm's reach, one needed to possess the means to seize it. Without tangible benefits, none would risk their lives for another. Tisk Teske. Lin Chuan anticipated that his peers would harbor doubts about him. Very well, since even two 8th-grade beast cores could not earn their trust, he would take the lead. However, Lin Chuan felt compelled to voice a warning up front. The battle against the 9th-grade beast was fraught with uncertainty. It was hard to predict how long they could endure. Should he perish, his companions would have no choice but to fight desperately. As soon as his words fell, Lin Chuan resolutely summoned the Lin Fire Sword. It was a supreme spiritual treasure, a rarity even among the esteemed sections. His immediate display of this exquisite artifact was a clear declaration of his resolve. Observing this, the murmurs ceased abruptly. Conversely, Li Tangfeng and the ghostly scholar exchanged glances. Skepticism etched upon their faces. With such earnestness from the Holy Son, if we continued to doubt him, we would surely be guilty of underestimating a noble heart. Very well. Even if the path ahead were fraught with peril, the ghostly scholar would dare to venture alongside the Holy Son. He chuckled lightly, revealing his position. This shrewd individual, known for his cunning, had seemingly resigned himself to Lin Chuan's authority. Li Tangfeng merely sneered but remained silent, instead signaling the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect to follow suit, thereby indicating his willingness to enter the cave. Initially, Lin Chuan intended to offer the two beast cores to Li Tangfeng to ease the concerns of the crowd. However, Li Tangfeng flatly declined. After all, they were merely meant to feed the imperial wolf. It made no difference to whom they were given. Lin Chuan. Wu Nanming's expression grew tense. This diverged from Lin Chuan's original plan. Although he had not disclosed the specifics to her, she could surmise the general outline. Luring Li Tangfeng and others into the cave to seize the treasure, taking advantage of the Imperial Wolf's awakening to engage in battle. While the Heavenly Demon Sect would reap the rewards, this scheme, initially flawless, faltered as the cultivators saw through Lin Chuan's intentions. Left with no alternative, Lin Chuan had to risk himself. Of course, Lin Chuan shrugged. Casting a glance at Li Tangfeng and the ghostly scholar, these two flies buzzed behind him, feigning nonchalance while likely eavesdropping on his whispers. Acquiring the treasure was no easy feat despite the vastness of the great marsh illusion. Measuring 800 miles, the Imperial Wolf was a beast rivaling the Heavenly Emperor. If it remained alive, even if they escaped 100 miles, safety was not guaranteed. In this battle, none could expect to be at ease. Should I perish, I implore my sister to swiftly lead our fellow disciples out of the illusion, lest we all meet our doom. Lin Chuan sighed softly, his countenance dimmed, as if he were embarking on a journey from which he would not return. Yet, his words seemed intended for Wu Niaming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, while subtly maneuvering to persuade Li Tangfeng and the ghostly scholar, implying he would indeed enter the cave. But his companions would refrain, citing their bonds of fellowship. If these two were devoid of compassion, Lin Chuan would simply declare his withdrawal, only to find that the anxious ones would be the multitude of disciples from other sections. The Holy Sun is truly righteous. This venture is fraught with peril, and the Holy Sun among us is the most formidable. Should he fall, we too would find ourselves in jeopardy. Fear not, Sister Nanming. We shall assuredly assist the Holy Sun to the best of our abilities, ensuring his safety. The ghostly scholar, rarely serious, now bore an earnest expression. He then patted Li Tangfeng on the shoulder, leading the thousands of disciples into the cave. As the moment they stepped into the cave arrived, a pair of emerald eyes pierced through the darkness, observing them. This beast had astonishingly completed the refinement of the 9th-grade core in such a short span. Lin, this is your moment. The Imperial Wolf cub stirred awake, standing within the cave like an unyielding sentinel. Despite the presence of 8,000 experts within the Great Marsh Illusion, should the Imperial Wolf unleash its fury, it would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. None were born of stone. Naturally, they wished to avoid unwarranted demise. If they could subdue the Imperial Wolf through cunning means, they would undoubtedly relish the opportunity. Lin, this is your moment. Li Tangfeng's expression remained calm. He, too, refrained from harboring any animosity towards Lin Chuan, for he still required the latter's assistance. Whether he would maintain this tranquility after utilizing Lin Chuan remained uncertain. Absolutely, Lin Chuan responded, signaling an okay gesture towards Li Tangfeng. He was indifferent to whether the latter comprehended it. The crux lay in deceiving this band of simpletons. However, the Imperial Wolf was no mere pet of his. Whether the 8th-grade beast cores would suffice to appease the creature remained uncertain. Thus, despite Lin Chuan's calm demeanor, he remained ever ready for battle. Whimper, the Imperial Wolf, alert, fixated its green eyes on Lin Chuan. Remarkably, this beast did not immediately launch an attack, an auspicious sign. It seemed that the previous 9-tailed dragon core had indeed borne some effect if he could seize the opportunity to reclaim it. That would be even better. Lin Chuan licked his lips, indulging in such fantasies. Since his arrival in the world of cultivation, he had yet to hear of anyone daring to harbor a 9th-grade beast as a pet. In the current realm, the Heavenly Emperor stood as the pinnacle of power. Those with the title of Heavenly Emperor were legendary figures, rarely seen in person. Lin Chuan had never heard of any place where a Heavenly Emperor had appeared. Yet, this Imperial Wolf cub already possessed strength akin to that of a Heavenly Emperor. Its proud instincts would never easily yield to humanity. Thus, the most favorable outcome would be for Lin Chuan to offer the 2 8th-grade cores to placate the Imperial Wolf. Seizing the moment when Li Tangfeng and the others entered the cave to search for the treasure, and promptly make his escape, and when Li Tangfeng and his companions grasped the treasure, it would undoubtedly incite the ire of the Imperial Wolf. Amidst their ensuing battle, Lin Chuan would then reap the benefits. Delightful. As Lin Chuan indulged in his musings, he couldn't help but chuckle aloud. The Imperial Wolf tilted its small head, its emerald eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, as if questioning what this foolish human was so merrily laughing about. Fortunately, Lin Chuan's back was turned to the crowd, preventing them from witnessing his mischievous grin. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan could closely observe the Imperial Wolf cub. Upon drawing nearer, he suddenly noticed that the cub appeared to have grown considerably. If the previous Imperial Wolf resembled a small puppy, the present one was akin to a fully grown dog. Should it grow even larger, it would undoubtedly become a striking husky. The notion of riding a ninth-grade beast as a mount seemed excessively extravagant. Nevertheless, if such a fortune were to befall him, even Leng Ningshuang would have to take a back seat. At that moment, I was faced with the choice of departing from the heavenly demon sect or remaining. Rendering the old hag's words inconsequential, Lin Chuan stroked his chin, lost in a flurry of thoughts. Brother Lin, why are you moving so slowly? Are you merely passing the time? Suddenly, the voice of Li Tangfeng rang out. The emperor is not in a hurry. It is the eunuchs who are anxious. Truly, he is excessively cautious. In response, Lin Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. He leisurely produced 2 8th-level beast core from his possession, waving them enticingly before the royal wolf. Good doggy, I have brought you some treats. A full belly ensures a sound sleep. I am so kind to you. You mustn't bite me. If you must bite, then go after those scoundrels behind me. Lin Chuan conversed with the royal wolf cub as if coaxing a child. Although his voice was soft, it resonated clearly within the cave. The expressions of Li Tangfeng and the others instantly darkened. Yet, they understood well. Lin Chuan's willingness to re-enter the cave was merely the result of their coercion. A hint of resentment was only natural. Their objective was straightforward: to utilize Lin Chuan to placate the royal wolf. Once they acquired the coveted treasure, his value would diminish, and decisions regarding his fate would no longer require contemplation. The royal wolf cub, unable to comprehend Lin Chuan's words, fixated on the 2 8th-level beast cores, eagerly licking its lips. Indeed, be it human or beast, gourmet delicacies serve as the most potent means of enticement. The poor little creature, likely confined to the cave since birth, had yet to savor the delights of the mortal realm. If only I had a roasted chicken leg. I wonder if that would win it over. Lin Chuan squatted on the ground, deep in thought while the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Li Tangfeng and his companions were clearly impatient, their frantic steps indicating as much. Leave a portion behind to keep an eye on this fellow. After obtaining the treasure, there can be no retreat. The ghostly scholar cast a cold smile at Lin Chuan. Damn, Lin Chuan silently cursed. His thoughts had been laid bare by the ghostly scholar. Could these supporting characters not possess a modicum of self-awareness? Why must they be so astute? It was truly vexing. As the chosen one favored by the system, Lin Chuan had always regarded himself as the protagonist within this realm of cultivation. However, in novels, supporting characters are typically depicted as dim-witted porcelain dolls, easily shattered. Why, then, did they all seem so astute in his presence? I refuse to accept this, Lin Chuan sulked as he sat on the ground. Crossing his arms in frustration, a group of onlookers stared at him, utterly bewildered. What is wrong with this guy? Never mind that for now. Acquiring the treasure is paramount, Li Tangfeng called out to the crowd. Leading away the majority, those who remained were either terrified of death, wishing to make a quick escape should anything unexpected occur, or were vassals of the Blood Fiend sect and Hundred Ghosts sect, compelled to obey Li Tangfeng and the ghostly scholar's orders. In any case, there were still quite a few individuals tasked with watching over Lin Chuan. If he insisted on a confrontation, it was not impossible for him to fight his way out. However, such an action would render his previous plans meaningless, making him appear foolish. Hey, brother, have you brought any food? Don't be so stingy. I've already sacrificed 2 8th-level beast cores. What's wrong with giving me a little something to eat? Ideally, something cooked, but if not, roasted meat will suffice. Lin Chuan relentlessly pestered a few disciples from other sects whom he found somewhat agreeable. With such audacity, had it not been for his formidable cultivation and rather handsome appearance, he would have long since faced a beating. So fragrant. I bet this roasted meat comes from Baixiang Tower. 1 pound costs 2 taels of silver. You must be quite wealthy. Lin Chuan incessantly praised the young man, providing him with food, all the while covertly glancing at the royal wolf. Is it delicious? Surely you've never tasted it. If you want to eat, you must first deal with these fools. Holding the roasted meat aloft, he seemed to intentionally flaunt it before the royal wolf. No one could resist the allure of Baixiang Tower's roasted meats. At that moment, the royal wolf appeared to lose interest in the 8th-level beast core it held. Its emerald eyes fixated hungrily on the roasted meat, drool flowing freely. It was tempted. The beast core had lost its appeal. The tantalizing roasted meat was far more enticing to the royal wolf. This tactic, known as borrowing flowers to present to Buddha, was indeed effective. What is a 9th-level beast, after all, but a mere juvenile wolf? With a little persuasion, it was not impossible to tame it. Here, Lin Chuan casually tossed the roasted meat over grinning as he watched the royal wolf devour it with fervor. He even attempted to reach out and gently stroke the royal wolf's head, akin to training a puppy as long as the royal wolf did not resist. It could be considered a success. However, his audacious actions left everyone in shock. This was a 9th-level beast, comparable in strength to a celestial emperor. Should it go berserk, it could indeed take lives. Brother Lin, please do not bring about our demise, the onlookers pleaded earnestly. Yet Lin Chuan appeared oblivious, resolutely continuing his course of action. In the next moment, his hand brushed against the royal wolf's bristly fur. The creature, resembling a husky, continued to relish the roasted meat, showing no signs of resistance. Success. Lin Chuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was overjoyed and grew bolder in his actions, vigorously rubbing the royal wolf's head. The texture was not exactly pleasant, yet not entirely disagreeable either. Although this did not equate to taming the beast, it at least established a rapport with the royal wolf. It seemed that his previous 2 offerings had not been in vain. However, this only applied to the juvenile beasts. Adult beasts would not be so easily swayed. What? A circle of onlookers gazed at Lin Chuan's audacious maneuver in disbelief, while they could not ascertain whether Lin Chuan had truly tamed the royal wolf. The apparent bond forming between the two was undeniable. Most concerning was that Lin Chuan was a celestial saint, combined with a 9th-level beast of celestial emperor caliber. If he truly sought to break free, they would be powerless to stop him. Brother Lin, congratulations. Once Brother Li Tangfeng retrieves the treasure, we shall depart unharmed, and your contributions shall be the greatest. You may even try to claim a share of the treasure. The group feigned smiles, hastily offering flattering words to avoid any potential conflict that might implicate them. The small fry. Hee, congratulations indeed. Dividing the treasure is assured, as it was Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect who discovered it first. Yet, those who followed Li Tangfeng and the ghostly scholar to besiege the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect must have their accounts settled. Lin Chuan grinned widely, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. He appeared exceedingly pleased, but his words were laced with daggers. Any fool could discern that Lin Chuan intended to settle scores later. Those who aided Li Tangfeng and the ghostly scholar would undoubtedly face repercussions. Brother Lin, why must you be so harsh? You know we, as small sects, are obliged to submit to the larger sects. Whatever Li Tangfeng dictates, we must comply. Your grievances with him need not be imposed upon us. At worst, once we exit the Great Marsh Illusion, we shall bury this matter in silence, as if it never occurred. Would that not suffice? The crowd, faces painted with anxiety, found themselves powerless to resist, whether in the presence of Li Tangfeng or Lin Chuan. This is the tragedy of the little people. In truth, these petty minions are not without their utility at the very least. Their sheer numbers do carry a semblance of deterrence. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would not have been driven to his current predicament. Let us not forget, with his prowess, dealing with Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushing would be a trivial matter. It is solely due to the overwhelming number of lackeys that he finds himself bound and restricted. Alas, it is not that Lin has lost faith in you all, but rather that you simply do not inspire trust. Allow me to inform you. Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushing are destined to meet their demise. Should they perish, you shall be deemed accomplices. If the roots of the weeds are not eradicated, they shall sprout anew with the spring breeze. The moment his words fell, Lin Chuan's gaze turned chillingly cold. A palpable aura of icy murderous intent spread through the cave in an instant, as if the temperature plummeted by several degrees in mere moments. The crowd was struck with terror. Each face was etched with sheer horror. Clang, clang, clang. Various weapons were instantly brandished in their hands, their sharp blades all aimed at Lin Chuan. Even in fear, they were unwilling to relinquish their desire for survival that a fight is about to break out. How troublesome. Lin Chuan sighed with a hint of exasperation. He was accustomed to a languid lifestyle. Even though he knew he had to engage in this battle, he still felt a deep-seated reluctance. If only he could avoid getting his hands dirty, that would be most splendid. With this thought, he couldn't help but glance at the Emperor Wolf beside him. Perhaps he could devise a plan to let the Emperor Wolf take the lead? Wolf brother, shall we confer? I will offer you 2 8th-level beast inner cores if you help me deal with these dozen or so individuals. If that is insufficient, I can add 2 more. Lin Chuan said animatedly. He was merely jesting, having no real expectation that the Emperor Wolf would comprehend human speech. Oh, suddenly, the Emperor Wolf discarded the remnants of its roasted meat, staring ahead with its round green eyes. Then, it nodded its large head and looked back at Lin Chuan, as if saying, "It's a deal." This scene left Lin Chuan and the others dumbfounded. The Emperor Wolf could understand human language? This creature had truly become sentient. Wolf brother, catch! Lin Chuan exclaimed with delight that he cared not for the loss of a few inner cores. After all, he had plenty of them. The thought of taming a ferocious beast using inner cores felt like a tremendous bargain. Of course, this was under the condition that no one knew his true thoughts. It must be understood that a being with strength rivaling the Celestial Emperor among ferocious beasts is merely a cub. An 8th-level ferocious beast, however, possesses genuine heavenly saint strength. Such creatures are not only immensely powerful, but also exceedingly rare. An 8th-level inner core is a treasure of immeasurable worth, priceless and hard to come by. Lin Chuan's indifference was one thing, but he even contemplated treating the Emperor Wolf to sugar beans. What sheer extravagance! Anyone with a modicum of understanding of the cultivation world would quickly grasp why the Emperor Wolf developed a fondness for him. Lin Chuan was essentially a treasure trove, a nurturing figure. Who could possibly resist such a lure? "Don't come over here!" The anguished cries of the crowd soon erupted within the cave. Roars and screams mingled together. But they could not sustain for even 20 breaths before the cave returned to silence once more. Meanwhile, whether outside the cave or deep within, anyone who heard this cacophony of despair could not help but change their countenance. "Something has happened." Wu Nanming stared blankly at the pitch-black cave, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. Undoubtedly, she was worried for Lin Chuan. Had it not been for the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect restraining her, she would have rushed into the cave to find him. Deep within the cave, Li Tangfeng and his companions had already laid claim to the treasured item. Initially, these individuals harbored ulterior motives, each intent on eliminating the others to seize the treasure for themselves. However, due to the Emperor Wolf's rampage, they temporarily united. First, they would deal with this beast, and then they would discuss how to divide the spoils. Gui, rushing, rarely serious, understood the unprecedented pressure posed by a 9th-level ferocious beast. Comparable to a celestial emperor, should Lin Chuan also fall victim to the wolf, relying solely on their ranks of celestial sovereigns and heavenly sect experts would likely lead them to a fate as grim as death. Inside the cave, thousands squeezed into the narrow passage, moving slowly and anxiously. The formidable presence of the Emperor Wolf instilled profound psychological terror within them. The earlier cries of despair had sent the faint-hearted into a state of sheer panic. Some had even begun to pray fervently, "What are we panicking for? Can so many of us truly fear a mere beast? Moreover, armed with the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, we may not necessarily lose. Listen well, everyone, this is a moment of life and death. If we remain disunited, our demise is assured. However, if we stand united, our chances of survival will significantly increase. When we encounter that beast, I, Li, shall lead the charge. Who is willing to join me in battle?" Li Tangfeng bellowed, attempting to rally the morale of the crowd. After all, he was a disciple of the Blade Emperor, even if he were not the sharpest tool in the shed. He certainly was not a fool. It was only reasonable for him to make a sound judgment in times of crisis. However, he was not alone in his intelligence. Gui Rushing was also a clever individual. He understood that in such perilous circumstances, only through risking everything could they carve out a path to survival. Without hesitation, he took his place beside Li Tangfeng. With a leader, there were naturally those who would follow. Soon, hundreds expressed their willingness to fight alongside Li Tangfeng to carve out a bloody path. Excellent. Next, Li and Gui shall devise the following strategy. Once we round the corner, we will encounter that beast. At that point, there will be no retreat. We can only forge ahead. Li Tangfeng firmly declared the outcome, preventing any regrets from arising among the crowd. Subsequently, hundreds gathered to discuss what appeared to be a meticulous plan. Though in reality, it was entirely inconsequential that a group of celestial sovereigns and heavenly sect experts, when faced with the celestial emperor, would find any scheme rendered futile. The so-called strategy served merely to provide psychological comfort. Devoid of any real utility, let us proceed as planned. Charge forth. With Li Tangfeng's commanding shout, he decisively brandished the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, a treasure ranked 5th among the top 10 artifacts. Although he had only just acquired it and had yet to study its capabilities, being a treasure, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps it would yield miraculous results. As he issued the command, hundreds of individuals surged around the corner. In truth, these hundreds were marching with a mindset resigned to death. Even if they did not wish to perish, they were not inclined to easily break free from their predicament. Thus, their combat spirit was exceedingly high, and their cries rang out with fervor. However, this fervent battle cry did not last long. The moment they rounded the corner, their shouts came to an abrupt halt. Even those who followed closely behind fell silent upon entering the turn. Among those remaining, thousands were left. The sudden silence left them perplexed. Even if these hundreds had plunged into an abyss, there should have been at least some sounds of struggle. This abrupt cessation of noise was indeed eerie. "Hey, what on earth happened?" Unable to contain their curiosity, someone called out an inquiry. Soon, they received a response. How could this be? The response seems somewhat off the mark, yet it is easy to discern that the speaker is more perplexed than those who remain. Ultimately, the thousands left behind, driven by curiosity, crowd toward the corner. They rise on tiptoes and stretch their necks, peering through a sea of heads. What unfolds before their eyes is a scene of utter chaos, debris scattered everywhere. And a wolf, as large as an adult husky, stands amidst it. On its back sits a young man with a sly grin, his countenance far more handsome than any present. Yet, the smile on his face is laced with derision. A sight that incites discomfort. "Lin Chuan, they were all slain by you?" Li Tangfeng points at the tattered corpses strewn across the ground. Those are the remains of dozens of formidable Tianzong warriors, all brutally killed within a mere 20 breaths. The staggering disparity in strength between the two sides sends shivers down one's spine. Indeed, Lin Chuan nods, showing no inclination to deny it this time. After all, he is resolute in his intent to eradicate any threat. There is no need to deceive those who are as good as dead. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan sketches a half-circle in the air, unveiling an array of exquisite spiritual treasures, each more magnificent than the last. 18 weapons, without exception, all of the highest quality. The onlookers are left dumbfounded. Even within the ranks of great sects like the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghosts sect, presenting 18 supreme spiritual treasures is an exceedingly arduous task. It is unlikely that even the leader of a sect would possess such an abundance of treasures. How can Lin Chuan, merely a saint of the Heavenly Demon Sect, afford such wealth? Li Tangfeng's envy burns fiercely. Whether it is the 9th or 8th grade beast cores that Lin Chuan casually produces, or the 18 supreme spiritual treasures now revealed, they are enough to ignite a blaze of jealousy within him. Yet, he knows he is no match for Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan, having cornered thousands of disciples from various sects, has unwittingly granted him a precious opportunity, a chance to eliminate Lin Chuan. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed it. Lin Chuan controls the Imperial Wolf, intent on slaying us and seizing our treasures. If we wish to survive, we must fight with all we have. Today, it is either I die or Lin Chuan perishes. We have no other choice. Li Tangfeng seizes the moment to sow discord, successfully inciting the anger of the crowd. In an instant, thousands draw their swords, bloodlust rising. Awoo! The Imperial Wolf grows agitated, its senses sharper than those of any human. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent is enough to send it into a frenzy. In contrast, the instigator, Lin Chuan, remains remarkably composed. In truth, he anticipated the bloodlust of the masses. Li Tangfeng is right. In this battle, only one side can survive. Aside from the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, all present must be eliminated. Brother Wolf, do not hold back any longer. Annihilate these people, and I shall treat you to a grand feast. Lin Chuan chuckles, dismounting from the wolf's back, and then manipulates the 18 supreme spiritual treasures to completely block the soul exit. Awoo! The Imperial Wolf licks its lips, grinning widely. This grin sends a chill through Li Tangfeng and the others, their faces paling in disbelief. Can this beast truly comprehend human speech? Li Tangfeng cannot fathom it. If that is indeed the case, then their conversations upon entering the cave were overheard by the Imperial Wolf. Infuriating, this creature possesses cunning intelligence, ensnaring them in its web. Whoosh! A fierce wind erupts, a massive silver flash surging toward the crowd. The once tranquil cave is suddenly engulfed in chaos. In an instant, shouts of murder, cries of agony, pleas for mercy, and roars of fury fill the cavern. The dark space transforms into a hellish nightmare. Outside the cave, Wu Nanming and the others stand in stunned silence, gazing at the entire mountain range. The terrifying pressure of the Celestial Emperor causes the mountains to tremble violently. The Imperial Wolf is truly that formidable. The exit has been sealed by Lin Chuan. If anyone wishes to escape, They must slay the Imperial Wolf and Lin Chuan, that I implore you all to strive harder. Lin Chuan gazes at the crowd within the cave with a smile, occasionally throwing in a few taunting remarks to unsettle their minds. As a time traveler, his thoughts are far more agile than those of these cultivators. Manipulating emotions and sowing discord is a basic tactic for him, if he can shatter the resolve of thousands with mere words. He is more than willing to expend a bit of breath. Yet, even should his verbal prowess be unmatched, it must be built upon a foundation of overwhelming strength. Otherwise, no amount of talk will suffice to bring about the demise of Li Tangfeng and his multitude. Ultimately, it is his good fortune to have tamed the Imperial Wolf as his enforcer. Otherwise, he could not have possibly left so many cultivators alive. Lin Chuan, do not be so ruthless. We are all disciples of significant standing within our respective sections. Should we perish, your heavenly demon sect will undoubtedly face frenzied retribution. Cold Ningshuang possesses the strength to withstand the assault of hundreds of sects. Li Tangfeng, in a fit of rage, shouts vehemently. He is desperate. It is precisely because he understands the likelihood of his demise here that he must resort to threatening Lin Chuan with the power of their sections. He knows this is a poor strategy, one that may cause Lin Chuan to hesitate, allowing them to escape. However, it also risks provoking Lin Chuan's wariness, leading to their extermination. What he does not realize is that Lin Chuan has been contemplating this from the very beginning. Regardless of Li Tangfeng's arguments, the eradication of threats is Lin Chuan's unwavering resolve. A woo, the howl of the Imperial Wolf, mingled with the anguished cries of disciples, deepens the ominous atmosphere within the cave. At every moment, lives are claimed by the jaws of this beast, a creature formidable enough to rival the strength of the Celestial Emperor. Even in a huddle, thousands cannot withstand its ferocity. Engaging the Imperial Wolf in combat offers no hope of survival. The sole path to freedom lies in Lin Chuan, that if they can slay him, they may burst forth from the cave. Once they escape the great marsh illusion, it will spell doom for the heavenly demon sect. Li, why waste words with him? Let us slay Lin Chuan and charge our way out. The ghost scholar declares ominously. Time is of the essence. They cannot afford to hesitate. Within the chaos, over 60 individuals immediately rally together. Li Tangfeng and the ghost scholar stand among them, their singular target clear. Lin Chuan. To slay him is their only chance of survival. Have you finally remembered Lin Chuan? However, you may have forgotten that I am a celestial saint. Do you truly wish to engage in battle with me? Lin Chuan replies languidly. If it were up to him, he would prefer to avoid fighting altogether. A person as indolent as he finds even sitting in a lecture to be a waste of energy, let alone engaging in combat. However, when faced with the prospect of losing his life, he must expend the necessary effort, especially this time. He cannot afford to let a single individual escape. Otherwise, it would bring endless calamity upon himself and the heavenly demon sect. Whoosh! The 18 supreme spiritual treasures swirl in the air. Lin Chuan is fully prepared for battle, the languid demeanor on his face vanishing, replaced by a rare seriousness. The true celestial saint is finally ready to strike. One cannot help but wonder whether it is a stroke of fortune or misfortune for Li Tangfeng and the ghost scholar. Kill. Li Tangfeng, unable to contain his impatience, issued a command. Over 60 individuals crowded within the narrow passage of the cave, charging towards Lin Chuan like a herd of enraged wild bulls. Various weapons glinted menacingly, intertwined with the inner strength of the powerful figures from the Tianzuan and Tianzong sects, causing the cave walls to crack under pressure. Debris rained down from the ceiling, as though the mountain itself might collapse at any moment. Yet, even in such perilous circumstances, Lin Chuan exhibited no sign of retreat, even if it meant being buried alive beneath the mountain. He could not allow Li Tangfeng and his cohorts to escape. Hunyuan Tianma Gong, Tianma Luanwu. Lin Chuan whispered softly, his words piercing through the howling winds, reaching the ears of Li Tangfeng and the others. The infamous Hunyuan Tianma Gong, a legendary demonic technique known to all, was effortlessly unleashed by Lin Chuan. How could this be possible? Before Li Tangfeng and Gue Russian could voice their doubts, a colossal surge of inner strength crashed upon them like a tsunami. The overwhelming malevolence inflicted a suffocating pain upon the gathered crowd. Even more terrifying were the 18 supreme spiritual treasures behind Lin Chuan, each infused with profound inner power, resembling a dance of celestial demons as they hurtled towards them. Boom! Boom! Clouds of blood mist erupted beside Li Tangfeng. Those who came into contact with the supreme spiritual treasures met a swift, and gruesome end, not even able to utter a single scream. The power of a Tiansheng was indeed formidable. Soon, the onslaught ceased. Originally, over 60 Tianzuan and Tianzong masters had gathered. Now, only around 20 remained. Li Tangfeng, in a state of sheer terror, scanned his surroundings, discovering Gue rushing. Disheveled and kneeling on the ground, clutching a half-destroyed spiritual treasure fan. Had it not been for his possession of a treasured artifact, his fate would have been no better than Gue Rushing's. Defeat was imminent. Li Tongfeng's mind went blank, and the remnants of his consciousness urged him to concede that in just a brief exchange, victory and defeat had been irrevocably decided as a Tianzuan. He was only one realm away from Lin Chuan, a Tiansheng, yet the disparity felt as vast as the heavens and the earth at that moment. He recalled that not long ago, Lin Chuan had effortlessly dispatched the sect leader of the Xinjiang sect, Hong Tianhe. In retrospect, the rumors were indeed true. He had underestimated Lin Chuan. Clang, the Jiuxiao longing spear clattered to the ground, producing a resonant sound of metal striking stone. Thud, Li Tangfeng knelt, his eyes devoid of life. With a single strike, Lin Chuan had shattered Li Tongfeng's confidence. The psychological blow was devastatingly effective. Cough, cough. Gue Rushing clutched his chest, coughing up blood. With a bitter smile, he turned to Li Tangfeng and declared, "We have lost. It seems we are destined to perish here. However, I cannot accept this fate. That young man, despite being several years our junior, possesses such terrifying strength. Even in death, I cannot close my eyes in peace." At this moment, jealousy welled within Gue Rushing. Particularly after experiencing Lin Chuan's prowess firsthand, he realized that in this life, and perhaps even the next, he would never surpass Lin Chuan. The stark contrast between their talents and cultivation levels was utterly disheartening. This disparity drove Gue Rushing to contemplate dragging Lin Chuan down with him. Even in death, Gue Xiong, do you have a clever plan? Li Tangfeng exclaimed with renewed hope, having been in despair moments before. Yet, like Gue Rushing, he had long ceased to seek survival. Instead, he yearned to perish alongside Lin Chuan. Such a prodigy, if he could be taken down to hell with them, would provide a sense of accomplishment. Life-linked Gu. I shall connect my fate with Lin Chuan's. All it requires is a drop of his blood. I implore you, brotherly, to do whatever it takes to obtain it. I want to drag Lin Chuan down to the depths of hell with me. The 100 Ghosts sect is feared for its myriad bizarre and nefarious techniques. The GU insects are merely one aspect. That it is rumored that the sect also possesses techniques for controlling ghosts, manipulating puppets, and reanimating corpses. Such morally reprehensible methods have always been scorned by the various sects. Yet within the 100 Ghosts sect, they are the mainstream practices. 50 years ago, a group of self-proclaimed righteous sects attempted to eradicate the 100 Ghosts sect. Numbering over 30,000, the outcome was catastrophic, with the attackers suffering countless casualties, meeting bizarre and grotesque ends. Subsequently, every sect that participated in the assault on the 100 Ghosts sect faced annihilation, their fates rendering the surviving sects quaking in fear. That massacre instilled such dread that no one dared to provoke the 100 Ghosts sect for the past 50 years, while its development over that time may not have been stellar. It was certainly not poor either, primarily due to the sect's terrifying methods. Those who joined the 100 Ghosts sect were invariably ruthless individuals. Gue Rushing was undoubtedly among the most vile, that he feared not death. Instead, he sought vengeance before his demise. More terrifying than a desperate man, he was a force to be reckoned with. Is a single drop of blood sufficient? Li Tongfeng's fingers trembled as he slowly picked up the treasured artifact that had fallen to the ground. That was his sole chance to injure Lin Chuan. However, how much chance did he truly have? 1 in 10? Or perhaps less? Hey, a voice called, snapping Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing back to reality. They looked up to find Lin Chuan staring intently at them. Suddenly, Lin Chuan waved his hand, summoning the scattered supreme spiritual treasures back to him with a violent surge of inner strength. The 100 Ghosts sect, notorious for its sinister and unpredictable techniques, had gained infamy. Surely, the two of you do not think I am unaware of your intentions. I surmise you are concocting a plan to perish alongside me, are you not? If that is the case, then I must strike first and eliminate you both. With that, Lin Chuan directed the 18 supreme spiritual treasures towards Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing. Wait. Li Tongfeng's face paled as he hurriedly discarded the treasured artifact. Instinctively, he raised his hands in surrender. Gue Rushing's complexion turned ashen. Damn you, Lin Chuan. You have reached the level of Tianshang, and you have complete control over the situation. Why remain so cautious? You wretched scoundrel, you are not playing by the rules. Lin Chuan smirked, having forgotten to inform the two of them that the best way to preserve one's life is to remain low-key. However, if low-key is not an option, then one must eradicate the threat entirely. Whether you are a Tianzuan, Tianzong, or Tiandi, in my presence, there is only one path: death. Lin Chuan's cold laughter rang out as he disregarded whether Li Tongfeng's surrender was genuine. He commanded the 18 supreme spiritual treasures to charge forward without hesitation. You bastard, Li Tongfeng, filled with rage and humiliation, felt cornered. Even in surrender, Lin Chuan showed no mercy, leaving him no choice but to fight for his life. Let us go. Our fates are already sealed. Why hesitate any longer? If I can drag Lin Chuan down to hell with me, then we have gained something from this. Gui Ruxing's expression darkened. The current situation required no further provocation from him. Crack. Li Tongfeng gripped the Jiuxiao Longyin spear tightly. Reclaiming the treasured artifact he had previously discarded, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes burning with crimson fury. The torrent of bloodthirsty killing intent erupted from within him, a blood-soaked battle to claim the enemy's head with my life. Each word was extracted painstakingly from Li Tongfeng's gritted teeth, accompanied by torrents of blood surging from within him. His internal energy erupted like a mist of blood. Undoubtedly, this move was a desperate technique that consumed his lifespan. The most renowned martial art of the Bloodslaughter sect. Only disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, on the brink of death, could sacrifice their lives to perish alongside their foes, thus invoking this technique. It was evident that Li Tongfeng had reached a perilous juncture. Whether or not he employed the blood battle technique, death was inescapable. Rather than facing his demise alone, he preferred to drag Lin Chuan down with him. The howling wind was thick with the scent of blood. Lin Chuan could sense Li Tongfeng's aura surging wildly, as a powerful cultivator forcibly elevated his prowess at the cost of his lifespan. Drawing dangerously close to becoming a heavenly saint, impressive. Yet, being infinitely close to a heavenly saint but never attaining the title was ultimately a flaw, even if he succeeded in forcibly breaking through to the heavenly saint level. What of it? I have slain Hong Tiana. An ordinary heavenly saint cannot compare to me. Lin Chuan chuckled lightly, unconcerned. Although he held Li Tongfeng in disdain, his gaze was fixed intently on Gui Ruxing. Compared to a brute like Li Tongfeng, a schemer like Gui Ruxing was far more formidable. Even without knowing the specifics of their conspiracy, Lin Chuan recognized that eliminating Gui Ruxing first and denying him any opportunity to retaliate was the most prudent course of action. Thus, he deftly directed most of his power outward. 18 supreme spiritual treasures, more than half of them, were aimed directly at Gui Ruxing. The terrifying heavenly saint energy was unleashed without reserve, piercing through Li Tongfeng and crashing towards Gui Ruxing behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The cavern resounded with consecutive explosions, dust swirled chaotically, and flames erupted. All 10 supreme spiritual treasures struck the same location, momentarily engulfing Gui Ruxing's figure. Li Tongfeng barely had time to react before the battle concluded. Li Tongfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. As he shifted his gaze from the direction of Gui Ruxing to Lin Chuan, he suddenly saw a dark shadow rise from where Gui Ruxing had been. While Lin Chuan's original position was now utterly vacant. So swift, Li Tongfeng could only marvel. He caught a glimpse of Lin Chuan's handsome, composed visage as it brushed past him. Step aside. The nonchalant voice swept by. And before Li Tongfeng could respond, 8 supreme spiritual treasures struck him with ferocity. He spewed blood, his body uncontrollably hurtling away, crashing heavily against the cavern wall, where he became embedded. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan plunged into the rising dust, urging the supreme spiritual treasures to disperse it. When the turmoil subsided, only a deep pit remained on the ground, devoid of any other trace. Indeed, he had vanished. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and sighed lightly. He had sensed something amiss earlier. Gui Ruxing had merely incited Li Tongfeng to act, remaining motionless himself. Despite appearing disheveled, he had suffered no harm. Coupled with the enigmatic methods of the 100 Ghosts sect, it was impossible to ascertain how Gui Ruxing had escaped. Earth escape technique. Lin Chuan crouched at the edge of the pit, inhaling deeply. A chilling scent reminiscent of Gui Ruxing's residual internal energy lingered. Even if it wasn't an earth escape technique, Gui Ruxing had undoubtedly departed from this very spot. Why couldn't he just wait for death quietly? Now I must expend additional energy to track him down. What a hassle. Within the cavern, news of Gui Ruxing's escape spread like wildfire. The most affected was Li Tangfeng, who had intended to sacrifice his life for a desperate fight against Lin Chuan, only to be used as a pawn. Infuriating, yet his current predicament was exceedingly awkward. He loathed Gui Ruxing, but it also offended Lin Chuan, finding himself caught between two fires. Should his life end here, it would be a lifelong regret. Damn that ghostly fellow. You shan't die easily. Even in death, I shall not let you off. Li Tangfeng gritted his teeth, but scarcely had he uttered those words when he felt a chilling gaze upon him. Lin Chuan's handsome, expressionless face regarded him as though he were a corpse, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Brotherly, you must understand that if Gui Ruxing is allowed to escape, my heavenly demon sect will face dire consequences. Therefore, my time is exceedingly precious. If you would kindly perish, it would save me the trouble, would it not? Lin Chuan casually toyed with the Lin Fire's sword, speaking leisurely. For one so inherently lazy, even the act of killing felt like a waste of effort. Yet, out of caution, he knew that Li Tangfeng was the strongest and most cunning among thousands. Without ensuring his demise, Lin Chuan dared not depart carelessly. Clang! The Nine Heavens Dragon Roar spear clattered to the ground. Li Tangfeng, dejected, hung his head and forced a wry smile. This treasure rightfully belongs to you. I return it to its rightful owner. However, I have a request. Allow me to slay Gui Ruxing, if you can grant me this wish. I shall submit to your will afterward. As he spoke, Li Tangfeng's face was a mask of rage, his desire to devour Gui Ruxing palpable. His hatred was undeniably genuine. Yet the phrase submit to your will was not his true intent. He was acutely aware of Lin Chuan's resolve to eradicate anyone who posed a threat today, which naturally included the execution of Gui Ruxing. Since Gui Ruxing's demise was assured, why should he need to dirty his hands? To put it plainly, he sought to seize this opportunity to escape. Alas, he had grossly underestimated Lin Chuan's caution, or perhaps Lin Chuan, valuing his own life too dearly, would never allow even the slightest flaw in his plans. I shall accept the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar spear, but brotherly, I must also claim your life. Lin Chuan smiled lightly. With a flick of his sword, all 18 supreme spiritual treasures aimed at a single target. Compared to before, Lin Chuan's aura surged even more powerfully. It was not that he held his opponent in high regard, but rather a fear of overconfidence leading to another escape like Gui Ruxing's. No, you cannot kill me. I am a direct disciple of the Blade Emperor. If I die, the Heavenly Demon Sect will face retribution. Lin brother, hear me out. I shall never speak of what transpired today to another soul. There is no need for us to escalate matters to this extent, Li Tangfeng pleaded, alternating between threats and coaxing. All he could do now was rely on his words to persuade Lin Chuan. Yet regardless of his appeals to reason, the 18 supreme spiritual treasures continued to advance. Lin Chuan's murderous intent had not waned in the slightest. Lin Chuan, you will regret this. You cannot kill me. Li Tangfeng's hysterical roar echoed throughout the cavern. Yet, it was soon drowned out by a deafening rumble. The mountain trembled violently, and rocks began to crumble incessantly. The fierce wind, a remnant of the internal force unleashed, ravaged the cave for a full moment. As the dust settled, Lin Chuan found himself utterly alone. Not a trace of Li Tangfeng remained. Not even a shred of flesh could be found. What a tragic fate. The thousands of disciples from the other sects were rendered numb. If Li Tangfeng had met such a grim end, what chance did they, mere minions, have of survival? It was only now that they realized they had grossly underestimated Lin Chuan's strength. The terror of a celestial sage was beyond their comprehension. How could they dare provoke such a being? Added to this was the presence of a kingly wolf, rivaling the Celestial Emperor. The possibility of escaping unscathed was utterly non-existent. To merely retain a complete corpse upon death would be considered a stroke of fortune. Woe is me, I do not wish to perish. It is all Li Tangfeng and Gui Ruxing's fault. We have fallen into their trap. I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. Spare my life. I implore you. Cries of desperation shattered the oppressive silence. The escape of Gui Ruxing and the tragic demise of Li Tangfeng had severely demoralized the group. Among the thousands, there were nearly all cowardly souls devoid of any fighting spirit, including disciples from the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghosts sect. Burp, the kingly wolf, unceremoniously, let out a loud belch. After the battle, it had feasted to its heart's content. Yet, if these thousands of individuals were not dealt with, all of Lin Chuan's previous efforts would have been for naught. One must eliminate the roots. lest the grass regrow with the spring breeze. It was time to make a decision. 10 8th grade ferocious beast intercourse, Lin Chuan declared coldly, in exchange for the lives of these 2,321 individuals. Brother Wolf, do you agree? He was aware that the kingly wolf understood human speech, so he chose not to beat around the bush. After all, these were over 2,000 lives. The act of slaughtering them would surely be exhausting. Since he had an abundance of ferocious beast intercourse, he might as well hire a ready-made enforcer to do the dirty work. Ding! In the midst of the massacre, the host slacked off. Reward, 1,000-mile contraction. Yet another unexpected gain. Lin Chuan swore he had not slacked off to obtain the reward. It was merely his instinctive laziness. However, the 1,000-mile contraction seemed to be a technique, potentially allowing for significant time savings while traveling. It could also be useful for pursuing someone, particularly the fleeing Gui rushing. It was indeed quite fitting that it appeared that the system had his best interests at heart. Could this be the blessings bestowed upon the lazy? Lin Chuan chuckled with satisfaction that moment. The kingly wolf, having heard Lin Chuan's proposition, turned its head towards him and flashed a grin. This man and wolf, without the need for words, understood each other's intentions. It felt rather strange. Nevertheless, the kingly wolf's intelligence spared Lin Chuan a considerable amount of trouble. If communication required effort, a person as lazy as Lin Chuan would have to contemplate whether or not to subdue it. When the kingly wolf's piercing green eyes once again surveyed the crowd, a chilling glare erupted forth. Help! Within the cavern, apart from the screams of despair, there was no other sound. Those sorrowful cries reverberated throughout the cave, hauntingly eerie and hollow. Even those outside the cave, like Wu Nanming and her companions, felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end. What on earth had transpired inside? Wu Nanming speculated incessantly. She found herself on the verge of entering to investigate multiple times, only to be firmly restrained by her disciples. This was because Lin Chuan had previously instructed them not to enter. These disciples were indeed excessively obedient. In truth, it was not merely the disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect who were so compliant, but rather the presence of a celestial emperor-level kingly wolf inside the cave. That was a ferocious beast even Lin Chuan could not manage. What difference was there between entering and courting death? Remaining outside the cave would at least afford them a better chance of escape should the situation escalate. Despite their curiosity about the continuous screams emanating from within the cave, they had to suppress their inquisitiveness. After all, curiosity kills. Fortunately, the wait was not overly lengthy. The ghastly wails gradually faded away. However, the hearts of the group began to race even more intensely. They feared that Lin Chuan had encountered great peril. What would they do then? Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps shattered the stillness. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the pitch-black cavern. Shortly thereafter, a handsome face pierced through the darkness, presenting itself to Wu Nanming and the others. Saint's son, Lin Chuan. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. Lin Chuan had emerged alive. Not only that, but he appeared to be completely unharmed. How had he accomplished this? Their expressions were a mix of astonishment and delight. But these emotions froze in place the very next second. 9 pairs of terrified eyes simultaneously turned to look behind Lin Chuan. A wolf, its fur entirely silver, followed closely behind him, as if adorned with a large danger sign atop its head. Lin Chuan, however, seemed blissfully unaware, flashing a V sign at Wu Nanming and the others. Yay! Yay! You big-headed ghost! Wu Nanming felt a headache coming on. Was this truly the time for relaxation? Danger! She swiftly drew her sword, heedless of her own safety, rushing towards Lin Chuan. Form a formation, the disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect decisively took action, promptly establishing a defensive formation. The kingly wolf was far too powerful. Thousands of disciples from other sects had met their demise within the cavern. How could these mere 10 individuals possibly withstand such a threat? This battle seemed destined for total annihilation. Yet, even so, Wu Nanming and the others did not abandon their desire for survival. However, compared to the other 8 disciples, Wu Nanming instinctively moved to protect Lin Chuan. In that simple gesture, Lin Chuan observed and felt a stirring in his heart. From now on, I shall never again refer to you as the fierce old hag. He recognized his own emotions, yet acknowledged that it was merely the bond between comrades. Even among comrades, entrusting one's life was common enough. Had he not harbored such thoughts before? Sister, it was a misunderstanding. Brother Wolf and I are friends. He would not harm us, right? Lin Chuan smiled amiably at the kingly wolf. casually tossing it an 8th grade ferocious beast inner core, Arawu. The kingly wolf lazily growled, swallowing the inner core whole before lying down to take a nap. This languid demeanor was strikingly similar to Lin Chuan's own, Wu Nanming and the others observed and immediately thought of a phrase. Kindred spirits. However, the fact that Lin Chuan, as a celestial sage, could subdue a 9th grade ferocious beast would surely create a sensation in the world of cultivation if it were to spread. Of course, Wu Nanming and the others also recognized that Lin Chuan's method of taming the kingly wolf was nothing more than a result of bombarding it with an abundance of ferocious beast inner cores. Just how many did he have in stock? That was anyone's guess. Yet another question loomed. If Lin Chuan ran out of ferocious beast inner cores, could he still control the kingly wolf? That was highly uncertain. At that time, whether the kingly wolf would unleash its wild nature was equally ambiguous. In any case, having this 9th grade ferocious beast by one's side was fraught with uncertainty regarding whether it was a blessing or a curse. They were eager to inquire about Lin Chuan's thoughts on the matter. Just as Wu Nanming was about to speak, Lin Chuan broke the silence first. Sister, and all my fellow disciples, can I trust you? He surveyed the 9 of them, his brow furrowed. His gaze conveyed a sense of solemnity. His typically lazy demeanor was replaced with a rare seriousness. It was clear that what he was about to say was of utmost importance. Of course, Wu Nanming and the 8 disciples nodded in unison, each one treating the matter with gravity, not daring to show even the slightest hint of negligence. That's good. Lin Chuan nodded, continuing, everyone. Please remember, today's events concern the very survival of the Tianma sect. If even a whisper of this matter escapes, the consequences could be dire. I believe none of you wish for our negligence to lead the Tianma sect to be besieged by various sects, resulting in its annihilation. Upon hearing this, the crowd grasped Lin Chuan's earnest intentions. Within the cave lay nearly 3,000 disciples from various sects, most of whom had been slain by the imperial wolf. Yet, this had been orchestrated by Lin Chuan. The blame for such an outcome would certainly fall upon him and the Tianma sect. It is vital to note that these 3,000 individuals represented the backbone of the younger generation from their respective sects, particularly Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing. The standing of these two within the Bloodslaughter sect and the 100 Ghosts sect was not inferior to Lin Chuan's position in the Tianma sect. Should news of their demise leak, it would not be far-fetched to expect both sects to descend upon the Tianma sect, demanding retribution from Leng Ningshuang. In any case, regardless of the Tianma sect's circumstances, Lin Chuan would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. With all lives extinguished, the outcome was irrevocable. The only course of action left was to erase all traces. Little did he anticipate that matters would escalate to such an extent. Lin Chuan, how do you intend to handle this? Wu Nanming sighed softly, her mind in disarray. She could only defer to Lin Chuan's arrangements. After all, he had orchestrated the entire affair from beginning to end. Despite his notorious laziness, he was full of cunning ideas. Entrusting the matter to him should pose no problem, or so she hoped. It's quite simple, he declared. Everyone, please step back. The remaining tasks are mine to handle. Lin Chuan waved his hand, casually kicking the imperial wolf aside, signaling it to maintain a distance. Woo-woo. The imperial wolf lazily opened its eyes, voicing its discontent towards Lin Chuan, but that was the extent of its protest. It seemed to comprehend Lin Chuan's intentions and obediently retreated several hundred steps away. Is it truly necessary to stand so far back? Wu Nanming questioned, perplexed. What could Lin Chuan possibly do that would necessitate such a distance? In truth, Lin Chuan was equally astonished. It was often said that animals possess keen senses, yet he had never encountered one as astute as this wolf. It appeared that this creature's intelligence was remarkably high. He mused to himself that he would need to exercise greater caution when deceiving it in the future. After a moment, he advised Wu Nanming to maintain as much distance as possible. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted from the ground, not due to a change in the weather of the day's illusion, but because Lin Chuan had summoned all his inner strength at the same time. He unleashed 18 supreme spiritual treasures and one ultimate treasure that in contrast to his previous confrontations with Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing. He was now truly unleashing his full power. However, this time he was up against an entire mountain range, extending for hundreds of miles. Was he truly intent on collapsing a mountain range? Had he lost his senses? Wu Nanming was astonished. Was it really necessary to expend such effort merely to erase traces? The heavenly saints were indeed formidable, possessing the ability to move mountains and fill seas. But that was merely a hyperbolic expression. The genuine capacity to alter landscapes would only be attainable by the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, would Lin Chuan not fear attracting the attention of disciples from other sects by unleashing his power against a mountain range? Let us not forget, there were still 5,000 individuals outside. Mixed Yuan Heavenly Demon Technique. Heavenly Demon Burial of the World. A sudden, thunderous shout erupted, and Lin Chuan's inner strength surged once more. The residual force swept across 10 miles, nearly sending Wu Nanming and the others, who were 600 steps away, flying. How powerful! This must be the true strength of the Holy Sun. The disciples of the Tianma sect were filled with excitement. They believed they were finally witnessing Lin Chuan unleash his full potential. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming celestial power descended from the heavens, piercing through the clouds, as 19 beams of various colored light plummeted towards the mountain range. The commotion was so immense that it reverberated throughout the entire day's illusion. Even Gue Rushing, who was desperately fleeing, could not help but halt, staring in terror at the heavens. Lin Chuan? Was he truly going to shatter a 100-mile mountain range? This madman, Gue Rushing cursed, regretting ever provoking him. No, remaining in the day's illusion would inevitably lead to his demise. He had to escape quickly. Lin Chuan was far from idle. Having resolved to root out the problem, he would leave no trace behind. Inside the cave lay a heap of corpses. Perhaps there were a few fortunate souls who had escaped death to be safe. Destroying the entire mountain was the most prudent course of action. Furthermore, within the day's illusion lurked the elusive Gue Rishinji. It was imperative to eliminate him before he could escape the illusion. Time was of the essence. Boom! Boom! The seismic tremors capable of shaking the earth for 1,000 miles drew the attention of all. A mountain range extending for 100 miles collapsed at a visibly rapid pace. The terrifying power of the heavenly demon burial of the world surpassed that of an ordinary heavenly saint. This was due to Lin Chuan's unconventional training in a divine-level demonic technique. While he often appeared lethargic, the years of accumulation were substantial. The system's rewards were remarkably effective. Unbeknownst to him, he had been transformed into a formidable monster. The only thing holding him back was his own laziness, which had led him to rarely engage in combat. Even when forced to act, he often achieved victory through clever strategies, never truly exerting himself. Yet, this time was different. Lin Chuan was pressed for time, and destroying the hundreds of miles of mountain range was no simple feat. Thus, he did not overthink it and simply unleashed his full power. As for the outcome, it was astonishingly effective. Heavens, could this truly be the work of the Holy Sun? Such terrifying destructive power seemed almost within the reach of a heavenly emperor. Had the Holy Sun already transcended to that level? The disciples of the Tianma sect could not help but speculate. Their thoughts were not unfounded, as Lin Chuan had hidden his abilities too well. Even among his fellow disciples, they rarely witnessed him in action, let alone at full strength. This should effectively eliminate any future threats. Wu Nanming's furrowed brow relaxed, and she silently breathed a sigh of relief. The mountain that had once towered 100 zhang now stood at only a few dozen. Within 50 miles, the area had transformed into a chaotic heap of rubble. Anyone buried in such a place would have no chance of survival. No, it was still not enough. Suddenly, Lin Chuan shook his head, responding with utmost seriousness. What? Wu Nanming was filled with confusion. The entire mountain had been reduced to this state, and yet he deemed it insufficient. Did he believe that the thousands of disciples from other sects were as resilient as cockroaches? Could their lives be so durable? Senior sister, do not underestimate this. The matter at hand concerns the survival of both the Tianma sect and ourselves. No level of caution is excessive. Moreover, this mountain range stretches for 100 miles. And there may very well be unseen caverns. If we were to leave even a single survivor due to a moment of carelessness, it could spell disaster for the Tianma sect. Better to be cautious than to regret later. Lin Chuan glanced back at Wu Nanming, speaking with utmost seriousness. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the consequences that carelessness could bring in television dramas and novels. It is often the arrogant villains who, in their moment of hubris, inadvertently allow the protagonists to escape death. The protagonists, seizing the opportunity of a feigned demise, undergo tremendous growth, ultimately turning the tables on the villains. If one were to gauge the cruelty of Lin Chuan's heart at this moment, he would undoubtedly fit the mold of a villain, as he held the lives of thousands in his hands. Should the news of this ever be leaked, it would send shockwaves through the realm of cultivation. Even the slightest oversight could unleash immeasurable calamities. Thus, Exercising caution was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. However, given the devastation wrought upon the mountain, what more could he possibly do? Was he to exhume the bodies and slay them once more? Wu Nanming offered a wry smile. Indeed, conducting a thorough examination of the corpses would be the most prudent approach, yet such a task was utterly impractical. Firstly, the mountain had collapsed into a chaotic burial ground, making it impossible to retrieve the bodies. Moreover, the previous commotion would surely attract a multitude of onlookers. Time was already scarce for Lin Chuan and his companions. Secondly, it was impossible for Lin Chuan to recognize each and every corpse. Apart from Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing, he was utterly unfamiliar with the others. Even if he attempted to count the bodies, he would find it beyond his capability. How then could he verify anything? Faced with the impossibility of verification, there was but one solution: annihilate the entire mountain. Lin Chuan's tone was resolute, leaving Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Tianma sect in shock. Even the Emperor Wolf raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hee, are you jesting? Wu Nanming's lips twitched in disbelief. Unable to comprehend the gravity of his words, she did not wait for Lin Chuan's response, but instead witnessed him unleash his inner power once more. This time with full force. Compared to before, his aura not only remained strong but appeared to intensify. How is this possible? He was not at his full strength earlier. It was utterly unfathomable. Wu Nanming's expression was one of astonishment. Yet she was equally exhilarated. The presence of such a young powerhouse like Lin Chuan was undoubtedly a blessing for the Tianma sect. Even if the sect were to face dire tribulations in the future, they need not rely solely on Leng Ningshuang. Furthermore, Lin Chuan was still young, with ample opportunities for growth ahead of him. Perhaps in the future, his achievements would eclipse those of Leng Ningshuang. No. It would be more accurate to assert that he would certainly surpass her. Hunyuan Tianma Gong, ordinary fist. At this moment, Lin Chuan seemed to attempt a casual punch. What appeared to be a simple strike carried with it a formidable momentum, at the very least. Even a powerful figure like Wu Nanming, a Tianzuan, would find it impossible to endure that a mere ordinary punch could possess such strength. The disciples of the Tianma sect were left speechless. Having witnessed Lin Chuan's terrifying prowess, they dared not dismiss his display as mere bluster. This ordinary punch possessed the power to split mountains and shatter stones. Yet, to flatten a mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles, it seemed still quite inadequate. Boom! A resounding explosion followed. Dust and debris erupted into the air. However, the limited cloud of dust could not obscure the vision of the onlookers. At that moment, Lin Chuan had blasted a 100-foot deep pit into the mountain, a testament to the sheer power of his strike. Not bad at all. Lin Chuan expressed satisfaction with this outcome. Nonetheless, he understood the urgency of the situation and could not afford to linger. He decided to channel all of his inner power into a singular effort. This time, his aim was to obliterate the mountain entirely before intercepting Gue Rushing. Hunyuan Tianma Gong, consecutive serious fists. With a fierce roar, the true tempest was about to descend. The might of the Tiansheng was now laid bare before all. Yet to Wu Nanming and the others, Lin Chuan's power seemed to transcend even that of the Tiansheng. Countless shadowy fists rained down upon the mountain, each strike causing it to erupt. The mountain range, stretching for miles, could not withstand the assault from one as insignificant as Lin Chuan. The Holy Sun was truly formidable, but was it truly necessary to go to such extremes? The disciples of the Tianma sect looked bewildered at this moment. Not only the thousands of corpses within the cave were at stake, but the entire mountain was on the verge of vanishing from existence. Lin Chuan had put on a masterclass in eradicating all traces of evidence. Though the display may have been exaggerated, it assuredly guaranteed that not a single remnant would remain. In the great marsh illusion, the howling winds had just ceased. 5,000 individuals stood motionless on the plain, gazing into the distance. There once lay a mountain range extending for hundreds of miles, but now it had vanished without a trace. Heaven knows what transpired there. Due to the distance, they could only perceive 9 beams of light descending from the heavens, followed by a series of tremors. When they awoke, the mountain had simply disappeared. While they could not ascertain the cause behind the mountain's destruction, everyone was acutely aware that the terrifying force involved could not be of natural origin. It was undoubtedly a result of human intervention. To obliterate a mountain range of such magnitude in an instant could only be accomplished by a being of the heavenly emperor's caliber. Could it be that a heavenly emperor was concealed within the great marsh illusion? The mere thought sent many into a state of pale terror. It was essential to note that all who entered this realm were merely young disciples of various sects. with Lin Chuan being the most formidable among them. And he was merely a Tiansheng. Should a true heavenly emperor take action, it was unlikely that any of the 8,000 individuals who entered the illusion would survive. What should we do? When pitted against the peril of their lives, the treasures within the illusion became expendable. Perhaps this was the domain of some reclusive expert, and their intrusion had provoked the entity. If they left now, perhaps they could still escape. A frenzy of speculation ensued among the group. Fear of the unknown is intrinsic to human nature, allowing even greed to be temporarily set aside. However, their wild imaginings inadvertently aided Lin Chuan. Initially, he had worried that the commotion he created would attract numerous onlookers. Yet, he had overlooked the fact that his displayed strength had surpassed the common understanding of a Tiansheng, inadvertently redirecting the blame towards an unknown heavenly emperor. Whether such a being existed remained a mystery only the heavens could unravel. Of course, Lin Chuan had never entrusted his fate to others. After obliterating the mountains, he did not rest for a moment. With decisive action, he employed the technique of traversing 1,000 miles in an instant, making a beeline for the exit of the illusion as it stands. All who were privy to the truth have perished, leaving only the ghostly scholar as a lingering threat. If he were to eliminate him, Lin Chuan could rest easy. However, a time lag existed between the two parties. Should he rely solely on his legs to pursue? It is likely that the ghostly scholar had already fled back to the 100 Ghosts Gate. Fortunately, the system proved to be quite humane, rewarding him with a technique for traversing 1,000 miles. This so-called technique, while not as fantastical as the myths suggest, still offered a significant advantage. Unlike the legendary feats of Sun Wukong, who could leap thousands of miles with a single somersault, the ability to fold space and accelerate travel did indeed exist. Compared to the earth-burrowing method, the effect of traversing 1,000 miles was approximately 50 times more effective. If the earth-burrowing technique allowed for 10 zhang per breath, then traversing 1,000 miles would equate to 500 zhang per breath. Even with such a monumental difference, Lin Chuan remained uneasy. His concerns were not unfounded. After all, within the vast illusion, there existed but a single exit. Once the ghostly scholar departed the illusion, locating him would be akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. Sister, remain here and do not wander. I shall eliminate the ghostly scholar and return to join you. Wolf brother, you are not to harm them. When I return, I will reward you with 2 inner cores of 8th-tier ferocious beasts. Lin Chuan hurriedly imparted his instructions before vanishing in an instant. His sudden disappearance startled the Emperor Wolf. Lin Chuan was unaware that this technique, seemingly meant for expedience, was no less challenging to master than the primordial heavenly demon art. It could indeed be considered a divine-level skill. Unfortunately, neither the Emperor Wolf nor Wu Nanming recognized its value. They merely perceived that Lin Chuan had vanished in an instant, unable to discern any clues. At that moment, on the other side of the vast illusion, the ghostly scholar fled in utter disarray. The exit of the illusion lay tantalizingly close, and a flicker of relief finally crossed his weary visage. I've escaped. At last, he could leave this wretched place of turmoil. He had not anticipated that the son of the heavenly demon sect would prove to be even more formidable than the rumors suggested. He had truly kicked a hornet's nest this time. However, do not revel in your triumph. Based on your previous display of might, I dare say that Li Tangfeng and the others must have perished at your hands. That amounts to 3,000 lives. Once word spreads throughout the cultivation world, the entire heavenly demon sect will face annihilation. Lin Chuan, even if I cannot defeat you, I possess ways to ensure your utter destruction. The ghostly scholar ground his teeth in fury, speaking to himself. His hatred for Lin Chuan was palpable. The disciples of the 100 Ghosts Gate were known for their vengeful nature, and the ghostly scholar was no exception. Furthermore, within the 100 Ghosts Gate, he was regarded as a prodigious talent, accustomed to sailing smoothly through life. Never had he encountered such a setback, and this time, he had nearly lost his very life. How could one of his generation be so vastly outmatched? He refused to accept it. Yet, refusal meant little. He understood all too well that with Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent, even if he devoted his entire life to surpassing him, it would likely remain an impossible feat still. He would not resign himself to living with a heart full of demons. Thus, he resolved to go to any lengths to annihilate Lin Chuan. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through. Before the ghostly scholar could comprehend the situation, a searing pain pierced his chest, sending him uncontrollably flying in the haze. He glimpsed a shadow racing towards him like a bolt of lightning. Lin Chuan. He cried out in terror. This instinctual reaction, however, seemed to have provoked Lin Chuan's ire. Damn it, how could I have overlooked that? Had I known, I should have sealed your mouth. Lin Chuan shook his head in frustration. While his concerns may have been somewhat excessive, caution is the mother of safety. What if someone nearby was hiding so discreetly that even he had failed to notice? That shout from the ghostly scholar had undoubtedly revealed his identity. Regardless, the ghostly scholar must die. Once he dealt with this individual, he could meticulously inspect his surroundings. The dull thud brought Lin Chuan's thoughts back to reality. The ghostly scholar lay sprawled on the ground, looking even more disheveled than before. Though he was not particularly handsome, he had always managed to present himself well, striving to appear as a dashing gentleman. All of that was now ruined because of Lin Chuan. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan summoned the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, his eyes gleaming with icy determination. Gulp. The ghostly scholar's face was a mask of terror. He was afraid. Wait, can we talk this over? He pleaded. No. Lin Chuan replied curtly, raising the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear to strike directly at the ghostly scholar. Did he think he could die from being verbose? Such naivety. At the exit of the vast illusion, the ghostly scholar collapsed in a pool of his own blood, a gaping wound on his chest marking his fatal injury. Once lively, he was now on the brink of death. Yet, he felt no remorse. Only shocked, he was astonished by Lin Chuan's ruthless decisiveness. Rather than being curious about how Lin Chuan had managed to catch up to him so quickly, he was more intrigued by the sheer brutality of Lin Chuan's methods. As a fellow disciple of the younger generation, he found Lin Chuan's temperament far removed from that of a mere 20-year-old. He resembled instead a seasoned veteran, experienced in the ways of the world. To provoke such a person and force him into the role of an adversary was the ghostly scholar's misfortune. Given another chance, he would never have dared to cross paths with someone like Lin Chuan. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world, and his life was now slipping away with the ebb of his blood. Cough, cough. The ghostly scholar spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His voice faint as he said, "Dying at your hands is not an injustice. I only wish to know the fate of Li Tangfeng and the 3,000 disciples from other sections." They haven't. Mid-sentence, the ghostly scholar seemed to realize something. That a bitter smile crossed his lips, and he ceased speaking. In truth, the moment the distant mountains vanished, he had comprehended that the 3,000 disciples could not possibly have survived. Yet, he dared not believe that a mere heavenly saint could achieve such devastation. He would rather accept that Lin Chuan had merely surpassed ordinary heavenly saint prowess than entertain the notion that Lin Chuan had concealed his cultivation level and reached the realm of the heavenly emperor. After all, acknowledging such a conclusion would only deepen his sense of defeat. Yes, they are all dead, and you are the last one left. That I never expected that even with the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, I would fail to dispatch you on the spot. The disciples of the 100 Ghosts Gate possess such resilience. Lin Chuan spoke the truth without the slightest hesitation, and even took the opportunity to voice his grievances. The fact that he had not been able to eliminate the ghost Confucian with a single strike had already wasted precious time. If there were others hiding nearby, the situation would become significantly more serious. Regardless, the ghost Confucian was destined to die eventually. It would be wiser to direct more attention towards surveying the surroundings. By the time the ghost Confucian finished his ramblings, Lin Chuan had almost conducted a thorough inspection of the area. Fortunately, there was not a soul in sight. Fortune smiles upon me. Once I deal with you, I can finally breathe easy. Lin Chuan sighed with relief and offered a faint smile. Although he had encountered numerous challenges that day, the outcome was still relatively satisfactory. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, it was best to dispose of the ghost Confucian swiftly. Blade Qi, Lin Chuan murmured, immediately channeling his internal energy into a sword. He then swung forcefully, creating a deep pit large enough to accommodate a person. Lin Fire Sword, he called out once more, summoning a supreme spiritual treasure of fire attribute. As the weapon struck the pit, flames began to roar to life. After completing these preparations, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to the ghost Confucian, who appeared utterly bewildered, clueless as to the purpose of Lin Chuan's elaborate actions. Brother Ghost, I respect you as a man. Since you are on the verge of death, I shall refrain from bullying you further. Consider this fiery pit a parting gift. You may as well jump in. Lin Chuan gestured invitingly, then stood aside, too lazy to move. Were it not for his concern that the ghost Confucian might divulge secrets, he would have had no interest in pursuing him so far. Yet even at this critical moment of eliminating a threat, he still preferred to take it easy. Laziness had become ingrained in his very being. In this lifetime, he saw no hope for change. Ding! While pursuing an enemy, the host slacked off. Reward: carefree and unfettered skill, divine grade. The reward has been fully dispensed, and the host has automatically begun cultivation of the skill. Carefree and unfettered skill continuously absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, automatically converting it into internal powered. As long as heaven and earth endure, cultivation shall never cease. Although the system always accurately discerned when Lin Chuan was genuinely slacking off, the feeling of being seen through was ever so displeasing. After all, slacking off was hardly commendable, and being called out on it was even less so. Even someone with Lin Chuan's thick skin felt a twinge of guilt. However, the rewards from the system were simply too generous for him to refuse. As for this latest reward, Lin Chuan was exceedingly pleased. He had always been lazy and had no desire to expend energy on dedicated training. Yet the carefree and unfettered skill allowed for self-cultivation without his conscious effort. Wasn't this the perfect skill for a sloth? As long as heaven and earth endure, cultivation shall never cease. Well said. From now on, I can indulge in my lazy habits without a care. Anyone who dares to disturb me shall find this skill thrust in their face. Except for my senior sister and the old hag. Lin Chuan reminded himself to tread carefully. He feared his reckless declarations might lead to repercussions in the future. Lost in his musings, he had spent a full 30 breaths of time. By the time he regained his focus, the ghost Confucian lay lifeless, a cold corpse. What? Lin Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. He had forgotten that the ghost Confucian was already bleeding profusely. His ability to endure for so long was solely due to his status as a cultivator. After being left to languish for such an extended period, it was no wonder he had perished. Well then, I must personally incinerate you. You certainly won't be able to boast any longer. Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the ghost Confucian's corpse. He then grasped the body by its clothing and with a vigorous motion sent it soaring into the fiery pit. Crackle! The flames roared to life, and the acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air. Lin Chuan immediately regretted his decision. The stench of cremation was overwhelming. Even if it did not attract disciples from other sects, it would surely draw nearby ferocious beasts. While Lin Chuan was not particularly concerned about low-level beasts, there was no guarantee that a frenzied beast wouldn't seize the ghost Confucian's corpse. If that were to happen, all his efforts would have been in vain. Indeed, eradicating a threat was not as simple as it seemed. Initially intending to conserve energy, it appeared that would not be possible. Lin Chuan promptly adjusted his mindset that he summoned 18 supreme spiritual treasures and the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, Demon Transformation, 9 Heavens Thunder Prison. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars echoed ominously. Dark clouds gathered as lightning rumbled ominously. Before long, the sky within 100 miles turned dark. Once again, thousands of disciples from other sects were drawn into the illusion. What is happening today? In just half an hour, 2 celestial phenomena have occurred. Could it be that there is more than one celestial emperor in the Great Marsh illusion? Oh no, this time it is at the exit. If there are indeed 2 celestial emperors, one of them would block our escape. Thousands of disciples from other sects frantically speculated, once again viewing Lin Chuan as a reclusive master. Senior, please do not be angered. If we have offended you in any way, we humbly ask for your forgiveness. As for the rare treasures we have gathered in the illusion, should they belong to you, we are willing to return them in full, clattering. Thousands of disciples hastily cast aside the rare treasures they had painstakingly collected, creating small mountains of goods before them. Though they were reluctant, they dared not act recklessly under the pressure of 2 celestial emperors. Better to relinquish their treasures than risk their lives. The tense atmosphere suddenly calmed. As if heaven had forgiven the greed of mortals and retracted its wrath, thousands of disciples from other sects breathed a collective sigh of relief. They gazed at the heaps of rare treasures at their feet, their hearts heavy with regret. Though they felt a pang of loss, they dared not harbor any further greed. However, abandoning these treasures that were virtually within their grasp required immense resolve. Had their lives not been at stake, it was unlikely anyone would have chosen to do so. As they looked upon the dazzling array of treasures, their hearts ached with unbearable pain. Yet, in the end, nearly 5,000 disciples resolutely discarded their treasures and departed without a backward glance. Their exit signaled the conclusion of the Great Marsh Illusion adventure. However, for Lin Chuan and Wu Nanming, disciples of the Demon Sect, their treasure-hunting journey was only just beginning. Initially, they had indeed come with the intent to seek treasures. Yet, They soon discovered an abundance of rare items scattered across the ground. Most importantly, these countless treasures appeared to be unclaimed. What a bizarre occurrence. Today is particularly strange. Could these treasures have fallen from the heavens? The disciples of the demon sect were both astonished and delighted, yet their joy was mingled with confusion. Nevertheless, after a moment of doubt, they proceeded to collect everything. They had initially thought that even finding a few high-quality spiritual herbs during their expedition would be a success. Yet among the piles of treasures, there were over 10,000 7th-grade spiritual herbs and countless 4th-grade ones, amounting to millions. If they were to bring these back to the sect, it would surely cause a sensation. The disciples were overjoyed. While their achievements were serendipitous, fortune was also a form of strength. Especially in the world of cultivation, luck was of paramount importance. Those with abundant fortune often encountered opportunities beyond the reach of ordinary people. Such was fate. It was impossible to dispute that having too many treasures was not necessarily a good thing, although they were unaware if disciples from other sects had experienced similar windfalls. Based on their own haul, it was clear that no one else could compare. A tall tree attracts the wind. Wealth does not go unnoticed. Place all the extraordinary treasures obtained into the spatial ring. Under no circumstances should we mention this to anyone. Otherwise, before we even return to the sect, we might encounter an ambush. Do you understand? Wu Nanming reminded earnestly. Compared to these younger disciples, she considered herself a seasoned veteran. She was acutely aware of the unpredictable nature of human intentions. Moreover, today's harvest was astonishing beyond measure. Not only they, but even the sect itself dared not divulge such news lightly. Lin Chuan was indeed correct. One must maintain a low profile. With this thought, Wu Nanming lifted her gaze towards the distance. On a small hill, Lin Chuan was attentively surveying the surroundings. Just a short while ago, he had voluntarily suggested taking watch, a display of initiative she had never seen from him before. For a moment, Wu Nanming almost suspected that the Lin Chuan before her was an impostor. In hindsight, it seemed Lin Chuan felt the abundance of treasures was too conspicuous and warranted caution against potential thieves. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on their side today. They had stumbled upon an astonishing amount of unattended treasures and, remarkably, had not encountered a single outsider during this time. It appeared that fortune was particularly favoring them. Senior sister, everything is packed. 500,000 spirit herbs have all been placed into the spatial ring that we can depart at any moment, reported a disciple of the Tianma sect. The 8 of them were overjoyed, their smiles nearly reaching their ears. Wu Nanming was equally exhilarated, yet she did not forget her role as their elder sister and maintained her composure. Thus, she merely nodded, her expression betraying no emotion. Although her calm demeanor was feigned, it provided immense reassurance to the disciples, a sense of security that even Lin Chuan could not offer. After all, he was far too laid back. While he often managed to create miracles, he lacked the steadiness required. Naturally, Lin Chuan preferred not to have others overly dependent on him, as that would make him feel uncomfortable. Junior brother Lin, we may set off, Wu Nanming reminded her disciples. After all the commotion, it was time to leave. Their time spent in the vast illusion had not been long, merely 2 or 3 days, but it had altered Wu Nanming's perception of Lin Chuan. It was not that Lin Chuan had impressed her with his strength. Rather, it was his judgment in handling matters. His excessive caution was justified. Given the dangers of the world, one misstep could cost a life. And only through extreme vigilance could one ensure absolute safety. Remarkably, this fledgling Lin Chuan had exhibited a level of prudence surpassing her own. Senior sister, Lin Chuan declared with a serious expression, I fear I cannot accompany you any longer. The others were taken aback by his words. Fortunately, Wu Nanming and the others were unaware of Lin Chuan's previous thoughts of abandoning the sect. Otherwise, they would never allow him to leave alone. Even at the risk of their lives. Of course, Lin Chuan himself would not dare to flee. The chilling sensation from a few days prior, when Leng Ningshuang had suddenly appeared, still haunted him. She could be lurking nearby, waiting for him to make a move before springing out to startle him. After these past few days, do you all understand the importance of eliminating threats at their source? Just half a month ago, I killed Hong Tianhe, the leader of the Xianjian sect. The enmity the Xianjian sect holds towards the Tianma sect and myself is profound. This matter poses a significant risk. If it cannot be resolved, I shall find no peace. Lin Chuan's expression grew solemn. In truth, the death of Hong Tianhe had weighed heavily on Lin Chuan's mind. He did not regret killing him. Rather, it was his failure to contain the news swiftly that had left him with considerable trouble. The ever-cautious Lin Chuan feared nothing more than the day when the Tianma sect might be besieged. With Leng Ningshuang's formidable reputation and reckless disposition, it was only a matter of time before disaster struck. Should new grievances be added to old, the Tianma sect would undoubtedly face annihilation. Regrettably, he found himself unable to escape the Tianma sect. Even if he refused to accept his fate, he must do everything possible to eliminate these threats, so he could finally sleep soundly at night. Naturally, if Leng Ningshuang did not permit it, she would certainly obstruct him. If she did not, it would imply her tacit approval, allowing Lin Chuan to proceed with confidence. Very well. Wu Nanming nodded. Junior brother, you possess a cautious nature, but this is your first venture into the world. You seem to understand it better than I do. I have no concerns. However, you are the holy son of the Tianma sect, and your status is unique. Whatever you undertake, ensure that you act within your means. Return promptly. Though her expression was grave, Wu Nanming did not stop Lin Chuan. It was the first time he had seen such a gentle side of his elder sister, leaving him momentarily stunned. The other disciples, however, were unfazed. To them, Wu Nanming had always been remarkably kind. Was it only he who was treated differently? Perhaps her fondness for him led her to tease him intentionally, to garner his attention. Lin Chuan gazed at Wu Nanming, utterly astonished. Hiss! Could even my elder sister harbor feelings for me? The last time someone confessed to him was Leng Ningshuang, though Lin Chuan was still baffled as to why. After taking the initiative, he ended up being beaten. Now, it seemed it was Wu Nanming's turn. Despite knowing that with his captivating and handsome visage, attracting a harem of beauties would be effortless, he was hesitant to accept Wu Nanming's affections. The reason was simple. Wu Nanming's unparalleled status among the male disciples of the Tianma sect was formidable. If one were to consider who held the highest popularity among the female disciples of the Tianma sect, it would undoubtedly be Wu Nanming. Besides Lin Chuan, she epitomized gentleness, composure, and understanding in the hearts of all male disciples. That it would not be an exaggeration to say she was the goddess of every male disciple in the Tianma sect. Should that goddess fall into the hands of another man, the 70,000 male disciples of the Tianma sect would surely erupt in fury. After all, Lin Chuan was the holy son. He still had to live within the Tianma sect. Just imagine, wherever he went, he would be under the watchful eyes of countless men filled with resentment. The thought was rather terrifying. Moreover, as someone who preferred to keep a low profile, how could he live so openly? Sigh. If he were to directly reject his elder sister's feelings, it would likely lead to grudges. He should find a suitable opportunity to decline her advances subtly and without leaving a trace. Lin Chuan silently weighed his options. Then he glanced at the massive imperial wolf that lay sleeping nearby, his brow immediately furrowing. The imperial wolf had grown far too large. Previously, in the cave, it had been no bigger than a husky. Yet, as Lin Chuan fed it more inner Dan, it had grown increasingly larger. Now, it towered over him. The most concerning part was that the imperial wolf was notorious. Even a fool would know it was a 9th-level ferocious beast, with strength rivaling that of a heavenly emperor. If he were to bring it out of the illusion and be spotted by others, all of Lin Chuan's prior efforts would be in vain. Brother Wolf, may I speak with you? Many novels claim that ferocious beasts can change their size at will. Surely you can do so as well, right? No misunderstandings. I do not wish to treat you as a pet. I merely wish to caution you. The world outside is fraught with danger. Do you not understand that a tall tree attracts the wind? While you are indeed powerful, there are many who are even stronger than you out there. The saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains, and there are people beyond people. Even wolves have their peers. Caution is the mother of safety. You surely would not wish to meet a swift demise the moment you step out into the world. Lin Chuan spared no effort in persuading the Emperor Wolf, relying solely on his silver tongue. Against a mere novice in the martial world, his eloquence was more than sufficient. It was evident that the Emperor Wolf, once brimming with an imposing aura, gradually curled up and trembled, undergoing a palpable transformation. Lin Chuan recognized that his persuasive tactics had achieved their intended effect. Brother Wolf, if you can comprehend my sincere intentions, it would be all the more delightful. For your safety, do try to minimize your size. It will facilitate my efforts to escort you out. He patiently reiterated his instructions. The Emperor Wolf nodded, seemingly understanding. Subsequently, it swiftly shrank until it resembled the size of a palm. How adorable! The female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were overcome with maternal instincts and could not resist gathering around to marvel at the miniaturized Emperor Wolf. Fortunately, they did not forget that this 9th-level beast had just slain 3,000 souls. With all preparations complete, it was time to hastily depart from this land rife with peril. Lin Chuan seized the Emperor Wolf and tucked it snugly into his bosom. Thus concluded their excursion in the Great Marsh Illusion. However, unbeknownst to the group, while the Heavenly Demon Sect reaped bountiful rewards, the other sects had not managed to carry away even a single hair. Fortunately, Lin Chuan's caution ensured that wealth remained concealed. Thus, even if they encountered others, they would not easily expose their secrets. Approximately half an hour later, the group finally emerged from the Great Marsh Illusion. Yet, the moment they stood at the exit, they were bewildered by the sight before them. Outside the illusion sat nearly 5,000 cultivators, their expressions downcast and even despondent. Undoubtedly, these disciples from various sects were those who had departed from the Great Marsh Illusion. For some inexplicable reason, the atmosphere had turned unusually heavy, as if a dark cloud loomed over these individuals. The ambience was distinctly oppressive. Heavenly Demon Sect. You were the last to leave the illusion. Someone recognized Lin Chuan and his companions, but their inquiry attracted numerous gazes. Previously, these disciples from other sects had pursued Lin Chuan and his group. However, Lin Chuan had opened up the heavens with a single stroke of his sword, instilling fear in most of them. Only Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng led 3,000 disciples in pursuit. The others remained within the illusion, scavenging for rare treasures. Subsequently, a cataclysmic collapse of the mountains ensued, leading to the illusion's complete disappearance. The exit triggered a cosmic phenomenon that thoroughly terrified the 5,000 disciples from other sections, however, until Lin Chuan and his group emerged from the illusion. The 3,000 individuals led by Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng had not been seen. A bold and terrifying thought instantly took root in the minds of all present. Those 3,000 individuals had perished. The previously stifling atmosphere suddenly ignited with fervor as everyone fervently discussed this topic. It is important to note that the disciples who entered the Great Marsh Illusion were all young talents handpicked from their respective sections. Particularly, Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng were rising stars, comparable to many seasoned cultivators. These two were precious gems in their respective sects. It is easy to imagine the uproar that would ensue when the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghost sect learned of their demise. It would not be long before the cultivation world experienced a seismic upheaval. Who would have thought that a mere illusion could result in such catastrophic casualties? To escape with their lives was already a stroke of fortune. The crowd sighed in disbelief. They still believed there were 2 or more heavenly emperor-level experts within the Great Marsh Illusion, and that Li Tangfeng and the others had fallen to their hands. Of course, the reason they did not suspect Lin Chuan was due to his meticulous approach. Moreover, although he appeared to be a heavenly saint, his true strength exceeded that of a heavenly saint. Remaining undiscovered by the masses, Lin Chuan once again savored the sweetness of remaining inconspicuous, while also ensuring that Wu Nanming and the others would remember this mission. They resolved to learn from Lin Chuan, vowing to exercise caution to an almost ridiculous degree. But could they truly reach Lin Chuan's level? Sister, they should not rest along the journey. Though it may be exhausting, it would minimize danger to the greatest extent. There are still matters the junior must attend to, so I must take my leave. Lin Chuan clasped his hands in farewell, his earnest demeanor leaving the others feeling rather uneasy. He was acutely aware that the seeds of malice had already been sown. Thus, he might as well eliminate all potential threats in one fell swoop. Consequently, even if he could not leave the Heavenly Demon Sect, he would no longer have to live in fear. At Xinjian Mountain, a renowned peak in the cultivation world, stood the esteemed Xinjian sect. Its former leader, Hong Tianhe, had unfortunately perished, and the news reverberated throughout the cultivation realm, stirring countless sects. In recent days, the Xinjian sect had draped itself in white cloth, with every member mourning, lamenting, and harboring hatred for the perpetrator. The clamor for vengeance against the Heavenly Demon Sect grew increasingly fervent within the sect. This matter also attracted the attention of several sects with grievances against the Heavenly Demon Sect. Hong Tianhe's widow had seemingly become the assembly hall for avengers. There were as many as 20 individuals discussing the crusade against the Heavenly Demon Sect, each representing a different sect. This clearly indicated that the Heavenly Demon Sect had offended many over the years. Once numerous sects banded together to besiege the Heavenly Demon Sect, the calamity predicted by Lin Chuan would inevitably descend. The death of our former sect leader serves as a clarion call for the cultivation world. Since its inception, the Heavenly Demon Sect has proclaimed itself a demonic cult, making it the arch-nemesis of righteous cultivators like us. Today, our sect unites with all of you. intending to eradicate the heavenly demon sect and restore clarity to the cultivation realm. The elder, true man Zhongying, sat firmly in the central position, his expression resolute. A righteous faction. One must embody the spirit of righteousness to persuade other sects to join forces in eliminating the heavenly demon sect. However, despite the presence of many attendees, not all shared the same sentiment. The primary reason lay in the emergence of Leng Ningshuang, who had attained the status of a heavenly emperor, signifying the heavenly demon sect's formal ascension to a super sect. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a heavenly emperor possessed the power to rival thousands. Even if all the heavenly saints from various sects joined forces, they might still struggle against Leng Ningshuang alone. This was also why, despite the gathering of 20 sect leaders, many had ulterior motives. Yet, at present, the Xinjiang sect had no path of retreat. In previous years, the long-standing grudge between the Xinjiang sect and Leng Ningshuang had always plagued the disciples of the sect. Now, with the sudden emergence of a heavenly saint-level son of the sect from the heavenly demon sect, and the shocking news of Hong Tian's death at the hands of a single strike, it was clear that if the heavenly demon sect continued to develop unchecked, not only would they fail to seek vengeance, but the Xinjiang sect would eventually face annihilation. Therefore, even for the sake of self-preservation, the heavenly demon sect must be destroyed. What the true man Zhongying stated was understood by all present. However, they were all second-rate sects. Even if they mobilized all their strength, they would find it difficult to contend with a heavenly emperor. Recklessly uniting to besiege the heavenly demon sect would be akin to courting death. A sigh followed by these candid words immediately sparked concerns among the crowd. Soon after, a wave of discussion erupted. But the content was largely similar to this sentiment. The individuals gathered here held identities and statuses akin to that of the Xinjiang sect. Without the backing of a super sect, they would never dare provoke the heavenly demon sect. Was the plan to encircle the heavenly demon sect to be thwarted before it even began? The apprehensions of the assembly were anticipated by Zhongying. Indeed, Leng Ningshuang's ascent to a heavenly emperor had instilled fear in all. However, in the realm of immortality, she is not the sole heavenly emperor. Furthermore, the discontent towards the heavenly demon sect is not limited to our faction alone. To be candid, I have already established connections with the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghosts Gate. Both the Blade Emperor and the Elder Gui Ku have pledged their support to assist my Xianyuan Sword sect in annihilating the heavenly demon sect. We need only raise our arms in defiance, and there will be formidable allies to aid us, proclaiming the eradication of the demonic cult. As the true man Zhongying rose and bellowed, his ambitions were laid bare for all to see. However, such an impassioned declaration did not elicit much response. Most of those present merely widened their eyes in astonishment. The Blade Emperor and Elder Gui Ku. Does the true man not realize that the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghost Gate are also part of the demonic sect? The righteous and the demonic cult joining forces to eliminate another demonic sect is indeed an extraordinary maneuver. Forgive us for our confusion. The speaker wore a look of dissatisfaction. Even the clasping of fists was done half-heartedly. He harbored significant reservations about the true man Zhongying's plan to ally with the demonic sect. Many shared his sentiments. After all, the campaign against the heavenly demon sect was under the banner of righteousness, a cause that was well justified. Yet, should we accept assistance from the demonic sect, the meticulously crafted banner of justice would lose its significance, potentially inviting scorn from future generations. Preposterous. Suddenly, true man Zhongying's voice erupted like thunder. A wave of energy surged forth, crashing violently like a tsunami. A scream pierced the air. The crowd turned to see the individual who had just opposed true man Zhongying, now sprawled in a pool of blood. Though he had not perished, his body bore numerous gaping wounds, unmistakably inflicted by sword energy. What is the meaning of this, Zhongying? Fear and astonishment gripped the crowd. This was the territory of the Xianyuan Sword sect. They had come unarmed, expecting negotiations for cooperation. To their shock, true man Zhongying had resorted to violence at the slightest disagreement. If relations soured, none present would find themselves in a favorable position. That's of little concern, he continued. I merely wish to remind everyone that the heavenly demon sect's threat is burgeoned. If we continue to harbor individual agendas and fail to unite against a common enemy, we shall only await our demise at the hands of the demonic cult. The eradication of the heavenly demon sect is an inevitable tide. Every faction embroiled in this struggle is a blade, regardless of whether they be righteous or demonic. As long as we can eliminate the heavenly demon sect, I care not. I implore you all to consent. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. True Man Chongying's demeanor darkened, his tone chilling. This was no mere negotiation. It was a blatant threat. Even if the Xianyuan sword sect were a ship of thieves, it was too late for anyone to jump overboard. At this moment, the leaders of various sects weighed the pros and cons. To put it plainly, they were merely concerned with their reputations. They insisted on a righteous cause to justify a decisive battle against the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, if they cast aside their vanity and allowed the Blood Fiend Sect and the 100 Ghost Gate to join forces, the two super sects could easily contend against the Heavenly Demon Sect. The odds would be distinctly in their favor. Yet, if they clung to their principles, they would inevitably become adversaries of the Xianyuan sword sect. Should they rupture relations, the outcome was uncertain. Boom! A tremendous sound shattered the tranquility, jolting all present back to reality. What was happening? True Man Chongying furrowed his brow, gazing towards the outside of the spirit hall. A blaze illuminated the Xianyuan sword sect and the entire Xianyuan mountain. Was it a natural disaster or a deliberate act? Boom! Another deafening roar echoed. The Xianyuan mountain trembled violently as if an earthquake had struck. True Man Chongying's expression darkened further. This commotion could assuredly not be attributed to natural causes. It was orchestrated by someone who dares to act recklessly within my Xianyuan sword sect. Have the audacity to reveal your name. With that, True Man Chongying shattered the stone slab beneath his feet and leaped from the spirit hall. He looked up to see a figure in a flowing black dress soaring through the air. Her exquisitely beautiful face seemed perpetually shrouded in frost. She was breathtakingly beautiful, a rarity in this world. Yet, even such beauty could not evoke desire in men, for her name was Leng Ningshuang. From her elevated position, Leng Ningshuang surveyed the mortals below. Her frigid gaze, akin to the distant moonlight, cast an icy chill upon the crowd. The Xianyuan sword sect. She was a demon. Even now, they could not forget the blood-soaked chaos of 6 years prior. It was that day that forged an irreconcilable enmity between the Xianyuan sword sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect. Time had passed, and Leng Ningshuang had ascended to the rank of Heavenly Emperor. Upon re-entering the Xianyuan sword sect, she became an unstoppable force. Moreover, True Man Chongying was currently scheming with other sects to eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect, a relationship that had long reached a point of no return. Leng Ningshuang, you have slain the leader of my Xianyuan sword sect. How can we rest until this vendetta is avenged? True Man Chongying's eyes glinted with a chilling malice. Although Leng Ningshuang was formidable, she had come alone. The Xianyuan sword sect was under True Man Chongying's command, with all the heavenly saints present. They could potentially confront Leng Ningshuang. Time was of the essence. This was a prime opportunity to eliminate her. Brothers, the female demon is upon us. If we do not strike now, when shall we act? He thundered, issuing a challenge to Leng Ningshuang before all. Upon hearing this, the representatives of other sects turned pale. They loathed True Man Chongying. Do not speak such nonsense. We have no intention of opposing the Heavenly Demon Sect. We have come solely to mourn the late Master Hong. They hastily clarified, fearing repercussions. Begone. A frigid whisper reached their ears. Instantly, they were met with Leng Ningshuang's icy glare. Despite the humiliation, they felt as if a great weight had been lifted, their faces alight with relief. Thank you. They clasped their fists in gratitude and fled, disappearing without a trace within the Xianyuan sword sect. At that moment, the disciples of the Xianyuan sword sect stood in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they had gathered the leaders of 20 sects, each a formidable heavenly saint. Had they united to besiege Leng Ningshuang, even if they could not defeat her, they could have maintained a position of strength. Alas, hearts had scattered, revealing themselves to be but a disunited rabble. Only the Xianyuan sword sect truly dared to confront the Heavenly Demon Sect. Disciples, heed my command. Form the demon-slaying formation. Today marks the anniversary of Master Hong's passing. Let us take the head of this female demon as tribute. True Man Chongying bellowed, leading his 80,000 disciples to swiftly arrange themselves. The demon-slaying formation was a unique array of the Xianyuan sword sect, specifically designed to combat the demonic cult. Ironically, it was established under the leadership of Hong Tianhe and named in his honor, with the intent to eliminate the Heavenly Demon Sect. The formation had been created not long ago and had never truly been employed. Even Leng Ningshuang had yet to witness it. However, the combined might of 80,000 disciples was not to be underestimated. Were she not a heavenly emperor, she might not have dared to be so audacious. Lin Chuan's words had indeed proven prophetic. The seeds I have sown over the years will surely rebound upon the heavenly demon sect. The day we executed Hong Tianhe may very well have been the catalyst for the annihilation of the heavenly demon sect. Reflecting upon it now, the reasoning seems even more profound. Thus, my efforts over the past few days targeting your Xianyuan sword sect have not been in vain. The frost of condensation engaged in a monologue. Now convinced that Lin Chuan's concerns were not misplaced, the larger the tree, the more it attracts the wind. Everything has its reasons and consequences. Yet, these consequences were all sown by the frost of condensation herself. She bore the responsibility to eradicate these detrimental factors for the heavenly demon sect. Therefore, it would suffice to target the Xianjin sect. With a resounding boom, flames soared from the peak of Xianjin Mountain. Dark clouds gathered ominously above, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rolling thunder, as if foretelling an impending battle. The intervention of a powerful heavenly emperor would undoubtedly trigger phenomena that could be perceived by the naked eye within 1,000 miles. This overwhelming display persisted for a full hour, affecting even the towns below Xianjin Mountain. Meanwhile, far from this chaos, a young man rode the imperial wolf at a gallop. The oppressive sense of the dark clouds looming overhead filled him with foreboding. Strange, he had gathered information along the way, and ahead lay the Xianjin sect. Could such a terrifying celestial phenomenon indicate that someone within the sect had achieved a breakthrough? Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. Feeling an immense weight upon him, he had heard that the strength of the Xianjin sect was rather feeble. Aside from Hong Tianhe, there was only the true Saint Chongnian within the sect. The other disciples were at most celestial lords and celestial sects. Even among first-rate sects, they were among the weakest. With his own prowess, he could easily overpower the Xianjin sect. However, Lin Chuan's intentions were far more severe than mere domination. He planned to annihilate the Xianjin sect entirely. In his view, having slain Hong Tianhe, the Xianjin sect and the heavenly demon sect were bound to be locked in a death struggle, should the heavenly demon sect ever face calamity. It would be the Xianjin sect that first bore the brunt. Such a blatant hazard must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. Brother Wolf, when we reach Xianjin Mountain, you must lend a hand. He assured, rest assured, once the Xianjin sect is obliterated, I will ensure you feast to your heart's content. Lin Chuan brandished the inner core of an 8th-level fierce beast. For enticement was the only means by which he could coexist peacefully with the imperial wolf. Fortunately, he had managed to store plenty of sustenance over the past 5 years. Otherwise, it would truly be insufficient for this gluttonous beast. Suddenly, cries for help pierced the air, capturing Lin Chuan's attention. Startled, he swiftly dismounted. Brother Wolf, he whispered urgently. Without hesitation, the imperial wolf shrank in size, transforming into a miniature version of itself, and leaped into Lin Chuan's hands, seeking refuge. Its actions were so adept that it was almost heart-wrenching. There was no alternative. Throughout their journey, the imperial wolf could only maintain its diminutive form, for Lin Chuan had cautioned, the world is perilous, and masters abound. Do not underestimate the greed of humanity, despite being a 9th-level fierce beast. The imperial wolf could attract untold trouble if targeted by others. Could it contend against 3,000 individuals or even 10,000? To cultivators, a 9th-level fierce beast was a treasure trove, with its inner core considered a priceless gem. Indeed, greed drives men to ruin, and human hearts can be far more terrifying than sheer strength. Poor imperial wolf, despite its formidable power and fierce aura, had been reduced to a coward under Lin Chuan's influence. Whenever humans approached, it would instinctively hide without needing a reminder from Lin Chuan. Yet, this also spared Lin Chuan considerable trouble. It appeared there were many refugees ahead. He would approach them to inquire about the situation. Lin Chuan carefully tucked the imperial wolf into his embrace and cautiously moved closer to the refugees. When deities clash, mortals suffer. He truly wondered how the once mighty Xianjin sect had drawn the ire of such a formidable woman. It seemed the Xianjin sect was doomed. The murmurs of the refugees reached Lin Chuan's ears, revealing that the Xianjin sect was in dire straits. Apparently, a powerful master had invaded the sect, and judging by the commotion, this individual intended to exterminate them. Such ferocity resembled that of an ancient crone. Moreover, this was a direct confrontation from a master of at least the heavenly emperor level. Could it truly be the ancient crone? Lin Chuan scanned his surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. Ever since leaving the Great Marsh Illusion, he had numerous opportunities to escape and never return to the heavenly demon sect. Yet, he dared not do so. Ultimately, he could not ascertain whether the frost of condensation was still tracking him. The last time she had appeared, It had left him with a significant psychological scar. A cautious person like him would never joke with his life. It was precisely because he suspected that the frost of condensation was following him that he had been bold enough to approach the Xinjian sect. However, if the frost of condensation had already entered the Xinjian sect, why should Lin Chuan adhere to his original plan? Gulp, he swallowed hard. The thought of escaping the heavenly demon sect surged uncontrollably within him. This was a rare opportunity, perhaps the only one in his lifetime. Yet, if he were mistaken, it could spell disaster for him. Given the ancient crone's fierce disposition, she could very well enact swift justice upon him. Cough, cough. Disciple Lin Chuan seeks an audience with the sect master. If the sect master is present, I humbly request their appearance. Lin Chuan bowed respectfully. Raising his head slightly while glancing around, he was uncertain where the frost of condensation might suddenly materialize. The nearby refugees stared at him as if he were a fool. After a lengthy pause, no response emerged. Was she truly absent? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, his heart racing as if it were being gripped by an unseen hand. Leaving him uncomfortable, he wished to flee but dared not. What if the frost of condensation was nearby, deliberately remaining hidden, waiting for him to escape? Would he not be falling into her trap? Caution is the mother of safety. He could not afford to act recklessly. However, he could not remain stagnant indefinitely, unless he could personally confirm the precise location of the frost of condensation. He resolved to ascend the mountain. Taking a deep breath, he made a bold decision. How can one catch a tiger without entering the tiger's den? If he were to remain within the heavenly demon sect, the Xinjian sect would surely perish if he chose not to stay. He needed to ascertain whether the one battling against the Xinjian sect was indeed the frost of condensation. Once he confirmed that the immortal the refugees spoke of was the frost of condensation, he would be free to abandon the sect without hesitation. The thought of freedom exhilarated Lin Chuan. He promptly brushed past the refugees and headed straight for Xinjian Mountain. Boom, boom, the deafening thunder rumbled incessantly. The dark clouds above seemed on the verge of collapsing upon Xinjian Mountain, and within those clouds, several lightning dragons coiled, striking Lin Chuan as familiar. It appeared to be the nine heavens thunder prison of the heavenly demon sect. Boom, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck the Xinjian sect, igniting a blinding blaze that soared into the sky. The forceful impact caused the entire Xinjian mountain to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck, sending shivers through the surrounding 100 miles. In a wonder, the towns around Xinjian Mountain were in disarray. This spectacle was nothing less than deities clashing. To survive, the common folk were compelled to flee. In the eyes of cultivators, mortals were but ants. Moreover, the frost of condensation was a reckless woman, unmindful of the consequences of her actions. Should it be confirmed that she was indeed the instigator of this chaos, the reputation of the heavenly demon sect would be irrevocably tarnished. Alas, with such a sect master, how could one feel secure within the sect, though the infamous reputation of the demonic sect precedes it? There is no need for such arrogance. I implore you to take a lesson from the Bloodslaughter sect and the 100 Ghosts Gate. They too belong to the demonic faction, yet they maintain a demeanor of utmost discretion. Lin Chuan sighed deeply. His limited understanding of the cultivation world left him feeling that others' wives were more enchanting, and their sects were far superior. His expectations were modest, even as a member of the demonic sect. He merely wished for a more understated existence. He didn't seek his sect to impart upon him divine powers. After all, he possessed a system that ensured he lacked for nothing in that regard. All he desired was to live a tranquil life, to rise late, and to enjoy leisurely days. In his spare time, he wished to wander through mountains and rivers, indulging in fishing by the riverbank, leading a contented life, transforming from a mere idle fish into something formidable. That was all he yearned for. However, the winds of fate do not heed the desires of trees. He wished for obscurity, yet found himself entangled with Leng Ningshuang. Was it a debt from his past life that he owed her, or was it simply the misfortunes of his current existence? Enough of such ponderings. He would ascend the mountain to investigate. If it turned out that this individual was the old witch, he would leave without a second thought. From that moment forth, he would traverse distant paths, never to meet again. He would then embrace his blissful life. Lin Chuan exhaled a heavy breath, and his thoughts began to clarify. There was no need for him to be conflicted. His future choices would be revealed once he reached the mountain's summit. Meanwhile, atop Xinjian Mountain, a figure clad in black was besieged by 80,000 disciples of the Xinjian sect. The demon-slaying formation gathered the full strength of the Xinjian sect to confront her, its power surpassing even that of a heavenly emperor. Huff. Leng Ningshuang sat cross-legged, her expression betraying a hint of fatigue. She had just expelled a heavy breath to ease her constricted breath. Indeed, during her confrontation with the Xinjiang sect, she found herself at a disadvantage, an unforeseen circumstance. While she had managed to slay nearly 100 foes, it had depleted a significant portion of her internal energy. It should be noted that over 90% of the Xinjiang sect's disciples were beneath the rank of Heavenly Sovereign. Under normal circumstances, they would be akin to ants she could easily crush. Yet even ants, when numerous, could bring down an elephant. Moreover, the demon-slaying formation had concentrated the strength of these 80,000 ants, amplifying their originally dispersed power to an extraordinary level. Haha, Leng Ningshuang, did you truly believe the Xinjiang sect lacked a trump card against you? Before you meet your demise, allow me to enlighten you. The demon-slaying formation was crafted by our previous sect leader, Hong Tianhe, specifically to combat your demonic sect. It is a pity that that little brat Lin Chuan did not accompany you to your doom. Otherwise, we could have seized this opportunity to avenge the blood-soaked grudge against sect leader Hong. The expression of Zhong Ying, the true man, twisted into a snarl, his teeth grinding together. Just the thought of Hong Tianhe's death at the hands of an unremarkable junior like Lin Chuan filled him with humiliation. Many outsiders had witnessed the event, bringing disgrace upon the Xinjiang sect. Fortunately, due to the pressure exerted by Leng Ningshuang, the news had not spread widely. Yet, paper cannot contain a fire forever. For some time now, the word of Hong Tianhe's death at the hands of a young upstart had circulated, and to this day, the animosity the Xinjiang sect harbored toward Lin Chuan had even eclipsed their hatred for Leng Ningshuang. Rest assured, after you perish, the Xinjiang sect will rally other sects to jointly attack the Heavenly Demon Sect. I shall also use this demon-slaying formation to sever Lin Chuan's head, allowing you and your disciple to reunite in the afterlife. Leng Ningshuang's perilous situation was merely one reason for her predicament. The demon-slaying formation was the crux of the matter. For years, the Xinjiang sect had concealed its strength. All 80,000 disciples within the sect had participated in the formation's training, and not a single soul had leaked information. Consequently, Leng Ningshuang's understanding of the Xinjiang sect was fundamentally flawed. Now, she had unwittingly infiltrated the enemy's ranks, entirely suppressed by the formation. Even should she expend every ounce of her strength to break it, the likely outcome would be that she would trade her life for thousands of Xinjiang disciples that at present. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Leng Ningshuang could only tread this dark path to the end. What a clever scheme! The sect leader conceded that the demon-slaying formation was indeed remarkable. However, to slay him, the Xinjiang sect would undoubtedly pay a bloody price. Was Zhong Ying, the true man, truly willing to exchange the lives of thousands of disciples for his own? Leng Ningshuang exhaled softly, her icy countenance betraying no emotion. Such was her nature. Even at the precipice of life and death, one could not hope to witness even a flicker of weakness from her. At her words, Zhong Ying's expression darkened. He was not oblivious to Leng Ningshuang's ruthless methods. Even with the demon-slaying formation as a crutch, slaying a heavenly emperor would demand a steep cost, for the sake of face. Sacrificing thousands of Xinjiang disciples, was this transaction truly worthwhile? A momentary hesitation flickered through his mind, yet he quickly steeled his resolve. The heart demon, though he was loath to admit it, Leng Ningshuang and the Heavenly Demon Sect had long since become the heart demon of the Xinjiang sect. All 80,000 disciples within the sect were ensnared by her. If they did not vanquish this heart demon, future endeavors would be fraught with difficulty. Moreover, the righteous sects were inherently mortal enemies of the demonic faction. In this battle, he aimed to demonstrate to the world that righteousness still existed, that the spirit of justice would not perish. Zhong Ying's voice rang out, echoing through the ranks of the Xinjiang sect, igniting a unified resolve among the 80,000 disciples to in an instant. Their gazes transformed, filled with unwavering determination that it was as if slaying Leng Ningshuang was for the sake of all living beings. Even if they were to die, they would die with honor. Thus, once battle commenced, many would charge forth without fear of death, akin to ants believing they could shake the great tree. Humph. Leng Ningshuang remained expressionless. Though she was indeed shaken by the fearless gazes of the Xinjiang disciples, as the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, she could not show weakness. Even in death, she would make it known to the world that to challenge the Heavenly Demon Sect would exact a bloody toll. Heavenly Demon Technique. 9 Heavens, Thunder Prison, Kill. A cold command resonated. Above the clouds, a thunder dragon that had lingered for ages emitted a deafening roar. Following that, colossal thunder dragons akin to mountain ridges descended with ferocity. The first thunder dragon struck down upon the rear mountain. Boom! Blinding bolts of lightning erupted, and searing waves of heat, accompanied by rampant flames, began to consume Xianjian Mountain. And this was merely the first thunder dragon. Kill! Zhong Ying's face was filled with impatience as he decisively issued the order to attack. He understood all too well that the power of a heavenly emperor was formidable, while the demon-slaying formation could contain Leng Ningshuang. Should she be allowed to unleash her full strength, even 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect would struggle to make an impact that in essence, the greatest function of the formation was merely to trap the opponent. The so-called killing move was but a waiting game, only to be executed when Leng Ningshuang was exhausted, at which point they could strike decisively. Yet, he still underestimated the terrifying prowess of a heavenly emperor. Leng Ningshuang's instantaneous burst of power was more than sufficient to flatten Xianjian Mountain in the blink of an eye. Once a breach appeared in the formation, restraining her would become an arduous task. Unless they filled the gap with lives. Whoosh, whoosh, the winds howled as countless heads surged toward the center. The torrent of internal energy converged into a mighty wave. Various techniques clashed chaotically, yet the sheer volume coalesced into a formidable force. Thousands of Xianjian disciples charged forth fearlessly. Behind them, even more awaited their turn to join the fray. These densely packed Xianjian disciples, akin to moths drawn to a flame, recklessly hurled themselves toward Leng Ningshuang. They had completely lost their sanity. I have almost forgotten the reasons behind their targeting of the cold and unyielding Songfang. Boom! The second thunder dragon arrived as anticipated, striking perfectly amidst the crowd. The horrific screams sent shivers down spines. Flames, smoke, shattered stones, ruins, and a ground littered with charred corpses transformed the Xianjian sect into a hell on earth in mere instants. The fortunate survivors from the Xianjian sect stood frozen in place, suddenly awakening from their madness, their minds filled with a singular question: why have I fought so desperately? Yet, before they could find answers, the cacophony of battle cries pulled them back to reality. More comrades, undeterred by death, charged forth. Even the sacrifice of thousands seemed trivial compared to the 80,000 disciples, hardly worth mentioning. Subsequently, the third, fourth, and fifth thunder dragons descended in rapid succession, the resonating tremors nearly causing the entire Xianjian mountain to collapse. The raging inferno illuminated the sky, and even at the mountain's base, one could distinctly hear the cries of battle and despair from the disciples of Xianjian sect. Gulp. Indeed, the old witch has finally revealed her most vicious side. It is truly terrifying. This is the fate of those who provoke her. However, with the annihilation of the Xianjian sect, these fools would no longer have the opportunity to hold me accountable for Hong Tiana's demise. Now is the perfect moment to depart from the Tianma sect and indulge in a life of leisure. On the mountainside, Lin Chuan caught sight of the flowing black dress, illuminated by the firelight. Songfang's delicate visage remained as icy as ever, her ruthless methods earning her the title of the female demon. Although countless disciples from the Xianjian sect perished in the fierce battle, what concern was that of Lin Chuan? Not long ago, he had also dispatched 3,000 disciples from rival sects that in truth, both he and Songfang could be deemed demons. The only distinction lay in one being cautious, while the other was domineering. Since their ideologies clashed, it was best to part ways. The world is vast, and there would always be a place for Lin Chuan. Thereafter, Lin Chuan shifted his course, taking steps down the mountain, preparing to make his escape. Rumble! Another thunderous roar echoed. The sixth thunder dragon had gathered and was about to strike. This was all within Lin Chuan's expectations. Boom! The thunder grew louder and clearer, heralding the impending release of the thunder dragon. If nothing unexpected occurred, its target remained the Xianjian sect. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chuan froze. He looked up at the clouds. The sixth thunder dragon roared, its gaping abyss-like maw suddenly aimed directly at the mountainside, meaning that the thunder dragon was coming for him. No way discovered again. It was uncertain whether it was the heavenly emperor's formidable perception or if Songfang had unintentionally stumbled upon him. The Nine Heavens Thunder Prison fortuitously descended upon Lin Chuan. The rumbling sound left Lin Chuan stunned, and it astonished the disciples of the Xianjian sect as well. Master Chongyin and the 80,000 disciples inexplicably dodged a calamity, leading them to suspect that Songfang had exhausted her inner strength, causing her strike to go awry. Yet Lin Chuan understood. It was not a mistake on Songfang's part, but rather, he had been discovered. You little brat. At this point, you still think of escaping. However, your timing is impeccable. With you here, we can surely break the demon-slaying formation. Songfang rejoiced inwardly. In truth, she was unaware that Lin Chuan would indeed come to the Xinjiang sect. After all, this lad valued his life. How could he dare to challenge a medium sect alone at the risk of his life? Yet when she sensed Lin Chuan's presence, she was astonished and came to a realization. Lin Chuan was not timid. On the contrary, he was exceedingly bold. Out of caution, he could eradicate an entire sect simply to erase the consequences of slaying Hong Tai in Lin Chuan's eyes. Even the bonds of brotherhood and moral constraints held no weight. As long as he could preserve his own life, he would sacrifice anyone, even a medium sect, without hesitation. The sentiment resonated with Songfang. Since he was here, why hide? Did you not also wish to annihilate the Xinjiang sect and eliminate the threat? I, the sect leader, shall grant you this opportunity. Songfang's voice echoed like an ancient bell, reverberating through the mountains and forests, effectively severing Lin Chuan's thoughts of escape. The sect leader is immensely powerful. There is no need for disciples to intervene. With my limited prowess, I might as well cheer for the sect leader from the mountainside. Lin Chuan grinned, feigning nonchalance. Why bother with the troublesome affair of fighting? If one could choose to win effortlessly, who would willingly expend their energy? Stop the nonsense. If you do not make a move, I shall slay you first. Songfang chided. At this stage, he still thought of shirking responsibility. It was truly hopeless. No, the disciple shall comply. Lin Chuan pouted, reluctantly shifting his feet. Hurry up. The sound of Songfang's reprimand followed closely. This brat truly knew how to backtrack, while pretending to be unyielding. She suspected he must be akin to a donkey. Without a whip, he would not know how to walk. Her heart was genuinely weary. What trickery is this, female demon? Master Chongyin's expression darkened considerably. They were in the midst of a fierce battle. Could he not take this seriously? As for who was coming from the mountain below, he cared not at all. Within the entire Tianma sect, he sought only the lives of Songfang and Lin Chuan. Surely, Lin Chuan would not come here to court death. Achoo! A sneeze echoed through the sect. Outside the gate, a languid young man was rubbing his nose. When he raised his head and saw the multitude of heads atop the mountain, he was taken aback. Goodness, so many people. Lin Chuan was stunned. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. You little brat, dare you? Songfang roared. Stop him. Master Chongyin decisively issued commands. In that moment, it seemed as though Songfang and the Xinjiang sect were united against a common foe. And Lin Chuan had become their shared target. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures descended before Lin Chuan, sealing off all avenues of retreat. In truth, if Lin Chuan truly wished to leave, these disciples of the Xinjiang sect would not be able to stop him. However, Songfang's shout had caused him to hesitate. Sect leader, are you not pushing me into the fire pit? A glance showed that there were at least tens of thousands here. The disciple, do not possess such capabilities. Lin Chuan grimaced, pleading for mercy. You wretched old hag, if you wish to die, so be it. Why drag me into this? I have been cautious my whole life, and yet I am destined to perish at the hands of a woman. How tragic! His inner thoughts were far more blunt than his spoken words, leading Songfang to instantaneously grasp Lin Chuan's intentions. She understood that the Xinjiang sect had put forth all its resources this time. Breaking the demon-slaying formation would not be easy. If any other disciples from the Tianma sect arrived, they might not be effective. Even Wei Wuyang and the 9 elders could not assist her in breaking the formation. But Lin Chuan was undoubtedly capable. Stop the nonsense. Although the sect leader was reluctant to admit it, the demon-slaying formation created by the Xinjiang sect had indeed caused her considerable trouble. You would not want to be perpetually haunted by others, would you? Then do your utmost to assist me in breaking this formation. Songfang openly revealed the truth. Was this still the fearless female demon of yore? Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. He was astonished that Leng Ningshuang would actually show signs of fear. This was entirely contrary to the image of the sect leader. He knew that it was evident that the demon-slaying array had indeed brought her considerable trouble. Otherwise, the typically resolute Leng Ningshuang would never utter such words. If he refrained from intervening and Leng Ningshuang were to meet an untimely demise, the heavenly demon sect would undoubtedly weaken. When the walls fall, everyone pushes. In just a few days, a multitude of sects would gather at the foot of the Saintess Peak, eager to devour the heavenly demon sect. Even if Lin Chuan managed to escape, his past deeds of slaying Hong Tianhe would render him a target for the Xinjiang sect and numerous other factions. In such a vast world, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to find a place to hide. Thus, It was imperative that nothing happened to Leng Ningshuang. He must exert every ounce of his strength in this battle. Haha. Leng Ningshuang, you have finally acknowledged it. And Lin Chuan, you have thrown yourself into the trap. Truly, the heavens assist my Xianjian sect. Today my many disciples shall avenge the deep-seated grudge against sect leader Hong. All disciples, heed my command. Activate the array at once and slay the fiend. The raucous laughter of Zhuang Yinzhenren was exceedingly grating. Before him stood the two greatest enemies of the Xianjian sect, a cause for undeniable excitement. With his command, 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect surged with fervor, relying on the demon-slaying array. While siphoning the inner strength of the demon cult, the Xianjian sect could simultaneously amplify their own combat power. That in this exchange of strengths, both Leng Ningshuang and Lin Chuan would surely find themselves at a disadvantage. Zhuang Yinzhenren had long been prepared for a protracted battle. Even if it lasted 10 days or half a month, he possessed the patience to eradicate the demon scourge. The inner strength was gradually dissipating. Although the loss was slow and scarcely perceptible, prolonged combat under such circumstances would be greatly unfavorable for their side. No wonder it was called the demon-slaying array. Lin Chuan saw through the essence of the array in an instant. In truth, discerning the nature of the demon-slaying array was not particularly difficult. Even Leng Ningshuang had recognized it early on. However, as she faced the battle alone, she had no time to unravel it. Moreover, both she and Lin Chuan were disciples of the demon cult, practicing only demonic arts. From the outset, they were already in a passive position. In Leng Ningshuang's view, the only way to break the demon-slaying array was through sheer force. There was no other method. However, Lin Chuan held a different perspective. Wolf brother, I find myself in trouble again. But this time is not like the last. If I perish, you will lose your granary. Can you bear that? As the great battle loomed, Lin Chuan whispered to a little wolf cub beside him. What a jest! Did this rascal truly not comprehend the gravity of the situation, or was he intentionally slacking off? Leng Ningshuang glared at Lin Chuan through gritted teeth. Were it not for the pressing circumstances of the battle, she would have relished the opportunity to swat Lin Chuan dead. Yet, the moment the little wolf cub poked its head out, her anger vanished without a trace. Her beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. What is this? Impossible. How could Lin Chuan, merely a heavenly saint, possibly tame such a powerful beast? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence in appearance. Leng Ningshuang shook her head slightly, resolutely dismissing her own thoughts. Yet, the Emperor Wolf did not cease to exist because of her beliefs. It gracefully landed on the ground, shaking its little head a few times. Its keen eyes lazily glanced at Lin Chuan, as if to say, you must keep your word. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Chuan could comprehend the wolf's intent. He nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, not a single one of the 38th level beast inner cores will be missing. However, none of these Xianjian sect disciples can be spared. They must be dealt with thoroughly. Only Lin Chuan would dare to haggle with a 9th level fierce beast. Fortunately, the disciples of the Xianjian sect were unaware of the Emperor Wolf's true rank. Otherwise, even Zhuang Yinzhenren would be terrified. Are you finished with your antics? Zhuang Yinzhenren was extremely vexed. The battle was so tightly contested that both sides were stifling their frustrations. Yet, Lin Chuan remained so leisurely. It was merely a palm-sized fierce beast. Was it truly worth the time of many to waste on it? Since Lin Chuan valued this little wolf so highly, he would take it as the first target. In that instant, Zhuang Yinzhenren pointed his sword energy directly at the Emperor Wolf. The sharp sound of slicing air pierced through the crowd, striking the wolf squarely on the forehead. Humph! Zhuang Yinzhenren smirked with pride. When the Emperor Wolf fell lifelessly to the ground, he would relish seeing whether Lin Chuan could still manage to smile. However, in the next moment, everyone present was left dumbfounded. The palm-sized little wolf not only survived but widened its bright green eyes and fluffed up its fur. Roar, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. The Emperor Wolf's size rapidly expanded, in the blink of an eye. It grew larger than 3 men combined. Its coat shone with a brilliant silver hue, exuding an intimidating presence that inspired dread. It had just been a harmless little creature, yet in an instant, it had transformed into a fearsome beast. Most terrifying of all was its cultivation level, which rivaled that of a heavenly emperor. A 9th level fierce beast? Zhuang Yinzhenren stammered, articulating the Emperor Wolf's rank, that he regretted it. Regretted his lack of insight in failing to perceive the Emperor Wolf's true strength. The sword energy he had just unleashed had likely enraged this formidable beast. It was indeed real. Leng Ningshuang also wore a face of incredulity. She simply could not fathom how Lin Chuan managed to coexist peacefully with a 9th-level fierce beast. It seemed that Lin Chuan could even command the Emperor Wolf to perform tasks. The charm of a person could be imagined in terms of appealing to both genders, but the notion that a fierce beast could also be influenced was something Leng Ningshuang could never have anticipated. Monster, this boy was becoming increasingly inscrutable. However, with the assistance of the Emperor Wolf, matters would be much simpler. Leng Ningshuang exhaled a breath of turbid air, her once tense nerves easing somewhat. If a heavenly emperor could not unravel the demon-slaying array, then 2 heavenly emperors surely could. The tides of fortune had turned. This time, it was the Xianjian sect's turn to suffer. Charge! With a low shout from Lin Chuan, the Emperor Wolf darted forward with a whoosh. Its speed was so swift that it left an afterimage in its wake. Fierce beasts, unlike cultivators, could not train in techniques and were not adept at skillfully utilizing inner strength. Yet, the instinctual combat style of fierce beasts was far more direct and exerted greater pressure. Its wind-like form surged into the crowd, instantly inciting chaos. The Emperor Wolf's speed had surpassed the limits of any cultivator. Even Leng Ningshuang, a fellow heavenly emperor, could not achieve such a feat. Cries of despair erupted continuously. In an instant, the disciples of the Xianjian sect suffered grievous casualties. Moreover, those who fell victim to its jaws and claws met particularly gruesome ends, heightening the terror. Do not panic. Listen to my orders. Group of 10, secure an exit. Once you spot that beast, everyone in the vicinity should surround it. My Xianjian sect boasts 80,000 disciples, enough to slay a 9th-level fierce beast. Zhuang Yinjinren incessantly issued commands, attempting to restore order to the frenzied crowd. Indeed, his proposed strategy could temporarily suppress the Emperor Wolf's speed. However, to capture or even kill the Emperor Wolf was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Navi, a cold snort echoed from above. Hearing this voice, Zhuang Yinjinren looked up, his pupils trembling and shocked. He had been so preoccupied with dealing with the Emperor Wolf that he had momentarily forgotten about Leng Ningshuang. Could the Xianjian sect truly withstand the combined might of 2 heavenly emperors? No, that is not correct. It is not merely the case of Leng Ningshuang and the Emperor Wolf. There is also Lin Chuan. The esteemed Jinren Chong-ing has awakened. He immediately gazed towards the mountain gate, only to find Lin Chuan seated on the ground, feasting on a half-roasted chicken. Truly, the roast chicken from Baixiang Lu is exceptional. I must visit there for a grand meal sometime. While Lin Chuan indulged himself in his feast, he mumbled trivial words, as if the world inside and outside the mountain gate were 2 entirely different realms. The brutal slaughter within the Xianjian sect seemed utterly unrelated to him. This young man truly eludes my understanding. Jinren Chong-ing was filled with distress, in contrast to the blunt and straightforward nature of individuals like Leng Ningshuang. Lin Chuan was shrouded in an air of mystery. His unpredictable demeanor rendered his thoughts nearly impossible to decipher. Only Leng Ningshuang could perceive Lin Chuan's true intentions, recognizing that he was merely being lazy. However, to others, Lin Chuan might simply appear to be feigning weakness, waiting for the enemy to let down their guard before striking unexpectedly. Because of this notion, even when Lin Chuan did nothing, Jinren Chong-ing and the Xianjian sect had to allocate at least a third of their focus to guard against him. Ding! While Leng Ningshuang and the Emperor Wolf fought fiercely, the host was slacking off. Reward: Hunyuan Overlord Blade, 4th on the treasure rankings. The reward has been received. Lin Chuan smiled with satisfaction. The system's rewards were well within his expectations. The more dire the circumstances, the more abundant the rewards. Clearly, being ensnared in the demon slaughter formation, facing an onslaught from 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect, could not be more perilous. Thus, the system's rewards would undoubtedly be enhanced. Yet, Lin Chuan did not anticipate that the system would grant a treasure as a reward. What a windfall! While Lin Chuan joyfully consumed his roasted chicken, he pondered how to utilize the newly acquired treasure. However, for Leng Ningshuang and the Tsang Wolf King, the situation was far from easy. 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect, under Jinren Chong-ying's command, dared not show any negligence. Before them stood a female demon of the heavenly emperor level and a beast comparable to the same. A moment's carelessness could result in their souls scattering, leaving no complete corpses behind. As a prestigious sect, the Xianjian sect may have disciples of varying strengths, yet they still boasted a plethora of skilled practitioners. There were over 1,000 experts at the Tianzun level alone. However, when faced with two figures of the Heavenly Emperor level, they seemed utterly insignificant. With just a slight flick of her fingers, Leng Ningshuang could summon heavenly thunder that would leave them in utter ruin. Yet, at this moment, as the Xianjian sect faced imminent annihilation, they had no choice but to fight. Moreover, there was not just the two of them, but also a holy son of the heavenly saint level. This holy son had some disciples following Jinren Chongying's orders, fixated intently on Lin Chuan. Meanwhile, this holy son was thoroughly engrossed in devouring a roast chicken. At this point, not only Jinren Chongying, but also the disciples of the Xianjian sect were left dumbfounded. What is wrong with this fellow? Is he out of his mind? This is a life-and-death battle, and his master is up front fighting valiantly, while he hides back here eating roast chicken. Yet, despite this, none dared to underestimate him. Lin Chuan possessed not just the strength of the heavenly saint level. The sect leader Hong Tianhe, also at the heavenly saint level, had been swiftly dispatched. This seemingly foolish young man before them had the power to obliterate a throng. At this moment, Leng Ningshuang unleashed a surge of palm energy, driving back the 1,000 or so disciples of the Xianjian sect. The air crackled with the ominous gathering of heavenly thunder. Even before it struck, the roar alone awakened the disciples of the Xianjian sect to their deepest fears. This female demon is indeed of the heavenly emperor level. Damn it, my sword was just about to touch her. Yet her palm energy repelled me effortlessly. No matter how formidable she is, our 80,000 disciples of the Tianxian sect are not to be trifled with. The disciples of the Xianjian sect vocally condemned her, yet none dared to advance. For those who had been repelled by Leng Ningshuang's palm energy had already suffered grievous injuries. At this moment, Leng Ningshuang glanced towards Lin Chuan. This young man's strength was certainly commendable, but would he be able to withstand the onslaught of so many disciples from the Xianjian sect? Leng Ningshuang thought to herself, harboring some concern for Lin Chuan. After all, she had originally intended to single-handedly annihilate the Xianjian sect. Yet unexpectedly, while Lin Chuan contemplated withdrawing from the sect, he still cared for its safety to ensure the sect's security. He had the audacity to venture alone into the Xianjian sect. However, in the next moment, Leng Ningshuang felt an overwhelming urge to curse. This young man was actually taking advantage of the situation to leisurely consume his roast chicken. In the face of life and death, he remained so nonchalant while eating roast chicken. This was intolerable. Lin Chuan, how can you still be slacking off at a time like this? If you do not take action soon, I will guarantee you will enter the Tianmo sect's mountain gate horizontally. Leng Ningshuang bellowed. A wave of intense pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings, causing the disciples of the Xianjian sect who had intended to charge forward during her moment of distraction to be violently repelled several dozen steps back. The disciple closest to Leng Ningshuang, unable to withstand the oppressive force, spat out blood and collapsed heavily to the ground. This female demon, why is she so powerful? Damn it, is this the pressure of a heavenly emperor? Brothers, let us charge together. The disciples of the Xianjian sect were filled with rage, but before they could voice their anger, a chilling wind swept through, and they suddenly felt a shiver down their spines. Turning their heads, they saw a pair of green, menacing eyes fixated upon them. A level 9 ferocious beast, the Emperor Wolf. Before they could react, the Emperor Wolf lunged into the crowd. It had completely regarded these disciples of the Xianjian sect as its prey. Under its massive form, the disciples of the Xianjian sect felt an overwhelming sense of despair. They were utterly powerless. Countless disciples of the Xianjian sect were rapidly consumed by the Emperor Wolf. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body. Given the loudness of Leng Ningshuang's voice, he was certainly not deaf and had heard it clearly. That he rose with a serious expression, fixing his gaze on the disciples of the Xianjian sect before him. This is bad. The demon is about to strike. Don't be afraid. The other two are of the heavenly emperor level, and he is merely a heavenly saint. Wait a minute. How dare you, a disciple of the Tianzong, utter such words? Lin Chuan's actions left the nearby disciples of the Xianjian sect utterly stunned. They hurriedly retreated several steps, fearing that Lin Chuan might suddenly attack. He could obliterate the sect leader with a single strike. Leng Ningshuang sighed in relief internally. This young man, at a critical moment, still knows the gravity of the situation. Damn it, this chicken is stuck in my teeth. While the roast chicken is delicious, why does it feel somewhat dry? Lin Chuan thought to himself, raising his hand to cover his face and pick at his teeth. This terrified the disciples of the Xianjian sect nearby. This is bad. The demon's action indicates he intends to use a hidden weapon. Prepare the formation quickly to fend off the enemy. This could be a strike from a heavenly saint-level expert. We cannot afford to be careless. Veins bulged on Leng Ningshuang's forehead. This young man, I should never have believed he would do anything useful. Hidden weapon? Nonsense. Picking at one's teeth in public while covering his face. Is that not embarrassing? If it weren't for the throng of disciples from the Xianjian sect surrounding her, preventing her from acting, Leng Ningshuang would have surely gone over to turn Lin Chuan into a pig's head this moment. Leng Ningshuang silently vowed to deal with this insufferable brat properly once she finished off these disciples. Lin Chuan was still somewhat conflicted. Must we truly engage in battle? Why must it always be about killing? Can't we gather together peacefully to enjoy tea and discuss a more comfortable way to annihilate the sect? Hearing Lin Chuan's unfounded thoughts, Leng Ningshuang's anger surged even more. However, she could not act against Lin Chuan at this moment. Instead, she vented all her fury on the disciples of the Xianjian sect nearby. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth changed color. The air surrounding the disciples of the Xianjian sect seemed to be torn apart in an instant. Thunder roared all around, and sporadic flashes of lightning surged forth. Jinren Chongying, witnessing this, was struck with astonishment. This is a method? A thunderous method? It is said that it can tear apart space, transforming an entire area into an independent realm, allowing the caster to easily slaughter those trapped within. Jinren had only heard of the legendary figure, never having laid eyes upon him. To his astonishment, the prowess of Leng Ningshuang had reached such an extraordinary realm. Alarmed, Jinren bellowed, "It is a... Quickly, gather together. Guardian Mountain Formation." The term jolted Lin Chuan from his reverie. He recalled his senior sister, Wu Nanming, mentioning it before. This could only be grasped by those who had attained the Heavenly Emperor realm, with an exceedingly slim chance of mastery. Only those who had achieved the title of Heavenly Emperor could fully command this devastating technique. That it was said that when it was unleashed, not a blade of grass would survive within 100 miles. Lin Chuan stared in utter shock at Leng Ningshuang. Goodness, the old witch could actually wield. Was she on the verge of reaching the status of a titled Heavenly Emperor? This was disastrous. Wouldn't her attacks be even harsher against me? As Leng Ningshuang concentrated on invoking she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Lin Chuan's peculiar thoughts, while others were struck with awe at why was this lad's thought process so peculiar? However, at that moment, Leng Ningshuang had no time to ponder this. That was invoked, and retreat was impossible. The heavens darkened, and not a blade of grass would remain. In truth, Leng Ningshuang had mastered the long ago, but had refrained from revealing it. After all, displaying the would inevitably attract unnecessary trouble, especially from hidden experts, heavenly emperors, and even titled heavenly emperors. That would spell disaster. However, she could no longer afford to concern herself with such matters. The Xianjian sect still held a trump card, an array even more formidable than the previous demon-slaying formation, the Guardian Mountain Sword formation. While the Xianjian sect had never produced a heavenly emperor-level figure, it was renowned among the righteous factions, primarily due to this Guardian Mountain Sword formation. The formation required at least 10,000 participants. All who took part would sacrifice a portion of their blood essence into the formation. Thus, the more participants there were, the more potent the Guardian Mountain Sword formation became, with a total of 80,000 disciples in the Xianjian sect. A formation initiated by this many individuals would be formidable enough to threaten even a heavenly emperor. However, the time needed to activate this formation was lengthy, and it would inflict considerable harm on those involved. Yet, faced with the threat of annihilation, Leng Ningshuang was confident that these individuals would not hesitate to act. This was precisely why Leng Ningshuang had been reluctant to confront the Xianjian sect members. If struck by such a blow, even she would likely not withstand it. Now, with 80,000 disciples assembled, the formation could be initiated at any moment. Originally, Leng Ningshuang had thought that with herself, Lin Chuan, and a 9th-tier magical beast, dealing with these insignificant foes, who were merely at the Heavenly Lord level, would be a trivial matter. However, the 9th-tier magical beast appeared to be nothing more than a cub, only capable of biting and clawing. Lin Chuan, too, seemed oblivious, not taking the situation seriously. Thus, Leng Ningshuang had no choice but to reveal her mastery with the situation at hand. She had to act swiftly. As for the potential intervention of powerful figures, that could be contemplated later, as long as she acted quickly enough. No one would know who unleashed the heavenly demon technique. Ninth turn thunder, heavenly thunder annihilation. The thunder kill formation. As Leng Ningshuang's crimson lips parted, she uttered a sequence of obscure incantations. Almost immediately, ominous winds swirled, and from the torn fabric of space came the resounding echoes of countless thunders. The violent noise caused even Zhongyin Zhenren to gasp in shock. This female demon was utterly insane. Not only they, but even the Emperor Wolf, who stood nearby with a fierce countenance, instinctively recoiled, fearing the thunderbolts emanating from the rift in space. It was gripped by primal fear. Lin Chuan was utterly dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at Leng Ningshuang. This old witch had truly transformed into a real old witch. The terrifying aura radiating from her instilled a profound sense of dread in the surrounding disciples of the Celestial sect. It felt as though they might be instantaneously torn apart by lightning in the next moment. Fortunately, invoking that did not mean that Leng Ningshuang lost her consciousness. She could still manipulate the direction of the surrounding lightning. At that moment, Zhongyin Zhenren was in a frenzy. The air around them began to warp and fracture. The 80,000 disciples could barely manage to breathe. Quickly, sacrifice your blood essence and activate the Guardian Mountain Sword formation. Today, we must eliminate this female demon. As he spoke, Zhongyin Zhenren bit his tongue, releasing a drop of blood essence that surged toward the center of the formation. Yet, it was nearly too late. The release time for the was exceedingly long, comparable to that of the Guardian Mountain Sword formation. However, Leng Ningshuang had revealed her trump card prematurely. This meant that no matter how fast they were, Leng Ningshuang would obliterate the disciples of the Celestial sect before the Guardian Mountain Sword formation could be unleashed. Gazing at Leng Ningshuang's icy visage felt like witnessing the pronouncement of doom for the entire Celestial sect. We of the Celestial sect will never allow this to occur, Zhongyin Zhenren shouted in fury. His eyes now bloodshot. Leng Ningshuang, you have forced my hand. Today, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. With that, Zhongyin Zhenren once more bit his tongue. Countless drops of blood essence gushed forth from his mouth. The blood essence surged into the aperture of the Guardian Mountain Sword formation, causing the originally golden array to seep with crimson, rendering it particularly sinister. Leng Ningshuang narrowed her eyes. What did this fellow intend to do? Such an act would undoubtedly drain him of all his blood essence. In such a case, regardless of his strength, he would be left with only a path to demise. Was he out of his mind? At that moment, Zhongyin Zhenren chuckled coldly. Having sacrificed all his blood essence, his complexion turned as pale as paper, his body swayed precariously, as if a mere touch would send him crashing to the ground. Leng Ningshuang, you only know that my sect possesses the Guardian Mountain Sword formation, but you are unaware of the method to rapidly activate it, by sacrificing the blood essence of a soul-respected individual or above. The Guardian Mountain Sword formation can be swiftly initiated. No matter what heavenly emperor you are, before the Guardian Mountain Sword formation, you will find only death. Zhongyin Zhenren uttered his final words with what remained of his strength. Ultimately, he was left drained, collapsing to the ground like a bag of bones, shattered into a million pieces. Without blood essence, his life flickered like a candle in the wind. Yet, for the sake of the Celestial sect, he had no choice but to do so. What a bizarre formation. What happened to the esteemed righteous sect? Why did this formation require the complete sacrifice of a person's blood essence? Wasn't such a formation the exclusive domain of demonic sects? Leng Ningshuang heard Lin Chuan's voice of disbelief once more. Yet, at this moment, she could no longer afford to ponder such matters. If the Guardian Mountain Sword formation were to activate, everything would be over. No matter how meticulously Leng Ningshuang had calculated, she had never anticipated that Zhongyin Zhenren possessed such a trick. The Guardian Mountain Sword formation could be rapidly initiated. No wonder few demonic sects dared to provoke the Celestial sect. It was due to this, a self-deprecating smile emerged on Leng Ningshuang's face. Who would have thought that she would meet her demise here? At this moment, the 80,000 disciples of the Celestial sect had gathered completely. At their center, a grand symbol of yin and yang formed, radiating a brilliant yellow light. Countless sword energies whirled within. Leng Ningshuang understood well that the Guardian Mountain Sword formation was ready to unleash at any moment. However, her still required some time at this point. Lin Chuan could no longer remain idle. Was this the end of it? How could the Celestial sect harbor such a trump card? If the Guardian Mountain Sword formation truly unleashed its power, striking directly at them. Leng Ningshuang himself and the Emperor Wolf would undoubtedly perish. Even Leng Ningshuang, being a heavenly emperor, found herself utterly helpless. Flee. The thought surged into Lin Chuan's mind, with the ability to burrow underground for 1,000 miles. If he exerted all his strength, he could surely escape. However, Leng Ningshuang had already set he could not break free from its confines. Oh, old witch, you have truly led me to ruin, once this matter passes. You must compensate me, Lin Chuan grumbled inwardly. Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang was momentarily taken aback. How could Lin Chuan still be pondering such strange matters at this juncture? Compensation? What was there to compensate when life itself was at stake? However, at this moment, Lin Chuan finally took action. Countless treasures surged forth from behind him in an instant. The radiant golden glow nearly blinded the disciples of the Xianjian sect. How does this fellow possess so many magical artifacts? Magical artifacts? No, these are treasures of the highest order. Nonsense. Most of them are top-tier treasures. How can this young man be so affluent? No, the key question is, what on earth does he intend to accomplish by summoning so many treasures? Countless disciples murmured among themselves, yet in their eyes, both Lin Chuan and Leng Ningshuang's efforts were rendered futile. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan's brows furrowed deeply. This is bad. None of my treasures seem to be of any use right now. Ultimately, Lin Chuan set his sights on the fourth-ranked innate treasure, the Hunyuan Overlord Blade, which had just been awarded to him by the system. The reason this Hunyuan Overlord Blade is classified as an innate treasure is due to its ability to momentarily suspend time and sever the very fabric of it. Even though the effect lasts only for an instant, it might just prove advantageous against the mountain-protecting sword formation. However, once used, it is likely that the Hunyuan Overlord Blade will be rendered useless. At this juncture, Lin Chuan could not afford to ponder such matters any longer. Survival was paramount. He then rummaged through his spatial ring and produced a fiery red pill, which he promptly placed into the mouth of the Imperial Wolf. While stroking the wolf's mane, Lin Chuan said, "Little wolf, for our survival, I need you to assist me with this task. This pill will swiftly enhance your speed and strength. All you need to do is hold this great blade and charge toward that mountain-protecting formation." Upon hearing this, the Imperial Wolf's verdant eyes instantly narrowed, and it began to retreat. Good heavens, did the Imperial Wolf not realize that this was tantamount to courting death? Lin Chuan, with a smile, reassured, "You will be perfectly fine. This blade, along with the pill, will safeguard you completely. Your life or death depends entirely on you." However, the Imperial Wolf remained unconvinced and continued to back away. Clenching his teeth, Lin Chuan extended 3 fingers, stating, "Upon success, I shall grant you 38th tier beast inner cores." The Imperial Wolf was intrigued, but still hesitant. 50 cores. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Leng Ningshuang was momentarily stunned. Wait a moment, what did Lin Chuan just say? 58th tier beast inner cores. Was he spouting nonsense? Although 8th tier beast inner cores are far less rare than 9th tier cores, they are not mere candies. The entire Tianma sect has hardly any. This young man is actually offering 50 cores to the Imperial Wolf. Furthermore, the fiery red pill that Lin Chuan had just fed to the Imperial Wolf seemed strikingly familiar. The 9th grade pattern dragon pill. Upon recalling its name, Leng Ningshuang was taken aback. The 9th grade pattern dragon pill is even rarer than a 9th tier beast inner core. This concoction can only be crafted from a 9th tier beast inner core combined with various precious herbs. Yet, while this item is indeed rare, it is primarily meant for beasts, not humans, after consuming it. A beast will unleash its latent potential, significantly amplifying all its abilities, and for a brief period, it will be immune to any attacks. However, upon seeing the 9th grade pattern dragon pill, Leng Ningshuang had already deduced Lin Chuan's intentions. He aims to have the Imperial Wolf use its physical form, combined with the 9th grade pattern dragon pill, to counteract the mountain-protecting sword formation. This is not an impossible feat. Theoretically, it is highly likely to succeed. But the question remains, why does this young man possess such an abundance of treasures? Leng Ningshuang realized that she was increasingly unable to see through this young man. Just how many secrets does he harbor that remain undiscovered? She also understood what Lin Chuan meant when he mentioned compensation earlier. However, it seems she could not afford such a cost. Just the 58th tier beast inner cores alone would be a heavy burden. In truth, Lin Chuan was feeling quite pained as well. As for 8th tier beast inner cores, Lin Chuan could acquire as many as he desired. the system provides them to him as freely as candies. However, 50 cores is still quite a lot, but for the sake of survival, there was no other option. Primarily, he only possesses one 9th-grade pattern dragon pill, and furthermore, he had to stake the recently acquired top-tier innate treasure, the Hunyuan Overlord Blade. Only by utilizing the Hunyuan Overlord Blade to momentarily freeze time around the mountain-protecting sword formation could the Imperial Wolf fully withstand the impending onslaught that in this manner. The crisis could be entirely averted. At this moment, the disciples of the Xinjiang sect remained oblivious to Lin Chuan's actions. All they could see was the Imperial Wolf charging recklessly toward the formation. They had no understanding of the pill Lin Chuan had provided, nor the great blade clutched in the wolf's mouth. This beast is courting death. First, eliminate this creature, then deal with those two demons. Avenge our master. With a furious roar, the mountain-protecting sword formation erupted with intense golden light. Countless sword energies surged toward the Imperial Wolf. The Imperial Wolf was instantly filled with terror, tightly closing its green eyes. After consuming the 9th-grade pattern dragon pill, it felt an overwhelming surge of power within, yet it could not have anticipated the ferocity of the sword formation. 58th tier beast inner cores, gone. However, at that moment, the Hunyuan Overlord Blade in its mouth radiated a brilliant glow. What is this? Initially, Leng Ningshuang had not paid much attention to the Hunyuan Overlord Blade that Lin Chuan had presented, assuming it was merely an ordinary innate treasure. However, when the peculiar light unfolded, and all visible sword energies abruptly came to a halt in midair, Leng Ningshuang instantly comprehended. The Hunyuan Overlord Blade, ranked 4th among innate treasures. Legend has it that, for the sake of this innate treasure, 4 heavenly emperors had once acted in unison, resulting in the death of 2 and severe injury to the other 2. Yet the Hunyuan Overlord Blade vanished without a trace. Who would have thought it would end up in the hands of this young man? What has he been doing all along? How does he possess so many treasures? Should this go awry, how would he compensate? Nevertheless, at this juncture, there was no room for her to contemplate. Under the influence of the Hunyuan Overlord Blade, all the sword formations came to an abrupt halt before being drawn in. Countless sword energies surged toward the Imperial Wolf's face. However, the 9th-grade pattern dragon pill was also taking effect. Countless sword energies struck what seemed to be an invisible barrier, disappearing without a trace. Moreover, the Hunyuan Overlord Blade not only has the ability to suspend time, but also to accelerate the flow of time in a localized area. In a brief moment, the sword energies were being absorbed by the Imperial Wolf at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect were left utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? The Imperial Wolf before them, while indeed a 9th-tier beast, had never been known to possess such capabilities. How could such a fierce mountain-protecting sword formation, which drew upon the full vitality of a heavenly saint strongman, fail to harm it? The entire process lasted a full minute. Within that minute, all the sword energies from the mountain-protecting formation were completely absorbed by the Imperial Wolf. Subsequently, the brilliance at the center of the formation gradually faded away. The formation is broken. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect were nearly engulfed by despair. The entire mountain-protecting formation was actually dissolved just like that. They looked toward Lin Chuan and Leng Ningshuang with faces full of unwillingness. The Imperial Wolf pivoted and dropped the Hunyuan Overlord Blade to the ground at the same time. Thunder rumbled. Leng Ningshuang's long-prepared thunder-killing prison technique was finally completed. In that moment, at the point of contact with the technique, all disciples of the Xinjiang sect were thoroughly enveloped by lightning. Crackle. The sound of thunder and lightning reverberated. The air around Leng Ningshuang turned icy cold. Instantly, tens of thousands of disciples from the Xinjiang sect were obliterated by the torrential heavenly lightning. The air was thick with the scent of charred flesh. When the technique dissipated, only a few charred corpses remained around Leng Ningshuang, still emitting wisps of smoke. The remaining disciples of the Xinjiang sect were left utterly dumbfounded. One technique had effortlessly annihilated tens of thousands of their comrades. Such power. Could this truly be the might of a heavenly emperor? Fear not, everyone. This female demon has exhausted her spiritual power. If we all join forces, we will undoubtedly be able to slay her, someone shouted, and the remaining disciples of the Xinjiang sect finally snapped back to reality. Yes, we have tens of thousands of us. We can surely eliminate this exhausted female demon. Finally, we can avenge our master. Isn't that the holy son of the Tianma sect over there? Let us eliminate him together. Witnessing the obliteration of so many sects, the protective mountain sword formation was shattered as a result. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect directed their wrath entirely towards Leng Ningshuang and Bai Feng. They yearned for nothing more than to annihilate these two to the very last shred. However, despite having expended a considerable amount of her spiritual power, Leng Ningshuang was not someone these insignificant fish could harm. The disparity between a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse and a heavenly saint was not merely a matter of strength. It also encompassed the rate of spiritual energy recovery. Although casting spells consumed vast amounts of spiritual power, the surrounding atmosphere, charged with lightning elemental energy, allowed Leng Ningshuang to swiftly replenish her reserves. With her hands forming intricate seals, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted forth. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect seemed to be repelled by an invisible barrier, unable to approach her at all. Damn it! How does this female demon still possess spiritual power? They mused. Forget it. Let's first deal with that so-called Holy Son. He is the one who killed our sect leader and shattered our sword formation. Realizing that they could not harm Leng Ningshuang, the disciples immediately shifted their focus towards Lin Chuan in their eyes. Although Lin Chuan possessed the strength of a heavenly saint, he was far more manageable than Leng Ningshuang. Furthermore, from the onset of the conflict until now, Lin Chuan had not lifted a finger, instead indulging in roast chicken to them. This solidified Lin Chuan's image as a weakling with merely a fa of power. Do you really think I am an easy target? Lin Chuan coldly glanced at the swarm of Xinjiang sect disciples charging towards him, in an instant. With a mere thought, countless weapons and blades surged forth from behind him. Treasures, innate treasures. These items, some of which could only be found in legends, now appeared behind Lin Chuan as if in bulk. What is happening? What are those things behind him? Are they treasures? Innate treasures? How could this be possible? The disciples of the Xinjiang sect gasped in shock. They suddenly remembered that Lin Chuan was the one who had annihilated their sect leader, although Lin Chuan was reluctant to engage, with the enemy practically at his doorstep. To refrain from action would be akin to becoming a turtle. In an instant, the treasures behind Lin Chuan surged forward, as if endowed with a will of their own, mercilessly slaughtering these disciples of the Tianzong level. However, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Despite Lin Chuan's ample spiritual power, the Xinjiang sect still boasted over 70,000 disciples. Even if he were to eliminate them all, the commotion would undoubtedly attract nearby sections. Contemplating this, Lin Chuan turned to face the Emperor Wolf, who was clearly displeased with Lin Chuan's earlier decision to send him into danger. Upon seeing Lin Chuan approach, the wolf immediately turned its head away. Throwing a minor tantrum. Brother Wolf, don't be so petty. The 9th grade woven dragon pill I gave you is a marvelous item that will ensure your survival. Besides, I did lose an innate treasure. Lin Chuan smiled nonchalantly, extending his hand to pet the Emperor Wolf. The Emperor Wolf nimbly dodged, turning away again, as if to convey that it would never trust Lin Chuan again. Lin Chuan chuckled softly. Brother Wolf, without the grand formation, I require your assistance once more. I promise, your life will not be in jeopardy. Yet, the Emperor Wolf continued to ignore him, seemingly disinterested. Lin Chuan rummaged through his spatial ring and retrieved a plethora of inner Dan. Upon completion, I will give you the inner Dan I previously promised, plus an additional 30. The Emperor Wolf briefly glanced at Lin Chuan before turning its head away again. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth. 50. This declaration was heard clearly by Leng Ningshuang. Another 50 inner Dan from 8th grade fierce beasts. What does this brat think this is? Some kind of candy? At that moment, the Emperor Wolf's emerald eyes gleamed with a spark of interest. Then it turned to regard Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan chuckled awkwardly. What an opportunistic creature. No, I mean wolf. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Xinjiang sect, engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Chuan's innate treasures, were utterly dumbfounded. What is this guy doing? This is a battle. Why is he chatting with the Emperor Wolf as if nothing is happening? Their anger flared up instantly. Although they felt powerless against the innate treasures, they still had the advantage of numbers. Soon, some of them circled around to the back of the treasures, preparing to ambush Lin Chuan. However, before they could charge, the Emperor Wolf suddenly erupted, opening its massive jaws and lunging at the disciples. With just this one attack, over 100 disciples were lost. Instantly, they dared not act recklessly. This wolf was a 9th grade fierce beast, comparable to a heavenly emperor. If it unleashed its wrath, it would surely rival Leng Ningshuang's power. After consuming the 8th grade Fierce Beast Inner Dan from Lin Chuan, the Emperor Wolf tilted its head in uncertainty, clearly unsure of what it could do. Then, Lin Chuan produced a pale purple pill, gently patting the Emperor Wolf on the head. After consuming this, run forward and release as much of your spiritual energy as you can. The Emperor Wolf's eyes lit up at the mention of Inner Dan, and it promptly swallowed the pale purple pill, obediently sprinting forward as instructed. As it ran, the Emperor Wolf's form began to swell. Suddenly, it emanated an indescribable aroma. Leng Ningshuang caught a whiff and was taken aback. This scent was the beast-attracting pill that Lin Chuan had just fed to the Emperor Wolf. Leng Ningshuang was utterly baffled by the treasures Lin Chuan seemed to possess. The beast-attracting pill, as the name implies, was capable of summoning all nearby fierce beasts. This item could be consumed by both humans and fierce beasts, emitting an aroma akin to the scent of food to humans, yet it stirred the desires of fierce beasts. Such pills were typically utilized by heavenly emperor-level powerhouses to attract a multitude of fierce beasts for a single strike. Without the capability of a heavenly emperor, consuming this pill would likely result in being devoured alive by the incoming beasts. Moreover, even for a heavenly emperor, using such a pill required utmost caution, lest they attract formidable foes. Furthermore, the beasts attracted by a human consuming the pill could not compare to those drawn by a fierce beast's consumption. Fierce beasts naturally possessed different physiques, allowing them to attract even more beasts. Acquiring such a pill was exceedingly difficult, as the materials required for its concoction were rare treasures. Generally speaking, a heavenly emperor without substantial resources would find it impossible to afford such an item. As a heavenly emperor herself, Leng Ningshuang was well aware of its significance. Yet, how could someone like Lin Chuan, merely a fledgling who had just stepped into the realm of heavenly saints, possess such a treasure? Just as Leng Ningshuang pondered in disbelief, the ground began to tremble violently. Countless indistinct auras surged in the vicinity, rushing towards the direction the Emperor Wolf had fled. Even Leng Ningshuang felt a sense of dread at the overwhelming presence of so many auras around her. Run! With a sudden surge of determination, Leng Ningshuang propelled herself forward, tugging Lin Chuan along as they fled into the distance. Wait, Brother Wolf! Lin Chuan cast a reluctant glance back at the Emperor Wolf. Brother Wolf, please don't hold this against me. The old witch is far too terrifying. I simply cannot withstand her. But you're a 9th grade fierce beast. Surely these beasts won't dare to touch you. Once this is over, I promise to compensate you with the finest 8th grade fierce beast Inner Dan. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Leng Ningshuang hesitated for a moment. At this distance, they had already reached a safe zone. She had not anticipated that Lin Chuan would harbor such a deep bond with the Emperor Wolf. It seemed he indeed possessed a sentimental side. Realizing Lin Chuan's sincerity, she considered that forcibly taking him away might incite his resentment. It would be better to lend him a hand and, after her spiritual energy had recovered, directly bring the Emperor Wolf along. As this thought crossed her mind, Leng Ningshuang glanced back at the ruins of Xianjian Mountain. Was the old witch out of steam? Why wasn't she flying anymore? Lin Chuan's inner voice immediately reached Leng Ningshuang's ears. Her expression froze in shock. It seemed she had miscalculated. This brat was nothing but a complete scoundrel. However, at this moment, what astonished Leng Ningshuang even more than this was the surrounding area of the Emperor Wolf. All manner of ferocious beasts, both large and small, were drawn in by the potent scent emanating from it. It was likely that the 9th-level ferocious beasts, having consumed the beast-attracting pill, had amplified the range and impact of their scent. In a remarkably short span of time, a considerable horde of beasts had gathered. The ferocious beasts within were a motley assortment, ranging from 3rd to 8th level. It was akin to a grand migration. Wait, a grand migration? Suddenly, Leng Ningshuang understood Lin Chuan's true intention, the migration of ferocious beasts. No matter how numerous the disciples of the Xianjian sect were, they would inevitably be overwhelmed by such a massive wave of beasts. At this thought, Leng Ningshuang's gaze towards Lin Chuan became exceedingly complex. Who would have thought that beneath this seemingly cynical exterior, this young man possessed such a remarkable intricacy of thought, to use a beast tied to annihilate a sect? What an audacious scheme. Yet, the presence of 8th-level ferocious beasts seemed a bit far-fetched. Although the Xianjian sect was merely a mid-tier sect, it still boasted over 80,000 disciples and several heavenly saint-level experts. Such a degree of a beast migration would certainly inflict significant damage on the Xianjian sect. Yet it might not be enough to eliminate the remaining 70,000 disciples. It appeared Lin Chuan had overlooked a crucial detail. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. Leng Ningshuang's pupils instantly contracted as she turned to the source of the roar. A beast with the head of a tiger and the body of an elephant, its countenance fierce and covered in scales, emerged prominently from the horde. Although the surrounding beasts had been driven into a frenzy by the scent of the beast-attracting pill. Upon sighting this beast, they instinctively recoiled. Nevertheless, countless third and fourth level beasts were mercilessly trampled underfoot. Even the inner cores of the ferocious beasts that burst forth were easily shattered by the residual force of its steps. This beast was the quasi-10th level ferocious beast known as the soul-severing scaled beast. Even Leng Ningshuang had only encountered mention of it in ancient texts. Legend has it that this beast is one of the 3 apex ferocious beasts that once represented the pinnacle of 9th level ferocity. A single soul-severing scaled beast could annihilate any beast below 5th level in a mere breath. Furthermore, any cultivator beneath the heavenly sect would be crushed by its overwhelming might if they ventured too close. Although the soul-severing scaled beast is said to be the weakest among the 3 legendary ferocious beasts, its mere appearance heralds ceaseless calamity. The very ground it treads upon is rendered barren. The small ferocious beasts that were unfortunate enough to be caught and crushed, their inner cores shattered, serve as a testament to this reality. However, the situation was far from over. On the other side, another deafening roar echoed. Leng Ningshuang looked once more. With the head of a tiger, the body of an elephant, a fierce countenance, and covered in scales, another soul-severing scaled beast. Wasn't this creature supposed to exist solely within the realm of legends? Why on earth were 2 appearing simultaneously today? With these 2 soul-severing scaled beasts, it would be unsurprising if the disciples of the Xinjiang sect were completely annihilated. The presence of these 2 beasts was enough to sow confusion. To suggest that a single Xinjiang sect could withstand them was laughable. Even 2 Xinjiang sects would likely be obliterated at this moment. Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but look towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's expression was exceptionally grave. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, he exhibited no sign of fear upon witnessing the 2 beasts. Did he already know? What was the meaning of this? A beast tide? Was it truly a beast tide? That is the soul-severing scaled beast. I have seen it in books. What? A pinnacle 9th level ferocious beast. Why would such an entity appear in our Xinjiang sect? The remaining disciples of the Xinjiang sect were instantly filled with shock. The initial beast tide was already enough to astound them. Now, a being comparable to a celestial emperor at its zenith had emerged. This meant that there was no one in existence capable of contending with it. And now, 2 had appeared. When did the heavenly demon sect acquire the ability to summon ferocious beasts? Damn it, they are charging towards us. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Before the oppressive might of the soul-severing scaled beasts. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect found even breathing to be an arduous task. Yet, the ferocious beasts surrounding them suddenly shifted their gaze towards these disciples. Originally, they had been attracted by the scent of the beast-attracting pill. However, due to the presence of the soul-severing scaled beasts, they dared not approach the Emperor Wolf, which also happened to be a 9th level ferocious beast of formidable strength. The beasts possessed an instinctual awareness of those more powerful than themselves, far exceeding that of humans. Moreover, having consumed the inner cores of 9th level ferocious beasts and several 8th level inner cores, the mere scent emanating from the Emperor Wolf was sufficient to instill fear in them. Thus, they shifted their target towards the nearest disciples of the Xinjiang sect. Stay back, stay back. At this moment, the few disciples closest to the ferocious beasts immediately activated their spiritual swords, swinging them at the oncoming beasts. However, this tactic might work against lower-tier beasts, but it was utterly ineffective against those of higher ranks, especially with the emergence of 8th level beasts. They were simply unstoppable. Before long, the beast tides surged into the throng of people. In an instant, the Xinjiang mountain was filled with wails, rivers of blood flowing freely. Although the disciples of the Xinjiang sect were numerous, they found it increasingly difficult to withstand such a multitude of ferocious beasts. The crucial factor was the death of Master Zhongyin. While a few among them were heavenly saint-level experts, their power paled in comparison to that of Master Zhongyin, particularly when facing 8th level beasts. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect were utterly defenseless. Among them, the 8th level beast known as the Shiza ferocious ape was their waking nightmare. Not only was the Shiza ferocious ape swift in its movements, but its destructive capability was immense. Its mere roar could incapacitate a large number of disciples from the Tianhuang and Tianzong levels. Subsequently, the Shiza ferocious ape would feast upon them, specifically targeting their brains, finishing them off with a heavy thud against the ground. Neither the deceased nor the living were spared from its ravenous jaws. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect who had just been turned to char by the Thunder Prison killing method were similarly not spared. Devoured utterly. The key point was that there was not just one Shiza ferocious ape, but rather 3 or 4. Furthermore, their hides were astonishingly tough. Even a full-force strike from a heavenly sect expert would only inflict minor injuries upon them. This scene rendered the disciples of the Xinjiang sect utterly dumbfounded. They intended to flee, only to discover that ferocious beasts had surged up from all directions of the mountain. There was no escape. They had no choice but to confront the oncoming tide. In the face of such a grand and overwhelming beast tide, they stood little chance of victory. It was almost a one-sided slaughter. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the grounds of the Xinjiang sect were littered with corpses, severed limbs, and rivers of blood. The number of disciples of the Xinjiang sect plummeted, reducing from over 70,000 to less than half in an instant. Yet, this was merely the work of the lesser ferocious beasts. The truly fearsome soul-severing scale beasts had yet to make their appearance. Female demon, your heavenly demon sect shall undoubtedly meet a dreadful end. At this moment, a high-ranking disciple of the Xinjiang sect raised his head to the sky and roared, his blood-red eyes fixated intensely on the direction of Leng Ningshuang and Lin Chuan. Soon after, countless ferocious beasts pounced upon him, tearing him apart and feasting upon his entrails. This sight caused even Leng Ningshuang to furrow her brow. Although she had taken many lives, she had never engaged in such brutal slaughter, let alone witness such a horrific scene. In contrast, Lin Chuan remained unfazed, even picking up the remaining half of a roast chicken, casually eating while observing the chaos. Leng Ningshuang found herself increasingly unable to read Lin Chuan. Even though she could hear his thoughts, she was continually astonished by the myriad secrets he harbored. To remained so composed in the face of such carnage. Even enjoying a meal was undeniably a testament to his remarkable willpower. Moreover, the presence of the soul-severing scale beasts loomed ominously. As a pinnacle 9th-level ferocious beast, it was comparable to a celestial emperor at their zenith. Even several celestial emperors joining forces might not be able to subdue it. My goodness, what on earth is this? By its appearance, it is certainly no benign entity. Brother Wolf, I am truly sorry for you. This string of thoughts left Leng Ningshuang utterly bewildered. This young man was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Regardless, we must flee quickly. If we become targets of the soul-severing scale beasts, our demise is assured. With a fierce shout, Leng Ningshuang quickly attempted to lead Lin Chuan away. At this moment, the life or death of the Emperor Wolf was no longer a concern. In the face of such ferocious beasts, even the Emperor Wolf, a creature of formidable prowess, was but a mere cub compared to the 2 fully grown soul-departing scale-armored beasts. The proximity was alarming. Should these 2 beasts set their sights on them, even in his prime, escape would be far from guaranteed. Moreover, Lin Chuan was merely a cultivator of the heavenly sage level. Wait, Lin Chuan hastily gestured to stop Leng Ningshuang. She fixed her gaze on him, her expression grave as she said, I understand that the Emperor Wolf is a creature you have labored to tame. However, if we lose our lives, all is lost. Lin Chuan looked at her in astonishment. He never expected the old hag could articulate such a sentiment. It seemed she too harbored a fear of death. Yet there was no need for concern. The effect of the beast summoning pill should have worn off. Wolf brother, if you are not a fool, then run. Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang's expression faltered. This was not merely due to Lin Chuan's words, but rather a sudden realization that her body felt peculiar. Just then, the scent emanating from the beast summoning pill gradually dissipated. The effect had indeed worn off. At this moment, the Emperor Wolf, with its vivid green eyes, was fixated on the distant soul-departing scale-armored beasts, acutely aware of the impending threat of death. Being a beast itself, it instinctively sensed the danger. However, the Emperor Wolf relied on scent to locate its enemies. The earlier potency of the beast summoning pill had temporarily clouded its senses, and now that the scent had faded, it realized that 2 soul-departing scale-armored beasts were closing in on either side. Without hesitation, the Emperor Wolf dashed toward Lin Chuan's direction. The terror of death propelled it to move faster than usual. The surrounding lesser beasts were no match for its speed and were knocked aside effortlessly. Lin Chuan quickly descended to assist the Emperor Wolf, which, understanding the gravity of the situation, shrank down and dove into Lin Chuan's embrace. Lin Chuan swiftly retrieved 10 grade 8 beast core pills and stuffed them into the Emperor Wolf's mouth, exclaiming, "Wolf brother, splendid work. With this, no one will suspect the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master, we must leave quickly. If we linger, the cultivators drawn by the commotion will arrive, and it will be too late." Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Leng Ningshuang finally snapped back to reality. However, she felt something strange within her. Her spiritual energy had inexplicably surged, erasing the fatigue that had previously enveloped her. Moreover, there was a peculiar sensation. Nevertheless, there was no time for contemplation. She hastily led Lin Chuan away at breakneck speed. With such a massive beast tide and the emergence of a pinnacle grade 9 soul-departing scale armored beast, it was certain that they could distance themselves from any suspicion toward the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should that happen, they would truly be in dire straits. At that moment, as the last few disciples of the Xinjian sect were engulfed by the horde of beasts, it signified the complete annihilation of the Xinjian sect. 80,000 disciples, not a single one spared. This once prestigious sect was brutally slaughtered in a single day. "Wolf brother, come here quickly," Lin Chuan shouted urgently. The Emperor Wolf rushed over, transforming back into its previous adorable wolf cub form and burrowing into Lin Chuan's arms. Having just escaped a life-threatening moment, the Emperor Wolf was now preoccupied with thoughts of the grade 9 beast core pills promised by Lin Chuan. After tasting one, it had experienced a significant boost in power. If it could consume 5, the results would be extraordinary. However, before long, as Leng Ningshuang led Lin Chuan away, she was suddenly enveloped in darkness and nearly fainted. Lin Chuan realized he had no choice but to act. Fighting was not an option, but when it came to fleeing, he was now an expert. Earthly escape. Lin Chuan concentrated his thoughts, and in an instant, both he and Leng Ningshuang vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the townspeople at the foot of the mountain gazed in bewilderment at the extraordinarily lively Xinjian mountain, hardly believing their eyes. What could be causing such a commotion up there? And why were there so many monkeys? What monkeys? Those are ferocious beasts. But why are there so many? Could this be the legendary beast tide? It is said that a beast tide occurs once every 100 years. How could it appear at Xinjian Mountain? With so many ferocious beasts, the Xinjian sect is surely in for a disaster. No wonder there was such an uproar earlier. It seems the beast tide was upon them. The townsfolk exchanged murmurs, forming a crowd as they pointed and whispered about Xinjian Mountain. Ba. Just then, a monk emerged from the crowd that if Lin Chuan were present, he would immediately recognize this figure as Master Fa Ming. The old monk who once urged the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Xinjian sect to set aside their grievances. Master Fa Ming's brow was furrowed in concern. He was passing by, intending to visit the Xinjian sect, when he heard the strange noises coming from the mountain. "Oh, you not know? This is a beast tide that occurs once in 100 years. At that moment, a middle-aged man, eager for excitement, chimed in. "Although the Xinjian sect has many disciples, they may struggle to cope with this. They might be facing annihilation." Master Fa Ming's half-closed eyes snapped open, shock etched across his face. "What?" The middle-aged man frowned. "Why are you so startled, old monk? Can't you see for yourself? Even from afar, one can see the ferocious beast rampaging. It is utterly terrifying." Master Fa Ming tightened his grip on his prayer beads. Muttering, Ba, without further delay, he hurriedly led several young monks toward the Xinjian sect. At this moment, he was acutely aware that the Xinjian sect was likely facing a grave calamity. The name Beast Tide, which had nearly vanished into obscurity since ancient times, had unexpectedly resurfaced today. Years ago, it had taken several celestial emperor-level experts to quell the beast tide that had occurred a century prior. Now, with not a single celestial emperor among the Xinjian sect, how could they possibly withstand the invasion of the beast tide? Not only Master Fa Ming, but countless cultivators from various righteous sects who had heard the disturbances were also making their way to this location. Soul-departing scale armored beasts. Master Fa Ming was among the first to arrive, and upon seeing the 2 soul-departing scale armored beasts, his expression darkened considerably. "Master Fa Ming, what is this?" The accumulating cultivators from prominent sects were momentarily at a loss, unable to identify the colossal creatures before them, and thus hesitantly inquired. Master Fa Ming narrowed his eyes and sighed. "These are soul-departing scale armored beasts. Inform everyone arriving that no one below the realm of Celestial Sovereign is to approach. This is a beast tide that occurs once in 100 years. Ba. The Xinjian sect has encountered such a calamity that a beast tide of this magnitude is already rare, but the appearance of 2 soul-departing scale armored beasts is truly a once-in-a-millennium event. The surrounding cultivators expressed their dismay. While they dared not approach, some had already used their spiritual energy to probe the area. Aside from the ferocious beasts, no other presence could be detected at this moment. Master Fa Ming frowned deeply. We have arrived too late. The Xianjian sect has no survivors. With that, Master Fa Ming's hands moved lightly, manipulating the prayer beads as he prepared to guide the souls of the unjustly slain. He could hardly fathom that the Xianjian sect, which had seemed to thrive just yesterday, was now left utterly desolate. Moreover, the beast tide had struck with such unexpected ferocity, precisely within the vicinity of the Xianjian sect. How could the Xianjian sect have been wiped out by a beast tide? This was inconceivable. Perhaps it was the handiwork of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yes, the Xianjian sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect had long harbored animosity. It was plausible that those accursed demon cultists had not only slain the sect master of the Xianjian sect, but had also come to eradicate the entire sect. The venomous woman, Leng Ningshuang, is indeed extraordinarily malicious. We must avenge our brothers from the Xianjian sect. Upon hearing the bewildering remarks from the onlookers, the first arriving cultivators immediately began to speak. The Tianma sect? You are overestimating them, aren't you? Haven't you heard Master Fa Ming's words? This is the soul-leaving scale beast, a level 9 pinnacle ferocious beast. Does the Tianma sect possess the might to dispatch 2 of them? Stop right there. With their cultivation levels, how could they possibly comprehend the nature of the soul-leaving scale beast? Indeed, we should retreat for now. This creature is comparable to a quasi-emperor level existence. The cultivators engaged in fervent discussions. Initially, there was suspicion that the Tianma sect was behind this. Given that the Xianjian sect holds an irreconcilable grudge against them, it wouldn't be far-fetched to think that Leng Ningshuang, that female demon, might come to annihilate them out of fear of revenge. However, upon witnessing the soul-leaving scale beast, they swiftly abandoned that notion. If the Tianma sect possessed the capability to control a soul-leaving scale beast, wouldn't they become the most powerful sect in the world? No. This matter likely cannot be divorced from the Tianma sect. At that moment, a group of monks suddenly appeared in the crowd. However, their attire indicated that they were not from the Fanning Temple. Master Kong Ju, the surrounding cultivators quickly parted to make way. Master Ming Ju raised his gaze. The newcomers were none other than Master Kong Ju from the Tianyin Temple. What brings Master Kong Ju here? This incident clearly seems to stem from the beast tide. Master Ming Ju could not help but furrow his brow slightly, and said in a deep voice that it was not that Master Ming Ju harbored intentions to shield the Tianma sect. Rather, the Fanning Temple and the Tianyin Temple were inherently at odds. The Fanning Temple advocates harmony, using Buddhism to save people and reasoning to persuade them. In contrast, the Tianyin Temple holds a starkly different stance, favoring strength as the means to guide others. To put it plainly, while the Fanning Temple promotes Buddhist teachings, the Tianyin Temple is exceedingly combative. Thus, despite both being reputable orthodox sects, there exists some underlying animosity. Consequently, Master Ming Ju unconsciously assumed that Master Kong Ju was deliberately trying to undermine him. Although this was the location of the beast horde, the old monk subtly sensed a trace of demonic energy. While he could not discern to which sect this demonic energy belonged, the Tianma sect currently bore the greatest suspicion. Master Kong Ju, with a grave expression, explained, the Tianma sect and the Xianjian sect are bitter enemies. The Tianma sect's holy son, Lin Chuan, has even slain the sect master of the Xianjian sect. Perhaps the Tianma sect has intentionally summoned this beast tide to take revenge on the Xianjian sect. How could such a beast tide appear so easily? Master Ming Ju shook his head slightly. If it were a normal beast tide, perhaps the Tianma sect could use secret techniques to summon it. But how could they possibly attract an existence like the soul-leaving scale beast? Master Kong Ju let out a cold laugh. Perhaps it was merely a fortunate accident. Master Ming Ju sighed softly. Such reasoning stretches credulity. The surrounding cultivators pondered this deeply, yet ultimately, the majority sided with Master Ming Ju. Although there were remnants of demonic energy, the Tianma sect could not be definitively implicated. However, with the Tianma sect's strength, it was indeed difficult to summon a legendary being like the soul-leaving scale beast. As the two men debated, many cultivators' gazes shifted towards the soul-leaving scale beasts. Although these two beasts possessed astonishing power, they bore a fatal flaw. Their response speed was exceedingly sluggish. Nevertheless, their inherent pressure and indomitable defenses compensated for this shortcoming. Yet, it was precisely due to their sluggishness that they sensed the dissipating scent of the beast-attracting pill. At this moment, they had no desire to linger and were about to stealthily depart. Look, They are about to flee. This is a grade 9 ferocious beast. With so many of us here, why not join forces to subdue them? Indeed, the inner core of a grade 9 ferocious beast is incredibly precious, especially since this is the inner core of a pinnacle grade 9 beast. Suddenly, several voices echoed from somewhere. Have you all lost your minds? Did you not see that all 80,000 disciples of the Xinjiang sect were annihilated by them? Who doesn't know the value of a grade 9 ferocious beast's inner core? But the prerequisite is that we must be able to defeat them. Don't say us. Even if 2 emperors came, they likely wouldn't stand a chance against these 2 beasts. At that moment, several righteous cultivators at the forefront hurriedly spoke to dissuade them. However, it was already too late. Several newly ascended heavenly saints could no longer contain their excitement and wanted to step forward to give it a try. They observed the soul, leaving scale beast's movements were extremely slow, believing that if they acted swiftly, they might not be harmed. Moreover, heavenly saints would not be injured by the pressure surrounding them. As a result, the moment these cultivators approached the soul-leaving scale beasts, their scales suddenly stood erect, and then they shot towards the cultivators. Boom! These scales exploded. So swift was the assault that the cultivators had no time to react, and they were instantly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving not even a shred of clothing behind. Truly, as expected of a level 9 pinnacle ferocious beast, such power is unattainable. At this moment, Leng Ningshuang, the sect master of the Tianyo sect, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such terrifying ferocious beasts existed in this world. The fate of those cultivators made others who had been eager to try their luck immediately abandon their thoughts. Who could possibly contend with such creatures? It seems only a titled emperor could. Yet, among those present, while many possessed formidable strength, how could there possibly be a titled emperor? Titled emperors are merely legendary beings. In desperation, the crowd dared not act rashly and watched as the 2 soul-leaving scale beasts silently departed. Meanwhile, Night Ghost Mountain. Night Ghost Mountain is an eerie mountain range situated at the boundary between Yin and Yang. Although this mountain is not tall, it is shrouded in thick black fog. Hardly any living beings can survive within Night Ghost Mountain, save for the sect known as the 100 Ghost Sect, which is located halfway up the mountain. Despite the heavy Yin energy surrounding Night Ghost Mountain, it serves as an excellent location for cultivating the similarly sinister techniques of the 100 Ghost Sect. Due to Night Ghost Mountain's relative seclusion and the ruthless nature of its practitioners, few dare to tread here or provoke the 100 Ghost Sect. Although the overall strength of the 100 Ghost Sect is not formidable, and its sect master is merely a heavenly saint who is yet to break through to the emperor level. The only emperor-level powerhouse within the sect is the ancient figure known as Baiku. Nevertheless, even those sects with emperors stationed do not typically provoke the 100 Ghost Sect, as they possess various means to make survival impossible and death inevitable. Alternatively, one might inexplicably lose their life. However, at this moment, the usually tranquil 100 Ghost Sect is anything but calm. Where is Gusheng? You all have returned, but why is Gusheng still missing? At this moment, the sect master of the 100 Ghost Sect, Gue Shaxing, glared fiercely at several disciples of the sect. The 100 Ghost Sect dispatched a considerable number of people this time, yet the only one missing is Gusheng, the most talented and his personally taught disciple. Although Gue Shaxing often maintains an inscrutable expression, his face now radiates fury. In his eyes, these disciples pale in comparison to Gusheng's importance. Due to the peculiar nature of the cultivation methods practiced by the 100 Ghost Sect, few individuals with high talent and rapid progress emerge. Consequently, disciples of the 100 Ghost Sect often find themselves stuck at certain stages, struggling to break through, particularly at the heavenly sect realm, which poses the greatest challenge for their disciples. Gusheng is one of the few who stands out among them. To call Gusheng the hope of the 100 Ghost Sect would be no exaggeration. Even the unpredictable Baiku holds great expectations for Gusheng. Please, Sect Master, calm your anger. At this moment, an older disciple of the 100 Ghost Sect, visibly tense, stammered. Senior brother said he wanted to go see some excitement, so he followed along. Who would have thought that a grade 9 ferocious beast, the King Wolf, would appear there? Senior brother has thus gone missing. However, the disciples searched tirelessly for many days, yet to no avail. Ultimately, as the great marsh illusion was on the verge of closure, we had no choice but to exit from it. The voice of the disciple from the 100 Ghost Sect grew increasingly faint, lacking any conviction that he was acutely aware of the significance of the Ghost Scholar to the entire sect, should any misfortune befall the Ghost Scholar. The disciples who followed him would likely face a calamitous fate. Hearing his words, Gui Shashing became furiously incensed. How could a person simply vanish without a trace? Moreover, the scholar has already ascended to the level of Celestial Sovereign. While the 9th-level Emperor Wolf possesses strength comparable to that of the Heavenly Emperor, our sect's agility is unparalleled, and the scholar has mastered it to perfection. He certainly knows he cannot defeat that Emperor Wolf. How could he not escape? The gathered disciples fell into a heavy silence. In truth, it was not only Gui Shashing who was perplexed. They too were at a loss. The scholar's agility was the most exceptional among all disciples of the sect. Unless he encountered a specific technique designed to counter the 100 Ghosts sect's agility, he should be able to escape even from beings of Heavenly Emperor caliber. Yet the stark reality remained. The ghost scholar had indeed vanished. Moreover, he left no trace behind. Why did you not accompany your senior brother? Now that he is missing, what punishment do you deserve? At this moment, Gui Shashing was utterly enraged, with no outlet for his fury. He prepared to unleash it upon the disciples before him. Master, please, temper your wrath. We shall search again, and we will surely bring our senior brother back. We implore you to sheathe your powers. The disciples immediately sensed an unprecedented aura of death emanating from Gui Shashing. As thick black mist surrounded him, this was the secret technique of the 100 Ghosts sect, the 100 Ghosts decision. They understood all too well that the 100 Ghosts decision had one fatal characteristic. It could drain all the spiritual energy from those who practiced the sect's techniques, transforming it into the energy of the one who released the technique. Those drained of their spiritual energy would perish from exhaustion, their souls denied even a moment of rest. Historically, only those who betrayed the 100 Ghosts sect or violated its fundamental rules face such a fate at the hands of the sect leader. Thus, upon witnessing the 100 Ghosts decision, the disciples collectively fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. They were acutely aware of the dire consequences of having their spiritual energy drained. To put it bluntly, it meant eternal damnation. This was far more terrifying than a swift death. Just then, a wave of spiritual energy surged nearby, dispersing the black mist surrounding Gui Shashing. He could not help but pause in surprise. Turning toward the source of the energy, Elder, the one who intervened was none other than the Grand Elder of the 100 Ghosts sect, the only celestial sovereign of the entire sect. Elder Baiku, Shashing, I too bear responsibility for the scholar's disappearance. Do you intend to drain my spiritual energy as well? Elder Baiku spoke with an impassive demeanor. Gui Shashing quickly bowed in deference. I would not dare. Elder Baiku stood with hands clasped behind his back, speaking calmly. The scholar's disappearance is a result of his own hubris. It is likely that he did not vanish due to the Emperor Wolf, but rather at the hands of some other malevolent individuals. Thus, what good does it do to blame these disciples? Can you bring the scholar back by doing so? We can only hold on to hope that the scholar is still alive. Do you know that over 3,000 individuals have gone missing during this excursion to the Great Marsh Illusion? They are from various sects. Upon hearing Elder Baiku's words, Gui Shashing was momentarily taken aback. What? Over 3,000 individuals went missing during a mere excursion to the Great Marsh Illusion. Elder, have you sensed anything? Elder Baiku shook his head slightly. No. After hearing of the scholar's disappearance, I returned to the Great Marsh Illusion to investigate and could find no trace of his presence. However, there was a collapse of a mountain range within the Great Marsh Illusion. Perhaps that is where the scholar encountered his fate. Though the Emperor Wolf is formidable, it is merely a cub and lacks the power to destroy an entire mountain range. Furthermore, cubs of the Emperor Wolf only seek food and would not engage in the destruction of mountains. This incident may well have involved a powerful being within the Great Marsh Illusion. Gui Shashing could not quell the turmoil in his heart upon hearing this, that a powerful being, one capable of demolishing an entire mountain range, such strength could only belong to a heavenly emperor. Otherwise, how could such might be wielded? Gui Shashing involuntarily inhaled sharply. There was, indeed, a heavenly emperor-level being concealed within the Great Marsh Illusion. It was highly probable. Elder Baiku narrowed his eyes and continued. Moreover, this heavenly emperor may well possess strength exceeding my OW, and it quietly obliterate an entire mountain range, while simultaneously causing 3,000 individuals to vanish without a trace is a feat that even I, despite multiple investigations, could not uncover any residual presence. This individual is truly terrifying. Therefore, these disciples are not to blame. Shashing, you should consider yourself fortunate. Hearing this, Gui Shashing found himself at a loss. His most prized disciple had gone missing. Yet he was to feel fortunate. Fortunate for what? Noticing Gui Shaxing's confusion, Elder Baiku continued, "You should be grateful that these disciples did not accompany the scholar. Do you know that among those 3,000 individuals, many belonged to the same sect? None of them returned from the Great Marsh Illusion. Although these disciples may not possess the same talent as the scholar, they are still the elite of our sect. Had they accompanied him, our sect's elite would have been utterly annihilated." Upon hearing this, Gui Shaxing's anger diminished significantly. He gazed at the trembling disciples before him and waved his hand dismissively. "Begone. Return and focus on your cultivation. We must have someone break through the constraints of the heavenly sect and attain the status of celestial sovereign." The disciples hurriedly complied. "Thank you, sect leader." "Thank you, Grand Elder. We shall intensify our training and not become complacent." With that, they nearly tumbled out of the sect leader's hall. For them, this place felt akin to hell, despite the outwardly carefree demeanor of the 100 Ghosts sect disciples. Within the sect, they were all exceedingly deferential. Of course, this did not apply to the prodigy, the ghost scholar. "Grand Elder, we cannot simply let the scholar's grievances go unaddressed. He is a once-in-a-century talent of our 100 Ghosts sect." Although Gui Shaxing had a general understanding of the situation, he still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. The ghost scholar's disappearance left uncertainty regarding his fate. The mountain collapse was likely the work of a hidden heavenly emperor-level being within the Great Marsh secret realm. And the ghost scholar might have already perished, Elder Baiku replied coldly. "Of course, this matter will not be overlooked. Even if the individual possesses strength greater than mine, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for the scholar." Gui Shaxing's eyes narrowed. "Does that mean, Grand Elder, you intend to return to the Great Marsh Illusion?" Elder Baiku nodded solemnly. "Indeed. Although the Great Marsh Illusion has closed, it is not impossible to negotiate entry. You shall accompany me on this journey. Given that numerous sects have lost many of their elites, they will undoubtedly be furious. Soon, a host of powerful individuals will return to the Great Marsh Illusion to investigate. This matter is far from over. Even that old coot from the Bloodfiend sect, Li Tangfeng, has gone missing. He surely will not rest until he finds out what happened at that time. We can collaborate to uncover the truth behind this incident. Even a heavenly emperor-level being may not be invincible." Upon hearing Elder Baiku's words, Gui Shaxing was momentarily taken aback. The old coot from the Bloodfiend sect. There was only one person that could be. Elder Li Jintang of the Bloodfiend sect. His strength had long since reached the upper echelon of heavenly emperor status. Due to various reasons, he has been unable to ascend to the rank of the supreme emperor. Thus, Li Jintang has remained in seclusion for over a century. This Li Tangfeng is the great-grandson of Li Jintang and one of the most gifted individuals within the Bloodfiend sect. Should Li Jintang choose to intervene, even a powerful entity at the pinnacle of the supreme emperor rank would find it impossible to withstand the wrath of the masses, unless they themselves were a supreme emperor. However, upon contemplating this, Gui Shaxing shook his head. The Great Marsh Illusion is merely a trial realm for the celestial sect and the celestial sovereign. It is inconceivable that a supreme emperor resides within. Therefore, retrieving Gui Shaxing is not without hope? Excellent. Elder, we should not delay. When shall we depart? Gui Shaxing is already filled with impatience, eager to set off immediately to locate Gui Shaxing. Even if Gui Shaxing has perished, it is imperative to identify the culprit and avenge him. However, the Elder Baiku shook his head and replied, "Do not rush. This matter cannot be hurried. That old man may not yet have emerged from seclusion. I wager that the members of the Bloodfiend sect are already frantic and will certainly seek him out. Once he emerges, he will undoubtedly come to us. At that point, we can set out." Upon hearing Elder Baiku's words, Gui Shaxing nodded heavily. The 100 Ghosts sect has always operated in such a manner, never taking the initiative unless there is a benefit to be gained. Although Li Jintang possesses extraordinary strength, a single individual's power is limited, and he will inevitably seek out the old acquaintance, Elder Baiku. In such a case, we might even turn misfortune into fortune and gain some advantage from Li Jintang. The fate of Rushing remains uncertain. Given the circumstances, it is better to leverage this opportunity to acquire something and mitigate our losses. Elder, shall it be just the two of us who venture forth? Should we inform the second and third elders? Gui Shaxing hesitated for a moment, but eventually inquired. The 100 Ghosts sect operates differently from other sects, other factions. Most elders, even if stronger than the sect leader, must heed the leader's commands. Only in significant matters can the elders collectively deliberate to decide whether to approve the leader's intentions. However, the 100 Ghosts sect is distinct. The sect leader merely oversees all disciples. Almost all authority resides with the 3 fixed elders of the 100 Ghosts sect. Currently, the second and third elders are in seclusion, striving to break through to the Supreme Emperor realm. If we were to summon them, their semi-supreme emperor strength could indeed contribute significantly. Yet, Elder Baiku shook his head decisively. No need. They are in a critical phase of their breakthrough. We must not disturb them. The 2 of us shall suffice. Moreover, Rushing is the great-grandson of the third elder. Should the third elder learn of this, he would surely be overwhelmed with rage. If this leads to his failure in breaking through, we would bear the responsibility. Upon hearing this, Gui Shashing could only acquiesce. In any case, with members from other sects accompanying us, we are bound to achieve some resolution. However, they remained unaware that the one responsible for the death of Gui Rushing and the demise of 3,000 disciples from other sects was not a figure of supreme emperor caliber, but rather Lin Chuan, who had just recently broken through to the heavenly saint level. Yet, due to Lin Chuan eliminating all potential threats, they did not consider the direction of the Celestial Demon Sect. Report: just as Gui Shashing and Elder Baiku were deliberating, a disciple of the 100 Ghosts sect rushed in urgently. The attire of this person indicated that he was a scout dispatched by the 100 Ghosts sect. As a major sect, especially one affiliated with the demonic faction, scouts are indispensable to it. Is precisely because of the information brought by these scouts that the remote 100 Ghosts sect is able to stay informed about the movements of other sections. What is the matter that you appear so flustered? Gui Shashing inquired gravely. The scouts of the 100 Ghosts sect have undergone rigorous training since childhood. If the situation were not particularly urgent, they would never intrude so recklessly. Reporting to the sect leader and elders, the Xianjian sect has been annihilated, the scout gasped. What? Gui Shashing's expression darkened considerably. Could it be the work of the Celestial Demon Sect? Elder Baiku's face also displayed a hint of shock, yet he waved his hand and said, "Do not panic. The Xianjian sect boasts over 80,000 disciples and numerous protective formations. How could the Celestial Demon Sect simply extinguish them at will?" What exactly transpired? The scout, not daring to delay, hurriedly explained. It appears that a large-scale beast tide has emerged. Various righteous sects have dispatched personnel to assist. Even the people from Tianyin Temple and Fanyin Temple have arrived. According to reports, by the time they reached the Xianjian sect, the place was already a river of blood, with no survivors in sight. Due to the overwhelming number of righteous sect members, the disciples did not dare to venture too deeply. Upon hearing this news, the expression of Gui Shashing turned ashen. Absurd. A beast tide is a rare occurrence. How could it arise so suddenly? Moreover, it happened to be in the vicinity of the Xianjian sect? What a coincidence! The scout was rendered speechless with fear. Elder Baiku gestured for the scout to withdraw and said solemnly, "Are you suggesting that this incident is the handiwork of the Celestial Demon Sect?" Gui Shashing scoffed. "It must be so. Our sect has just reached an agreement with the Xianjian sect to jointly eradicate the Celestial Demon Sect. How could it be mere coincidence that the Xianjian sect faces a beast tide at this moment? This must be the doing of the Celestial Demon Sect." Elder Baiku, however, shook his head slightly. The Celestial Demon Sect? Even a Supreme Emperor cannot summon a beast tide, let alone the presence of peak-level 9th-tier ferocious beasts. Do you truly believe that Leng Ningshuang possesses such capabilities? As for the Xianjian sect, it is merely a mid-level sect. If it is destroyed, so be it. For now, our priority is to locate Rushing. Our 100 Ghosts sect has finally produced a talent after so many years. We must see him alive or find his remains. As for the matter of jointly confronting the Celestial Demon Sect, we shall deliberate once we ascertain Rushing's whereabouts. Although Gui Shashing felt somewhat indignant, he could only nod in agreement upon hearing Elder Baiku's words. Indeed, even a Supreme Emperor would be incapable of inciting a beast tide. The destruction of the Xianjian sect can only be attributed to their misfortune, and they cannot blame others for it. Furthermore, with the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghosts sect joining forces, it suffices to deal with the Celestial Demon Sect. The Xianjian sect is dispensable. Even if Leng Ningshuang is a Supreme Emperor, she is but one individual. How could one Supreme Emperor stand against the combined might of two? Reflecting on this, Gui Shashing nodded vigorously and murmured, "However, the Great Marsh Illusion has now closed. How shall we reopen it? If we wait for it to open on its own, it may not occur for another century." Elder Baiku waved his hand ominously. I have my methods for this matter. Simultaneously, within the Blood Fiend sect, the Elder of the Blade, Li Zhentong, emerged from his seclusion, not for any trivial reason, but because the genius Li Tangfeng, who had finally emerged within the Blood Fiend sect, had gone completely silent. Li Tangfeng is not only a prodigy of the Blood Fiend sect, but also Li Zhentong's only grandson. With a fiery temper, he is nearly the polar opposite of Elder Baiku, and his rage was palpable. Are you saying that two supreme emperor powerhouses were disturbed within the Great Marsh illusion and thus took action? Is that why Fenger has gone missing? Li Zhentong's face was exceedingly grim as he turned to the other sect disciple who had been captured. After all, not a single disciple sent by the Blood Fiend sect had returned alive. And to obtain information, he could only inquire of others. However, Li Zhentong's methods of inquiry were somewhat ruthless. The disciple was currently kneeling on the ground, bloodied and clearly having endured severe torment. The disciple trembled as he spoke. Lord Blade Emperor, every word I say is the truth. Initially, a powerful being made a move, directly shattering an entire mountain range, resulting in the disappearance of 3,000 disciples, including young Master Li. Who else could possess the power to shake such a massive mountain range? If not a supreme emperor, we had just retrieved treasures from the illusion and were at the entrance when we heard a tremendous noise, followed by the collapse of the mountain. Within this vast and ethereal realm, there indeed exist two formidable beings of the Celestial Emperor caliber.